With the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and with the power of AI, we are going to build an 3 AI web application. This application is completely SaaS application and we are going to build it completely from the scratch. This is a full stack application so that you want to learn how to develop the front end and the back end for this application. In this video, first we are going to build an AI form builder application. Then next we are going to build an AI kid storybook generator application. And the last we are going to build an AI interior designer application. Hey there and welcome back again. Today in this video we are going to build AI form builder SaaS application, and this application we are completely building from the scratch and it's completely beginner friendly. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page and after that we have option that how it works. So in three easy step that you just need to write a prompt for your form. Then once the form is generated, you have option to edit the form and then you can share your form with your friends to accept the responses. Let's get started and look how it actually works. So I will just get started and then it will redirect me to the sign in page. This is the beautiful sign in page we integrated with the help of clerk. Then I will select account and then you will jump on this beautiful dashboard where we have this beautiful side navigation bar with these beautiful options. At the bottom side we have this create form option along with how many form you created and how many form are left, or number of forms you are able to create it, right? Because it's a free tier, you can only create 3 maximum form, and if you want to create unlimited form you have option to upgrade as well. Here you will see all the forms detail. You have option to delete the form or you have option to share this form, and if you see how beautiful we are showing this share window as well. After this you have option to edit the form as well, but let's create a new form. So let's click on create form. Here you can enter any prompt you want. So I just enter this simple prompt called student coding workshop on React and Angular. Click create and within a couple of seconds it will create a form for you, and boom, it will jump on this beautiful edit form field where you will see the form field automatically created. How cool it is, right? It has different input. Here you will see you have the select option as well. Not only that, but you have this beautiful radio button and the checkbox. All of these fields are available over here. Not only that, but if you see, you can even edit each of these form field as well. If you want to delete any of the field, you have option to delete any of the field if you want, and as I say, you can just update immediately. On the left hand side you will see different themes option available. If I select any of this theme, depends on your selection, the theme on a theme selection you will see the theme get changed immediately. See, okay. Then next you can have option to select the background color as well, and as soon as you select you will see all the background. Here you can select the more option to get to know what are the more option available in the background selection. After this background selection you have option to select the style as well. You have default style, retro style and the border style. I will select this retro style which I like, and if you see we have this beautiful toast message as well. Now the one of the more important thing or more important feature is you can enable social authentication before submitting the form. Once you enable this one, right, user need to log in order to submit the form. Okay, you will see in a moment. Now I enable this one, I have this all of these things, and now if I want to see the live preview, just click on this one and boom, here you will see the live preview as well. Okay, now let me open this form in different incognito window, and if you see, before you log in you need to sign in before submit this form. If you sign in, and wow, how beautiful the model or sign in model is popping up on your screen, right, in order to submit this form. Okay, now obviously once you fill this information it will available or we will store inside our database. Okay, and user can access this information from this response tab. But here if you see we have one more option to share the form directly from this page as well. Now if I go to these responses, here you will see the different option, right? You can even export the responses if you want. If I click export, and boom, if you see, all the responses exported inside the Excel sheet. Okay, now next and more important, that we are going to integrate the payment gateway, the subscription model. If you want to select any subscription model, select the one, and then it will automatically redirect you to the Stripe subscription payment gateway. Here you will see the email ID automatically get added over here. You just need to fill in information, and once you subscribe, it will automatically enable you unlimited form creation. Okay, so guys, this complete application we are going to build from the scratch, and with the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Shadcn UI, Daisy UI, and lot of other tech stack we're gonna learn in this particular video. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin. And if you still did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. In order to build a React application, we are going to use React framework called Next.js. Next.js is one of the best React framework for the web application, and it provides a bunch of features to develop your React application. The code wise, the implementation wise, is everything is same as a React, only that it provides a folder structure routing, which is quite helpful when you are implementing a multi-page application. Okay, so very first thing, let's go to this nextjs.org, which is the official website for the Next.js, and then here you will find the command to create the Next.js application. You can even explore the docs, and you can check all of these things, all the features, and various documentation for the each feature. First, let's go to the folder where you want to create a project and open terminal at that folder. Then you just need to type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will give you the latest version of the application, and it also add the app routing functionality. So click enter, and then it will ask you the project name. Here we'll say AI form builder. Then it will ask you some of the question like, would you like to use TypeScript? So in this project we're gonna use a JavaScript. But guys, if you really want to learn more about the JavaScript, please comment in the comment section as a TypeScript. Here we'll say yes, no. The Tailwind CSS, obviously yes, so it will automatically taking care of installing the Tailwind CSS for us. And the app router we want it, so we'll say yes. If you don't want app router, then it will be by default a page router, but obviously we are going to use app router. And the import allies, say no. And then if you see, it will install some dependency like React DOM Next, and some dev dependency like Post CSS and the Tailwind CSS. And now our project is successfully created. Now let's go to the VS Code, and then locate the folder where you just created this particular project. So in my case, it is in the projects and AI form builder. So you might get this pop-up, say yes, I trust the author. And another thing that obviously you know that from long time we are using VS Code to write our all the application code and all. Okay, another important thing before explaining this folder structure, right, we are going to use two more important extension. One is React Redux snippet tool, so this one. Okay, so this is very helpful extension. I will know when and how to use this one. And the another one is a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will give you the suggestion when you are writing the Tailwind CSS classes inside your code. Okay, so this is a very helpful extension from the VS Code, so make sure to install this one. Now let's move to the files and folder about the application. So on the left hand side you will see all the files and folder structure which is get created once you create this Next.js application. The first and very important, which is the app folder, where we're gonna write all of our code. Inside that we have the globals.css file which contain all the CSS related to the application. Okay, so once you define it over here, it will applicable throughout the application. Then we have layout.js file which is contain the metadata, which is helpful for the SEO purpose, and then which also contain the font for the application along with the HTML and body tag. And inside that, if you observe, we have this children which is getting rendered in between this body tag. So whenever whatever the page we are going to display on the screen, it will going through this children tag through this body tag. Okay, then we have the page.js file, which is the default page for our application. So if you see, this is the sum of the code which is already there. So once we run the application, you will get to know, and then we will start changing this line of code. So we'll get to know how we can update it. The next and the very important, which is the node module. Obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. This contain the whatever the library packages we install, right? That packages is included inside this node module, so we are not going to touch anytime. Then another important folder, which is public folder. So in this public folder, we want to store all our images, assets, and whenever you want to access any images, you can directly access with the help of slash file name, because Next.js automatically detect that okay, you are trying to access file from this public folder. This get_ignore file, which help us when you want to push any code and you don't want to push some of the files, then you can mention that file over here. Like node modules, we never push the node module folder to the GitHub. Then we have the js.config.json, next.config.mjs file, which contain the next related configuration. So you will get to know once we start building our application. Then we have packet.json file, which contain the name of the application, the version, along with script to run the application or to build the application. Even you can modify the script according to your need. Then we have this dependency, which is the React DOM next, which is already or this is default one, and some dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. And then we have post CSS and the tailwind.config.js file, which is the Tailwind CSS related configuration. So whatever the right now, if you see in the content, right, the whatever folder it mentioned here, only in that folder the Tailwind CSS is applicable. If you want to create some other folder, and in that folder you want to apply Tailwind CSS classes, make sure to define that particular folder or path inside this content. Okay, now let's run the application. So go to the terminal and then click new terminal. Here just type npm run dev command. Okay, so which run our application, and if you see, it's run on the port 3000 on the localhost. Okay, now if you open this URL by clicking command click or control click, then it will open your application on this port called localhost 3000. Okay, and this is the default page. As I say, if you see, it's saying that okay, let's go to the app/page.js in order to edit it. So let's go there and let's see what is happening. So let's go to this app and inside the page.js file, and inside here, let me close this file. So you can just click here and it will close it. Now over here, if you want to edit something, let's try to edit this. Let's remove this line of code, p tag, and here I will just say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if I click save, you will see the subscribe to Tube Guruji, the text is showing on the screen. As soon as I save it, is immediately rendered it on the screen. Okay, but for now I'm going to clean everything. I don't want anything, so I will just remove everything like this, and then I will simply put a div tag, and here we'll say hello world. Okay, and save it, and here you will see the text called hello world, but at the background we'll see some lines with the gradient background, right? So because in global.css, inside this root class, we have this background with the start RGB and in RGB. Remove this one, save it, and then you will get a fully plain white background. Okay, so that's how guys you can create the application and run the application. Now let's install some of the important library for UI our UI application. So first thing, I'm going to install this ShatCN. So let's search on the Google like ShatCN UI, which is very popular Tailwind CSS based component library. So it has a lot of components which is already you will there. So you can directly install any of the component which you want, and then you can start using it. So here you will find some examples, and it's very easy to use as well. So let's go to this document, and here you will find the installation step. Then select the framework. You will find a lot of different framework. So in this case our is Next.js, so I will select the Next.js. Then as these are some of the steps which need to follow, but we already created the project. We just need to run this shared latest init command in order to install the shared library inside our application. So right now click new terminal, paste the command, click enter, and then you can have they have asked question like which style do you want, default or New York. I'll say new, default. Then the base color will say neutral, and it asks us that would you like to use a CSS variable, say yes, and then it will install the shared CN for us. Now as soon as you install the shared CN, it will create a two new folder. One is the component. So whenever you install any component from the shared CN, that component will go inside this component folder, and one is lib, which is that related to the shared CN. Okay, so we are not going to touch to this particular file or folder. Then it created a new file called component.js. So it contains the shared CN related configuration. And one more important thing inside this tailwind.config.js file, it added some of the colors for the primary color, secondary color. Okay, so these are the color. Obviously if you want to change, you can change anytime, and I will let you know how to update that one as well. Next, let's go back to our application and let's try to install one of the component. Let's go to this button component on the left hand side, and here if you see, this is the button example, but if you scroll down you will see a different type of button which is already they are providing. Anytime you can customize it, so don't worry about that one. Now in order to install this button, this is the command. So every time you are installing any new component from the shared CN, make sure to install the component first, and then you can use it. Now over here, let me increase this size, and then paste this command, and if you see, it's installed. Okay, now in order to use it, let's use it here. So here we'll just add a button tag, and if you see, as soon as I type it, I got the recommendation that okay, this is the button which is importing from this component/UI button. Okay, and here I will say, for example, subscribe. Now if you see inside this component folder, it created a new folder called UI, and inside that we have this button component which we just installed, right? And in this button file, it has a lot of different code. Obviously if you see, it has a variant called default, destructive, outline, and the size as well. As I say, you can modify anytime according to your requirements. Now if I save this one, go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful button. So in this case, see, you don't need to give any padding, format, background, right? Shared scene is already taking care of that one, and that how we got this beautiful button. Okay, now obviously you can modify this button. It's up to you how you want to use it. Next library we want to install is a Daisy UI. So Daisy UI I used in my last video. Okay, you can go ahead and watch it. It's very popular library, and again it's an alternative for StatCN. The reason that we are using the Daisy UI because it provides a various different feature like the themes, which is very popular one, right? It provides a bunch of different themes, and that also we can learn in this particular section. So first thing, go to this daisyui.com and click on this how to use. Maybe first thing you need to do is to install this Daisy UI. So copy this command, and then inside the terminal, I will open the terminal over here. Okay, and then once you add it, right, then next thing you need to do is to add this require plugin inside this tailwind.config.js file. So if you see, we have this plugin. After this, I will add the Daisy UI plugin, save it, and that's all. You are ready to go. Now let's add some button. Okay, so it has also have some buttons. Let's add from the JSX. I will copy all of this code just to make sure that it's working properly. So go to this button, I will put it here, save it, and then inside this our application you will see these buttons. Obviously this is from the Daisy UI and this button is from the shared CN. Now it's up to you which one you want to use it. Okay, now the reason that I'm talking about the theme, which is quite popular, and in order to apply theme is very easy in through the, with the help of Daisy UI. Okay, so in Daisy UI, if you go to these themes, you will find a bunch of different theme over here. See the Daisy UI theme, right? And very easy to use. So first important thing you need to do is to add this Daisy UI themes. Okay, so right now it's showing 3 themes, but if you see, those are the themes that they provide. I'm going to use all of these, so I will copy this Daisy UI theme as it is, and then inside the tailwind.config.js file, okay, let me put it after this theme and before plugin like this and save it. And now in order to use theme, you just need to add data theme, and for example cupcake, right? Let's go here, and for example if you want to apply this theme throughout the application, go to the layout here. You can just mention like this cupcake, and if I save it, now cupcake might be a look like this, see? And it also changed this button from the Daisy UI, right? If you want dark, just mention dark, and boom, it also changed the theme. Okay, you want light, just mention light, save it, and now it's light. Okay, but right now we are not using. Later on in this course we are going to use these themes, but for now we will keep the default one. So these are the some of the library which we already set up. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, you can comment down in the comment section, and if you want to get the source code, the link is in the description as well. Now we are going to implement the header and the landing page for our application. If you see on this mockup, which I always build on the eraser.io, so on this mockup you will see the header at the top section. Then on the we have this simple hero section which we are going to implement, and then below that, after the end of this course, we're gonna implement these steps. Okay, so we're gonna put the images that it will explain how to create the AI build form in 3 simple steps. Okay, so first thing first, let's implement the header and the hero section first. So let's go back to our application, and inside here let me close all of this layout and this page. Right now I will remove all of this thing from the page.js because this is the default page and it will be our landing page. Now in order to add a component inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called underscore component. Now when I enter as a underscore, then Next.js will not consider this particular folder as a new route. Okay, because as I said in the beginning, Next.js is a folder, it has a folder based routing structure, but if you mention the folder name starting with the underscore, or if you mention the folder name in a circular brackets, then Next.js will not consider this as a route. Okay, now inside this underscore component we create a new file and we can call it as a header.jsx. so JSX is stand for JavaScript XML, or you can mention JS as well. Now in order to add a template, default template, right, the export function, the import, every time you need to write it, right? But if you remember, we already installed one VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet Tool. Now in order to add a template, you just need to write RFCE, which stand for the React Functional Export Component. Click enter and boom, it automatically create this default template for you. Okay, now save this one, and inside the layout.js we're gonna add this header because we want this header throughout the application, right? So that instead of rendering that from the children, we can directly display that component over or inside this body. And if you see, this header is importing from this component. Save this one, and if I go back to our application, let me refresh this one, and now you will see the header is showing on the screen. Okay, now in order to add a logo, you can always go to this logoexpress.tubegurji.com. This application we build it, and the tutorial is also in the link is in the description. You can go on my channel and you will find this application, how to build this icon builder or logo builder application. And here you will find a bunch of different logo. Not only that, but you will find the color logo as well. And every day I'm updating logo with a new icon library. Now here you can select the logo, select the size, you can have option to rotate, you can even change the background, whatever background you want, the gradient effect and all. Okay, it's up to you how you want to do it, but I want the logo in some different format. And so in this case I will go to this logo prism, and it consists of this SVG logo style. So from there I will select the one logo for us. So let me scroll down a little bit. I will select this simple logo. Just click on it, it will copy the SVG file. Then inside this public folder, I will create a new file and we can call it as a logo.svg. Paste it, this SVG code, and save it. Now let's go to this header, and first thing I'm going to add one div. Inside this I will add the, let's add the image tag from the next/image, then add a source. Now this image tag we imported from the image, but you can also import the normal HTML image tag as well. And then you can directly provide the file name like logo/logo.svg. Obviously here you need to give width and height. Let's give width of 100 for now and height of 50. Okay, here you can give the alt tag as a logo. Now let's save it, go back to our application, and here you will see the logo showing on the screen. Okay, let me this like this. Okay, now obviously we'll increase this width to, let's say, 180, and that's much better. Next, for this div I'm going to add a class name. Now whenever I write any Tailwind CSS class, it will give me the suggestion. Let's see, for example, I want to add padding, right? And if you see, we got this suggestion, which is the Tailwind CSS classes. Now here if I want to give padding of 3, let's say 5, and this is how it looks, right? Let's add a border and the shadow small, so it will give this beautiful border. If you want to add at the bottom, you can just mention at the bottom, and then we have this beautiful header. Okay, on the right hand side we want to add the button. So simply over here I will add a button, and here we'll say get started. Now this button I want on the right hand side. For this div I will add class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, and justify between, so it will bring at the right hand side. Okay, it need to be justified between. Perfect. And if I increase the size, so this is how it will look on the screen. Okay, now the thing is, the theme color of this button is a neutral, or it's a black color, right? And we can change the primary color, so you don't need to update the button color every time. Okay, so in order to update this primary color, let's go to this tailwind.config.js file, and if you see for this Tailwind CSS, right, if you extend this one, that we have this Tailwind CSS and all of this thing, right? Now here inside this primary, right, you can change this color code anytime. For example, let's say I want to put this primary color as A12. I will put the hex code, this one. Okay, it's kind of purple color, and save it, and boom, if you see on the screen, now it's changed to this particular primary kind of color, right? And now whenever I import any Shadcn component, the primary color will be this one. Okay, so that's how you can modify the color combination as well through this tailwind.config.js file. Now our header is simple, and that's the only thing we're gonna add inside our header. Obviously you can add more option over here, but I want to keep it simple as it is. Okay, next thing, we need to add a hero section. So let's go back to our application, and inside this underscore component, I'm going to create a new component, and we can call it as a hero.jsx file. Now add a default template, save it, and now this hero.js I'm going to add inside the page.js file, because this is our default page, right? So make sure to import this component, save it, and here you will see the text called hero. Now let's go to this hero again. Let me close all of this tab, and inside that we need to add a hero section. Now our main focus is the application development, not the building this landing page, right? So for that one, in order to just keep the time, right, I'm gonna use this hyper UI pre-built UI for the different components. So you can I will put the link in the description as well. So it's very popular one but underrated kind of thing. But here you will find a different components. Okay, you can just search it. So right now I want a banner, so something like this, right, where I can display some tagline, some heading, and some button. Okay, so I'm going to use this particular line of code. So in order to get the line of code, you can go to this view and here select the JSX. Okay, you also can check this on mobile view how it looks, or on large screen. And in order to copy the code, select the JSX and then copy everything as it is. So I will copy this, and then once you copy, just go here and paste it here like this. Okay, I will open our application side by side, and I think everything is good. Let's save it, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful hero section. If I increase size, this is how it looks. On a smaller screen, this is how it looks, right? Now I'm going to modify this little bit. So on the larger screen, right, we are putting the item to be in the center, so that I will remove it. So make sure it's not in center now. Perfect. And obviously the color combination I will change. So right now they gave the red color, I will change this to primary. And for button as well, I will change this to primary. And on hover, I will change this to some purple dark. Okay, same thing, text purple 700, let's say 600, and here text will be primary. So some of the change, and if you see, it's changed all up at everywhere. Now let's rename this tagline heading. So here we'll say something like catchy word. Let's say create your form, and for in this text we will say in seconds, not hours. Okay, something like this. If I save this one, so this is how it looks on bigger screen. This is how beautiful it look like. Perfect. Also you can add more data, more structure, and here I'm gonna change this text to gray color little bit, some light text gray 500, little lighter. Okay, and perfect. And we have this get started. Instead of get started, I will just say here create form, say AI form. Okay, and here also you can say okay, create form instead of get started inside the header. Is up to you how you want. But now if you see, our header is now much more beautiful. Now here obviously you can add more information. You can just design, add some unique elements, some background, and you can add it. Obviously at the end of this course we can just modify, we are going to modify header with some more option. Here as I say, we can show the steps to create the form within a 3 steps. So that kind of thing we're gonna add at the end of this course. But for now we'll keep as it is, because as I say, our main part is to develop the AI form builder and not the landing page. Okay, so we'll see you in the next section. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the authentication for our application, and if you see on the screen, we have this login process and registration process. Obviously we're going to implement both the things. So let's walk through the login process, right? So once user come on our application and he's existing user, right, he will enter the credentials. Obviously we are going to provide a social authentication like Gmail, Microsoft, Facebook. Okay, and that you're going to learn how to do it. And then once the credential is validated, then we will give access to the user, depends on whether he is authenticated successfully or not. In the registration process, once user register, right, he will enter all the details, and then automatically also once everything is good, then we will give access to the users. And in order to implement this authentication service, we are going to use the clerk authentication. So clerk authentication is one of the best authentication service provider, and it's very popular. Most important thing, it has a lot of features. It also give you the UI kit, which help us to build application much more faster, and most important thing, it's free to use. Now if you go to this clerk.com, right, this is the official website of their clerk application, and today's video is also sponsored by the clerk. Now if you go to this clerk.com, you will find all of these features. They have a rich documentation, and as I say, free to use. So first thing, let's create an account. If you don't have an account, so I will definitely suggest to create a new one and then go to the dashboard. Now I already have a lot of project which I already created, but here I'm gonna add a new. So go here and create a new application. So right now if you see on the right hand side, this is the UI kit that is predefined, but as I say, it's completely customizable. You can change everything. You can add your own page as well. Now here you have option to enable like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and there are a lot of more. Okay, now here you can give application name, let's say AI form builder, and you can select a bunch of options. I will keep the existing selection. Now click create application, and then boom, your application is ready. Now here you will see the step to follow depends on your framework, and on the right hand side you have bunch of options for dashboard, organization, customization, and lot of more, right? And many of my videos I already use the clerk, so you might familiar with this clerk authentication service. Now first thing first, as we are using Next.js as our framework, so we need to install this dependency. So copy this dependency, go to your project, and then we have to install it. So just paste it here and install it. Next thing, we need to add this publisher key and secret key inside our .env.local file. So we inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new file, and we can call it as a .env.local file. So whatever the variable we keep it here, right, we will make sure that is not accessible once we push the code, right? Next thing, we need to add this middleware.ts. So copy this, and then inside the root directory, I will create a new file called middleware.js because we are using JavaScript and not the TypeScript. And then copy this content and then simply paste it here. Okay, and save it. Next, right now we are using app router, so we need to wrap our application inside this clerk provider. So copy this clerk provider tag, go to your project, and let me add it here. Okay, so inside this app we have the layout.js, and simply we'll wrap it our application inside this clerk provider. Make sure to import this clerk provider, so just do control space, you will get suggestion, and then make sure to import this one. And then let's restart your application. So right now if I start to refresh it, see nothing get changed because the middleware.js file is very important. So right now we did not specify which route we need to protect, or which pages we want to protect, and which we want to give access without adding authentication, right? So that we need to provide inside this middleware.js file. But if you go to the documentation here, we'll continue to Next.js guide. Now this guide link and everything, I will put the link is in the description. Please go click on that one and go and open this documentation, so you'll find all of these details over here. Okay, now once you go to this Next.js documentation, and if you scroll down here, you will find this middleware which we already added, right? But click this reference, so it will jump to this clerk middleware, where you can actually configure this middleware. Okay, so first thing first, now we need to create this router match method, or we can mention what are the route we need to protect, right? So just copy this line of code and I will paste it here. So right now let's say we want to let me remove this line of code. We just want to protect this home page. Okay, this is just example. And then if you scroll down, once we return this one, right, we just need to add this line of code, or just copy all of these things and then paste it here and then save it. Oh, it's need to be export and save it. Also make sure to import this create route module. Okay, and then once everything is done, let's go back to our application, and here now it asking us to log in. Let me go to this localhost 3000 and boom, see, it's come again on this same page, and this here we have the beautiful sign in UI. But wait, right now if you see, this is clerk hosted sign in page, right? And that's what we don't want it. Obviously you can add your own login page or own sign up page on your own domain. Okay, so there is simple way we can do it. Let's go back to our documentation. I will click here, and here you will see the add a custom sign up and sign up page, where you can build your own sign in and sign up page for your Next.js app with a clerk. Okay, so here simple way that we need to create is we need to create these folders, files and all, and then we need to paste this code. So first thing first, let's create this file. So in order to create this folder and file, let's copy this path, go to your project, and inside here, let me close all of this tab. Inside this app folder, I will create a new folder called auth. Okay, and obviously this will be not considered as a route, and inside that I'm going to create a new file and paste this route. Instead of page.tsx, make it jsx and enter, and boom, if you see, everything, the folder and file automatically created for you, right? Next, copy this content and then paste it here and save it. Same thing, go here, copy this path because this is for the sign in, select the auth folder, add new file, make it jsx and enter, and then we have to copy this content and save it. Next thing, the third step, that we need to update the environment variable. So copy this environment variable, go to your .env.local file and then simply paste it here, and then now we can visit our new page. So let's go back to our page, and now go to this localhost 3000, and boom, if you see, now we have our own sign in page, and once it log in, it will go to this localhost. Obviously you can mention the redirect URL as well, but right now if you see, we have this header, and that's on that page we have this clerk UI for the login. So cool, right? So that's how you can add it. Obviously you can add your customize your sign in page as well. So let's customize that one, but before that, let me talk about the clerk new feature called clerk element. Okay, which is in the beta for now, but in this clerk element you have option to create your own sign in sign up page along with this UI as well. So you have complete control on what you need. Obviously if with this existing UI, right, you can even change the logo and everything, the button color and all. So if I go to this clerk dashboard, and inside this customization, right, go to the branding, here you have option to update all of these things. But if you really want to completely change this sign in sign up page, that also you can do it in very easy way with the help of these clerk elements. Okay, go ahead and try it. If you want to know how to do it, watch my previous video. In that one I already explained and already implemented this particular feature. But before that, let me tell you how can we update the login screen. Right now I will go to this hyperui.dev and search for this auth form. Right, this is the form they mentioned. I will use this form, quite easy. So here click view JSX, and I will copy this JSX and simply go to this sign in page, okay, where you want to add that page, and paste the code. Now I will copy this sign in from here and remove this comment, so you will not get any error, and then just search for the form tag maybe. So over here I will remove this form tag and simply I will paste this sign in component from the clerk and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, you have the beautiful sign in page along with this clerk authentication kit, right? Now here you have option to update something like, let's say, welcome to AI form builder, right? As soon as save this one, you will see it change over here. And most important thing, it's completely responsive. I see it's completely responsive, right? So that's how you can update the login and sign up page. Same thing or same way you can also update the sign up page as well. Okay, now let's log in. So I will select the Google, I will select the account, and then boom, it's jumped to the localhost 3000. Obviously, because we added the localhost 3000 as a protected route, right? But obviously we don't need that as a protected, because landing page will be free to use without any authentication. So go to this middleware and then remove this for now. Okay, obviously if there is a route called dashboard, for that obviously we need authentication, so I will just add the dashboard for now. Next thing, once we log in to our application, we have to make sure we will replace this get started button with some kind of dashboard button or a profile icon, right? So let's update that one. So let me close all of this tab, go to the underscore component where we have this header. Now in order to check whether user is login or not, uh, clerk is providing one hook called use user. Okay, so here we'll say user is equal to use user, and if you see, this use user hook is importing from the Next.js. Now it also have a method called is sign in or is loaded as well. So is sign in will give you whether user is sign in or not. Let's save this one. And now right now we are showing get started, but here we can write a condition is sign in. So in this condition with the ternary operator, we can write that show a button. So we'll add a button, we can call it as a dashboard. Now for this button I want just a border, so here we'll say variant as a outline, and along with this button let me add a div tag, and inside that I will add button, and along with that button the clerk also provide one more component called user button, and if you see it's importing from the clerk's Next.js. Okay, like this. And if user is not signing, then obviously show this get started button. Now for this one I'm gonna add class name, make it flex, item to be in sender, and gap of 5. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so it's saying that we use the use user. Obviously we use any hook, that hook can be used only on client side or client page. So we have to make this page as a client one. So we'll say use client and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have the dashboard button and this user button component from the clerk, it gives you a beautiful profile icon. If I click on this one, we got this beautiful menu option where you can manage the account or sign out. Now if I click on manage account, you have a beautiful option over here. See, okay, so right now obviously we are on a development mode. So if I go to this clerk dashboard, we have the development mode, but here you can change it to the production instance as well. Once you have your own domain, add it, and then you need to provide the Google's API ID if you are using Google Authentication. Okay, so like that. So I think we are good on this part. I hope you understand how we implement the authentication service with the help of clerk, and then how we beautifully added the or updated our header as well. So in this chapter we are going to implement the dashboard. So in the dashboard, main thing that we already have the header, and we are going to build the side navigation bar which contains the list of menus, and they have option to select the one, and depends on that the particular screen we are going to render on the right hand side. Okay, so if I go back to our application right now, if user login, right, this get started button is not working correctly because we did not implement anything for that one. So let's fix this issue. So inside the button we have this get started inside the header component. Here I will just wrap this component inside the sign in button component from the clerk Next.js, and let's put this button inside this one. Okay, so they provide this component, and through this component you can just use this. Now if I click on get started, boom, we have this beautiful sign in page. Let's log in now. and then we have this dashboard. Now on the click of dashboard, we want to navigate to the dashboard screen. So here I already created a new route called dashboard, and if you see, I created a new folder. Inside this dashboard, I have this page.jsx file. Currently it's empty. Okay, and that's all, nothing fancy here, just the new page and the new folder. So it created a new route for us. Okay, and now if I try to go to this dashboard, see, I'm able to access it. Correct. And also if I go back to the header on this dashboard button click, we want to navigate. So simply you can add this link from the Next.js link, where you can add the h reference, and inside this link you just need to put this button, and inside the h reference you have to give the path where you want to navigate to. So in this case is /dashboard, and then save it. Now if I go back to localhost 3000 and click on dashboard, see, it's navigating to the dashboard screen. Perfect, right? Next thing, we want to add authentication. If only sign-in user can go to this dashboard page, right? So for that one, couple of things, couple of way we can do it. We can either go through this middleware, or we can add the clerk component, right? That's what we are going to implement, because this is a new way that we are going to implement. So let's go to this dashboard, and inside the dashboard we are going to add a layout.js page. Now let's add a default template, and here we can call it as a dashboard layout, because we want to add layout. The reason is we want this side navigation bar constant throughout the application if user is trying to access in dashboard. Okay, so that's the reason we added this one. And here we'll just render the children. So whatever route or pages which is rendering from the dashboard route, it will render through this layout. Okay, and once you're done with these children, obviously here we need to write render these children inside the curly braces, and then save it. Now if I go back to our dashboard, you will see it's still rendering as it is. But now here you can add sign in component like this. It means if user is sign in, then only show this dashboard page. So right now if you see, it's saying that some SWR config error, right? It's server side error, and you need to make this particular layout as a client side. So you can make this layout as a client side. And now if you see, if I try to go to the dashboard, okay, so one more important thing here, we need to add a sign in, not a sign in. So it need to be a sign in. Okay, and let's go back to dashboard. Now if you see, that dashboard is accessing, but if I sign out and try to access the dashboard, see, it's not showing that particular page. Okay, the dashboard is no longer showing. So for that one, obviously you need to log in, and then you will able to access the dashboard page. Okay, so that's how it works. So make sure this is a sign in, not a sign in. Sign in means once user is sign in, then show the children page, and it's not, then you can navigate to the login page. Next, we need to add the side navigation bar over here. Okay, so in order to add side navigation bar, I'm going to create a new folder inside this dashboard, and we can call it as a underscore component. So whatever components which we creating for this dashboard, will keep inside this components folder. So here we will create a new file called sidenav.jsx, and over here let's add a default template for the side nav. Now inside the layout, I'm going to add this one div and another div. So in this another div, I will keep this sign in page, and inside this div will put side nav. Obviously we'll wrap this sign in page to complete layout. You can even do like this. Okay, and make sure to import this side navigation. Let's save it, and if you see, the text side navigation and dashboard is showing on the screen. Now for this div, let's add a class name. We'll give width of 64. Okay, when the screen size is medium. And for this one, I will give class name. When the screen size is medium, we'll give margin left to 64. we have to make this div as a fix. And if I go here, you will see the side navigation bar up to this point, and after that dashboard will start. Now let's go to the side navigation bar. Over here I'm going to add a class name. Then here we'll add a height to the screen, and we'll add some shadow medium, and we'll add a border as well. If I save it, you will see the side navigation bar like this. Next, let's add a menu list. So here I will just simply add constant menu list, and we'll add a ID as a 1. Then name will say my forms, and here we'll add an icon. Now in order to add an icon, right, when we install the ShatCN library, right, that time it also install this Lucid icons. So it's a very rich icon library and very easy to use, as it's already installed, so you don't need to install again. And here you can find all of these things. For example, let's say form, and here you will find a bunch of different icon for you. So in this case we are going to use, for example, let's say this library big. Okay, so here you just need to write library big, and if you see, we got the suggestion, and you'll see this icon in the documentation, and it is importing from the Lucid React. And then last is path. So for path, this is the default path I'm gonna give. Copy this multiple times because we want couple of more options. So we'll say library big. Over here we'll say responses. Then third we'll say, for example, analytics, and last we can say like settings, or we'll say my upgrade, and save it. Okay, for responses, let's see some icon. So something like message square. Then for analytics, I'm gonna add some graph, something like this. So let's add a line chart, and here we'll add some kind of shield, and save it. Okay, so obviously once we have the proper path, we can add the path here. We'll just update this menu list. Now next, we need to render this list of menu. So here we'll just simply add menu list dot map. Here we say menu comma index, and then we'll add a div, or let's add a h2 tag only. Now inside the h2 tag, let's add a key as an index, which is very important. And then here we need to add the icon. So you can access this icon using menu dot icon, and as this is the menu, the icon is a component, so I have to mention like this. And then you can simply give the title, so menu dot name. Let's save this one, and if I go back to our application, here this is how it looks. Okay, let's apply some styling. So let's bring in everything in one line. So flex item to be in the center, and gap of 3. Perfect. Then for this div, add a class name. We'll add a padding of 4. Let's see how it looks. That's fine. Okay, and then for this class, we'll add a padding of 3. Let's add a 4, and let's save it. Let me check how it looks. That's fine. Also on hover, so on hover we want to change the background to primary, so we'll say background primary. And on hover we have to make text should be white and rounded corner large. So if I hover on this one, so this is how it looks. See, here you can give some margin 5. Let me check how it looks. Perfect. That's 4. Make it 4, but you also need to give some margin bottom to 3, so there is some gap. Perfect. Now here we'll say cursor pointer, and save it. Now whenever you hover on this one, you will see the cursor get changed. Perfect, right? And the corner is also rounded. I think that's perfectly fine. Only the thing we want to change here, text is of gray color, something like 500, so little lighter, and when user click on this one, then we want to show it as a active. Now in order to show it as a active, right, we need to use the URL, this particular path, and depends on that one we want to show whether the menu is active or not. So let's go here and define constant path is equal to use path name, and this is importing from the next/navigation. So right now let me console it inside the use effect. So whenever application load, this use effect will get execute whenever we have the path information. Here I will simply console the path information and save it. Now if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, here you will see the string dashboard. If I go somewhere like, let's say 1 2 3 4, right now obviously nothing, the URL is not there, so it's not showing, but this particular depends on this path we will check whether the current path is same or not. Okay, so let's go back to our, let me go back over here inside our side navigation bar. Yeah, over here. Right now this path we already have, so obviously we'll comment this code, and we want to show the we want to apply the style conditionally. It depends on the condition, right? So here I will wrap it inside the curly braces and then this particular tag. Let me remove this single quote, and here we can write the condition. Let's say dollar path, what are the path which we are getting, dot includes, okay, and then the path, this particular path name. Okay, so here we'll say dashboard, for example. If this path include in this one, right, then only we want to show it as active. So here we'll say responses, then this is a analytics, and then upgrade. Okay, if this path is matching with this our menu item list path, then we're gonna apply some different styling. So here we say path dot includes menu dot path equal to -1. If this condition matches, then we'll add background as a primary and text as a white. Let's save it and then test it out. So right now, okay, everything is matching. That's weird. So let me check it again. So here actually we don't need to check this include. Okay, here we'll just need to simply add a condition if path is matches with the menu dot path. Okay, I will tell you why. And if I save this one now, and if you see, my form is showing, because all this path is going to render through this dashboard. We'll say /dashboard/responses. Okay, so like this. So that's how we are going to implement. So I will just paste it everywhere so you will not misunderstood this one. Okay, so first is dashboard, and after that the responses come under the dashboard. So that's the reason we will give the route like dashboard/responses. Okay, and save it. Now if you see the dashboard, it's showing, even though you refresh it, is still there. Perfect. So that's how we're gonna add this side navigation bar. Obviously once we added the payment method and all, right, here we need to show how many user created the form and all of these things and everything. Okay, so that one also we can add it, but let's try to add that one. Okay, here, so I will add one div, and inside this div I'm gonna add a button, and here button will call create form, and inside the div we'll add a class name, we'll make it fix, and we'll add at the bottom. Okay, let's say 20. So now if you see, this is how the form will get add. Let's try to add padding. Perfect. And after this create form, right, we need to give some specific width, let's say 100 pixel. Okay, because we make it as a fix, so that's the reason. And then for this button I will add a class name, width to be full. Here we'll say width, let's say 64. Perfect. And then below this one we want to add some kind of progress bar. So for that one, I'm going to a shared cn. Let me check shared cn. Okay, shared cn. And if I go to the component of the shared scene, there we have one component called progress, which is this is how it looks, right? Very easy to use it. So first, in order to use this component, let's import this component inside your application, and then to use it, right, this is the way that you can use, and then you simply import that particular statement for the progress. So here below this one, let's say add a div, and here I will paste it. Make sure to import this progress, and if I go back, you will see this progress bar. Obviously we need to use some margin top, so here we'll say margin y to 5. Perfect. Okay, now we have this beautiful progress bar. Here you can change height and width, depends on your requirements. And below this one, I'm going to write some text. Here we'll say, for example, add a h2 tag, and simply inside that we'll add a strong tag to make some bold. Here we'll say 5, not 5, but let's say 2 out of 3 file created. Okay, and I just want to put this inside the strong and not all. Okay, and save it. And if I go back, this is how it looks. Obviously I'll get a class name. We'll make text small, and then margin top to 2, and also we'll make text of gray color, little lighter. Perfect. Okay, and this is how it looks. Here we can give some 10 only. Perfect. So this is how it looks. And one more message I'm gonna write below this one. Here we'll simply say, let me remove this, and here we'll simply say upgrade your plan for unlimited AI form build. And for this one also we'll give margin top, that's fine. Let's try to access, I don't know, I want to see how it looks, and that's, let's keep it as it is, 3. Perfect. And there we have. If you think that it's very top, you can just change to, let's say, 7. Perfect. And now we have this proper section where you can see how many form you created, and once you're done, we will show it in red color. But once we have this all the implementation ready before updating this particular section. I hope you understand this particular implementation of side navigation bar, setting up the dashboard layout. Next, we're gonna learn how to create the dashboard, the create form with the help of AI. But before that, we need to set up our backend for our application. Now in this chapter, we are going to implement the backend. So we are going to set up backend with the help of PostgreSQL as our database. So if you see on the screen, when user want to talk with the database, in between that we are going to use Drizzle ORM. So ORM is stand for the object relational model, which help us to fetch or do some CRUD operation on in the database. Okay, on the database side. So it provide a lot of functionality, like to fetch the record or to make some operation on the database. And if you are new to the Drizzle, don't worry, because in this course we're gonna go step by step and we're gonna learn everything from the basic, from setting up the Drizzle ORM with connection of the PostgreSQL and integrate that inside our application. So first thing, let's go to this Drizzle ORM website. Okay, so this is called orm.drizzle.team, and this is official website. It's a open source and completely free to use. Now let's go to the documentation, and here you will find all the documentation related to the Drizzle ORM. Now as we know that we are going to use PostgreSQL, so select the PostgreSQL, and then this is the command in order to install it. But if you see at the top, we have different service provider who support or who provide the PostgreSQL for a free. So, or if you have your own, then you can go with this HTTP proxy and you can connect your own PostgreSQL from your local machine as well. But we are going to use this PostgreSQL from this Neon. So Neon is the uh, PostgreSQL service provider, and main thing is it's free to use as well. They have the paid tier, but for the development purpose or for small application, you can use a free tier as well. So if you don't have an account, create a new account. So let's go to the get started, and if you see I already have an account. If you don't have, create a new one. Then you can create a project by clicking create project. So in a free tier you can only create one project, and then in that one you will get a 512 MB of space. Once you select the project, you will see this dashboard, the uses and all. You can monitor everything over here. But let's go to the database. Okay, here you have option called database on the left hand side, and if you see I already have some of the database which is already there. So here click create new database, and here you need to give the database name. Here we'll simply say AI form builder and just click create. Now if you see this AI form builder database is created. Okay, next thing, let's go back to Drizzle ORM and then copy this command. Actually copy both the command, or let's do one by one. Go to your project and inside the terminal, so I will open the terminal and paste this command, and we'll wait. So sometimes this command might get failed, okay, because of the React version. So we'll wait, and if you see it get failed, it basically looking for the Angular, or sorry, the React version 18.3.1. okay, but inside our application we have the version for the React is 18. okay, so here just you need to update this version like this, and for DOM as well. Okay, now let's save it. We'll clear this one and do npm I, so it will install latest update, and then again run this Neon database command, and if you see this time it installed successful. Second command we need to execute, which is install, which help us to install Drizzle Kit SDK. We'll install that one and we are good. Next thing, we need to create a index.ts file, and inside that we need to paste this line of code. So copy this, then go to your root directory, and inside here we're going to create a new folder. We can call it as a configs. Now inside this config folder I'm going to create a new file called index.js, and then paste the code which you copied. Now here if you see we need to provide a database URL. okay, so let me remove it from here, or you can keep it, and go to .env.local file. Here I'm going to create next public, will say database URL config, and over here we need to paste a Neon database configuration. So let's go to this Neon database again and go to the dashboard. Here you will see this connection details. Inside this connection detail we have option called connection string. okay, but you can select the database which you want. So in this case I will select the AI form builder, and you will find this connection string, right? So copy this connection string and then go back to our application and then paste this over here. okay, and save it. Now let me copy this variable name, and over here we need to replace with this connection string, something like this. okay, and then save it. Now here you have to make sure that you will export it so that we can use it anywhere throughout the program. okay, next let's go back to this, and let me go to the Drizzle and go to the studio options. okay, because after you set up the database connection configuration, right, here we need to come, and we already executed this line of code, so we'll skip this one. Then we need to create a schema, so let's go back inside the config, and here I will create schema.js file. Now schema is used to create the database table, along with it very easy to write your query as well. okay, So as you say, as you check on the their website, that it is a TypeScript based ORM. Okay, it means you have to define the type, you have to define the field name, and it helps us to write the query as well, so that you will you did not have any error when you're writing some query. Okay, so in order to create schema, this is how you used to do schema. Okay, obviously in the documentation, and if you go to the schema section, you'll find all the details how to create schema and all of this thing along with this column types and everything. Okay, but for the example purpose, you can just copy it and then we can just modify it according to our need. So let's say we have user data table, you can just paste it here. Now this is PG table, or we can do one thing, we can just create our own. Okay, that will be a good idea. Now here, in order to create schema is quite simple. Right, constant, you have to give the some schema name. For example, here we can say forms. Okay, and then you have to write PG table, which is importing from this Drizzle ORM PG core, and then inside this one you need to give the table name. So in this case, as we say, forms. Then we need to provide the value. So first value is ID, as we want this as a auto increment, so you can mention like this serial ID dot, and you can make this as a primary key. Then I will write JSON form as a new column, and this will be a text. So I will import text and then give the column name, so JSON form. So here is thing, these are the actual column form. Okay, so what is the column you are going to create inside database, this is the column name and this is the field name in order to read some data or make some operation. So for that one you have to use this field name. And here text, here we need to say required, not required but not null, you can mention not null. Okay, so every time you need a JSON form. Then next we'll say created by, so who created this, so this need to be a varchar, and make sure to import this varchar as well. And here again we'll say created by. Okay, and this will be also not null. Then created date varchar, then at what time is created or what at when is created, so that is created date, or we can say created at. Okay, this is a not null. Okay, obviously there will be a few more columns, we can add it later on as well. So for now I will keep as it is. And then here you need to make sure to export this one. So this is the export constant form, and then we have all of these details. So here you can say form table, or that's fine, forms is fine, or we can JSON forms here as well. I will say JSON forms. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Next, if I go to the documentation, here you need to add a new config file for the Drizzle ORM. So with this name, right, if you see drizzle.config.js, because we are using JS, so inside this root directory we need to create. Okay, make sure that you will create in root directory, make it JS, and then copy this command as it is and paste it here. So inside this process dot this environment variable, let's copy from this our environment and paste it here. Okay, and this will be as it is because we are using PostgreSQL and the schema and all. So here in the schema we need to give a specific schema path. So here we'll say configs/schema.js and save it. So from the config folder we have the schema.js, and that path we just provide over here. Next thing, we're gonna, let's save this one, and then inside the packet.json we're gonna add two scripts. One is db push, and inside that we will just write npx drizzle key, and this we have to write push. Okay, and another command will say db studio in order to run the studio. and here simple we say npx drizzle kit studio. Okay, so let me tell you about the studio. So Drizzle also provide the studio, so where you can access all the tables, and you can also have maintain or access your all the record whatever you can want to do. Even you can run the query and all. You can see, we'll see in a moment. So once you're done with this one, let's go to the index.js inside the config, right? And over here you need to provide the schema like this. Okay, so obviously you need to import that, so we'll say import star as a schema from, and then give the path like this. Let's save it and let's go back to our terminal. Let's try to run it. So npm run db and push. So this command will actually update our database with a new schema. So whatever the schema we created, if the table is not there, it will create a new table for us, with the schema which we created. So try to run it, we might get error. Let's see. So right now it's saying that no schema file found, path config, this particular one. And if path represent file, please make sure to use .ts or other extension in the path. So here inside this drizzle.config.js, make sure you start with the dot in order to access that file. So let me clear this one and let me run it again. And now it's saying either URL host database is required, that particular connection string. So sometimes in drizzle.config.js file, this environment variable cannot be accessible directly. So simply what you can do, go to the environment and just copy that particular string. So I will just copy this and then paste it here. Okay, inside the string like this, and save it. Now if I run this one again, so here's it. Serverless only can connect remotely on Vercel Postgres supervised instance through web checker. Okay, that's fine. And if you see, it's saying the changes are applied. Okay, now let's see whether it is applied or not. So you can even go to the Neon database. Here you can select the tables and select the database, and here you will see the table which just created with this all the schema field which we added over here. Now let's try to run the studio. npm run db studio, and then if you see, our studio is running, and this is the URL in order to check. So I will open this URL inside the browser, and boom, we have this beautiful studio. On the left hand side you will see the table which we created called JSON forms. Inside that we have this ID and all of this column. Not only that, but you have option to add a record. You can save that one, or you have option to delete as well. Also you can even try to run the Drizzle query from here. Here this is the schema and this is the query where you can run, and you will get the output at the bottom. Or if you want to run the SQL query on these tables, you can also do that. Okay, obviously there are some settings below, you will find it, and there are a lot of more things, but studio is overall is quite good in order to access your records. So in this lecture we are going to implement the add form functionality, and we're going to connect with an AI model. So let's first understand how the workflow will be look like. So for example, let's say user click on the add form button, and once user click on add form button, we're gonna give a dialog to enter the prompt for which he want the form. For example, let's say he want a form for the student registration for the coding workshop, right? So he can enter that one. Then our application will connect to the AI model. For example, let's say a Google Gemini API or a ChatGPT API, or there are a lot of APIs available in the market. Now, currently Google Gemini API is free, so we are going to use that one. And once we have that, we're gonna, after entering this prompt, we're gonna get the JSON form data. Okay, so obviously with this prompt, we're gonna add our own prompt along with the user prompt in order to get the JSON formatted data. Okay, now this JSON form data, we're gonna convert it into actual UI, and then we show it to user. But currently we're gonna focus on this particular workflow. Okay, and then next chapter we're gonna implement the actual form. But as I say, we'll learn how to add the form, and obviously everything we're gonna store inside our database as well. Okay, so first thing first, let's go back to our application, and inside that we have this dashboard page. Currently just the dashboard text is showing. So in this dashboard I'm gonna add a h2 tag and we'll say dashboard. I will add a class name, font bold, text to Excel, and save it. Obviously for this div I'll add a class name, padding of 10, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, we have this dashboard text return. Here I can make it maybe a 3XL, and yeah, much better. Now on this line I'm also gonna add the add form button. So maybe we can add it here. We'll say button and we'll say plus create form. Now if you see, this button is coming to this one, but we want this create button on the rightmost. So simply for this h2 we'll make a flex item to be in the center and make justify between, so it will be on the right hand side like this. Now on the click of this one we want to show a dialog, right? So for that one we're gonna use a shared cn libraries component called dialog. Okay, so let's search for the dialog, and here it is. So if I open this one, this is how the dialog will look like. Okay, so copy this npm first and then add a new tab and we paste it here. Next you need to implement this dialog component. Now the thing is, instead of implementing everything over here, I'm going to create a component and we can call it as a create form component .js. Now add a default template and save it. Now inside here we're gonna add this all dialog and all. So simply I will paste this, and for dialog let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, let me format this. Perfect. Now if I save this one, okay, obviously nothing will get see on the screen, but if you see the dialog trigger, the open is the actual dialog trigger which open the dialog for us. So basically we're gonna remove this button from here. Okay, and I will replace inside this dialog trigger. Okay, make sure to import this button and then also mark this as a child. Then let's go back, go back to the page and make sure to import this create form component. Now this create form component has a button, so it trigger this dialog, so the dialog will open. Now if I go back, you will see everything is as it is, but if I click on this create form, now we have this beautiful dialog as well. Next there are a couple of ways that we can trigger this dialog. Okay, first is put this content inside the dialog, or other way, let's say for example you have this form over here. Let me remove this and we'll keep it here. Okay, if I save it on the screen, you see nothing get changed, and we'll remove this dialog trigger because if you don't want anymore. And here I will write one constant and it will say open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state. Now this initially will be false. Now one user click on this create form button, right, will simply set the open dialog as a true. Okay, and for this dialog it has a method called open. For this open method we'll just pass the open dialog as a boolean value, means which is true or false. Okay, and let's test this out. So as we use state, we have to mark this particular component as a client one. So use client and save it. Next, if I click on this one, you'll see the dialog is still opening. Okay, next if I go back, we'll remove this content and here we'll say, now simply here I will say create new form and save it. Now inside the description I just want to add the text area. So if I go over here and just search for the text area, okay, this is how it looks. Make sure to import this component so that we can directly use this text area, and then use this text area component over here. Now make sure to import this text area and save it. Now if I go back, let's see how it looks, and then we have this beautiful text area. Okay, here need to be a create. After this one, we're gonna add a button as well. So I will add a div. Inside that I will add two buttons. One is for the cancel and other is for create. Okay, now this cancel button has a variant as a destructive. So if you go to this button component from the shared scene, right, you will see the different variant called destructive. Now this destructive has a background kind of red color, right, and they are default, secondary, ghost, everything is there. Now for the variant destructive, it will be in the red color, and create as will be as it is. And you see, this is how it will look like. Now obviously I will make it class name flex gap of 2, then margin y to 3, and we want this justify in. Okay, let's see how it looks. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful form. For this form I will add a class name, we'll add margin y to 2, some gap. Okay, and inside the placeholder we can add a placeholder as well. We'll simply write a description of your form, right? Description of your form, and this is how it will look like. Okay, simple form, nothing special. Now once user add the information, we need to capture that information. So we'll define one state. So we'll say constant user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and simply here we'll set the user input as a obviously it's on change, it will emit the event, right? And then inside the event we will set the user input using this event dot target dot value. Okay, and then save. Now whenever user enters something, if I click create form, enter something on the create, we'll get this user input as well. So we'll write one more method. Here we'll say constant on create form, correct? And here let's console the user input, and this on create form we need to attach to this create button. So here we'll simply say on click and this particular method. Now if I go back to our inspect panel, go to the console, and here we'll write some sample data and click create. You will see on the click we got the information. That's perfect. And on the cancel we have to make sure that we will close this dialog. So on click we also need to make sure it will close it. So set open dialog to be false. So when a user click on cancel, it will close this. Okay, so the basic UI for our create form is ready. Now it's time to integrate the Google Gemini API. So simply go to this ai.google.dev. I will also put the link in the description, and this is the official website in order to build the build from the Google Gemini API. Okay, so here you will find the API and all of these things. Also if I click on this Gemini API and go to this pricing section, right, Gemini API and pricing, you will see you will get a 15 requests per minute, which is quite good, and 1 million token per minute, which is free. It's a token per minute. Okay, So you can use as many as you want, and you can make it 1500 requests per day, okay, which is I think quite sufficient, and it's free of charge. Okay, and the output also is free of charge, so you don't need to pay for the output. And if you want to more, you can do the pay per click or request per minute. Okay, and it's not that much bad as well, but it's starting from the 30th May, so we have some week to um, we start this particular plan. But right now you can use the free of charge plan, is completely free. Now once you on this particular page, here you have option to sign in, or if I go here, let me search for the studio. I'm not sure with it. Yeah, Google AI Studio. Go to this Google AI Studio and sign in to the Google AI Studio, where you can actually test over here. And if you see, I already signed in, and you will see over here that you can just write the message and you will get the response. On the right hand side, you can select the model on which you want to work. You will see the token count as well, and all of these things. On the left hand side, you have option to create a new API, new prompt. Even you can save this particular prompt data as well. Okay, now simply we're gonna write a description, okay, in the given format. Let's say description, okay, then colon, and here we can write, for example, create form, or we can just write student registration for coding workshop on React and React Native. Let's say user only enter this much information, right? Then after that we have to write, on the basis of description, please give me form in JSON format with form title, form subheading, then form field, form name, placeholder name, and form label in JSON format. Okay, and if I go to this advanced setting, here you can make the output in the JSON format. Okay, I will copy this and then just run this one. Now if you see, we got the form title and all of this information in the JSON format, right? And if I zoom it, right, you will see form title, then inside the form field you will see form name, the first name, the placeholder name, then again all the details you will see, the form label as well, and all information you will find inside this JSON format. And now this JSON format we want on our UI side, or in our application, right? Now the question is how to integrate it, right? So if you see on the right hand side, we have option called get code. So obviously you can select JavaScript because we are working on JavaScript, and this is a sample code that you can implement in order to get the data, right? But we'll do step by step. So first thing, we need to install this Google Generative AI. Okay, so copy this command, go to your project, and then just paste it here. Okay, now it will install the Generative AI from Google. Next thing, we need to import these constants. So let's copy this one, and then inside the config folder, so if we have this config folder inside the root directory, right, here we can create a AI model.js. Now paste this code over here. Okay, so this is just the import statement. Next, we need to import this API generated key and all of these things. Let's import all of this information from here to this one as well, up to this point. Okay, let's import all of these things. Next, this is the function in order to get the request from the ChatGPT, the Gemini API, right? So what we can do for now, let's copy until this point, okay, and then go back to our application, and here we can create a method called export constant API, not API, AI AI chart session is equal to, you can give any name, and then you just need to paste this line of code. Okay, so model, or you can keep all of this thing, we can give the chart session or whatever you want to call, and paste it here like this. Make sure to exit all of this, and here we need to provide the history as an empty one. Okay, and then we have all of this. Make sure to export this one so that we can use it in other pages as well. Now in order to make a call, you just need to make this request, and that's all. Right, now let's go back to our create form, and inside here, okay, I'm gonna make that particular call. For example, let's say AI chart session, and if you see, it is importing from this config AI model which we just created, correct? And let me open this one. So make sure to use await, and then you have to provide the input, that's all. So this need to use await to make a synchronous call. Here will be the async, and simply we need to, oh sorry, AI chat message dot model, if I'm not wrong, or dot send message. So here we'll say await dot send message. Okay, and inside that we need to write user input along with our message. So simply here I will get the result, and then we'll console this result as well. Okay, so we'll get the result inside the console. Now over here we need to pass the user input, but if you see the way that I wrote this particular description, right, obviously we can modify the description according to our need. So I will pause the video and I will just modify the description. So I just modify a little bit over here. I also added this field type and field required option in JSON format, and if you see my result, you will have the form title and description along with the form fields. It contains field name, placeholder, then label, field type, and the required. Okay, so all of this information are there. Now if you see, we have all of this information. The big form obviously is there, so I will just copy this description. Okay, and then I gonna paste it over here. Or we can just do one thing, we can just write a constant prompt. I will add like this and just paste this line of code inside the string. Now obviously I only want some of the information until this point. Okay, and then here we'll just add description, then plus user input plus our prompt. Okay, so here we'll just add prompt like this. So description which are concatenating with the user input, and then the prompt. So whatever the user input depends on that one, we will get the result. Okay, now let's save it and then let's try this out. So we'll test with a simple form. So let me refresh it once. Let's close this one, click on create form. Here we'll say newsletter for my YouTube channel. Okay, newsletter, and I'll clean this and click create. So right now we got error that it's bad request and error in fetching. Please pass the valid API key. Actually, we forgot to add an API key inside our AI model. And if you see, this is the API key where we want to add it, correct? Now let's go back to our Gemini Studio, the Google AI Studio. And here you will have option to get API key. Okay. Now unsaved changes. Okay. And here if you see, I already have a couple of API key, but you can create a new API key from here. Okay, so if you see, I just created a new API key. You can search the project, and in that one you can create a new API key. As I told you in the beginning, it's free. Now I will use my existing API key, so I will copy this one, don't use mine, and then simply go to the .env.local file. Here I'm gonna add that API key. So Gemini, or we have to write like this, next underscore public Gemini underscore API underscore key is equal to, and paste this API key. Okay, now you have the API key. Let's test this out again. So go back to our application, but before that, just I got to know that, okay, make sure you update this. Oh, sorry, update this to next underscore public Gemini API key. Okay, now let's go back, create a new form, paste this, for example, say news letter for YouTube channel. Okay, I will click create, and if you see, boom, we have the beautiful forms, title, subheading, and inside that we have form field with the field name, placeholder name, form label, and the field type as well. How cool, right? Now obviously when you write any prompt and you want to attach your own description, you have to make sure that it's so very specific. Okay, so that you will get the exact result every time, like for this particular field name and all of these things. Okay, but if you see, now we have the result. Now next thing, we need to create some of the states. So constant, we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Now whenever the API is reading some data to us, right, we'll set the loading when user create the form, and as soon as we get the result, then only we'll say, for example, result.response.text, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, or we can also set the loading as a false over here. Okay, this is required because we will need to avoid user to click multiple times, right? So here we'll disable the button. So here we'll say disable. Okay, and if I just click disable, you will see the form, the disable button like this. But you can add a condition if disable is only when the loading is true. Okay, next we need to save this response in one state, or even though you did not save it, that's fine, because we're gonna store this information inside our database. But before that, we need to get the username who created this particular form. So in order to get the user information, you have to write constant user is equal to use user, and obviously from the clerk Next.js. And over here, once we have the information, right, here we need to add a constant result, I will say response is equal to await db from the Drizzle ORM. Then we have to add the insert, we have to give the table name. So in this case is a form, JSON form, I think. Let me check the schema. It's called JSON forms. Okay, so we have to, our table name is JSON forms. Okay, if you see, it's importing from this config schema which we created, dot values, and inside these values we need to provide all the value. Let's say if you do the control space, you will get all the field name, right? So let's add JSON form. Inside the JSON form, I will add this result.response.text as it is. Then next we want to add the created by, the who created this one. So in that one, we will add the user's email ID. So user dot primary email address dot email address, and the last is created at, when it get created. So that date we need to add it. So you can add a timestamp. Okay, it's up to you, or you can just use one library, okay, to format the date. So here we'll say npm I moment. Okay, so this is a very popular library in order to format date. Now let's say, for example, you want to format this using moment dot format. You can pass date, whatever date you want. If you did not pass, it will take the current date. And here we'll say dd slash mm slash yyyy. So this need to be a dd capital. Okay, so date, the month, and the year. Let's save this one, and here we'll simply return the ID of the inserted record. Okay, so here we'll simply add a ID which is the form, JSON form dot ID. Now, obviously I want to console this response. Okay, here we'll say new form ID or new inserted form ID, you can say whatever, because we are just consoling over here. Okay, so I think we are good. I will remove this console from here because we don't need it anymore. And obviously we are getting response, we'll console that thing, and I think we are good for now. Now let's go back and test this particular scenario. Now create form. I will create a small form with the same prompt newsletter for my YouTube channel, and then click create. Now if you see, it was disabled for a moment, and now we have this console, which is the form, and you will see new form ID, and inside that we have the ID of inserted form. Now if I go to this Drizzle Studio, refresh this window, and boom, we have this beautiful JSON form information, and here you will see all the form. Right now I think only we have one field. Let me cross verify inside our console. So here you will see we only have the one field, and that's the reason it also saved it as a one field. And then we have this JSON form information. Okay, sounds good, right? So this is how, guys, you can create a form, store it inside your database. Okay, next thing, as soon as you have this ID, okay, the returning ID. So for example, let's say you can return the ID using response, and go back. Inside the response we have the 0th element. Okay, and then it will be like this dot ID. Now we need to pass this ID to our new page, where we're gonna use that page to format the form or add some style and all of this information, right? So what you need to do, we'll create a new route outside of the dashboard, obviously. So over here I'm going to create a new route, and then we can call it as a form style, or you can give any name, or you can say edit form. Let's say edit form, makes sense, right? And click enter, and this edit form has a dynamic route. When we say dynamic, right, let me tell you the example. So for example, you want to go to this edit form, and if I want to go, for example, form ID 1, right, this will be our route. But what we have, those 100 of forms, right? The ID after this we gonna change every time, correct? So for that one we need to create a dynamic route, because we cannot create that much folder. So in order to create a dynamic form, you just need to write, or you need to create a form, start with this square bracket, and here you need to give a form ID, something like this. Okay, and then click enter. Now you, whatever the form ID you will pass, it will create automatically that route. And then inside this one you need to create a page.jsx file. Add a default template. Here I will simply rename as a edit form, and here we'll say edit form. Okay, let's save this one. Let's create a form, let's save it for now. And now if I open any of this ID, right? Okay, so I don't know why it's showing edit form. Let me go back. Oh sorry, I renamed this edit form, right? Let me change this to edit form, save it, and now if I click it, see, every time if I change any ID, it is still me showing the edit form. That's what we wanted. Now whenever we have this ID, we'll simply redirect it to this edit form. So in order to redirect it programmatically or route it programmatically, you need to write constant route is equal to use route or use router from the next/navigation. And over here, right here we'll say if response 0.id, then we want to navigate using route dot push, because we want to push a new screen on the top of the existing screen. And here we just need to write edit form slash and the ID which is getting from this form, right? So here we'll pass that particular ID, something like this. See, edit form response of ID and that information. Okay, and I think that's good, and save it. Now one more important thing, when we are getting the information from the API, right now we are disabling this button, but along with that I also want to show some kind of loading. So here I'm going to write condition if loading is true, then I'm going to show the icon, which is the, we say loading icon. From the Lucid React we have different icons, see. So we'll select this loader 2 icon, and if not, then we'll display the create button. And for this loading icon, I'm going to add a class name. Here I'm going to add the animate spin, animate spin Tailwind CSS class, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So if I go back, let me go back the create form. Let me refresh this one. Now we create a form. Here I can say, for example, student registration for football team. Okay, and then click create. And if you see, we have this beautiful loading icon, right? So until it's getting the information, it's loading the information, and boom, we redirect it to this edit form page. And if you see the ID, which is the inserted ID inside our database, which is ID 3. Now let's go back to the database. If I refresh this, now if you see, we have ID 3 and we have the JSON formatted data as well, and everything is there. And if you see, we have the first name, last name, email, phone number, the position on which user that particular student want to play, the experience level, and this experience level you will see the field type. I don't know why field type it did not came up, but we can add that one, and they have the option as well. Okay, so only quick thing we're gonna update that, make sure to we will tell our AI that okay, also add the field type. Okay, so it will also add field type, and I think we are good for now. So that's how guys you can generate the JSON formatted form from the Gemini API, and we store inside our database. Next thing, we gonna learn how to display that form on the UI, and then next we're gonna learn how can we edit that form, how can we add a different style to that particular form. Now once we implemented this particular section, now it's time to fetch the data. Depends on the ID of that particular form record, and then we're going to convert this JSON into actual form, and then we'll show it to user. But the first thing, as you know that inside our studio we have this record ID with a 3, and from this ID we're going to fetch the user's form information depends on the user email as well. So let's make sure our Drizzle Studio is running. So I will just make sure it's running. So it might be failed. Yeah, I will run it again. And right now, if you see, let me change. Yeah, and if you see, we have this 2 form. Okay, let's try to fetch this form ID 3. And if you see, we have this created by user's email ID as well. So let's go back to our application, and over here where we have the edit form option. So inside the page.jsx, we'll convert this page on client side first, and then we'll try to fetch it here. So we will say constant get form data, and inside this get form data we'll write constant result. We'll make this as a async is equal to await db dot select. Now here we'll select all the data from here we need to give the table name. So in this case is JSON form, and after this one we have to write where clause. Okay, because we need to write a condition which is matches with the equal to sign, with the equal to sign, and as well as the form ID. Only that form ID information we want to fetch, right? So in order to get the form ID from this URL, right, this is simplest way, because as you know that this is the dynamic route and the form ID which is the dynamic, right? So in order to access that form ID, you just need to pass it as a params like this, and this param will return this form ID as well. Okay, now in order to print this out, you just need to explain, or you just need to add equal to, make sure to import this one, and then you need to mention JSON form dot id is matches, we'll go comma, and matches with the params dot form id. Now this form id should match with this dynamic folder id, okay, or folder name. So that is nothing but this param dot form id. And once we have this one, we'll write another condition where, or we can just add the AND operation over here. Okay, so you can write AND operation in between this where, so just write AND from the Drizzle ORM, and then you can add two equal condition, give comma, again write one more equal condition, and here we'll write JSON forms dot created by, and here you need to give users information. Obviously, in order to access the user data, you need to write use, let's say user is equal to use user, like this, and save it. Now simply you can just access this user's email ID using user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and that's all. Let me bring this down. Perfect. And now inside this result, we'll get the actual result. So I think we missed one more. Yeah. And we'll just console this result for now. So we'll see what we are getting. Now this get form data we need to call once this component get load, and once we have the user's information. Okay, so when we have user information, we'll execute this get form data. So here we write user and then save it. Let's save it and go back to our application. Now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, let me clean this out. If I refresh it, now you will see the information, see, and we got the result as well, which has a created by, created, and we have the JSON form. Obviously this JSON form is in the form of string, but we can convert it into the actual JSON format using the JSON parse, but we got the data, right? Now this information we're gonna save in one state, so we'll say constant, and we want to only save JSON form data. Here we'll say JSON form comma set JSON form is equal to use state, and as we'll get the result information in the first array because it's a list of array, so that's why. And here we'll simply add set JSON form, and then here we can write a condition like response or result of 0 dot JSON form, make sure it's correct. Yeah, and then we have to parse this one, right? So here simply I will add JSON dot parse, and then we'll pass this string, so it will convert our string JSON into actual JSON. You can even console this one, so you will get to know, and save it. Here make sure it's a JSON form, okay, in small f, and save this one. And if I refresh the screen now, you will see on the right hand side we have the actual, that particular console we read it, and this is now in the form of actual JSON. Okay, and that JSON we already save inside this state as well. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to divide our screen into two sections. Okay, so let me show you how. So let's say we have this edit form screen, and inside this on the right hand side we're gonna add one container, and on the right hand side we're gonna add another one. Now on this side we're gonna show the form, and on this side we show a controller to add a styles or appearance, right? Or any color combinations, borders. So these are all the customization we can do on this particular side. So when you click on any of these color change or style, it will update in the form. So for that one, we'll add a div. Make sure for this div I will add a class name padding of 10, and here inside this div we add two div, one for controller and one for the form. So here we'll just say, let's say controller, and here we'll say form. Okay, now let's add a class name, make it flex. We'll add a flex, also not flex, we need a grid, so we'll make grid column 3, and out of this 3 column we'll assign 2 column to this form. So we'll just say column span 2. Okay, and when the screen size is smaller, so we can write here this particular condition will applicable when the screen size is medium, and for a smaller screen just add grid column 1 and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the 2 column, one for controller and one for the form. Okay, if I increase the screen size, this is how it will look like. Now simply here I'm also gonna add h2 tag for a back button. Here I will add left arrow, let's say left, yeah, this arrow left, and here we'll just simply say back. I will add a class name, I will make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and perfect. Okay, so obviously I'm gonna add a margin y to 5, so little space, and I will add a cursor pointer. Also on hover, we'll scale the size to 105, and for smooth transition of that animation I will add transition on. See, so it's moving. Actually we don't want that one, we just want to scale. So let's see how it looks again. So that's weird. Okay, we'll remove this hover, then we'll just on hover I will make font to be bold, something like this. Perfect. Okay, so on back, obviously we want to go back our previous screen. So in order to go to the previous screen, we'll just simply add constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation, and on the click of this one, so you can add on click or you can just navigate using link as well. Let's add with this one. Here we'll say router dot back, and then save it. Now if I click on this back, see it going to this previous screen. But let's go back to our edit screen where we want to implement this form, or want to display the form. Next, once we are in this form, you can add some padding or height, something for the controller and the form as well. So for a form, I'm just gonna add a border. We'll say rounded large, and let me see, this is how it looks. We'll add padding of 4 and height to the screen. Perfect. We have the height to the screen, so it's scrollable. That's perfectly fine for now. And also for this div which has a controller, here I'm gonna give a padding of 5. We'll add a border as well, rounded large, and some shadow effect as well. And if I go back, we'll refresh this one. This is how it looks. Right now you can give a gap between these two, so we'll add a gap of 5, so we'll get this design like this. Okay, now let's implement the form. So in order to implement the form, I'm going to create a component inside this edit form, and you can call it as a underscore component folder, and inside that one I'm going to create a new component called form fields.jsx. Now add the default template and save it. Now inside this form ID, right, we already fetching this form and putting in the JSON form, right, and here we only getting this JSON form detail. Now let's add this form field, or we can rename this one actually. Just rename this, I will say form UI. Okay, and I will add a default template as a form UI, and here I will implement as a form UI. Now to this form UI, I am going to pass a JSON form as a JSON form. Let me check it's correct. Yeah, JSON form. That particular state information will pass to the form UI. Make sure to accept over here and save both this component. Now inside the form UI, we just need to iterate this form UI by each field. But before that, let's add a h2 tag for the form title. Okay, so here we'll just give JSON form dot the title. Let me check the title. So let's go to the inspect panel where we have the JSON form information inside the console. So over here, if you see, we have this form title, the field name I wanted as a form title, and the next we have the form description. Just make sure it's correct, or form heading. It's called form heading. Okay, that's fine. And then if I save this one, if I go back, this is how it will look like. But for this div, I'm going to add a class name, and we'll make this as a border for this one. Also, we'll add a padding of 5. Okay, and we'll make this in the center. So make it flex item to be in the center, justify in center. Now if I go back to form UI again, so this is how it looks for now. I think that's fine. And now for this one, we'll add a padding of 5 too. Now let's give a class name. So for h2, we'll add the font bold and text align center, and also we make text to Excel. Perfect. And the description, we have the class name, we add text small, text gray color little bit, and for this form I'm going to give a text primary, but it's up to you how you want. I will keep for now as it is, and then save this one. Perfect. I make it text to be in the center, so it will be in the center. Oops. Okay, perfect. Okay, next, once we have this football registration, right, inside there we need to iterate this field, and in that field we have, if you see, we have the field title, field name, and all of these things. Okay, now over here I created a new form, but inside that I will make sure that it comes with the field type as well. This is very important. For example, in this case the field type is text, but if I go to this position, right, and it has a select, and field type is also select, and it has an option as well. Okay, so that is very important. So in the description you just mention in that way. Obviously you can get it from the source code if you face any issue. Now here I will use JSON form dot fields. I will just make sure it is correct fields. Yeah, and then we'll iterate this, or we'll map this as a field comma index like this, and inside that I will add a div. Okay, now whenever the field for now, okay, let me do one thing. Let me just add an input. Okay, so we'll add an input from this. I don't know whether we added the input or not. I think we need to add input component from the shared CN. So let's go to the shared CN. Inside the component we have the input component. Let's install this component first. I will just paste it here, and then it will get installed. So in meanwhile we can use this input component, and then you can provide the type as well over here. Okay, so in this case we already have the type, so here we say field dot type. Okay, and obviously it has a placeholder, so we'll give the placeholder as a field dot, and what we are calling to the placeholder, let's see, it's called placeholder only, and placeholder. Along with that, let's give the name, as fill dot and its field name. Okay, this is important when we are fetching data for the user, right? Means when you for the user for form, when we use the submit data, right? This with the help of this field name we are using, we will fetch the data. Now let's save this one and let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful input box. Obviously here this is not getting showing because the field type is different. Okay, if you see, we have different field type, like checkbox we have, or we have the a select field, okay, radio field, so that's a different field. Obviously you need to import that one as well. But first thing, now here let's add one div, and inside this we have this input. Now along with this one I'm going to add a label, and to inside this label we'll use fill dot and the label, so which call the label only. Okay, so we have this beautiful label. Obviously I'm going to add some style to this one, so add text small, and text is of gray color 500. Okay, we can put right for now like this one, or we can just say text, let's say primary content, how it look, I'm not sure, that's weird. Let's make it text small and text gray for now, and save it. Perfect. And let me try to get it access. Perfect. And then for this div I'm going to add a class name margin y to 3, so some spacing between this one. Okay, and this is how our form will look like. Obviously if you see it's very congested, obviously you can give the minimum and maximum height, and here I will just add minimum, not minimum but width is of 600 pixel when the screen size is medium or larger. And if I go here, this is how it will look like. Okay, next thing, we need to add a select component. So I will go to the chat CN, go to the select component. Okay, and this will be look like this, and let's import this component. And obviously here we're gonna add a condition. So if fill dot field type is equal to text, right, then we will add it, but not add a text here, we will add a select. Okay, because otherwise we will show this text. Okay, and for the select, now this is the example for the selects. Let's add this import statement first, and then we'll add this select like this. Okay, I don't know what's happened over here. Okay, this is question mark need to be here, and then if the field type is select, then it will show the select box. Now let me show you how it looks, because obviously we did not update anything, but in this case if you see, this is the select box, and that's why it's showing this select. Okay, but now once we have this select, obviously we need to add our own value. So inside the placeholder you have to write fill dot fill, or not just a placeholder, right, placeholder. Also I want width to be full, I'll make width to be full, and now we have this select the URL position as of placeholder. Obviously we need to update with the, our own options as well. So this is quite easy. So if you go to this JSON data, right, you will, let me go over here inside the object, and you will see this field, right. So in this case, in the position, you will see the placeholder as well. Okay, which is the sorry, not a placeholder but option. Inside the option we have the array, so we just need to iterate this one. So here we'll say field dot options dot map, and here we'll say item comma index like this, and inside that we'll add this one select item, because that's what we are going to iterate. Just remove these items, and over here we'll say item dot, it's just item actually, so just item will need to print, and for the value we'll print as an item. And here let's close this tag, and then let's save it. Obviously mark this as a key as an index over here, and over here as well mark key as an index. Let's save it, and if I go here, and you'll see now we have the actual value: goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, and forward. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Also we need to give this label, so I will just copy this label for the select field as well, and we'll paste it here, not here but inside this select, and obviously we need to wrap this in one div like this, and obviously we'll apply the same margin which we applied for the text div, and now we have this beautiful label along with this field. Okay, for the experience level, let me see what is the field type. So for the experience level we have the field type of radio, and in that we have these three options. So for the radio group, again go to the CN, find the radio group component, and then we'll copy this component, make sure to install this, and then in order to use it, first we need to copy this import statement, paste it here, and then copy this use case. Obviously we're going to modify this one. So here again, once we have this select, here I'm going to write one more condition. So here we'll say field dot, obviously colon need to be here, so field dot field type is equal to radio, right? Then we want to add one div, div, and inside this div we'll paste this radio group component. Okay, now if I save this one, and let me show you how it will look like. So right now we got one error that label is not imported. So okay, interesting. So we need to import the label component as well from the CN. So go to the CN, search for the label component, and just import this one. Npm, and then inside the terminal I will paste it, so to make sure that it available inside our application. Now if I save it and go back to our application, just to make sure, now we have this beautiful radio button. Perfect. Now for this radio button, obviously I need to add a label, so I will copy this label and I will paste inside this, and here we have the label. That's good. Obviously we need to iterate this radio item group item, and then we're gonna just iterate this one. So I think we need to iterate all of these things. Okay, so here we'll add a field dot options, make sure it's correct. So options, and if you see in the option we have label and value, right? So we'll map this one as item comma index, and inside that we'll put this div so that it will get iterate, depends on the how many options are there. And for the this particular option, right, if you see we have the label. Okay, so I will just put options dot label, and here I will also give option as a label only. Okay, but let me think. And now if you see the radio group value, okay, and this value need to be same, so I will just use option dot label, and here as well I will use same option dot label. Okay, and the id which is the option 1, option 2, right? Here you can obviously change this one, it's up to you, but let's give id same as a label. Okay, so option dot label, and default value I will keep as a option dot label. Let's save this one, not option dot label, but here you can set some default value if you want. Let's for now I don't know whether we want to, but let's remove it for now, and let's save, and let's see whether how we got it. So right now we got one error saying that JSON form dot field. Let me refresh it. This error might happen because it takes some time to get the data from the database, right? So let me try to tweak something. Okay, so right now in option is not defined, it's saying. Let's see in our JSON field whether it's a options or a option. So this need to be a options with a S, right? And oh, we have a different error. Let's see. So this need to be an item actually. So item dot label, okay, not option. So make sure to update everywhere, save it, and let's see, boom. And if you see, wow, we got these beautiful radio buttons, right? And we have this label as well. If you want, you can give the label some padding margin, but for now I will keep as it is. Okay, perfect. Next component, let me go back to our JSON. If you see, the next component is a checkbox, right? And if I go to the shared CN checkbox a component, okay, this is the example, this is how it will look like. And also just make sure this checkbox is a required field, and it has a lot of different field to select it. Okay, so let's implement this functionality as well. So first copy this checkbox import the command to install it, and then use this import statement. So I will just paste it here, and next we need to just use this checkbox. Okay, so if you see the code, this is how it will look like. Okay, along with the checkbox you need to add your own label. So I will use this checkbox, and if I go below this, let me format this first, because we are adding all the field which we require to in order to display the form, right? Now here I will add question mark, and we'll say field type is equal to checkbox, right? Then we're going to add a div like this. Okay, now inside this div, obviously I will add one more div. Inside that I will add a h2 tag, and here we'll display field dot let me check what is this. So it has the different label, but before that we need to give the label name. So about this one I will give label, and inside this we'll just give fill dot label, and then after this we will just iterate this. So here we'll say fill dot options dot map item comma index, and inside here we'll iterate that value. Okay, so I will paste this checkbox, make sure to import it, save this one, and let's see whether we are getting data or not. So cannot read property undefined, so which we are getting inside the fill dot options dot map. I think then we are incorrect somewhere. Let's see quickly. So this need to be field options dot map. It look like correct, but let's use this question mark. So optional field, something like this. Let's save it, and now if you see, we have this checkbox. That's perfect. Now for this checkbox, obviously I'm going to add a div. Inside this div I'll put this checkbox, because for each of the checkbox we need to give the name. So here we'll just say h2 tag, and here we're gonna add item dot, what is this field name? If you see, the field name is value and label. Okay, so we'll use the label everywhere, label, and then we have the checkbox for that one. I think checkbox need to be first, right? Yeah, something like this. And then we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and save it. And now boom, we have this beautiful checkboxes. Obviously for this div I will add a class name margin y23, and for the label I will copy this class name for this checkbox label. Okay, something like this. And now we have this availability checkboxes. Perfect. The last, we have agreed terms and condition. I don't know what is the field for that one. So the field type is checkbox, but it don't have an option. Okay, so here inside the checkbox only we can add a condition that if field dot option is there, right? So field dot, here I can write a condition. If field dot option are there, then show this one, otherwise just show the single checkbox. So we'll add a div with the checkbox, not like this, and then the h2 tag for the label. So here we'll just say label, field dot label. Okay, if I save it, now you will see this one. Obviously we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex and gap of 2, so it will be in one line. Okay, so it's saying do you agree terms and condition. Now another important thing we need to do is to remove this hide screen, because we don't want this anymore. Okay, and now we have this beautiful form. Obviously one more important thing I want to add is for rounded corner for this one. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful form. It has all of this information like radio button, the check boxes, the single check boxes, and all. Only for these check boxes, if you see, these check boxes is not aligned properly, right? So it's quite easy. Here you need to add item to be in the center, and over here as well for the radio button as well. Okay, radio button is already there. Perfect. Okay, and your form are ready. Perfect. Now obviously there are a lot of things we're gonna play with this one, because we need to implement controller which can customize your form. But before that, we have to also make sure these form field are editable. If user comes on this one and user want to remove some field or some update or edit some field, he can do that. That's what we are going to see next. Now in this section, we are going to give option to edit each of this field. So in that one, user can edit this field name, or user can edit the placeholder for this text input. Also, along with that one, we're gonna give option to remove any particular field. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here, I'm going to create a new component under this component, and we can call it as a field edit.jsx. Add the default template and save it. Now I will just import this particular template inside this div only. Okay, so here we are iterating these fields, and here we have the div, and inside this div I created another div, and simply I will add this field edit component. Okay, now let's go to this field edit, and inside this field edit I'm going to add the edit icon like this. See, okay, from this Lucid React. Save it, and if I go back to our application, this edit icon will look like this. I will just change this little bit, like class name I will make it height 4, width 4, let's make it 5, and let's see how it look. Perfect. And now I want this edit button along with this label on the right hand side, right? So to this form UI, for this particular div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll make width to be full, sorry, not width to be full, we'll make it flex for now. And if I make this flex, the structure is not look good right now, right? So for this text input, as for select, we'll give for all of this field, obviously we'll give the width as a full. So for example, let's say for text input, right, I mark it this particular div as a width full. This is how it will look like. Perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for all of them. So width to be full. Here we mark width to be full, margin y to 3. I forgot that one actually, so that's why I adding. And here as well, width to be full. If I save this one, and now our form is perfectly fine. Now to this edit, right, I am little bit going to modify, or I'm going to apply some style. So here we'll add text gray, let's say 500, and along with the edit I'm gonna also put one more icon for the delete, and the color I'm gonna give is the red 500. Okay, and save it. I think that's perfectly fine. Let's make it class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and instead of this delete, we'll make it trash, actually trash can. So that will be good one. Perfect. Okay. So obviously you can put it nearby this phone number as well. It's up to you how you want it, but I will keep as it is. Just I want to add here item to be in the center, so it will be look like this. Okay, so we have option to edit and delete each of this field. Let's do gap of 2 2. Now if I go to the field edit, right, on the click of this edit, we need to add some kind of pop over message or some kind of dialog so that we can pass this information and user can edit it. Now once we add this one, we're gonna use the Chatcn pop over component. So if I go over here and you will search this pop over, so if I click on this button, you'll see this beautiful pop over on the button click. Okay, so this particular component we are going to use. So copy this npm command and make sure to install in your application first. So I will paste it here so that it will get installed, and then in order to use it, copy this import statement, we'll paste inside the file edit because we want to open the pop over on the edit button click. Okay, then we'll use this pop over message, or not message, the use case, and we'll simply paste it here. Then this is the actual trigger. Okay, the trigger means whenever user click on this open text, it will open this pop over content. So obviously we want on the click of edit, so we'll paste like this, and I will just move this above the trash. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this once, and then if I click on this one, see, we got this beautiful pop over. Now inside this pop over, obviously we're gonna add our own UI in order to add input and labels. So first thing, I'll add h2 text, and here we'll say edit fields. Then after this, I've added one div tag, and inside that we'll add a label. We'll say label name. The class name I'll make text access. Then we'll add an input from the Chatcn. For this input, we'll give a type as a text, and we will provide the default value. So default value. Okay, this default value obviously we're gonna send it in a moment, but for now I will keep as it is as empty, and then on change event will apply to this particular input. Okay, so obviously we will define one state. Actually we will define two states, one to hold label and one to hold the placeholder name. So here we will say label is equal to use state, and for the placeholder, and here we'll say set placeholder. Now simply we'll say set label event dot target dot value, and let's save this one. Obviously we need to pass default value, so let's go to this form UI where we use the field edit. Right here we're gonna pass the default value will be the field value, so all the field information will pass, because obviously this field, the field edit is inside this json.field map. Okay, so we'll pass this field information, and here we'll accept it as a default value. Now simply we'll say default value dot label, and then save it. Save this component as well, and then go back to our application, and if I click on this one, you will see the default value. So whatever the label value is there, that is displaying inside this input. Same thing if I open this one, you will see the last name as this one. Now obviously along with this one, we also want to add for the placeholder. So here we'll say placeholder, and here obviously I'm going to change as a placeholder, and we'll set the placeholder this time. Okay, and save it. If I go back, and here you will see this placeholder name which is matching with this placeholder name. Okay, then the last we want to add one button, so we'll simply add a button and we'll say update. Now to this button I'm going to add a size which is small, okay, and then we'll add on click event. So on the click of this one we say on update, okay, this need to be on update, on update, okay. And here we're gonna simply pass the label as a label and placeholder as a placeholder, okay, because this placeholder and label we already setting it on the input change, and already we have this state, right, that this state information we are passing to this on update, and this on update will pass back to our parent component, okay, through this one. But for now, okay, yeah, let's pass this one because otherwise we will get error, and this on update will go over here and will simply accept inside our parent component. So here we'll say value, and right now we'll just console this value, okay. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and I will open the inspect panel so that we can see on button update button click whether we are getting information or not. So here we'll say first, or we'll say, let's say we'll rename this to full name, okay, and enter your, we'll say full name, and on the click of this update you will see on the parent component, because we console it, we got this information which is we rewrite we updated to a full name, right? So perfect. Just inside this field edit for this button I'm gonna class name, and we'll simply add margin top to 3, so we'll get some, yeah, like this. Perfect. Next, on inside this parent component where we have this on update, and we console this one right here, we actually going to write method so that we can update our JSON. So I'm going to create one method over here, and we'll say constant on field update, and this will take two parameters. One is the value and other is the index, at what index is get updated, right? So let's copy this method name, and instead of console we'll use over here, and along with this value, okay, we're also gonna pass the index, okay, because if you see we already have this index information. Now simply over here we'll say form JSON form, okay. Actually we need to pass this form, means this on field to again previous screen, because if you see to this form UI we are getting JSON from the previous screen, okay. So let me remove this from here, and what we can do, we can simply pass this on field update to our parent of this form UI, okay, because that's where we are getting this JSON form, okay. So don't worry, it's quite simple because we already have the form UI component, and if I do the control space we'll get, okay, this is the field that also pass from this from UI. And over here I'm going to create a new method, constant on field update, which will take value comma index like this, and then we'll add on field update over here. Now let's console it for now, okay, make sure that we are getting data. So value comma index, save it, and let me clean all of this thing. If I click something test, click it, and if you see we got this console along with the index, and same with this as well. Perfect, right? Now we simply remove this console log and we'll write a condition. Now here if you see inside the JSON form we are already storing the data, right? That value we are going to change here. So we'll say JSON form dot field, and in that field at that particular index, because we are already fetching this index value, right? At that index for that label we gonna update with the actual label value dot label, because inside that value we have label and the placeholder. Same thing I'm going to do it for the placeholder as well, and here placeholder, okay. Let's save it, and I will just console this JSON form. Now go back and refresh the screen once. If I change this to first name 1, for example, update it, and if you see inside the field, the label is get updated, right? But on the UI it's not updating because we are not setting the value for this JSON form. We are just updating the JSON form, but we have to set that value, right? And we cannot set from here. We need to set it through this use effect. So I'm going to create one state we call update trigger comma set update trigger is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever this value of this update trigger change, we're gonna execute the use effect. Okay, as simple as that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define use effect over here, and simply this use effect will execute on update trigger. Okay, and whenever the value of this JSON form updated, right, we will just set the save trigger with the date dot now. So what will happen every time it will update the update trigger with the current timestamp, and obviously timestamp will be changed in every second, right, or every millisecond as well, and then this use effect will get executed. Now inside this use effect we will set the form JSON form, sorry, set JSON form, which is the JSON form. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So here I went, we say 1 2 3, say update, and boom, if you see the name is updated immediately. Okay, same thing, for example, let's say placeholder and update, and it updated the placeholder as well. But here if you observe one thing, right, let me refresh the screen once, and if I open this one, and if you update any one value, okay, and not the placeholder, for example, in this case, right, and if I update it, you will see the placeholder is not showing, or it's empty, right, because inside this field edit, right, we have this label or placeholder value by default 1. Obviously we are setting the default value, but it's not updating or setting the placeholder value because we are setting this label and placeholder on the click of this button on update method, right? So what you can do, you can just set the default value over here like this. So default value, and we'll say label in this case, and here as well default value dot placeholder. Okay, so even though it doesn't change, the placeholder value will be the default one which we pass from this default value or variable from this parent component. Okay, now if I refresh it and try to change, let's say full name, okay, and I update it, see, only now in this case full name change, and our placeholder is still there. And same thing we can do with this as well. Perfect, right? And you can do it for any field. See, email, or here you can say user email, enter user email, update it, and boom. Now next thing, we have to make sure as soon as user update, right, we have to store that updated JSON to our database. So inside this page, as you know that inside the use effect we already have this one, right? So here I will say updated trigger, and or we can write one condition: if updated trigger is true, then only set JSON form, and along with that one we also update the data inside the database. So I will just restart my local Drizzle Studio. Okay, and I will just refresh it once, and right now we are dealing with, I think, edit form number 4, right, where we have this JSON form. Obviously we need to update this JSON form. So let's go back over here, and here we'll simply write, or we can create one method to update the data. So here we say constant update, here we say update JSON form in DB. Okay, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await DB dot update, and here we need to give a form name which is a JSON form. Here I will make it as a async. Here we'll say dot set, and inside that we just need to set a JSON form as a JSON form, just to make sure it's correct. JSON form, yeah, that's right. Perfect. Okay, and then here we need to write a where condition. So here equal, and inside that we need to give column name, which is the oh, not column name, but we need to give the created by or and the ID as well. Okay, so here we'll say JSON form dot ID. Wait just a second, this JSON form, so it's little confusing. Dot ID comma and the record ID of the current JSON form. Okay, so that information we can get it from this result obviously, but we need to store this information because we don't have this JSON form ID, right? So here we'll say constant record comma set record is equal to use state, and whenever we are setting the JSON form, because if you see here we only set the JSON form, right? Now here we'll say set record as a result of 0. Okay, now inside the result we have the record, and here from the record we'll get the ID. Okay, and along with that we need to add AND operation, comma, and here I will write one more condition, the user email address should match. So user dot primary email address is matches with the JSON forms dot created by. Okay, like this, just to make sure I will bring this down. Now what we did, we update this JSON form, then we set the JSON form with the updated JSON form information, and inside the where condition we add the AND operator with a two condition. One, the JSON form record we should match, and we have to match that user email address as well who created that particular record. And here we just write the console result and save it. Now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, here I will say discard the changes for now, and let's change this one. First name, instead of first name I will say full name. Okay, here I will say full name, and then update this one. Okay, now it's updated on the screen, it's showing updated, but let's refresh the screen and this, let's test this out. We updated as a full name, right? I don't know why it's not getting, oh, so it's not get updated because we did not call this method. So make sure to call this method obviously, and then let's test this out again. So let's refresh it. Here we'll say full name update. So right now we did not get any error, but refresh it here, let's check it out. Oh wow, it's still showing the first name. Let's see the console because we already console this result. So if I go to the inspect, go to the console and just check whether we are getting this result or not. So we got the command as update row count 1, but I don't think so there is any change. Okay, I just realized, okay, let me refresh it, and I just realized we will checking the wrong field. Okay, let's rename this now. Here we'll say if you see it's changed the full name, but here we'll say full user name, and here I will update to username. If I update it, right, it's showing on the screen. Now if I go back to our application, and over here we have to check this two field and not this particular field. Okay, so I was checking a wrong field. Now if you see in the placeholder we have the full username, and label as well, it's also changed. Okay, so that's how you can update the label and the placeholder as well. Now we're gonna implement the delete functionality. It's quite straightforward, right? So let's go back to the field edit, and here we have this delete option, okay, or trash option. Now there are two conditions, that you can show the alert message before deleting it, or you can just delete it straightforward. Okay, let's add a dialog, or we can add alert as well. okay, not alert, the alert dialog. And here if you see, this is how it will look like. So in order to use this alert component, copy this component npm command and then just paste it so that it will install. And then we have to import this import statement, so I will paste it here. And the last, we need to copy this use case example and then we can modify it. I'll paste it here. Obviously I will copy this, cut it from here, and this is the dialog trigger, so I will paste it here. And I think that's okay. Message also fine, right? So I will save this one for now. And if I go back to our application, if I on the delete, you will see this beautiful alert dialog, and it's saying, are you sure, do you want to continue? And once user click continue, then we want to delete that particular record. So here we'll say on click, and here we'll simply add delete field. Okay, now to delete field, I think we can just delete it immediately. So I will pass this, then it will go to this form UI, obviously where we have this one. Here we'll say delete field, straightforward, and then this delete field will again we will pass back to the parent component, and it will come over here, and inside delete field we'll simply call this delete field. But along with that, wait just a second, because this is the form UI, right? We need to pass the ID from this form UI. So instead of just passing this one here, I will pass the index, okay, to the delete field. So we'll pass the index value to this page.jsx. So here we'll say delete field, here will be the index, and here we'll say delete field. So obviously we create a new method with the name delete field, and we're passing the index obviously. And for delete is quite straightforward. Here we'll say index to remove, okay, just to little bit recognizable. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to form JSON. It's a JSON form, I think. JSON form dot fields dot filter, and then we'll filter with the item comma index. And here we'll say index is not equal to index to remove, okay. Then we'll get this result. Obviously we'll console this result before deleting it, and we'll check whether we are getting correct data or not, okay. And let's save this one for now. Let's go back to our application. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console so that we can observe. And now let's say I want to remove this last name. If you click on this one, we'll say continue. And now if you see inside our console, we don't have any field name with the last name, okay. It means it get removed. But once we have this result, because this result contain only the fields, correct. Now what we have to do, we have to say form JSON dot fields, and then we have to okay, we have to just say equal to result. And same thing what we did it here, right, on the set update trigger, we'll call this set update trigger as well. Perfect, right? Let me remove this console now and save it. Now if I go here and refresh the screen, now we have this last name. Let's try to remove this last name. If I remove it, continue, and it's updated, okay, it's removed. But if I refresh it, now it will not show. Oh, it's still showing the last name. That's interesting. Oh, so here need to be a JSON form, not the form JSON. The incorrect value I use. Okay, now let's try this. Let's delete it, continue. Now if you see on the UI, it's not showing. If I refresh it, still it's gone, because we completely deleted it and then we also updated it. Okay, perfect. Now one more thing, you can add addition, that you can tell user that okay, the changes are applied or updated, right? So for that one, you can use toast message and Shatsion has a toast component. If you see, this has the toast component. This is how it will look. Or they also have one more toast component called skeleton. Not skeleton, sorry, the sonar. And this also shows toast message, something like this. Okay, so you can use that one. It's quite easy to use it. So first you need to install this component through this command line, and then you have to add this toaster component inside your root directory. Okay, so you have to go to this layout.js file, just paste it here. Make sure to import this toaster from this UI sonar, and then in order to use it, right, so let's say we want to show the toast message when when we got the update, right? So here we'll simply add toast, and then we can say message. So here we'll say updated, save. And now once we are here, let me refresh this once, and now if I change something here, we'll say full name, enter full name, update, and if you see, we got this toast message. I don't know why it's showing weird, but yeah, maybe it will update it. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can add the toast message as well. So I hope you understand until this point that how we beautifully edited our form, and also add some operation like edit and delete for the label and the placeholder. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to add a controller on this section. So inside this controller, as I say, we're going to add the themes. Okay, so user can select the theme for the font, and that we can use implement with the help of Daisy UI. Then we can add the background, okay, which will be the gradient color. So that is another controller that we can use it. And another one is to add the borders. Okay, so we can add three kind of borders, so which we can say style, and that in that one also we will give a different options. So let's go back to our application, and we have to make sure that it will be inside this our controller panel only. So let's go back over here, and if you see right now, we just write the controller text over here. Now under this, under components, we'll create a new component, and we'll simply call it as a controller.jsx. Add the default template, save this one, and here just implement this controller. Now first thing, let's implement the themes for our application. Right now, in order to add a theme for this form UI, right, if I go into this form UI, and if I add data dash theme is equal to, let's say, dark, and if I save this one, let's see how it looks on the screen. And if you see, this is how beautiful it looks. Okay, here for the input, you can give the background as a transparent. Let's update for the select as well. So if I go to this select, this over here, for the select I will just add background transparent, and now if you see, this is how it looks. Perfect. Same thing if I go to this Daisy UI, right, and here if I go under this themes, you will see this bunch of themes, right? Let's try this aqua. For example, if you just update this data theme as a aqua and save it, see, it's changed to aqua. Okay, there are a lot of different themes you can try out. Okay, if you see there we have this pastel, let's try pastel and save this one. You will see this pastel color. Obviously it's a light color, so it's not reflecting, but you can go here and try it out. But the thing is, now obviously to this data theme we need to pass the theme which we already store inside our database, so that we can render it. But before that also we want to set that theme from our controller. So for that one, let's define the themes first. So inside this page.js, I'm gonna write add one state. We say constant selected theme comma set selected theme is equal to use state, and initially let's say a light. Now this set selected this selected theme we need to pass to our form UI like this. Okay, and inside the form UI I will accept it here. Now this selected theme will just simply pass to this data theme like this and save it. Right now you will see on the screen it will be the light theme, okay, the default one. Next, let's go to the controller, and over here we need to add a drop down for the selected theme. So here we'll simply add the h2 tag. Inside that we'll say select themes and save it. Let's see. Perfect. And here it need to be a the daisy, sorry, not daisy, but the Shatsian select, so which we already installed, but we'll just use it the example. First import this and then we'll copy this use case example and we'll paste it here. If I save it and go back to our application, you will see select theme like this. Just make sure the width to be full. So here we'll make width to be full, and now here we need to display all the theme list. So for that one, if you see, I created this underscore data folder, and inside that we have this theme.jsx. So inside theme.jsx we have the list of array of themes along with this primary color and all, along with the theme name. Okay, so we'll use that one. So let me remove this select item and I will keep one, and here in this case I will just iterate this theme. So these themes I'm importing from this app underscore data slash themes dot map, and we'll simply say theme comma index, the arrow function, and then we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll simply add the select item like this. We'll make class name, not class name but key, as a index. Okay, perfect. Or we can do one thing, instead of putting this div, okay, we can directly use this select item as our parent component, and then we can give key as an index. Okay, now for the value we'll give the value as a theme dot theme, because inside this theme, if you see, inside of each of this object we have this theme field, and inside that we have this value. So that's how we access. Now inside this I will define one div and again one more div. Now here we need to show one of this color. Okay, we are showing the 4 colors. So right now let's say we want to show the color like or we have to give width and height for this div first. So class name, height of 5, width of 5, and then inside this, not inside this but here we'll add a style, and we'll simply add a background color as theme dot primary, and after this particular div we'll just add the theme name, which is theme dot theme. Let's save it and let me see how it looks. So if you see, we got the theme name and this theme color, but obviously we want to add a multiple color. So I will just paste, and instead of this one here I will say secondary, here we'll say accent, and here we'll say neutral, and save. Perfect. Now we need to bring this in one line, so I will say class name, make it flex, and let's save it. Perfect. See, now I put one more div actually, because we have the name and we want to give some gap. So I will put this theme name outside of this div, and now here we'll say class name flex gap of 3. Perfect. See how beautifully all the themes is displaying. Now for these themes, right, we want to make this corner of this left side and right side color to be rounded. So for the first color, here we'll say rounded left corner to be large, I will say medium, and here we rounded right corner to be medium. See, and this is how it will look. Okay, now if I select anything, right, you will see it over here like this, and obviously with that selected value we need to pass to the theme color, so that as soon as we select, we have to make sure it's getting updated on the UI as well. So on this select, here we have the property called on value change, and this will emit the e, which is the actual value. So here we'll say value, and then we'll say selected, or we'll just add selected theme as a value. Now this selected theme we're gonna pass back to the parent component, so which will come to this page .jsx, where we import this component, and simply we have this value, correct, and then we have this state called set selected theme, and then we update with this value. Let's save it and then check this out. So if I select the aqua, boom. If I select the bumblebee, see, and this is how beautiful it will look like. Okay, for this form, let's add a button so it will give some proper visibility. So let me go back to our form UI, and inside this at the bottom I'm gonna add a button. Maybe outside of this div we'll add a button. For this button I'm going to add from the Daisy UI. Okay, so for button we'll add a class name, we'll make button, then we'll say button primary. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, we have this button primary. Now if I change this to aqua, for example, see, the button also get changed, depends on the color change, and it's also updated the classes and style and all of these things. So for that it will look like this. If I go back to the, let's say pastel, so pastel is little lighter, let's add this retro, see. Okay, so that's how guys you can update the color combination and the theme selection. So for this select theme, I'm gonna just update some styling. So let's go to the controller. Here we say class name, margin y to 1, and save it. So little space between these two. Next we're gonna add the one more controller for the background. We're gonna give the user to select the different background colors, and which will be in the gradient form. So if you see on this particular mockup, right, we're gonna add a background controller where we're gonna show a 6 background gradient colors, okay, on the screen, and on the select of this one, obviously the form background will get changed. And obviously we're gonna have option for more, so he can just click on this one and it will expand with the more gradient colors. Okay, quite easy, straightforward. But for that one I already created this gradient bg file inside this underscore data, and which has this all the gradient color. Okay, you can get it from anywhere, or if you want to use this one, you can get it from this source code as well. So let's close this one and let's go to this controller, and here I will just write theme selection controller. Okay, just comment I'm going to write over here, and now we're going to use background selection controller. Okay, just to more specific. Now inside that we'll add a h2 tag, and then here we'll say class name, margin top to 8 and margin y to 1. Then inside that we'll say select, or not select, but you can just write background. Here we'll say themes. Okay, so it's very straightforward. And now inside this one we need to iterate the list of all the gradient colors. So we'll say div, inside this div I'm going to add a gradient. So I don't know, yeah, so this need to be a gradient bg dot map of bg dot map, we'll say bg comma index and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll add a div. For this div I'm going to add a class name. Okay, we'll say width to be full and height I'm going to give 50 pixel. Then we also add a I need to add a style for this one, so we can directly add a style, and for this style we'll add a background as a item, not item but bg dot gradient. Okay, so inside this gradient we have this linear gradient which we are using. Okay, you can use any kind of gradient like circular or what, right? Now with that just displaying and obviously inside div we did not show anything, but let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. If you see, wow, we got this gradient, right? Now if I go here, now we just use the grid for this div, so we'll add a grid. We'll say grid column 3, right? And now it will be in the line. Perfect. Also we'll add a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded large. We'll give a gap of 4, or not here, we need to give gap of 4 over here. Perfect. Let's add 5 and we'll increase this height to 70. Perfect. And if you see, we have this beautiful gradient now. Now on the hover we want to show some kind of effects, so here we'll simply add hover, we'll add a border, black. Let's save it. If I hover on this one, obviously we need to add a size, so hover border. Okay, so if I hover on this one, see, we got this border. Obviously you can change this width to 2, so little darker. Perfect. And this is the none, means if we don't have anything, right, you can select this one. So that's pretty good. Also if you see right now this white is little bit not correct, right? So you can add some text over here. So with the text we can say index is matches with the 0 and then we'll simply say none. Okay, and if I see the text is showing, but let's make it in the center. So here we'll make flex item to be in the center and then justify center, and boom, see, perfect. Also I will add a cursor pointer, so here we'll just say cursor pointer and save it. And now if you see, we have this cursor pointer as well. Now here I don't want to show all of these themes, so I will hide some of the themes. So we can add a condition over here. If index is less than 5 or less than 6, then only show that much. Okay, so here need to add and an operator, and boom. And below that one we want to show the more kind of thing, right? Show more. So here we'll add a button, and here we'll say show more. Okay, for this one I will add a class name. We'll say ghost, or not, it's need to be variant, actually, my bad. So here we'll say variant as a ghost, and if you see, we have this beautiful variant as a ghost. You can add a class name, you can make width to be full, and I will add a size as a small. Perfect. Okay, I don't know, width full doesn't work, but that's fine for now. Maybe we need to put outside of this div. Oops, my bad. Let's copy correctly. Perfect. And now we have this show more. Just will give a little bit margin y to 1. Perfect. Now on the click of this show more, we want to show all of them. So for that one you just need to hold that on click in one state. So here we'll say show more comma set show more. Initially we'll set it as a false. Okay, and here we also gonna add one more condition. If show more is not true, So we'll add a condition. If show more is not a true, then only I don't know whether it will work or not, but let's see. Okay, that's good. And on the click of this button, so on click here we'll say set show more to be true, and if I click show more, oh, nothing is showing. Wow. So here that time we want to show all of them. So instead of show more, here we can just add a value 6, and we can remove this. Here we can show more. Okay, and simply whenever you click on show more, let's say for example 20. Okay, and now if I click, boom, say perfect, right? And here I can add a condition, or we can do one thing. Here we'll say if show more is greater than 6, right? If greater than 6, that time you can show the text as a show less, otherwise you can show the text show more. Okay, let me show you how it works. So if you see right now it's showing all, so I will say show less, and on the show less we need to change the value. That's interesting. So here I will change the value. If show more, show more is greater than 6, then set the 20, otherwise set 6. Let's see how it looks. So show less still doesn't work as I expected. It's not working. So let me see what's the issue. So show more is greater than 6, otherwise show 20. Oh, this need to be 6, and then this need to be 20. Perfect. See? Okay, so that's how it works. Now main part is when you user click on this particular background, right? When we have to make sure the background of this particular form is gonna change. So we're gonna add on click event to this particular div. Here also add a key as an index, and then on click. Here we'll say selected background. Okay, and then here we need to pass this gradient color. That's all. Let's save it, and then this pass the selected background back to the parent component, which is inside this page.jsx. Now inside this controller we'll get one more parameter which calls selected background. Here we'll say value, and then we need to store in one state. So we'll define one state, selected background comma set selected background. The will keep empty, and simply here we'll set the selected background like this. Now once we have theme and background, now this background will pass to this form UI. Selected background as selected background as selected background, and then inside the form UI we'll accept this selected background. And the main important part in this case is to add the background. As this is just a form information, actually we don't need a selected background in this component, I just realized. So I will just remove from here, and we can apply to this particular div. Okay, that's where we want to apply, correct? So for this one I will just add a style, and inside this one we'll say a background image. Here we need to add an image, and then here we'll say selected background. Let's save it and then test this out. So if I select this one, boom, see. Okay, if I click show more and if I select the other forms color as well, perfect. Now you can add as many themes you want, it's up to you, but I hope you understand how we easily implement it. And for none, obviously it's not showing anything. Now we added the theme, we added the background, but we did not update it in our database, right? And also we want to add one more option, which is the style. We can call it as a style. Okay, but before moving forward, right, we're gonna add that three columns inside our database. Currently we only have this JSON form created by created add. So let's add three more. So I will add over here, we'll say theme, and this need to be a varchar. The column name is theme and it should be a null, that doesn't matter. And another I will add as a background, and the last will say style varchar as a style. Perfect. Now in order to update your database right now, because you made some modification, right? So stop your studio first, then you have to write npm run db push, because this command we already set up inside our package.json. Click enter, and then it's saying changes applied. Now you can run your studio. Now if I go back to our studio inside the Drizzle, here you will see two more column, theme, background and style. Perfect. Now we have that column, right? Now let's go back to our page.js where we are updating our themes and all. Now over here we're gonna add a multiple call, something like this. Okay, set this, and we're gonna call one method, we'll say update fields, or we can say something like this, update form fields, and just we'll say update fields, controller field. That makes sense. Here inside that we'll pass a value and the column name we will pass it. So in this case column name should be a theme, right? Now here we'll define one constant method. Obviously we define method, and inside this we'll say a value comma column name. Now here you see constant result await, make this as a async db dot update. Here we need to set the column, so right. So in this case we'll simply pass this column name. Oh, before that, my bad, we need to pass the table name as a JSON forms, and then we have to set that value. Okay, so here we'll say JSON form, sorry, let me check, yeah, JSON forms of, and then we need to pass this column name is equal to, not equal to, but colon, and then the value. I think this is something is wrong, maybe like this we need to pass. Let's see whether this work or not, because we are dynamically passing this column name, right? And then here we'll add a condition, so similar condition which we added here. So I will just copy paste and we'll paste it here. Perfect. And then we need to toast the message. Let's save this one and then test this out. Obviously we just implemented for the theme, so I will refresh the screen. I will select the theme, let's say Bumblebee. Okay, so if you see button is updated, it's showing the toast message, and if I go back, refresh our studio, and boom, we got the theme name called Bumblebee. Perfect, right? Now if I refresh the screen, you will see the theme is not selected right now because we never pass the selected theme value. So if you see where we have this selected theme, and by default we are passing as a light. So whenever we get the form data, right, that time also you can update that value. It's up to you, but for now I will keep as it is. Okay, and you can try that one. Now same thing I'm going to do it for this background. So let's add this curly braces so that we can make multiple call, and inside this one we'll say update controller field, and here we'll say background. Okay, now if I change this background to, let's say, this one, and it say updated, if I go over here, refresh it, and if you see the background is also get updated. Perfect. Now you have to make sure that to update the fields. So here we'll say set selected background, and here we'll get the result from this one. So you can use JSON form, right? And then dot, you can try to get the background. I don't know, I'm not sure whether this will work or not, but let's see. If I refresh the screen, oh, it's not working. Let me console this first. So console.log, and then I will wrap this like it console, go to the inspect panel, go to the console. If I refresh it and it's showing undefined, that's interesting. If I go here, we have the background, right? Oh, so my bad. So obviously we don't need these JSON parts at all, so I will remove this from this element. I think we can directly get, see, we got it. Okay, perfect. Now you can set the selected background, because obviously inside we don't have inside this JSON form, right? We just have on the first level only, so we don't need to go inside that. Let's refresh it once, and boom, if you see, as soon as I refresh, the selected one is showing on the screen. If I select this one, for example, right, let's select this one. Now if I refresh it, it will show the same one. Perfect. Next, also we need to show the which one is selected, right? So that also you can implement, but it's up to you. I will keep as it is for now, and I will tell you to do it. Okay, obviously I will do it in my source code later on, but this is very straightforward. You just need to pass the selected value to the controller, and then you will get that one. Next, as I say, we need to implement the styles as well. From this border we will add some kind of border and all. So in the meantime, I also added one more controller, which is style, and in this controller I kept the border styling. So here we have the default border, the retro border, and the simple black border. Okay, now depends on the user selection. For example, if I select this retro border, you will see the border color here get changed immediately, and that's also updated inside our database. We have default one, or if you want the border just like a black, that also you can user can select. Even on the refresh, the border will still have the same. Now inside the database, if you see inside the style, we are saving that border information. Now this all of these images I kept inside this public folder, and I created one JSON file which hold this information. So it has the name of the board, that particular style, the image, then value. Okay, so this value contain, if you see, this value contains this whether that border is of size 5 pixel, the width and height, all of these things, and the key, whether it's a box shadow or a border, something like this. Okay, and then simply inside our controller, inside this style section controller, I iterate this style and first show that image on the screen, and then the name of the particular style. And obviously on the click of this one, we are setting the style information similar like this background and the themes. It's very straightforward. Obviously if you face any issue, any doubt, you can comment down in the comment section, or you can access my source code for your reference. Now in this section, we're gonna add the form live URL, where when user click on this preview, right, it will open the URL with this particular domain.com/AI form and the form ID in new tab, where that particular URL can be shared with your friends and family, and user can fill up the form. Okay, that is nothing but this preview button, we can call it as, or you can say live preview, something like this. Okay, then on the click of share button, obviously we will give option to the user to share this particular form URL with your friends and family, so that they can fill that particular form. So let's go back to our application, and inside the edit form in page.jsx, right, as per mockup, we need to give these two button. So if I scroll up, we can give button in the line of this particular back button. Okay, so here I'm going to add one div, right, and then I'm going to add a two button inside one div. So here we'll simply add a button, and we'll say live preview, and another button for the share. For this one I'll make class name flex gap of 2, and if I save this one, let's go back to application, this is how it will look, right? But we want these two buttons on the right hand side. So simply I'm going to add a class name, make it flex, justify between, and item to be in the center, so it will be in the right hand side. Okay, and for this button I'm going to add some icon. So here we'll say square button up, something right, like this one. See, it will look like this. I think that's good. For this one I'm going to add a class name, height of 5, width of 5, and we'll give class name as a flex gap of 2. If I save this one, and perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for share. So here we'll say share, and this is how it looks, but you have different icon for the share as well, so you can select the one which you want. I will select this one for now, and I will keep this class name similar for this one as well. And now we have the share. Okay, you can change this color, background color. So here we'll say oh, I think this need to be over here, and then here we'll add a background green, something 600. Perfect. And if you see how beautifully it's looking, obviously on hover also you can change this one because this look weird. On hover we'll make background green and 700. So perfect. See, okay. Next, on the click of this one, we have to open the live preview, means live URL in a new tab. So first thing, I will create a new route, and let's go to the app folder. Here we'll say AI form. Inside that I will need to create a dynamic route which will be the form ID, and if you see the folder name will start with this square, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Now add a default template. Here we'll say live AI form, and then save it. Okay, now if I go back to our edit form where we have that button, right? So on the click we will add some link. So you can even wrap this button inside the link. Let's try it. So link from the next/link, here you have to go provide the hrefs and then in the tag. So I will wrap that button, and over here we need to provide the path. So in this case AI form slash, and then we need to give the form ID. Now in this case, if you remember, we have the form information inside the record, that particular ID, right? So we'll simply provide with this record dot ID. Okay, let's save this one and go back to our application. And now if I open this live preview, okay, see it's jumped to this AI form /4. Perfect. But we want to open that in a new tab. So for that one, we'll just add a target is equal to underscore blank. Okay, it will open in new tab. So this link will similar act like a tag from the HTML. Okay, so it's called anchor tag. And now if I open this, see it's opening in new page. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now on the live AI form, we're going to show obviously the blank background to be blank and all of these things, but we have to make sure that this header will be not there. Okay, so simply first let's go to the let's go to the header, and inside this header I'm going to use constant path is equal to use path name. Okay, and whenever the path is has this particular AI form, then we'll make sure that we don't want to show the particular header, right? So first let's console and we'll see what we are getting over here. We'll say console.log path. If I go here, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see inside the header, we got the AI form /4. Okay, so whenever the AI form is in the path, we have to hide the header. So here I'm going to write condition if path dot includes, and then I will put it here. So path dot includes AI form. So if this include this particular path, right, then we don't want to show this particular what will call header, right? So here I will make it opposite of that one. Let's save it, and boom, if you see now we don't have header anymore. But if I go here, you will see the header is still there. Only on this AI form the header will not be there. Perfect. Let's open it, and boom, see. Now we need to show, or we need to bring the form information first. So inside this, let me go to this live AI form, and obviously from the params we'll get the form ID. Okay, let's console this inside the use effect, and we'll just console params. Okay, I want to show you that what we are getting inside the param as we are using use effect. So here we need to use client. So many of the users say why we use client in most of the pages. It doesn't matter. Okay, if your page is rendering on the client side, that's fine to use client. Okay, many times Next.js we use for the routing purpose and not for the server side rendering only. Okay, so it's completely fine. Now let's go to the console, and I want to open in live preview console actually for the AI form. And if I go to the console, if you see inside the params we have this form ID. Perfect. Now we create a new method. We'll say get form data, and to this form data we'll simply use constant result is equal to await db. Make sure to import it. Then we'll say select dot from, and inside that we'll give json forms dot, not dot but here dot where, and then we have to write equal, and here you need to write the condition. So json forms dot id matches with this params dot form id. Okay, so its eyes should be a small, so make sure I should be small over here. This particular dynamic form id should matches with this particular text. Okay, as we are using await, make it async, and make sure this is a number. Okay, because we are getting text over here inside the param, so make sure it's a number. And now before saving in a state, we'll just console this result, and then get form data will call over here whenever the parameter information is available. Okay, so here parameter information is available, then only call this get form data. Well, let's save this one, and if you see we got the data which is 0th element, and inside that we have all the information. Perfect. Let's save this in one state. We'll say constant json forms comma set, or we can differentiate with this json not json form, or we can call it as a, let's say call it as a record comma set record for now is equal to use state, similar like the one which we have inside the edit form, right? So I will copy the same one because I don't want a confusion, and we have this json form. Inside that we save the json form information, right? Perfect. Now over here we'll simply set the record as a result of 0, and here we'll set the json form as json dot parse, and then result of 0 dot, and the field name is this json form. Okay, perfect. Now once we save this one, right, we need to display it on the screen. So if you remember, right, we already have this form UI, correct? So we will directly render the form UI, and inside this form UI we have to pass all of this information. Okay, So let's do one by one. Obviously we don't want this on field update and delete field and all of these things, correct? So there are two options. Either you have to update this particular form UI, or you can create a new component where you can keep all of this information. So I will prefer to use um, the new component, because see over here, right, if I scroll down little bit, we have this field edit functionality, right, that otherwise we have to hide somehow. Okay, let's use this form UI for now, and let's see how it works. Okay, so here simply I will use form UI component, will import it. Now to this form UI you will see a lot of field we need to provide. Not obviously delete field we don't have, all of these things we don't have, but let's import the JSON form where we will pass JSON form. Then we need to provide the on field update. Delete field we don't need it, but we'll just console this one. Okay, same thing I will do it for the on delete. I don't know what's called on delete. Okay, delete field, and for this one I will keep it empty. And then we have the select style. Okay, so for this select style we can get it from this record.style, so we don't need to create any state. Record.style. Then we have the selected theme, we'll say record.theme. Perfect. We'll make question mark over here. Let's save it and let's see whether we are getting data, and boom, if you see we have this form information. Perfect, right? Obviously to this div we're gonna add a class name padding of 10, and we'll make it is in center, so we'll say justify center item to be in the center. Perfect. See, and we have this beautiful form. But here for the style we have to convert this into the JSON. Okay, so we'll add JSON parse, because we are storing in the style, we are getting in the string format, and then we have to just parse this one. And now you see we have this beautiful style as well. Now for the background, right, we need to add a background for this one, so we'll simply add a style, and inside this one we'll add a background image, and then we already have the record dot background, and save it, and boom, we have this beautiful background. Okay, and our form is ready. Now next thing, obviously we don't want these things, right, the edit and all of these things, so simply we'll pass one value here. We'll say editable, and here we'll say make it as a false. Okay, so now this particular field we need to go inside the form UI, and inside here we'll add this field, but we can add the initial value if the editable value is not provided. So here we'll say initial value as a true. Okay, so here we need to make it false. That's right. Let's save this one, and over here we'll use that editable. If editable is true, then only show this div, otherwise don't show it. And if I save this one, and boom, now if you see we don't have that editable field anymore. Okay, perfect. Next we need to add a form controller to each of them, so that we can save the user detail. Okay, but before that let me demonstrate now. If I change something, if I change this one, right, if I change the, let's say, border, I change this one, and let's say change the theme as well. We'll add a bumblebee, or let's add dark theme. Perfect. Okay, now if I go to the live preview, so right now if you see we got one error. It's saying that json.parse is not a valid JSON. Okay, just make sure inside the JSON we have this information. That's good, but it's maybe we are getting empty data. Okay, that's the reason I showed you how to test it, so that we can remove the error if there is any. So we got this error over here. So the reason that we are getting error, right, so sometimes what happen, we might not get the record information in a time. It takes some time, right, and in the meantime the form will get executed. So for that one we'll simply add the record if it's there, we'll add and operator, then only show this form UI. Okay, let's save this one. Let's take this out. For example, let's say we have this preview, click live preview, and boom, let's change this one. So I will select this different theme and also select this different background, click live preview, and boom, we have this live preview. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Next, once we develop this beautiful application, right here we can add our own watermark. Okay, if user is not paid. So for that one, let's create a new logo. So for that one, I'm going to use this logo express.guruji.com, which we build this beautiful logo builder application in one of my videos, so you can check it out. So it contains a lot of different things. If I go to this icon, you will find this icon where you can use this one. Okay, and you can change the color and all of these things. Okay, and we have this background and all, but if you want the color icon, you have this beautiful color icon where you can use it. So now for now, I'm going to use, let's see, let's use this particular icon, okay, as our logo. And then I'm going to change the background, so I will use this black color background. Okay, that's look beautiful. I can make this rounded. Okay, and padding I will keep like this. If you want to change, you can change the color, it's up to you, but for now I think this is fine. And then I will simply download it. Okay, and boom, if you see, we'll download it with a high resolution. Now simply I will open this and then I will paste in my application. So in the Logo Express, you will get a new icon every day. I am going to upload new icon every day, so you can just try this out. Now inside the public folder, let's add this icon and we can call it as a logo. Okay, so it's as a logo.png. Now simply let's add one div. Inside that I'm going to add an image tag from the next/image. Let's add a source, and here let's add logo.png. Okay, so automatically Next.js will understand that you are trying to access the assets or image from the public folder. Here we'll give width of 50, height of 50. Let's save it and let's see how it will look like. So if you see, this is how logo will look like. It's still bigger. I want quite smaller. And along with that, I will say develop by Tube Guruji, or you can say build your own AI form. That will be good actually. Let's make it class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. We'll add a background. Here we'll change the both sides. Add a background. We'll say black, and then this text needs to be white. So let's try to add text white. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Obviously I'm going to add a padding x to 3, padding y to 1, and we'll make rounded full. Perfect. And I want this particular icon on the fixed bottom size, so we can mark it as a fix. Okay, and then let's see how it looks. So it came in the center, see, but we want at the bottom left, so we can just write bottom, let's say 5 from the bottom and 5 margin kind of thing, and then on the left side, which is, let's say again 5, so it will come at the bottom, see. Okay, and now it's still good. Now on the click, obviously we will add an on click method, make it cursor pointer, and for this one we'll add on click event. So on click, or better we can just use the link tag. Okay, so instead of div, we'll replace with the link, and here we'll add hrefs tag, and we want to navigate to the home page of this application. So for that one, I will go to this .env.local, and over here we'll simply add next_public, and we'll say base URL, and right now the base URL is our localhost 3000. Correct? So I'll paste it here, save it, and then this particular base URL will pass over here. Oh, sorry, not like this. Process dot env dot public URL. Okay, let's save it. Now if I click on this one, see it's been, I don't know why it's coming to this particular page. Let me quickly check. So we have this h reference. Oh, we can simply call this one as well, just slash. Boom, see it's coming to the localhost. Okay, so that's simplest way. I hope you understand this particular functionality, okay, that we can see the live preview and all. Now the more important thing, that to accept the user's input, when user click on submit, we need to save this information in one in our database, obviously. So that we'll see in the next. Next, we're gonna save the form information whenever user input inside the form. So for that one, let's go to the form UI, and inside this form UI, I'm going to create one new method. Okay, so inside here, we'll add constant handle input change, and this input will take the event. Okay, so we'll say event. Now in that one, we'll say constant, we'll get a name and value from the e dot target. After this, we'll use the constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state. Now to this form data, we'll simply add set form data, and inside here we'll add dash form data. It means the previous value along with the new field name with their value. Okay, and this is how we will add it. Perfect. Now this handle input change we need to add for the input only. Okay, because for the silica and checkbox, means for radio, it's little bit different. So we'll add it here on change event. Okay, on the change event, and this event will pass to this handle input change. Okay, let's save it, and if I go above, so over here I'm going to write one new method for the submit on button submit. So here let's set down constant on form submit. Okay, and right now we'll just console the form data. Now obviously we need to wrap our all form inside this form tag, okay, instead of div. So here I will just change this to form tag, and this one as well. I will just make sure that everything, the layout is correct. That's good. Let me refresh this once. Perfect. Now once we have this form tag, right, now to this form tag we'll add the on submit method. Okay, so here we simply add on submit, and then we'll add on form submit. And to this button type, we can change this to the submit. Also let me show you one more important thing, right? If I type something, okay, so here we got error, it's saying event is not defined. That's correct. So over here it need to be an event, because that's what we pass over here, right? Now if I type something and click submit, if you see that our screen get refreshed, because we added this button inside this form tag. Okay, and that time you have to make sure you will use event dot prevent default, like this. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and now if I try to write something, right, click submit. Oh, it's still giving this prevent default is not working. Oh, so by mistakenly we put inside the handle input change, we need to put inside this on submit, and here we need to pass event as well. So let's save it and let's try this out. If I type something, click submit, and now it works. Okay, let me clean this out and test this out. Perfect. Okay. Another important thing we need to do is, if you remember, right, we forgot to add, but inside our JSON, if you see in database, we have this required field. Okay, and this required field we're gonna add it here. So simply, if I go to this input and we'll pass it as a required, and simply we'll add a field dot required, and same thing I'm going to add for the checkbox and for the radio group as well. Not radio, yeah, radio group as well. Let's see now whether it's working or not. So I will open live preview. We can test here as well. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, clean everything, click submit, and boom, if you see, we got this beautiful validation that is saying fill out this field. Okay, so here we'll fill out this field, then try to submit it again. It's saying okay, you need to fill the form, you need to select this one. Let's save it, and again availability you need to select, submit it. Please check if you want to proceed. Okay, we need to check all. That's interesting, and I agree. And if you see on the right hand side, we got this result as well. But right now we are just taking this input value on handle input change, and not for this select and the checkbox and radio, right? That we will do it in moment. But if you see what are the input we have, we are getting result inside the console. Okay, so one more important thing we need to do is to remove this checkbox validation. Okay, because checkbox mostly don't have the validation, so we don't need it for the checkbox. And let add for the select. I don't know whether we need to add it here or what. Let's try to submit it. Yeah, it's work. I think that will work. Perfect. So now let's add this for a select one, right? How the way we want added for the handle input change is little bit different for the select, so we have to add for the select. So here we'll say constant handle select change, and this will take name and value because this don't have event, and then we'll simply copy and paste it here. Okay, now on the handle select change, if I go over here where we have this select, right, I think we need to add this on on value change to this one. Now it will just return the value, and along with that one, let me bring this down, we have to pass field dot name comma the value v. Now if I save it and let's test this out, the select operator, if I select the goalkeeper for example, submit it, and now boom, we got the undefined as a goalkeeper. Wow, so field name is not correct, I mean to say. So let's see what's the issue. So we write the field dot, this need to be field name and not just a name. Okay, let's try it out, and still have that same issue. Let me refresh this one, select this position, add some dummy data, phone number, and submit it, and now we have this position defender. Perfect, now we are getting perfect name. Okay, now for this radio group, right, we'll simply add on click event to the radio group item. Okay, and it has the, just we'll set to the select method. Okay, because we can set for this one as well. Okay, and we'll simply say the name, so the field dot field name, and then the value, which is the item dot label value. Oh, not item dot label, it need to be, oh yeah, item dot label here as well, item dot field name, or we can say label only. Okay, wait, so this need to be a field dot field name, and this need to be item dot label. Let's save it and go back to our application, and let's go to the inspect to test this out. So if I select the radio button, select, add some text, select this one and submit. Now here we'll see we got experience level as an intermediate. Perfect, right? Next we want to record the checkbox event. Okay, first if you see we have this the single checkbox. Here I will just put the required field. I forgot that one, so here we'll fill dot required. Okay, let's save it, and then if I go up here, I'm going to create a new method. We'll say constant handle checkbox change, and then if I scroll down on this checkbox, right, let me remove this one, and if I go to the shared scene, because this checkbox has different shared scene on change check event. Okay, so if you see, so this event we need to use it, and this event will return true or false. So here we'll say event, or just it's just a value. Okay, not even the event, and here we'll say handle, don't know the name, I forgot, I think, yeah, handle checkbox change for the checkbox. Okay, now to this checkbox we need to send two things. One, the field label. Okay, then we need to send item dot label. Okay, so that is also important, and the next is actual value, whether it's a true or false. Then on the save, let's go here, and here we'll say field name, the item name, and then value. Okay, so over here we will console the first all of these things: field name, item name, and value. So if I save this one, go back to our application, let's clean everything. If I click Tuesday, for example, if you see, the field name is availability, the item name which is Tuesday, and the value is true. But if I unselect this one, now it's set to false. Okay, now in the meantime also I added the logic for the availability, and let me show you how. So for the checkbox, as I told you, right, we need to add this on check change, and which has the handle checkbox change, and over here I'm passing this all of this information which we already console it. Okay, then with the form data, because we already defined, if the field name, the whatever the field name which we are passing from the checkbox, if it's there, then we are getting the data from this field name. Otherwise, if it's the first time we are checking the box, then we'll pass it as an empty. Okay, and then if the value, it means value is true or false. Okay, this value is nothing but true or false. If it's there, then we'll push the data into list, and then we'll set that list to that particular field name using this set form data. Okay, otherwise we filter out the particular item, means we remove that particular item from the list, and then the updated list will set with this form data. Okay, obviously we are setting the form data, so on the submit, where we have this form submit, right, we obviously will get the end result. Okay, so let me show you the demo. So right now I select all of these things, and we'll select Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and in inspect panel, if I go to the console, let me go to the console and click submit. Right now here, if you see, we selected three value, the Wednesday, Monday, I don't know why. Okay, so obviously we'll get update, but we got the three value, and then we got this all of these details. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. So I hope you understand this particular functionality, because this is very important regarding checkbox, because for other it's quite simple. Okay, so being a time consuming is a little bit time consuming, so that's the reason I added this logic. So you can just take a screenshot if you want, or you can just access it from this source code as well. Next thing and most important is to save this information on the submit, right? So for that one, we need to add one schema, means we need to add a new table. So inside the schema.js, I will create new table. So we'll say export constant user responses is equal to pg table. Here we'll say again user responses, comma, and then we need to provide the value. So here the ID will be serial ID, and which will be the primary key, and most important, the JSON response. Okay, so we're gonna save the response in the JSON format as it is. Okay, so we'll say JSON response, which will be the text, and the name I will keep it same, and which will be the not null obviously. And another thing, that created by. Okay, so in the created by, and we need a created at. Okay, so created by, if it's not there, so default we'll say anonymous. Okay, and created at, obviously not null, means we need to provide some date. For now we'll keep this as it is, and then let's save this one. Obviously we need to stop the studio in order to update this change. So we'll run this db push, so it will update with these new changes, and then simply we'll run the studio once the update is successful. Now if I go to the studio, you will see the new table called user responses. Okay, next let's go back to our form UI, where we have this form submit method. Here we'll simply insert the data. So here we'll say constant result await db dot insert, and here we need to provide the table name. So in this case is JSON response. Okay, let me check why it's not exported. Oh, it's a user response. Okay, my bad. So user response, make sure to import it, dot value, and inside that we have to provide this JSON response, which is the form data. Then next is created at, created by. If it's not there, that's fine. Okay, because we don't have that value yet. And then created at, here we'll need to send the current value, so format, and here format will be day slash slash yyyy. This need to be capital D. Perfect, and just make this as a sync. And once we have the result, so if you say the result, here we'll just show the toast message saying response submitted successfully. Okay, like this, and save it. Perfect, I think we are good for here. Let me refresh the screen and let's test this out. So here I give the name, some phone number, then position. Let's say I like to do goalkeeping, and beginner will say, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, and then I agree. So if I try to submit it, it will say, okay, please check this box, and then we'll submit it, and boom, if you see, we got this toast message saying response submitted successful. Let's go back to this user responses. If I refresh it, you will see this one response, obviously created by, which is the default anonymous, so it's showing anonymous, that's correct. And boom, we have this beautiful list which we selected Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay, and all of this information as well. Boom. So that's how you can even save this information. Now one more important thing here, you can try it on your own, that once user is submitted, right, we have to make sure that you will show some kind of successful message that okay, it's successful, and then you can redirect it to the some other screen as well. Now one more important thing which we are going to do over here is as soon as user enter the information, right, we have to make sure on the submit will clear the form. Okay, so for that one, first thing, let's define the constant, let's add late use form reference, and React has one hook called use reference. Okay, which you can refer to the DOM element. Okay, so for example, we use this form reference, and for the form field, here we'll add reference. Okay, here we'll say event e is equal to form reference, which is equal to e. Okay, so that's how you can assign this one, and whenever you submit the form, so inside the result you can just say form reference dot reset, like this. So it will reset your form. Okay, and in the else condition, I just want to show some kind of toast message that internal server error, internal error while saving your form. Let's save it. Let's refresh the screen once. So I will add this info. And then submit. So right now it's saying response submitted successfully, and boom, if you see, the form is cleared now. Inside the database, I have added a couple of more. Okay, let me check the studio is fail. So I will just clean this one, and boom, if you see, we have the data. Okay, so inside that we have all of these details, the selected one, and the most important thing, the form is get clear. Perfect. So that's how guys you can get the user information and save the form. The next thing that we're gonna do, if I go to back screen, now whatever the form user created, right? Okay, let me go back to the dashboard. So whatever the form user created, that form we're gonna show it here, and along with that we also learn how user can share that or his form. Okay, so inside here, if you remember, right, so we have fourth, oh sorry, my bad, we were in wrong path. So edit form 4. So here if you see, we have this share. So on this share as well, we'll learn how we can share the information. Okay, so that's also a very important part we're gonna learn, and most important, we'll show all the users form on this screen. Okay, and obviously we have this all the responses. So in the inside the responses, we're going to show the response, how we can show the all the users response for the particular form. So there will be a quick fix we need to do it. So currently, once we user submit this particular form, right, we are storing data inside database, but we don't know for which record this data or this response is get stored, right? We need to provide, let me run this studio again. Let me refresh it, and we need to provide the JSON form ID. Okay, because we need to know for this particular form you got the response. Okay, so there are a couple of ways that you can do it, but simple way that you can just mention the reference. So let's go inside the schema, and inside the schema we'll just mention the form reference. Okay, and we'll add a new column obviously. So this will be a var, not varchar, but this will be the integer from the pg core, and we'll say form reference, and then we have to say dot references, and inside that we need to provide to which column id. So in this case it's json form dot id. So here we need to provide json form dot id. Okay, so that whenever we insert any record, it will connect to this one. So obviously along with that one, whenever we save this user information, so on form submit, right, we are saving this user information along with the json response. Here we have to make sure we'll add the form reference too. Okay, and this form reference is nothing but the id, which we need to get it from this previous screen maybe, or we need to send this id to this particular form. Okay, so here we'll simply add the form id, and initially we'll put it as a 0, and this form id obviously we want to use on a handle submit, so we'll use form id, but we have to make sure that we'll pass this form id. So if I go to this ai form, and where we have this form ui, here we'll simply add the form id, and the form id will get it from this record dot id. Okay, so if you see, we have this record, and from this record we'll send this. Let's save it and then run the application. So let me go to the dashboard slash edit, I don't know what it's called, but let me go to this ai form 4, and here I will fill the details. preference will say defender, intermediate, Monday, Tuesday. Let's say Monday, Tuesday, and I agree, and then click submit. So right now we got one error. It's saying that relation user does not exist. Okay, so we forgot to update our database. So obviously once we made the schema change, right, we have to make sure that we'll push that changes. So let's push these changes. So it's saying changes are applied, then run the studio, and inside the studio make sure that new column is added, and if you see, it's connected to the user responses, and in user response is connected to the JSON form. Now let's try it again. So I will refresh this and then fill the form, and then click submit. So it's saying responses submitted successfully. Now if I go to this Drizzle Studio, refresh it, and if you see over here is connected to form 4, and if I click on this JSON form, it will give the related form for this particular response. Okay, and it contains all of this information. So that's how, guys, you have to update your schema so that you can also connect these two tables together. So whenever you want to fetch data, you can just join these two tables on this particular column. Now we are going to show all the form on the dashboard. So whatever the user created the form, that all the list of forms you're going to show on the dashboard screen, where user can delete this form if he want to delete, or user have option to edit this form, or he can have option to share that form URL as well. Okay, so first thing, we need to get the list of form user created from the database. So let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and then go to the dashboard inside the page.jsx. Right now we have this create form, and then we have this simple text. Below this one, we're going to show all the list of form. Okay, list of forms which is belong to user, obviously. So I will create a new component and we'll call it as a list, form list. We'll say form list dot jsx. Add the default template, and then this form list component I will just add over here. Let's save it, go back to our application. I will just refresh this once, and if you see, the form list is showing on the screen. Now let's go to this form list, add a class name, margin top to 5, and save it. Now inside this form list, we can get this list of all the forms belong to user, or you can even fetch it from this page.jsx. It's up to you. I'm going to fetch inside this form list, so we say constant get form list, and we'll make this as a async. So inside this form list, obviously we need to get the user's email to fetch the data, right? So first let's get the user detail as well using this use user from the clerk, and then we'll write constant result is equal to await db dot select, and inside this select we need to provide the schema name, which is the JSON form. Not here, my bad. Inside the from, here we need to provide this schema name. Dot where clause we need to provide, and then equal to, and here we need to provide the on which field you want to provide. So in this case, obviously our field name is JSON form dot created by. Okay, and we need to provide the user's email using the primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how you can get this result. But along with that, I will fetch inside the we order it by the descending by ID. So we'll say order by, and it has a descending from the Drizzle ORM, and inside that you need to provide the column on which you want to order. So in this case, descending on the ID. Okay, then we'll just console this result, and we need to call this get form list inside the use effect. So whenever the user's information available, so I will pass this inside the user empty array, and then here we'll say user and get form list. Let's save it and let's test this out whether we are getting data. as we are using this React hook, we need to make this component as a client side. So use client, go back to your application, open the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see that user created 4 forms under this particular users. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So here we say form list comma set form list. Now this form list has a capital F and this is small. Okay, so don't be confused, or you can give some different name. Simply here we'll say set form list and the result. Next we need to iterate that one. Okay, so simply I'm going to use form list dot map. Here we'll say form comma index and the div. Okay, so slash div, and now let's save this one. And in order to iterate this all the list item, right, I will create a new component and we can call it as a form item dot jsx. I will say form list item. Okay, and then save this one. Obviously we'll iterate through this form list item, and then we'll pass each of this form. Let's save it, go over here and just accept it as a form. Perfect. Now if I go back to our application, right now we have the 4 form. That's the reason the this component get iterate 4 times. Next let's go to this form list item, and first thing over here I want to add the trash icon. So let's add trash icon later, but let's add the form name. So form dot form title, if I'm not wrong. I will just confirm once. So here if I go here, we have the inside the JSON form. Obviously we need to get the JSON form. We have to convert this into the JSON first, and from that one we'll get the form data. Okay, so from here only, okay, we have the form information, and we can just convert this JSON dot parse and form dot and this field name. Okay, so we'll convert it into JSON and we'll send it to this form list item. Okay, and we can also call this as a form JSON form. And we'll replace this with a JSON form. Okay, and if you see now inside JSON form we have this form title. Okay, and that's what we showed. Let's save it and let's see. If you see on the screen, we have this all the form title. Perfect. Now for this div, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll add a border, we'll add a shadow, small, rounded corner will large, and save it. So this is how it looks. Let's add a padding of 4. Perfect. And then inside the form list we'll convert this into a grid. Then we make grid column 2 on the smaller screen, and the when screen size is larger we'll make grid column 4, or let's make it 3 only. Perfect. Okay, now obviously we want to give a gap, so we'll give gap of 5. Perfect. Now let's go back to list item and let's apply some styling. So class name font bold, text large. I think even though we now make font bold, that's fine. I think this is good. Then another h2 tag for the subheading. Okay, so let's see what we call it. So if I go to this form, we have this form heading. Here we call it small text, and here we'll simply set grade 500, and this need to be a black, so we'll make it black. Save it. Perfect. After this I want to show the horizontal line, so simply I will add a HR tag with the class name padding, not padding, margin y 24. Perfect. And then on the left hand side we will put the share button. So I will add a div. We want to add two buttons. Okay, so one for share with the share icon. So here we put a share icon, and another button for the edit, and in this case I will put edit icon. Let's save it, and this icon is showing. Let's bring in one line. So class name, make it flex gap of 2, not gap of 2, but make it justify between, so it will be on the left hand right hand side. Oops, justify between, something like this. Okay, now obviously here I will change this height of 5, width of 5, and same for this one as well. For button we'll add a class name flex gap of 2. I will paste it here and save it. Now for this one I will make a variant as a outline. Perfect, the share button has a beautiful outline. And also for both the button I will change this size to small, and for this one as well. Perfect. Okay, so we have this 4 form. Now we will add one more option, which is the delete. Okay, on the left right hand side at the top. So simply I'm gonna add a div tag. Inside that I will add 2 s2 tag. One is empty and other is the trash icon. Okay, now simply I will make class name flex gap of 2, not gap of 2 or flex justify between, and here you will see the magic. Okay, because here we put the empty, so obviously it has an element, but just to make sure this on the right hand side with some space, that's the reason I kept like this. And for this one I make class name height of 5, width of 5, and the text to be red. Perfect. Okay, so obviously on hover we want to have option to delete it, but that will implement later on. Next, whenever user click on this edit button, we have to navigate to this particular screen, right? And in order to navigate we need the record ID. Okay, so right now we have just a JSON form, so along with that one you can send all the form data, and we can just call form record, we can call, yeah, that should be good. And we pass it as a, let me see what we, yeah, we pass it as a form, and we can call it as a form record, and here we'll simply accept it as a form record. And now this form record contain the form ID as well. Okay, so for this button simply I will wrap this button inside the link href, and then here we need to give edit, let me see the, yeah, edit form slash and the form ID, which is form record dot id, like this. Okay, let's save it. Let's save this form list as well and go back. So right now we have this, will not get error, but let's make sure we'll add this question mark for the optional. Now if I click on any of this form, let's say click on this form, and boom, if you see, we navigate to that particular form in order to edit it. Okay, and obviously from here you can just edit it. Once you edit, you can make it live preview, and boom, perfect, right? Now obviously we have this delete option as well, so let's implement that delete option. So in order to add the delete option, first we need to add the alert dialog, which we already implemented previously, right? So same way we want to implement, so go to the chat.cn UI. Here we have the alert dialog, we already installed, so you don't need to install it again. Make sure to add this import statement, and then we have to add this alert dialog example, so that we can just modify it. And to this alert dialog trigger, here we'll remove, instead of open, for this trigger let's add trash. Make sure to make it as a child, and if I save it, go back to application, and on the delete you will see this beautiful dialog. It's a confirmation, right? just here I will make it as a cursor pointer. So whenever I hover on this one, it will show the cursor pointer. Okay, also on hover we can just scale the size to 105 and for smooth transition, for that's right, that's why I give transition all. See, smoothly moving, right? And on the click of continue we want to delete that particular record. Okay, as simple as that. So simply write on click method. On this one we'll write new method, we'll say on delete form. Okay, inside this on delete form we don't need to pass anything because we already have the JSON form information, sorry, this form record information. From that one we can get the ID. And over here, just for the security purpose, I will also write one more condition that users need to match. Okay, log with the login user. So here we have on delete form, everything is good. We'll say constant result is equal to await, make this as a async. Here we'll say db dot delete, and we need to give our schema name dot JSON form dot delete dot dot where, and here I'm gonna write and operation. Okay, so and make sure to import it, and then we have to provide equal to. If you see that's how beautiful we got this recommendation as well, that how to use this and operator. Okay, now equal to, first thing I will put the record ID, so form, not form but JSON form dot id comma record form record dot id comma, and one more condition, the user should match. So user, not user but JSON form dot created by should match with the login user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how you can do it. And then once the form is deleted, right, here we'll say if result is successful, we'll say toast message, here we'll say form deleted. Perfect. Okay, now as soon as the form is deleted, we have to tell to the parent component, now it's time to refresh your data. Okay, so simply here what we can do, here we'll say refresh data. This method will get triggered, and this method will pass back to this parent component inside this form list. Okay, and whenever the form, this refresh data will trigger, we're gonna simply call this get form list method and save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh this one, and let's say you want to delete this subscribe to our newsletter, right now if I edit it, nothing is there, right? So I want to delete this one, so let's click delete. So it's saying this action undone and blah blah blah, but we have one error that saying equal is not defined. Okay, so let's go over here and make sure to import this equal, not here, inside the list item, make sure to import this equal. And also we did one wrong thing, so instead of putting the on click on a trash, we want to put it on the continue button. Okay, because on the click of continue we want to delete it. Perfect. Now let's refresh this once, let's delete this one, click continue, and boom, if you see the Toastma is saying form deleted, and it's no longer showing on the screen as well. Without refreshing the screen, our record or list get updated immediately. Okay, and here we have all the information which to edit the form and all. Next we want to implement this share option, so it's quite easy. So for that one I'm going to use this React web share SDK. Okay, so which is quite easy to implement, and this library is quite famous as well. Okay, so first thing, in order to use it, just copy this dependency in order to install it, and then just paste it here so that it will get installed. And in order to use it, is quite simple. Just you need to use this component, and then wherever you have the share button, right? So in this case we have the share button over here. I will paste it here. Make sure to import this our web share, so it's get imported through this React web share. And then instead of this button, right, we will use our own share button. So I will put it here. Okay, and then you can change this data. Here we can give the title text like for this form. Okay, so whatever the form title is there, we'll give that one. So simply we'll say JSON form title, the URL. Oh, so title, we have this beautiful title actually. And for the heading, I will use for the text, and here I also write text like /n, not /n, but let's say build your form in second with AI form builder. Okay, and then here we need to give the URL. So the URL will be the our host /AI form /ID, right? So first thing, let's get this public base URL. So here we'll say public base URL /AI form. Okay, make sure it's correct and the form ID, which will be the JSON, not JSON, record. Okay, let me see what is that. So that will be a form record. Yeah, from the form record we'll get the form ID. Okay, that's we already use it here, right? Now let's save this one and then test this out. So let's go back to our application. So here we'll say next public base URL. Oh, we forgot to access using process.env next public base URL. Perfect. Now if I click share, boom, if you see, we have this beautiful sharing option. Now you also have option to copy this one, or if you want to share with the email, WhatsApp, you have all the options, right? And if I paste this one, and if you see, the URL get copied in my when I say the copy link, and this form is open. So cool, right? So that's how you can implement the share option. Same share option you can same code you can use it for this share. So what I will do, I will copy this our web share component, and inside this edit form, because that's where we have this inside this edit form we have this share button, right? Yeah, this one. So I will paste it here. Instead of this share button, I will replace with this one. And then obviously here we need to change some of the things. So right now let's see what we got. So one is a record and another is JSON form. That's good. So JSON form is correct as it is, and here will be the record only. Save it, go back to our application. Oh, let's make sure to import this and save it. Now if you see, we have this share button, and that's from here as well you can share it. Interesting thing about this one, okay, if I go to the inspect panel, I don't know, on mobile view, let's check on mobile view, and that's how it look, right? See how beautiful it's looking, right? And it's responsive, as I told you, right? It's completely responsive, guys. Perfect. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because we implemented a lot of different things that user can create form, add a style, edit, and all of these things. Even we can accept the user response from the form, and now we displayed this all the list of form on the dashboard, and I have option to delete the form as well, along with the share option. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the response page, where once user go to this response in the side navigation bar, we're going to show all the forms, and along with that we'll give the form name, the subheading, and along with that have two options, the how many response and the download button. So on the click of download button, we're going to export the JSON data which we have, right, the responses, into the Excel format. Okay, so obviously we will download that particular file. So that's what we're gonna use the response page for. So first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside this side navigation bar, make sure instead of this h2 we'll change this to link, so that it will be a clickable. like this. And for this link we have to add h reference, and for the h reference we'll simply add menu.path, right? So if you see, that's what we have here. So path. Let's save it and go back to our application. And now if I click on the responses, right, it will go to this path called dashboard/responses. But right now we don't have this page, so let's create this page named called responses. So inside the dashboard I'm going to create a new folder, and you can call it as a responses, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Add the default template. Here we'll just rename this to responses and save it. And now we'll make sure that the response page is showing on the screen, and on the left hand side you will see the responses is a active menu. Okay, next we want to show the list of all the form first, similar like the way we show inside the dashboard. So here we'll simply use that directly inside this responses part. But first let's give the heading, or let's copy it from the dashboard page. But we don't want this button, and here we'll say responses. Perfect. Okay, also we'll give a padding, so add a class name padding of 10. Next, as I told you, we need to fetch the form list. So over here we'll create a new method called constant get form list, and we'll make this page as a client side. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from, and then the schema name, which is json.forms. Here we'll add where clause, and then we need to provide the user email. So here we'll say equal json forms dot created by with the user's email. So here we'll say constant user is equal to user, and here we'll just simply provide user email address. Now we'll just console it first. So we'll console this result, and then this get form list method we're gonna call inside the use effect. So whenever the component get load and this user information is available, then only we'll execute this get form list. Let's save it and let's test this out. So go to the inspect panel to make sure in console we are getting a data. So if you see, we got this array of 3, which means we have the 3 JSON data, sorry, the 3 form. Okay, and if you see, this is the form we have. Perfect. Next, let me close this one. We simply need to iterate this form list. Okay, so we can directly use it from here. So I will add a div, and simply obviously first we need to save this result in one state. So we constant form list comma set form list is equal to use state, and then we'll use this set form list over here. Okay, and then we'll just iterate this form list. So let's say form list dot map. Here we'll say form comma index, the arrow function, and then here we'll call div. The first is to tag to show the form dot form title. The second is for subheading, so form dot I don't know what they call, so which is the form heading. But we have to make sure that this form is in the form of JSON. Okay, because the title and all is inside this JSON form. Okay, so let's do one thing. I will create a new one more method, one more state, and which will hold JSON form. Not like this. Let me remove, and the similar way which we did it, right, we'll send one by one. So instead of directly showing over here, we'll create a new component inside this component folder. This need to be a folder actually, and inside this folder we'll create form list item for response, or we'll say form list item response .jsx. Add a default template, and this will accept the JSON form along with the form record. Okay, let's save it, and now here we'll import that form. So form list item response, in this one we would need two value, the form record which will be the all the form information, and then JSON form which we need to convert. So here we'll say json.parse and then form.json form. So if you see this JSON form, we actually converted into this particular string into a JSON, and then we pass to this form list item response. So let's save it, all of these things, and then I will just copy the existing code which we use. So I will copy all of this for now, and then we'll remove the unnecessary item. Okay, so obviously we don't want this particular div, we want this title and all, and we don't want the share method, the link button and all, so we'll remove this one. Perfect. If I save it for now and go back to our application, so we have one error, form list dot map. So let's go back over here. We just refresh this one, and if you see, now we have the data. For this one here, for this div, let's make it class grid column 2, and when the screen size medium, we'll make grid column 3. Here we can make it for the large only. Perfect. Okay, we'll give gap of 5. Perfect. Now below that, as I told you, right, we need to, let me first bring it here, we'll give padding y to 5, and then we need to show two buttons, not button, but first we're gonna show the total count. Let's say 45 responses. Here we'll just say 45 responses, and then another button, we'll say export. So for this one we'll add a class name, and we'll add a size of small, and for this div, which is flex justify between, so it will look like this. Just make item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, text to be small. Perfect. Okay, and for this number I will just make it strong, so it will be bold. Okay, perfect. Now on this export, we need to actual export our JSON data. Okay, so whenever we click export, so with this form ID we need to fetch the data from the user responses. So over here with this response, if I go to the response, right, let me discard change, and from this form reference we need to fetch the information. So here I'm gonna write on click, and here we'll export the data method will call, and then we'll write a method called constant export data. Now as I say, first we'll get the data from the database. Constant result is equal to await db dot select from, here we need to give user responses, that schema name, obviously we are using await, so make this as a async. Then and then we have to write, sorry, not like this, then we have to write where clause equal, and then we need to give the record ID, so which will be the user response the response dot form reference, and then we have to provide id from the from record dot id, and then we'll just console the result, okay, over here. So obviously also in the meantime we'll create one state for loading, okay, and this loading we're going to set it the default value as a false, and whenever the export data is, or user click on this one, right, we'll make the set loading as a true, okay, and once we have the result, for example, let's make set loading as a false, okay. The reason is in the meantime, right, we can disable the button when the loading is true. So here we'll say disable when the loading is true, and also when the loading is true we can show the actual loading. So we'll add the icon, so we'll add a loading icon first, we'll say loader, so we have a lot of loaders board, and then otherwise we can show the export button, okay. And simply for this loader you can give a class name and just write animate spin, so it actually spin your loader as well, okay. You will see the example obviously we used before as well. So I think we are good for now. Obviously we are just consoling the data over here. So let's go back to our application and then test this out. So for example, let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I click export, right now it's empty. Let's export this one. If you see, we have the data. As soon as I export, right, because it's very small and quick, so it's little bit showing loading and the disable button, but if you see, we have this information, okay, so which contain the JSON response, and inside this one we have the actual JSON data. So next let's go back to our application, and here let me save this, go back, want to show something, so let me refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel and the console. So if I export this one, right, inside this, if you see inside the JSON response we have actual response, right. So what we need to do, we need to convert this JSON response first, okay, and then we need to save it in one array list, and then that array list will, that particular JSON list we're gonna export it, okay. So first let's get all the JSON response and put in a one list. So once we have the result, okay, so here what I'm going to write condition result dot for each, here we'll say item, okay, and at the top we'll just say JSON data as an empty one, and here we'll say constant JSON item is equal to JSON dot parse, and here we'll say item dot JSON response, okay. So from the JSON response we just parse it, and that item will be in the JSON item, and simply inside the JSON data we'll push that particular item, okay. Now if I go here and console the JSON data, let's see what we are getting now. So if I export this one, see at the line 27, which is this one, the JSON data, now we are getting only the result, means only the what do you say, the response, okay. So that's how you can get the result. Now once we have all of this JSON data, we're going to create a new method called constant export to Excel, and then inside here we need to write logic to convert JSON to Excel and then download it, okay. Now here I just paste this line of code, okay. So for that one you have to import this XLS library, just do npm xlsx, and then you just paste this line of code. So this will take the JSON data, whatever we've already console this one, right, and here simply I will call export to Excel JSON data, okay. So this JSON data we pass to this export to Excel, and then that JSON data we have to pass to this particular method. Then we'll say book new, and it will create a sheet 1, and here we'll have the data sheet of with that particular file name, okay. Now you can change this file name whatever you want. So let's say we'll change this to um, JSON form dot field a form title. Okay, and here we'll say plus something like this. Let's save this one and then let's test this out. So if I click export, if you see, we got full body team selection form, and boom, we have this beautiful. Now I'm using this Mac OS Excel sheet, so it's look little different where, but if you see, we have this name, admin, phone number, position, experiment, all of these things, correct? So that's how you can just export smoothly. Now this is task for you. Okay, currently we are showing this value as a hard coded. Okay, and we need to show, along with this form information, we need to show how many response we have. For that one, you just need to get the number, right? And for that one, you can go to the Drizzle, and if I go to this select, right here we have the aggregation, that how to count or get the sum of the data from other table, and then how to join these two table together. Okay, obviously I will put this in our source code so you can access it, but you can try it because we already did the joining of table and that kind of Drizzle query in our previous videos as well. Okay, so just give a try and let me know what you think about this one. If you face any issue, you can just access my source code. Now here is quick thing we are going to implement. Currently on the side navigation bar, we have this beautiful progress bar showing how many files you created, right? So obviously right now we just hard coded this value and provide this some random value. It's not the dynamic one, right? It's a static one. If you see, we have three forms, it's showing two because we did not implement that one. So let's implement this particular functionality. So I will close all of this tab first and go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, we have the component called side navigation, and at the bottom we have this progress bar, okay, with this count and all. So obviously inside this particular component, we need to get the number of forms user created. Okay, so simply I'm gonna use, because we already have this get form list, I will copy this one, I will just paste it here. Make sure to import this db, then JSON form schema along with this equal and descending as well. Okay, and then we need to get the user information, and then we need to create one state which will hold the form list. And then we already setting that one, and this get form list we need to call. Let me remove this console form here, and whenever the user information is available. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, in the side navigation, you'll see the array of 3. That length we want to show it over here. So if I go down here, we'll just say form list dot length. Okay, if I save it now, you will see, oh, I don't know why it's not showing. So let me go back. So we have this form list which we are setting, that's correct, and then we have to show the form list dot length. Okay, so spelling is correct, perfect. Now 3 out of 3. Okay, and then we have to calculate this progress bar percentage, and depends on that one we have to set this percentage value. Okay, so it's quite easy. Here we need to create one state. Here we'll say percentage file created, set percentage file created, and initially it will be 0. Okay, and now once we have this result, right, here we simply set percentage we calculate the value is equal to. Now in order to calculate the value, simply we need to get the total, which is result dot length, divided by 3 because we are only allowing 3 forms to the creation of user into 100. Okay, and then we'll get the percentage. This percentage we need to set as a percentage, and then this this percentage file created, we simply pass to this value, percentage file created. Let's see whether it's working or not. So right now it's showing 3, it's showing empty. Oh yeah, now if you see, it's showing 3 out of 3. Okay, but let me delete one of them. So let's delete this one, the last one. Okay, so if I delete this one, continue, and if I refresh this, and if you see, now it's showing 2 out of 3 and progress bar is showing perfectly fine. Now in this section we are going to implement this upgrade section where user have option for pricing, and once user select the pricing, it will navigate for the Stripe payment gateway for the subscription. Okay, because we are implementing the subscription model inside our application. So first thing, let's go to this upgrade, and let's right now we are showing 404 error because this page or this route is not exist. So let's create that route. So inside the dashboard we'll create a new folder, we can call it as a upgrade, and inside that we'll create page.jsx file. Inside here we'll add this default template, and we'll just rename this to upgrade. Okay, let's save this one, go back to our application, and now you will see this upgrade page. Okay, next for this div, let's add a class name, let's give padding of 10 and save it. Now before adding the UI, right, let's go to the Stripe, and if you don't have an account on the Stripe, so just go to the stripe.com and create a new test account. Okay, it's completely free. So right now I'm also on test mode only, and once you land on this dashboard page, here you will see the product catalog option. Go to this product catalog option and add a new product. Okay, so I will create a new product here. Give the product name whatever you want, let's say yearly, because I already have monthly subscription. Okay, and here you can set recurring on one-off, so we want a subscription model, so make it recurring, and here we'll just give, for example, $49, okay, USD, and we can set it as a yearly. Now once you're done with this one, you can save these changes and then click add product. Once you add this product, click on it, and then here you have option to create a payment link. Okay, click on it, and then you have to just select all the necessary option. Okay, so right now this is how it will look once the payment you created the payment, and here after the payment you have to show some confirmation message. Here you can show the confirmation message like thank you for payment, go back to site and refresh the screen to activate your subscription. Okay, so whatever the message you want, you can just give that way. Okay, it's not big deal, or you can change anytime. Once you've done this on the screen, this is how it will look like. Everything, if you think everything is good, just click create link, and boom, if you see this link is created. Now if I copy this link and paste it here, it will open the Stripe portal and with this particular subscription model and all. Okay, now once you're done with this one, let's go back to our application, and inside here inside this underscore data, I'm going to create a new file, and here I will write pricing plan. Now inside that, add a default not add a default template. Here we'll just say export constant, or sorry, export default, and then we'll add two pricing plan. Okay, so first I will add the link, so link will be the pricing plan link. So this let me go back to the product catalog first. So we'll add monthly and yearly. So for monthly, if you view the payment link, I will copy this one, paste it here, then we'll add a price which will be the $799. Then we want to add the price ID, which is important, so let's add that one too. So if I go back from here, you will get this API ID that they call, put it over here. Then you can also mention the duration over here. So let's say duration, duration, which is for now it's month, so we'll say month. And I think that's enough. Let's copy one more time for the yearly. So here 4900. This should be a yearly, so I will say yearly. And obviously the link will get it from this product catalog for the yearly one. So first let's copy this API ID and then copy this payment link as well. So copy this one and paste it here. Perfect, right? That's all. Now save this one, and now let's go back to your pricing page. Now over here, in order to add the pricing UI, right, I'm going to use this hyper UI which we used previously as well, right? Just search for the pricing and you will see this two kind of pricing. You can select the one which you want. I will select the simplest one. Okay, so just click view, select this JSX and copy this JSX, paste it here. And then if I go over here, if you see, these are the two pricing plan. I will remove the first one, and obviously we have this pricing plan, so I will just use this pricing plan to iterate it. So here we'll say item comma index like this. Okay, and inside this I will add this div. Now here I will just say key as an index, and as this is starter plan, here I will just update with this monthly plan or something like this, right? Because we already added this duration, so here we'll just update with this monthly, and here we'll update with this yearly. So let's say item dot duration, and this will be a monthly, right? So slash, here we say item dot duration, and for pricing, okay, also whatever the value, you can just change this one, because just right now I just keep as it is. And I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, here if you see, where is this is the amount. So here we say item dot price. Okay, let's save this one, go back to your application, and if you see, we have this now two plan. Okay, now next important thing we need to do over here is to add the on the click of this get started button, you need to open that particular link. Okay, so here we'll simply do item dot link. Okay, if I save this one and go back to our application, if I open this one, see, it's opening that one, but it's opening on the same window. We want to open in different window. Along with that, we want to also attach the email which is the user is already logged in, so we can pre-fill this email address as well. So first thing, the target will mention it as a blank, so it will open a new window. And along with this one, we need to add the user's email as a pre-fill email. Okay, pre-fill underscore email, okay, which is equal to, and then here we need to pass user information. So constant user is equal to user, and below this one we have to say user dot primary email address dot email address. Let's save it and let me show you how it works. So let me go back. So okay, so we use user, so I have to make this page as a client side. Okay, now if I refresh this one, now if you see, if I click get started, it's open in new window, and if you see, the email address is auto pre-fill over here. Okay, now if you make a payment, let's add some dummy value. Obviously it's in state mode. Okay, so I will just put a random value and click subscribe. Now it will actually subscribe to your payment or whatever plan you already have, and boom, if you see, it's saying thank you TubeGuruji member. Now you can access all app under tubeguruji.com. Now this message I added for this monthly payment, but if you subscribe to the yearly one, that is different one. Now if I go to the dashboard and if I go to the customers, you will see the new customer is joined with the RRD with this email address, and just now we added with 20th May. Okay, And that's how guys you can add the subscription in your message. Now the most important thing, how to save this user's information inside our database, and that is your task for today. Now in order to save this information, you have to go to this developer mode. So if I click on this developer, go to this webhook section, okay, and inside this webhook section you have to add the endpoint, and this is how it works. For example, you integrated this API, right? And once this API has make some payment, okay, make some he pays something for you, then the webhook endpoint will get triggered, and we have to add that endpoint, and that endpoint, the Stripe will send the data to that endpoint. If I click on add endpoint, you can just add this endpoint over here, make a post request, and if you see this is the data, you can save it as well, okay, and boom, the data will be stored inside your Drizzle Postgres SQL as well, okay. If you want to know how to integrate the webhook inside your application, let me know in the comment section, so that you can I can integrate this webhook as well in my upcoming video, okay. So guys, I hope you understand this particular part, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are going to add one more important functionality inside our application. Right now, if user click on live preview, he can able to insert the data, right? And anyone can insert the data, and he can do multiple times as well, right? So to avoid it, right, we're gonna give one option that before filling the information, right, user need to sign in to the through the any social network, and then only user can submit the form. And in order to add that particular functionality, we're gonna add a new checkbox over here, okay. So let's go to this controller inside the edit form, because we have this controller over here, and inside that one at the bottom I'm going to create a new div, and here we'll add a checkbox from the chat CN, and simply we're gonna add enable social authentication before submit the form, okay. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. So this is how it will look like. Here I will add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, and margin y to 4, and I will make this item to be in the center. Margin, we'll say margin top to 10, little bit down, perfect. And now if you click on this enable social authentication before submit the form, then that information we need to save inside our database, okay. So for that one, obviously right now inside this JSON form we don't have that particular field, but let's add this particular controller over there first. Means let's go to the schema. Inside the schema I'm going to add a new field, and we can call it as a enable sign in. Here will be a boolean, and for this one we'll say enable sign in and default to false. Let's save it and let's stop the studio, push the changes, and then once everything is done, let's run the studio. Just make sure by refreshing the studio that changes are there. So if I go to JSON form, if you see the enable sign in is now showing false. Okay, let me close this one. Now next, let me go over here. Next, inside the controller, on the click of this checkbox, so here on value change, let's see what we are getting, okay. So console.log event e, I'm just making sure that what value we are getting, right. So inside the console, if I uncheck this one, nothing is happening, because if you remember, ShatCN had different implementation for the checkbox. So if I search for the checkbox and the code, not code, but if I go to the form, so for the checkbox it has a on check change. So here just add on check change, save it, and now if I change this one, see, it's getting true or false. Perfect. Now once we have this one, right, true and false, we have to set the value. So here we'll say set sign in enable. Okay, and just I'm making sure, okay, we have to set this value back to the previous component. Let's save this one, and if I go to the form UI where we have the controller, right, just make sure the controller where it is. Oh, so this is not controller, maybe over here. So if you see, we have this controller over here, and obviously we are adding one more controller, which is set sign in enable, and this has a value, and obviously we just need to update that one. So we'll say update controller field value, and the column name is enable sign in. It's just enable, I think. Let me verify once. Okay, it's ed, enable sign in. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now let's test this out. So if I refresh this once and click on it, so we got error, that's where clause near. Okay, interesting. So this is correct. So here we'll set in column name, ID, primary element address, return record. I think that's look good to me. So actually the problem was, so here I was just showing this return like enable sign in, so it should to be a D. Update this schema and then it's working fine. Now if I click enable and again disable to enable kind of thing, right, and here you will see the change. Okay, it's come to true. So that's how you can add it. Okay, next, obviously on the live preview, right, if I go to this live preview here, before submitting, right, if user click on submit, we have to make sure that user is already logged in or not, and if not, then we have to make sure to show the sign in or to show the model. Okay, so what we need to do first, let's implement the whether user is already signed in or not. Okay, so here we'll simply add user with use user, and along with that we'll add is sign in. Then at the bottom before submitting, right, we'll just make sure if user is signed in or not. Okay, if user is already signed in, then we'll simply show this sign in button. Otherwise we'll show the button from this button. Okay, and inside this button we'll add sign in button from the clerk, and we'll simply say message sign in before submit and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application right now, obviously on this screen I already signed in, but I open this in a new window, you will see it's showing sign in before submit. If I click on this one, obviously it redirects me to sign in page. Okay, but there is another way that we can show the sign in page. Here you can just give the mode as a mode as a model, or redirect, we'll say model, and now if I click on this one, it will show model like this. Okay, so cool. But this particular sign in button we need to only show when the user is not signed in, and second, that this form has a sign in functionality enabled, right? So for that one, let's go to this AI form inside the page.jsx, and from here we already have the record, right? From this record we're gonna send form UI one more variable, and we'll say enable sign in, and we'll say record dot enable sign in. Now this here I will make a D, and now obviously it depends on true or false, this will enable sign in, have that value. Now if I go back to the form UI, okay, here make sure to accept that value. The initial value will be the false. Okay, the default value will be the false, And if I scroll down here, we can also write one more condition along with is sign in, and here we write and enable sign in. Now here we'll, instead of showing over here, we'll just add the enable sign in. If it's true, or let's say opposite for now, if it's not true, then we can show this submit button. Otherwise we'll show this particular message like is sign in and all of these things. Okay, so let me bring this up, let me remove this and save it. Now let me go back. So let's say we have these two example and one is false, one is true. Okay, let's take both of them. So currently if you see, the sign in is not enabled, and if I open this page on the incognito window, so for this form 4 we don't need sign in, so it's not showing to sign in. Okay, but let's go to the another form, which is this one, and let's go to live preview, open this form in new tab. I'm not sure, but if you see, now this one is asking for sign in before submit. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can implement it. Now for this particular message, right, if sign in is required, you can show some kind of alert message as well. So let's try to implement that one if you want to. So it's up to you how you want to implement and how we want to show it. So guys, that's all for this particular section. Only the new feature which we added, that enable sign in authentication or not, so it will give you the extra authentication for your form. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud. So for that one, first we're gonna deploy it to the GitHub. So let me show you how it works. So let's say this is our application, and this application we want to deploy on a cloud. But before that, we want to deploy it or push it our code to the GitHub. Okay, and then we'll deploy this one to the Vercel, okay, which is our cloud service provider. Now whenever again next time we push any changes to the GitHub, it automatically deploy our application to the Vercel without triggering anything. Okay, so let's go back and let's go to this GitHub. So just type GitHub, create a new repo, and here simply I will say AI form builder, make it private, and let's say create I will create private, actually you can make it public, it's up to you, and create repo. Here if I go down, first thing you need to set the origin, but also let's initialize the git. So git init, and let's set the remote origin, and then next you need to add all the changes, then you need to commit the changes, so you say initial commit, and then you need to push the changes. As you are pushing first time, you have to push with this command called origin main, and then once it pushed, you will see that change over here. Okay, next let's go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account, create a new account, because I am using this Vercel from long time, and if you see, there are a bunch of projects which I already running on the Vercel. Now here click add new project, connect your git repo. So currently I'm connected with the my GitHub, but you have option to connect with the GitLab or Bitbucket as well. Now here just now I pushed this one, let's click on import. Here you can give any name you want, so in this case I give AI form builder tube Guruji, and then once everything is good, you have to open this environment variable, because we have a lot of environment variables. Okay, so let's go to this env.local, copy this all the environment variables, and then simply paste it here. Okay, so obviously this base URL we have to change it later on, but we will change it that one, and then click deploy. Now it will take a couple of minutes to deploy our application, because the first step is to build it, then deploy summary, and then it will assign the custom domain, and then it will be live for us. Okay, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, our application is deployed on server. Now if I click on this preview, here it will jump to this particular domain which we assigned at AI form builder tubevercel.app, where we have this beautiful landing page. Obviously I modified little bit, right, to give some beautiful effect. Here if I click on get started, we have this beautiful uh, login screen. Let's log in, and boom, once I log in to this particular application, we have this all the data information which I already there, right? Also everything is there in the responses. You have option to export this one. In analytics we don't have anything obviously, but in upgrade you have option to upgrade, and if I click get started, it will jump to the payment page as well. So everything is set up. Obviously you can create a new form from here. You have option to edit as well. Okay, only thing that want to do is on the live preview, if you see, we have this beautiful live preview with this base URL already there. Okay, and even though if I open this base URL in some other incognito window, right, now obviously for this form 6 you need to sign in, and obviously it asking for a sign in. But if I open some other form which don't need sign in, let's see this community app. So I will open this one. Let's copy this link as well and then paste it here. Okay, so it's taking the here obviously we need to modify something, but if I open this live preview, and if you see for this form you don't need to add a sign in, right? Now only thing that we need to change, because if you see, if I share this one and copy this URL, it's copying the localhost 3000. Okay, so let's update that one. So go to the continue dashboard on the Vercel, go to the setting. Here we have this environment variable, right? And inside here we have this base URL. That base URL you just need to change. Okay, so here I will just simply use this base URL and I will update it over here. Okay, and then save it, and that's all, you are done. Now once you update this environment variable, go to the deployment again, and then you have to redeploy this particular deployment, right? Because you updated the new environment variable, and then once it deployed, you are good to go. So that's how you guys you can deploy your application through any cloud service provider, which is Vercel, Netlify, and also Hostinger recently. So not Hostinger, but yeah, you can deploy on Hostinger. But recently, the Firebase also enabled the Next.js deployment service, so that on that one as well you can deploy it. Hey there, and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today in this video we are going to build and complete SaaS application. We are going to build an AI kid story generator application where you can learn a lot of different technology and use of AI to build this beautiful application. Let's walk through the application first and let's see what we are going to build in this particular video. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page, and on this page is a simple and clean landing page where you have an option to sign in with the help of clerk authentication. Now you have option to sign in with the Google, Facebook, or you can even sign up with the email. Now once you sign up with the any account, you will see the dashboard and the option to manage your account. Now let's jump to the dashboard, and boom, if you see, you will see all the story which this user is generated. Not only that, but we can maintain the credit usage. So if user created one story, then one credit need to be used. Okay, and you can have option to buy more credit as well. But let's create a new story. So just click on this create story and you have to add the subject. So let's say you want to create gender story on boy with magical school. Okay, and you can select the stories type. Here if you see how beautifully we designed this one, as soon as I hover on any of this image, the image color is get changed immediately. Cool, right? Now select the story type. Here you have option to select the age group, and not only that, but our application is going to generate an AI image. Yes, you heard right. Now select the type of image you want to generate. Let's say you want to generate a 3D cartoon image, and simply click generate story. Here you will see this beautiful loading indicator as well. And once the story is generated, you will see this beautiful toast message which we added. And wow, if you see, this AI image is also generated. Not only that, but we have the book cover with the title of the book. Okay, and I'm going to tell you how to generate this AI image. Okay, now if you want to read a book, just click on this next button, and wow, that's cool, right? It opened like a book only. Okay, not only here, but if you want to play this particular story, you have option to play this particular chapter. Now you can even go to the next page and you will see this beautiful animation to open every page. Cool, right? You can go back to the previous page or go back to the next chapter and boom, perfect, right? Now in order to access your all story, you can just go to your dashboard page and here you will see the credit got used, right? Now over here you will see all your story which you just created. Now if you want to add more credits, you want to buy more credits, you have option to buy more credits. You can select the plan which you want and you can make a payment with the help of PayPal. Now obviously we give all the option. You can even pay with the debit or credit card as well. Now not only that, but if you want to explore more stories, just go to this explore stories option and here you will find all the stories which other user generated. Okay, and we added this load more option. So it's a kind of pagination and infinite scrolling thing that we added to our application. Perfect, right? And you can even read any book which you want. See, so this complete application, obviously we are going to deploy it on the cloud as well. So you can access it or you can share this project with your friends and family. Now let me talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The first and very important, as this is the Next.js project or React based project, and we are going to use Next.js as our React web framework, and we are going to use TypeScript to write our code. The most important, with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to use and explore a new Tailwind CSS based library called Next UI, and it is quite beautiful and very easy to use UI library. For authentication, I'm going to use my favorite Clerk authentication service provider, and I'm going to tell you the new and updated version of Clerk, how to integrate with any of your application. For a database, obviously we are going to use a Drizzle ORM along with the PostgreSQL database, so that you will learn how to connect your application with the backend, as this is a completely full stack based application. Now coming to the part of AI, we are going to use an Gemini AI. A Gemini API or a Gemini AI is free to use and is very popular and very fast. So with the help of Gemini API, we are going to integrate to build or to get the text based AI response. And the one of the most important is to build or to generate the AI image, and for that one we are going to use a replicate. Replicate is used to run any AI model, and you will find, and I'm going to tell you a different and bunch of AI model to generate the image. Not only that, but one of the cheapest in the market, how to generate this API within a cent, okay, less than cent I think, okay, and within a $1 you can generate 300 plus images with this particular model, and that one also I'm going to teach you in this particular course. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. If you did not join the Tube Guruji Pro membership, please join it so that you will get the source code for free for all of my projects. Yes, you heard right. Just it's under $9. Just join it, or you can join a yearly, or the lifetime membership is just $125. Okay, so guys, before doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this AI Kit Story Generator application. Let me talk about the buildbuzz.ai, where you can create and winning content with the help of AI. You can even generate all the social media posts, like you can generate Instagram post, Twitter post, you can generate the YouTube script, or you can even generate the advertise for your business. BuildBuzz is very powerful AI based tool. If you want to join the BuildBuzz, you can find the link in the description and you can get a 25% off on the current pricing. Let me walk through how it works. Once you log in, you will find this dashboard where you will find all the options where you can generate the content with the help of AI. Let me show you one example. Let's say you want to create an Instagram post. So you can select the type, then you can select the product. Let's say you want to generate the Instagram post for the fitness. Here you can write the context. So once you fill all the details, you can simply click on generate Instagram post, and within a few seconds it will generate the complete and SEO base or SEO keyword base post for you. And if you see on the right hand side, you will see how it actually look on your Instagram post. Here it will also generate the AI based image for you, so you don't need to bring or get any images. This billboards will take care of generating the AI image as well, and you will find the content along with the hashtag for your Instagram post. How cool it is, right? And not only that, but if you come back later on these billboards, you can find your post which you generated previously like this. Okay, see. So guys, without doing any further delay, if you want to join the billboards, the link is in the description. Also, you will get a 25% off on this particular product. So just join it. In order to create a React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is the React framework for the web application, and it provides a lot of different features. The most important is to provide a folder-based routing. When you want to develop any big application, the folder-based routing is quite convenient for your big project. So in order to create this project, let's just copy this command npx next app at latest and paste it inside your terminal. So open a folder and open a terminal at that folder and simply just paste this command and click enter. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application. Here we'll say yes to proceed, and then you need to give the project name. Here we'll say AI story builder, or here we just rename this AI kids story builder and click enter. Now it will ask you that do you want to use TypeScript, yes or no. So we are going to use TypeScript in this particular project. So say yes, then ESLint say no. The Tailwind CSS, obviously we want a Tailwind CSS, say yes, and source directory say no. For the app router, obviously which is recommended, so we are going to use and say yes for that one. And for import alias say no. Now if you see it installing some of the dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency as well. And now if you see our project is created successfully and is ready to use. Now open a VS Code and open the folder and just locate where you just created your project. So in my case it is in projects, Next.js and AI Kit Story Builder. Click open. Here you have to say yes, I trust the author, and on the left hand side you will see all the folders files which is generated with that command. Okay, let's walk through one by one. The first folder and very important is app folder. Now inside the app folder which we are going to write all our code, okay, which we are going to add new screens and all of these things. Inside this app folder we already have this font folder, okay. Then we have this globals .css. So whatever the styling you want to apply throughout the application, you can define inside this global CSS. Then we have layout.tsx file. Now inside this layout.tsx file which used to render your application, okay. So if you see this is the root layout, and every Next.js application has a root layout file. So over here inside this HTML body tags we are going to render the children's, and this meta tag is useful when you want to add the SEO for your pages and applications. Then we have page.tsx file which is the default page for our application. So once we run this application you will get to know, and we will also edit this particular page. Then after that we have this node module. So whatever the dependency which we install, that packages which is inside this node module, obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Then we have this another important file called next.config.mjs file which help us to add the configuration related to the Next.js application. Then we have package log and package.json file which is the heart of our application, so which contain the name of the application, the version, the script to run the application or to build the application, and the dependency which is installed along with their version, okay. And to maintain the package version, that's the reason we have this package log.json. So once you share this project with some other friends or someone, right, and they want to work on that one, this package log is that time is important. Then we have post css.config.mjs file and tailwind.config.ts file. So inside that, which contain the configuration related to the Tailwind CSS. Now, if you see inside this content, whatever the path is defined, inside that only the Tailwind CSS is applicable. If you want to add the Tailwind CSS in some specific folder and that path is not mentioned here, you have to make sure that path is added inside the content. Okay. So now let's run the application. So simply go to the terminal and click new terminal. It will open the terminal inside your VS Code only, and just type npm run dev and click enter. Now it will open the port 3000 on the URL localhost 3000. Just open this URL on your browser, and obviously first time it will take time to build. And if you see, this is the default page showing on the screen. Now let me bring this side by side and let's edit this page. So let's go to this app, and inside that we have this page.tsx file. So if you want to remove all of this thing, just clean this and simply add a div, okay, and save it. As soon as you save it, you will see the screen is showing empty or blank page. And if I type something, let's say h2 tag, we'll say subscribe to Gurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And as soon as I save it, you will see the text subscribe to Gurji is showing on the screen. Okay, so it's also support the hot reload. As soon as you type or make some changes in your file and save it, it automatically reflect on your browser without refreshing manually. Okay, so that's how guys you can create the Next.js React project and run the project at very first time. Now it's time to add an UI library for our application, and for that one we are going to use this Next UI. Next UI provides a lot of different components and is very easy to use. Also it provides the different type of theming. So if you see, if we have the Next UI, the modern, elegant, retro, and there are a lot of them, and it's very easy to switch between them as well. So let's go to this nextui.org. I will keep the link in the description, and simply go to the documentation. Here select the installation section, and over here there are some installation steps which we need to follow in order to install this Next UI into our application. So first thing, we already created the project, right? So we are not going to go with this automatic installation. Rather, we are going to jump to this manual installation. And don't worry, it's quite easy. First thing you need to do is to install this npm package. So copy this one, go back to your application, and inside the terminal, let's add a new terminal and paste this command. So it will install this Next UI for us. After that, this particular step is not applicable for us. Okay, this is only applicable if you are using this pnpm package. Next thing, we need to set up this tailwind css.config.js file. Okay, so just copy this line of code and simply go back to your application, and inside the tailwind css.config.js file you need to add under this content section and then save it. Next, you can add this plugin and dark mode if you want. So I'm not going to use dark mode in this particular tutorial. So just copy these plugins, and under this plugin section I will just replace this with this Next UI plugin. Now make sure to import this Next UI plugin from this nextui org/react. Okay, so it will get imported, this one, and after that you need to wrap your application inside this Next UI provider. So simply create the provider new file called provider. So here I will just create provider.tsx, and inside that let's add a default template by using rfce. Obviously, this shortcut to generate the automatic template with the help of VS Code extension. So for that one, you need to install the extension called React ES7 plus React Redux React Native extension. Along with that, also make sure to install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, okay, which help us to write your code much faster. Now, once we have this provider, make sure to render the children. So here I will add a children. Inside here you need to provide the type as react dot react node, okay, and here I will just remove and we'll use this next UI provider. So copy this component and simply paste it here, and inside that you can just render your children. Now make sure to import this next UI provider from this NextUI org/react. Let's save it, and now let's go to this layout.tsx file, and inside here you have to make sure to wrap these children inside this provider. So let me rename this provider with a capital P. And now you can import it like this, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure nothing get changed, and right now if you see, we don't have any changes on the screen yet, okay. Now next step is to add a component and you are ready to go, right? So let's go to this component section and try to install this button component, okay. So copy this button component, and whatever the component you want to use it, you have to make sure to install this component first. So I will install this button component and say yes here. So first time you are installing, so it will might install some of the package which we might not have, like this. If you see, it updated our version of the next UI and some other things, okay. It happens only first time. Now once the button component is installed, let's go to this page.tsx, and over here I am going to use this button component from this next UI org button, see, and here I will say subscribe and save it. Make sure it is imported. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this button component, right? How cool it is. Now if you want to change the color of this button component, it will just provide the property called color and say primary, and boom, if you see, it's added the primary color. Now if I go to the button here, you will find a lot of different example, and there are a lot of things you can see over here. Obviously, if you want to customize, you want to add a button like this, even you can customize this button according to your requirements, okay. How cool it is, correct? Now if you want to change your primary color to some other color, you can do that. So simply if you want to learn more about the color and other options, go to the customization. Here you will find the colors option, and this is the way that you can install the color. Now we already have the next UI plugin added into our tailwind.config.js file. Simply you can copy this theme section and go back to your application, and inside this tailwind.config, inside the next UI, paste this themes information. Now inside the theme, whatever the color you want to add, you can add over here inside the color section. So let's say you want to add a primary color, right? Now inside the primary, I will say default color, and you can add your own hex code. So in this case, I will add this hex code 5253A3, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see our button color is changed to something like dark blue color, okay. So that's how, guys, you can update your color combination inside your tailwind.config.js file. Obviously you can also add that color combination to the dark mode as well, okay. So obviously we are going to use a lot of different components from the next UI, and that help us to build our application much faster, and it looks much modern. Now it is very important to update our application font. So you can use your own custom font for your application, and for that one we are using a Google font. So you can search the font which you like it, okay. So you can go to Google font and you can search whatever font you want to use. Once you decide it, let's go to this go to our application, I will close all of this tab and then go to this layout.tsx. Now if you see over here, you can even use your own custom font. You just need to put your font into this public folder under the font and you can refer over here. But I'm going to remove all of this code and we can directly use the custom Google font over here. So simply in order to use it, you need to import it, okay, from, and here you need to write next/font/Google, and whatever the font you want, you just name it. For example, I want to use this Nunoto font, and then after that you need to initialize that font. So maybe we can use over here, we'll say constant my app font is equal to, you need to initialize it, get a reference, and then here we'll say subsets. You can say acrylic Latin, let's say Latin, and save it. Now next, inside the class name, I will just remove all of this code, and then you can just use this my app font dot class name and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh it, you will see our font is now changed to the font which we selected. So that's how easily you can update your application font. Now let's create a landing screen for our application. If you see this mockup, we have this header section and then we have this hero section. We will keep this as simple as it is. Now both this particular screen we are going to divide into two different components. One is for a header and one is for the hero section. So obviously, in order to integrate or add a navigation bar called header with the help of Next UI. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside the app folder, obviously our default page is this page.tsx. I will remove all the content, and here first thing, obviously we are going to show header, and after that we are going to show the hero section. Now in order to create a component, I'm going to create a new folder under this app folder, but I will give a name with this underscore components. Okay, as you know that Next.js or Next.js is a contains the folder based routing, right? And in order to avoid the routing, so you need to give the name of the folder start with the underscore, otherwise it will consider as a new route. Okay, now once you define this component, let's add a new component file called header.tsx and another file for hero.tsx. Now let's add a default template for both of this file and save both this file. Okay, now inside the header we are going to add a navigation bar. Now if I go to this Next UI and just search for the nav bar, see this one, this particular component, right? And if you see, these are some of the different example they already given into their documentation. Okay, and it's very easy to use. Let's first thing, let's import this component. So I will just copy this one, and inside the terminal I will paste it here. Next, you need to import all of these components. So I will copy this import and simply I will paste it inside this header. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously we'll do or we will implement it one by one. First thing we need to do is to add the navbar component like this. Now if you want to know how to use it and everything, you can go to this usage and you can search or look for the code how they implemented. Okay, but in our case we are going to implement line by line. Once you define this navbar, inside there you can add the navbar content. Now inside the content, first thing we need to do is to add the logo of our application. So over here we will add the navbar brand, and inside here we'll simply add image. Make sure to import this image from the next/image, the source. And in order to add the logo for our application, I'm going to use a logo placeholder. So just search for the logo placeholder. I will use this untitledui.com site in order to copy one of the logo for our application. So let's search it little bit, and I will use this one. Okay, so I will copy this SVG code and inside the public folder. So we don't have the public folder, so let's create a new public folder. This need to be a folder, and inside there I am going to create a logo.svg file and paste the code which you copied. Okay, now inside here we'll just access it using logo.svg. Let's give the alt tag, and here we'll also give width of 40, height of 40, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh it, you will see nothing on the screen because we did not import this header into the page.tsx file. So under this header, let's import this under this page, let's import this header component first and then save it. And once you save it, let's go back, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful logo showing on the screen. Right now inside the header, again you can give the name of your brand. Here I will say h2 tag and just will say Kidso story. Okay, here I will add some class name. So let's add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 3XL, and I will make text primary. Okay, and we'll add margin left to 3. Let's save it, and if you see, the text is showing on the screen, but so this text need to be primary, not 50, and now we are good. See, okay, perfect. Also after that we need to add the menu options. Okay, so for that one again I'm going to add a navbar content. So whatever the item you want to add, you can add inside this navbar content. Okay, now here we need to iterate the list of menu. So let's define the menu list first. So here we'll say constant menu list, and inside here we'll say name as a home. I'm also going to define path for each of them. Okay, something like this, and I will just copy paste this couple of times. Next I will say create story. Here I will say create story as a path, then explore story. Here we will say explore, and last we will say contact us. Okay, now in order to display all the list, we need to iterate it, right? So let's simply add menu list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here you need to add a navbar item. So here we'll simply add a navbar item because inside the navigation we need to show that item, right? And simply we'll add a link, obviously. So this link tag will help is very helpful when you want to navigate on the click of any of the menu item. And for this link you need to provide the hrefs tag, and for the hrefs we are going to add a path. Okay, which path we already defined over here, right? After this we need to define the item dot name of the menu, and if I go back, let's refresh it, and boom, if you see, we are able to display the list of all the menu. Also for this content you can mark it justify and just mark it as a center, so it will be in the center of the screen. So it's not yet in center because we only have the 2 items, but let's add one more navbar content, and in that one we want to show the button, and we'll simply say get started, and for this one we can mark it justify end. Okay, and boom, now if you see, this option is in the center, the button is on the right hand side, and this logo is on the left hand side. Now for this button I will change the color to primary, and let's save it, and boom, perfect. Now one more important thing, currently the navbar is putting some padding from the left and right, and we want the full padding navbar. So simply for this navigation bar we are going to add the let's search for max width, and here you need to add a full as a max width, and boom, if you see, now is full width navigation bar. Perfect, right? Also, for a background of our home screen, I'm going to change it. So let's go to this page.tsx file, and inside here for this div I will add a class name. Now here I want to add uh, the custom color, right? And in order to apply some custom value to your Tailwind CSS, you need to define inside the square bracket. And now obviously for our background color, I want to provide my own hex code. So here I will simply add hash CAD3FF, which is the hex code which I want to use it, save it, and boom. If you see, our background color is kind of little lighter purple color. Okay, so that's how you can define it. Now for the header, let's go to the header and let's apply some styling to our navigation bar item. So for this one, I will add a class name. Here we'll make it text as a Excel, text primary, and then we want to add font as medium, and on hover I want to add an underline and save it. Now if I save it, if I hover on this one, you will see this underline and the color of this menu item also get changed. You can also provide some gap. So I'm not sure whether we can provide over here or not. Let's add a class name and put a gap of 3. I think it's not applicable, but let's margin X to 2. I think that's good. See, okay. So that's how our header is ready. Now we have to make sure this is completely responsive. So if I go to this navigation bar, and if you scroll down little bit, you will see some example that it also handle this kind of side navigation. If I increase the screen size, you will see the menu, but on the smaller screen, it will come under this hamburger icon. How cool, right? So let's implement that one. So under after this navbar content, right, we are going to add a new navbar content, and let's add a menu instead of that. So let's add navbar menu. Okay, and inside that we will going to iterate this menu item. So let's add menu list, sorry, the map. Here we'll say item comma index, like this. Okay, now inside that we'll add a navbar menu item. Okay, and here let's add a link. H reference will be similar like this one, so item dot path, and inside here we'll add item dot name. Okay, now once you add that one, we need to add one state which will open this menu bar item. Okay, so simply here we'll say constant, then we'll say is menu open. Okay, now this particular state will hold the value for us. It's kind of variable for us. Okay, you might familiar with this state. So here we'll simply add use state, and initially we'll make it false. Okay, now to this navigation bar, it has one property called on menu open change, and here we'll simply set is menu open. Okay, and let's save everything and let's go back. And if you see, we have one error that it's saying we use a use state on server side. So let's make this component on the client side. So here we'll just simply add use client to this particular header, and boom. Now in order to enable that particular hamburger icon inside this navbar content, you need to add the navbar menu toggle. So here we say have property called navbar menu toggle. Okay, and inside this we are going to add a class name, and it will be hidden when the screen size is smaller. And let's add the Arial label. So here we'll say Arial label, which is equal to is menu open. If it's open, then we'll show close menu, otherwise we'll show open menu. Okay, now all of this you can obviously get it from the documentation from the Next UI. And also we have to make sure you will hide this when the screen size is smaller. Okay, so here we'll add a class name and simply we'll hide it, but on smaller screen we'll show it. Okay, and save. Now let's go back. If I decrease the screen size, let's make it smaller, and boom, if you see on the smaller screen the menu is gone, and now I can able to see this option as well. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add or you can make this navigation bar responsive, depends on the screen size. Now let's implement this hero section part. If you see on the left hand side, we are just showing the some tagline for our application along with some button, and on the right hand side we are going to add an PNG image. So I have the image already, so I'm going to copy this image and then simply go back to your in VS Code. Inside the public folder we'll paste this hero.png file. If you want this all the image and access, that is available in the source code file, so the link is in the description. Now let's go to this hero.tsx file and make sure this particular component is imported under this page.tsx file. So I will add this hero and then save it. Make sure on the screen you are able to see this hero component. Now inside this hero.tsx file, let's add a div. Inside this div we'll add a class name and we'll make a grid. We'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on medium screen size we are going to add grid column 2, because we are going to divide this particular screen into two parts, one for this one and other for this image. Okay, so let's add a 2 div like this. Now let's add an image first. So here I will add an image. Make sure you are adding from next/image, then source tag, and inside that I will going to refer this hero.png. Here give alt tag, give a width, let's say 700, and some height, let's give 400, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful image, right? For this main div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll give padding x to 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give padding x to 28, and on large we'll give padding x to 44, and let's give margin top to 10. Now on this particular div, we'll add a h2 tag, and inside here we'll simply going to copy this content. So I want same text as it is inside here, and for this one I'm going to add a class name. Let's say text is of 70 pixel. Here if you observe, I'm giving the custom size. Okay, so I'm giving inside this square bracket. Then we'll give a text primary color and the font as an extra bold. Okay, and let's give padding y to 10, and let's see how it looks. And boom, if you see, it's look pretty good, right? And then I'm going to add one more p tag, and inside that I'm going to add some small description. Okay, here we'll add a class name, and simply for that one we'll add text is of 2xl, text is of primary color, and then save it. Boom, if you see, this is how it will look like. Next you can make this text, the font little light. Okay, so little, yeah, that's pretty good. Next I want to add a button under the same div, so we'll add a button. Now to this button you can mention the size as well. Okay, and not only that, you can also provide the color like primary and save it. Now you will see this button, obviously we need to mention the name, something, the text for the button. Here we'll say create story. Okay, now for this button you can even apply some custom button size and all. Okay, I will keep it as it is for now. Here let's add margin top to 5 and save it. I think that's pretty good. Also here for now I will make the height to the full. Let's make it screen. Let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and that's how our landing screen is almost ready. Only thing that if you want to add some custom button size, you can also add that one. Let's say you want to add font bold, text is of 2XL, and I will add padding of 10 as well, something like this. See, okay. Now on the click on this one, we want to navigate to the new screen. Okay, so if I click on this create story, I want to navigate to the create screen. So for that one, I'm going to add a new route under this app folder. So in order to add a new route, you just need to create a new folder and you can give the name of the folder. So let's say create story. Okay, and this will be our new route. Now inside that you need to create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and here I will just rename this to create story as a new screen. Okay, now in order to navigate to this particular screen, you can simply go to this button and either you can wrap this button inside the link tag. To this link tag you need to provide hrefs, and in this case you want to navigate to this create story, which is this new route which we just created, and then make sure to wrap your button inside this link tag and then save it. Now if I go back and click on this create story, you will see it's navigating to this create story page. Okay, and same thing if you want to navigate to home screen or dashboard, when user click on get started, you can even create a new route called dashboard and navigate it. Okay, but now next thing is very important, because we have to make sure when user click on this create story, user is authenticated before creating a new story or showing this page. That's the next thing which we are going to look. We are going to add authentication with the help of Clerk Authentication Service Provider to our application. Now it's time to create a sign-in page for our application. If you see, once user click on this get started or one user click on the create story, and if user is not authenticated to our application, we are going to navigate to this sign-in page, where on the left hand side we are going to show some kind of image, and on the right hand side we are going to display a login UI where user can enter email password, or user can log in with the help of social authentication provider like Google, Facebook. And in order to add an authentication to our application, we are going to use the Clerk Authentication. In many of my applications, I use a Clerk, and Clerk provide a lot of different features, and it also provide a different provider support like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and lot more. Also, Clerk is very easy to integrate and free to use as well. They also provide their own UI kit, but if you want to customize the sign-in page according to your requirements, they also have their own Clerk components, where with the help of that you can create your own sign-in and sign-up page. Also, in order to add authentication, security and all, Clerk provide a different configuration to your authentication sign-in or sign-up page, where you can control everything at one place. So first thing, let's go to this clerk.com. I will put the link in the description, so just click on it, and once you sign into your application, just go to the dashboard. Once you are jumped to the dashboard, here if you see, I already have a lot of project created with this Clerk, but if you want to create a new application, just go over here and click on this create application. Give the application name, so in this case we'll give AI Kids Story Generator, and you can enable the provider which you want. So right now I enable email, Google, also you can enable Facebook if you want, and simply click create application. On the right hand side you will see how it actually look on the screen once you integrate it. So just click on create application, and now it just simply in couple of steps you are ready to use it and integrate it inside your Next.js application. Now if you see, right now obviously you have to select the framework which you are using. So currently we are using Next.js. So first thing, we need to install this clerk SDK for Next.js. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. So it will install the clerk for a Next.js. Then you need to copy this environment variable key and you need to paste it inside your .env.local file. So we need to create a .env.local file and paste it here and then save it. Next thing, we need to create this middleware.ts file. So let's create this middleware.ts file inside your root directory, and then you need to paste this line of code and save. Now once you add this clerk middleware, right, you need to add the public and private route which you want to protect from the unauthorized user. So I will keep the link in the description for the documentation of the clerk. So on this documentation they also mention how you can add the clerk middleware or update the clerk middleware. So over here you will see this link called clerk middleware reference. Click on it and just scroll little bit. Over here you can add this line of code in order to add the protected route. Okay, so just copy this one, go back to your application and simply paste it here. Now make sure to import this clerk route matcher, and whatever the route you want to protect you just need to mention here. Let's say you want to protect this create story route, right? So you can mention here like this. Now whatever the if you have the subdomain or sub route right after this or nested route we can say, then you can mention like this. Okay, not slash, something like this, and then simply save it. After that, let me go back to this page, and then you need to wrap the clerk provider, wrap your application into this clerk provider component. Okay, so if you see, this is the next step. So simply what I will do, I will just, you can use any of this documentation. Okay, this is just a shortcut kind of thing. This is the complete detailed documentation. So I will copy this clerk provider, and instead of adding it into a layout, I will add inside this provider like this, and make sure to import this clerk provider as well, and then save it, and we are ready to use it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh once and click on this create story. If you see, it's navigate to some other domain, but it's navigating to sign in page because our clerk, the create story route is protected. See, okay, but if I'm trying to access the localhost 3000, I'm able to access because we did not protect this home screen route, right? But the question is, how can we change this domain, because our domain is localhost 3000 and we want to use our own domain, right? So for that one, you need to create your own custom sign in and sign up page. So just click on this one. So it will navigate to this particular page where you need to create your own custom sign in and sign up page. So it's quite easy. So first thing, just copy this path, okay, and then go back to your application. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called auth, but I started with the folder name with this circular bracket because I want to keep sign in and sign up page into one folder. So I will keep like this, and inside here again click on this plus create file icon and simply paste the route which you copied. So automatically it will create the folder and then the file for you. Then simply copy the content and then paste it here and save it. Same thing you need to do for the sign in page. So I will copy this and then make sure you are in auth folder and simply click on plus icon, add this one and copy all of this content and then simply paste it here and save it. Next thing, if you scroll down, you can add this inside your public route, but you don't need to, because if you did not mention this route inside your clerk middleware, then by default it act like a public route only. Okay, but you have to make sure you need to add these environment variables inside your .env.local file. So just copy this one and inside this .env.local file just paste it here and save it. Next, if you scroll down a little bit, I think we are ready. So now if I go to this localhost 3000 and click on this create story, and boom, if you see, in this case you are on your own domain and now it's going to the sign in page, and after redirect it will go to this create story once you sign in. How cool, right? Now our sign in page is not look good, so let's redesign this one. So let me close all of this tab for now and let's go to the sign in page. So on this one I will just wrap this in a curly braces, and inside that I will add a div. Now for this div I will add a class name and I will divide this screen into two parts. Now first, obviously on smaller screen I will make grid column 1, but on medium screen we'll make grid column 2. Okay, then we'll add two div. In one div we'll simply add this sign in component from the clerk, and for this one we'll add a class name. We'll make a flex, justify center, item to be in the center, and then save it. Now this is how it will look like, but let's add height to the screen. Now it is in the center of the screen. Okay, now on the left hand side I just want to simply add an image. So inside the public folder I already added this login.png file. Okay, obviously you can get it from the source code, so the link is in the description, or you can access it from the tubeguruji.com. Now over here I will add the image tag, then source, and simply you can refer using login.png. Give alt tag as a login. Here you can give a width and the height and save. Now if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Okay, you can even add a class name and just make width to full. Okay, and your sign in page is now ready. Okay, now if I decrease the screen size, this is how it will look like. So obviously sign in page at the bottom and then image at the top. Okay, so in order to put this sign in page on the top when the screen size is smaller, you can just mention here on smaller screen, or just add order first on the smaller screen, and when the screen size is medium or larger you can add order last. Okay, now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and when I decrease the screen size, you will see now the login kit is on the top and the image at the bottom. Perfect. Okay, now if I click on any authentication, select go account and sign in, then it will redirect you to this create story. Okay, now if I go to this localhost 3000, on the header we did not make any changes yet, but once user is login, we have to make sure this button will change to the dash with the text dashboard, and here we need to show the user profile icon. Let's do that. So first thing, I will go to this header, and inside this header where we have this get started button, right? Now in order to check whether user is signed in or not, clerk provide their one hook called use user. Okay, so it also provide the user information, but this with the help of this use user hook from the clerk Next.js, make sure it has a method, the property call is sign in. Now when you are using a hook, make sure the component is on the client side, and if I go over here simply I'm going to add is sign in. If user is sign in, then we are going to show text called dashboard, otherwise we are going to show text called get started, and I will just remove this text and save it. Now if I go back and refresh it, you will see the text called dashboard because we already signed in. In order to show the user profile image, clerk has one component called user button. Okay, and that's all. and if I go back, you will see this profile icon. If I click on this one, you will see this beautiful option icon. If I click on manage account, you will see this model where you can manage your account. If you have also have option to sign out as well. Okay, now obviously on the click of dashboard, we want to navigate to the dashboard, or on the click of get started, we also want to navigate to the dashboard. So simply I will wrap this button inside the link tag. I will provide the h reference as /dashboard, and I will wrap this over here. Okay, now we don't have the dashboard route yet, so let's create a dashboard route. So inside the app folder, we'll create a dashboard route, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx, or not JSX, tsx file, add a default template, and I will just rename this to dashboard. Okay, now if I click on this dashboard, it will navigate to the dashboard page. Okay, but if I sign out, you will see the button text is changed to get started, and if I click on this get started, obviously I have to sign in first, and obviously after that it will redirect it to the dashboard page. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the sign in and sign up page. Obviously you can add or customize your own sign in and sign up page, and we also learn how can we protect the route from the unauthorized user, and we added the authentication for that one in order to access that particular route. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving to the next part, if I go to this clerk dashboard, you will see that new user who sign in with this all the information. You can obviously see all the user list because clerk recently updated their UI, dashboard UI. So you will see this all the users under this user section. Also clerk also provide an organization features. Okay, right now we are not implementing in this particular application, but if you want to learn more about the organization feature, let me know in the comment section. And next we have configuration, where you can enable the social authentication. Right now we are in development mode, but at the end of the tutorial I will teach you how can we move to this production mode as well. Then you can obviously enable the multi-factor authentication. You can have sign up restriction if you have organization, or you want to enable the sign in or sign up to certain domains. You have option to do that as well. You can even have option to block list, you can add a restriction, and there are a lot of different other options which you can implement. So guys, let me know how what do you think about the clerk, and let me know if it's very easy to use or not in the comment section. Let me talk about the tubegurji.com, where you will find all of my exclusive courses along with the source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can track each course chapter by chapter. Here you will get the source code, the application depot, or you can even watch this complete video for free on YouTube. How cool it is, right? Also, you can find your own personal dashboard, and you can track your course depends on your how much progress you did it. Okay, and in order to join this particular TubeGurji Pro membership, it will just at $899 per month. Okay, and you will get an access to all the courses and the source code for free. Now we are going to build and create story page, where user going to add the subject of the story. Then user have option to select the type of the story, whether it's a bed story or it's just a storybook or educational story. Then we are also giving option to select the age for those kids. Depends on the age group. Obviously, we are going to create a story, and the last the type of the image. So this need to be an image type, okay, or image style, whether it's a 3D or paper cut or watercolor and so on. Okay, and once you just click on this create story, there are some of the steps that we need to follow on, but obviously I'm going to tell you and teach you how can we do that. But before that, let's build this create story page first. So let's go back to our application, and obviously if I go to this localhost 3000 and click on this create story, we are navigating to the create story page. Right now, if you see over here, you don't see any header, okay, but we need to bring this header to throughout the application. So first thing we need to do, let me close all of this tab, and from this page.tsx where we have this header, I will move this header from this particular page to the layout.tsx, okay, or we can just move to this provider.tsx just before this children, and make sure to import this header, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to the create story, and boom, if you see, now we have the header on this particular localhost 3000 page as well as the create story page as well, okay. Now also we need a background or similar background throughout the application. Right now we just applied the background to the home screen only, okay. So what we can do, let me go to this page.tsx and I will just copy this background color and then go to the global CSS. So let me close all of this tab. Let's go to the global CSS, and inside this root, if you see, we have this background color. I will just replace it with our own hex code. And now if I refresh it, you will see the header has now the background which we defined, and not only there, but if I go to this create story, now for that one as well, you will see the background. Perfect, right? Now next thing, let's go to this create story page. We close these tabs and go to the create story page. Now inside here, let's add h2 tag, and inside that we will write create your story as a text. For this one I will add a class name. We'll make font extra bold, text is of 70 pixel, and we'll make text primary and text to be in the center, and save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously for this particular div, I'm going to add some padding. On the medium screen, I will add a padding x to 20, and on large screen I will add padding x to 40, something like this. After this, I'm going to copy this particular tagline and or description kind of thing, and inside the p tag I will just paste it. Then for this p tag as well, we'll add a class name. We'll just say text is of 2xl and text is of primary color, something like this, okay. Let's make this text to be in the center, so it will be in the center like this, okay. Next thing, we need to divide this particular screen into two different sections, similar like this one, okay. So on the left hand side we have one subject story, and other we have story type, and the same way. So obviously we are going to use grid. So here I will add a div, and here we'll add a class name grid column 1 when the screen size is extra small or smaller, but on this medium screen size we'll make grid column 2. We'll also give gap, and we'll make sure the margin top to 14. Now first thing, obviously on the left hand side we want a user, or we can say story subject. Then we want the story type, the age group, and the last image style, okay. So for each of these particular section we are going to create a component, okay, dedicated component. So under this create story, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as underscore components, because we don't want this as a route, and we'll keep all this component which is related to this create story under this component folder. Now inside here we'll say story subject input dot tsx, or let's make this file to tsx because we are using TypeScript, right? So make sure it's a tsx only. And for the story subject input, I will add default template. Let's save all of this information, and let's import this story subject input over here, okay. Now make sure on the screen you are able to see this story subject input, okay. Now first let's implement this story subject input. Now if you observe the mockup, we have this title and then we have the text area. So let's implement in same way. So over here we'll add a label and we'll say one dot subject of a story, subject of the story. Obviously for this one I will add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 4XL and text primary. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Perfect. After this we want to add a text area. So in order to add a text area, I'm going to use a Next UI text area component. Okay, so first let's import this component. So let's go over here and inside here I will add this component, and once the component is imported you can see this use case how they use it. Okay, so simply you can use text area from this Next UI org input, and to this text area let's provide the placeholder. Let's say write the subject of the story which you want to generate. Then you can even mention the size. I will add it as a large. Now for the input, okay, the inner input you can add the class name. Okay, so they have method called class names, and inside that you can add the input style to this input. Okay, let's say you can add the resizable, so you can just write resize to Y. Then you can even add the minimum height to 230, let's say 230 pixel. Then we'll make text is of 2XL and we'll add padding of 5 as well and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this input, text area input. Okay, over here to this text area let's add a class name as well, and we'll give margin top to 3 and maximum width to large, and then save it. Now if you see we have this area. Now this area, obviously text area, you can even expand it just by pinching over here. Okay, and your text area is now ready. Now to this text area obviously we are going to add on change event. Okay, which will save the user input information. So let's implement that one as well. So here simply I'm going to add on change. So obviously on change it will emit the event E, and here I will just write user selection. So in this method I'm going to pass fill value as E dot target dot value and fill name as a input. Okay, over here we'll say story subject. Now this user selection obviously we need to pass back to our parent component. So I will add the, make sure is user selection, the spelling is correct, and I will keep the type for any for now. Now inside this page or inside this page.tsx, which is our parent component, over here I will accept as user selection, not user selection, yeah, I think user selection only. That's correct. Yeah, so user selection, and we are going to create a method for that one. So here we'll say on handle user selection. Now this method obviously we are going to call over here. So constant on user selection, it will accept the data. Okay, now inside the data we need to provide the type. So let's define the type for that data. So here we'll say export. I think that's just a field data. So here we'll say interface field data, and it has a field name is of type string, and then the field value is of type string. Okay, so this field name and field value we are sending, so that's the reason we added this type. And obviously here we need to define the type of this particular data. So this will be a field. Let me check what the name. Yeah, field data, something like this. Okay, and right now I will just console it like data only and save it. Okay, now let's test this out and make sure you are able to accept it. Over here obviously we use this function, and if you are using function you have to make sure that component is on the client side. So I will just make this as a client side, and now go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here we'll say anything you write, you will see on the line 12 in page.tsx you are able to get field value and the field name. Cool, right? So this is nothing but this particular console. Perfect. Now next we want to show the story type. On that one we are going to show that image, and on the top of that one we are going to add the name of that particular story type. Okay, so for that one I'm going to create a new component under this component folder, and we can call it as a story type.tsx file. Add the default template and save it. Now this story type we are going to add over here and save it. Now let's go to the story type, and before implementing it I'm going to create the options list. Okay, now inside this option list we are going to mention the story type and what are the kind of story type and all. So here it will be the list of object. I'm going to provide the label, let's say storybook. Then we are going to provide the name. Okay, so here we'll say storybook only, and then the image URL. Okay, I think the name of the storybook, if you did not use that also fine, so I will just remove this name, we don't need it. But main important thing, the label and the image URL. Now image URL, if you see inside the public folder I already added some of the image story like this bed story, educational, and lot of others. Okay, so you can just get it from there. Obviously all the access file you will find inside the source code. Now here I will say story.png. okay, and now this particular path is accessible from the public folder because that is the image which I added inside the public folder. And here we'll say is free. Okay, and I will make it as a true. Now is free is helpful when you want to add make this option as a paid option. Only premium or paid user can access that one. Currently I will just make sure that to add that field, and anytime you can mark it as a free as a false or no. Okay, now copy this field name couple of times, and here we'll say bed story and then educational. Now for the bed story we have the image called bed story, and for educational we have image called educational, and save it. Now let's display that or iterate that option list. Over here first thing I'm going to show the label as story type. Then for this label I will use the same label like this. I will just copy and paste it here. I will just rename this to story type, and after this label I'm going to add a div. Inside the div we'll add story type, not story type, the option list, because that's what we want to iterate, right? So option list dot map, here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we're going to define the div, and inside this div we'll add the image first. Let's add an image from the source. Here we'll give alt tag as item dot label, and for the image source I'm going to provide item dot image URL. Okay, now let's give width and height. So let's add a width. Here you can say width of width of 300, height of 500. We'll add a class name with object as a cover, so it will not get stretched. let's define the specific height, and I will also make the rounded corner as 3xl. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this list of all the images is showing on the screen, right? Now for this particular div, I'm going to add a class name and we'll make this as a grid column 3 because I want to show 3 images in one row, and we'll add a gap of 5, margin top to 3, and boom. If you see, now we have this beautiful story type section. Also now we want to add a text on that one. So above this image I'm going to add an h2 tag. To this h2 tag we are going to show the label, so item dot label. So obviously for each of this object we have this label, right? That label we are going to show. Obviously if you see, this label is coming on the top of this image and we want this label on the image, okay, on the top of the image. So simply for this h2 tag I will make it as a absolute, okay, and after this we'll just say bottom to 5 and we'll make this text to white. Also make text to be in the center and make sure to provide the width as a full, so it will be in the center. So right now I don't see that particular text, so let's give to this particular div, let's add a class name and just mark it as a relative, okay, so it will bound to this particular div only. And now you will see the name of that particular story or label for each of these options. Now along with the h2 tag I will also make this 2xl size, and I think that's pretty good. See, now we have storybook, bed story, and educational. Okay, now I'm going to add also and some awesome effect to this one. So simply what you can do to this h2 tag, you are just add a hover, not hover, but here we'll make it grayscale. So once you make this grayscale, you will see it will be in the kind of black and white color, okay, but on hover you can add grayscale to 0, and let's make it cursor pointer as well. So as soon as I hover on this one, right, everything getting hovered. Okay, let me fix this. So let's remove this grayscale line because we want inside this div, okay, like this. And now if I go back, see, as soon as I hover on any of this item, only that item, the color of that item is getting populated because we make it grayscale 0 on the hover. How cool it is, right? Perfect. Now once you just select any of these particular option, we have to make sure that particular card or particular option is get selected, okay, and we want to show it as a light, the color one. So simply over here I'm going to define one state. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Okay, now make this component as a client side and save it. Now once user click on this particular div, so on the click of this div I'm going to save the name of that particular option. So here we say set selected option as item dot label, okay, and obviously we need to provide the type, so I will provide the type is of string and save it. Okay, now as soon as user click on this one, it will get selected, but we have to make sure that it will once user select that any of the option, it will get colored. So over here let's wrap this inside not this wrap this particular div inside the curly braces because we want to, and add this tag because we want to add a dynamic styling, so or conditional styling. Okay, so here we'll say selected option is matches with the item dot label. If that condition is true, then we'll make grayscale to 0, and otherwise we'll make grayscale, okay, means we will make it black and white only. Let's save it and test this out. If I select this one, you will see now the storybook is showing color. Okay, if I select this educational one, say Okay, so that's how it works. Also, if you want to add more styling, you can add a border to that one. So what we can do, let's add a padding one to this particular div. And whenever user select something, right, we are going to add a border. We'll make border rounded 3xl, and we'll also make border is of primary color and save it. Now let's test this out, and if you see, if I select this one, you will see the border. Okay, so any of this you select, you will see this beautiful border which we added. You can even change the border size to 2 little border. See, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the styling and effect to your component. Now same thing we are going to implement for the edge group. Obviously the image or we can say option list might be different. So what we can do, you can just copy this component as it is. So I will copy everything, okay, until this point, I think, yeah. And then we'll create a new component and we can call it as a edge group.tsx, add a default template, and then simply I will paste it here. Okay, now obviously make sure to import the use state and then make sure to import this image from the next/image. Now only change you need to do is to update this option list. So here we'll say 0 to 2 years. Here we have the image URL called 0 to years, 0 to years .png. Then here I will make 3 to 5 years, and for that one we have 3-5 years as a image, and the last 5 to 8 years, and for that one as well we have 5-8 years as an image. Okay, and obviously that image going to render. Let's save it and make sure to update this label as well. This is the third option, and here we'll say edge group and save it. Now if I go back to our application, I think we need to add that in page.tsx. So we did not add it here. So make sure to add this component called edge group, and boom, if you see, we have this edge group as well, and the assets or images is quite relevant to the edge which we are showing. If a user select 3 to 5, it will get selected 3 to 5. Obviously the story type we selected as a this particular story, and so on. Now next we want to add that image style section. Okay, so it's little bit different, but it's similar the way which we added for the story type and age group. So what I will do, I will create a new component and I will name it as a image style.tsx, add a default template and save it. And now make sure to add this image style inside your parent component called page.tsx. So over here I will add image style component and then save it. Okay, next let's go to this image style, and inside here I will copy the same thing. Okay, so I will just copy everything as it is from the story type to image style, and let's make sure to import this use state along with the image. Okay, now obviously here we need to update the list of the options. So here we'll update the label called 3D cartoon. Okay, and the image URL will be 3D, so which is inside this public folder. See, something like this. Then we have paper cut, and here we'll say paper cut as a image URL. Then watercolor, here we have the image URL called watercolor, and there is one more, I believe. Yeah, we'll call it as a pixel style. Pixel style. Okay, and then save it. Now over here, if you scroll down little bit, right, inside the image I'm going to change this height. Here I will add a height of 120 pixel, and I think everything will be as it is. Let's save it and let's test this out. And if you see, this is how it will look like. Obviously pixel style image is broken. Make sure we have this pixel style image is just a pixel, so that's good. So here only pixel, see. Okay, so any of this, if you select anything, right, let's say 3D cartoon, and that's how your selection will look like. How cool, right? Perfect, guys. Now as soon as you select any of this field, we have to make sure, because similar like this subject of the story, we are sending the data back to the parent component. Same thing we need to do it, pass the data. So let's go back and let me close all of this tab for now. And here we have the story type. Okay, now from the story type, as soon as user select any of the story, we need to send data back. Okay, so you have two options. Either you can create a method, and on the click of that method you can select the options. I think that will be easy to understand. So here I will add a constant on user select, and inside this method I will call this set selected option method. Like this, obviously it will accept the item, and obviously we need to provide the item type. So the item type will be this label, image and all. So here we'll say const, let's define the export interface and option fill. Inside this we'll put label is of type string, then image URL is of type string, and is free is of type boolean. Okay, and this option type I'm going to pass over here. So here we'll say, what is this name, option fill. Okay, now this option field we are passing to this, and along with that one, make sure to call this on user select over here, and we are going to pass item. Okay, obviously this item is of type option fill. I think here as well we need to give option fill only. That's where, let's make it any for now. Okay, perfect. Now once we have this option fill over here, also we are going to add user selection method. Okay, now inside this user selection method, let me bring this down like this. Inside here we'll pass field value. Okay, now field value will be the item dot label and then field name. Now field name is story type. Okay, make sure you need to give the field name different for each of these particular component. Now this user selection we are going to pass back to the parent component. So here user selection is of type any. Let's save it and let's go back to the page.tsx, and similar way I'm going to call this story for the story type. See, now same thing we need to implement for the age group and the image type. So let's go to this age group. Okay, and whatever you implement for the story type, I will just copy from here, and then let's go to this age group. Let's add this method. Make sure to import this option field. Okay, because this option field we already defined inside the story type, and we exported it so that we can use it, and this user selection will pass over here. Now obviously you need to call this on user select method inside this. Perfect. Okay, let me copy now again this particular method to the image style as well, and make sure to import option fill. The user selection we need to pass back to the parent component, and then we need to call this on user select on the click like this. Also, I think my bad, inside the story type, right, we define this item over here. We don't need to define anything because this is just on click event, right? And on the click of that one, we are passing this item as it is. Let's save everything, and I think we are good. Now let's test it that on each of the selection we are getting the data printed on the console or not, because we have this console, right? So let's go back, and if I click on storybook, boom, if you see, we got the storybook and it field name as a story type. If I select the age group, you will see it's showing the age group, and for a, oh, this need to be renamed obviously, and then paper cut for the image style. Make sure to update this image style. So here as well we need to update this as an image style and the name as a image style. So definitely I will recommend you not to copy paste, okay? Many times you make some changes and it's difficult to find. Inside the age group as well, change this field name to age group and then save it. Okay, now we have proper information and all the field name and field value correct. Perfect, guys. So that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand, and that's how beautiful we implemented this create story page. Obviously at the bottom side we are going to add a new button in order to generate the story. So let's go to this page.tsx, and after this div I'm going to add one div, and inside that we'll create a button. Here we'll say generate story. Now to this generate story, to this button obviously I'm going to add some style. So first thing, let's make it as a primary as a color. Then we'll add a class name, we'll add padding 10, text is of 2XL, and then save it. Now we'll see this button, right? Now we want this button on the right hand side. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex and justify to n margin y to 10, so that button will move to this right hand side like this. Cool, right? And obviously on the click of this one we are going to save this information first, then we will generate the story from the AI, and then we will generate the image as well. That I'm going to tell you complete flow in the next section. But before that, once user click on this generate story, we have to make sure that all this information will be inside one form state. Okay, so let's go back to this page.tsx file, and inside here I'm going to define one state. So here we'll say constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state like this. Now to this form data we need to define the type. So here we'll say export interface form data type. Here we'll get the story subject is of type string, then story type is of type string, the image style of type string, and then age group of type string. Okay, and this particular type we are going to assign to this form data and then save it. Now whenever user select some input, right, we have to add that inside our form data. So in order to add it, we'll first check if form data dot story subject is there, then form data dot age group is there, form data dot image style is there, or form data dot story type, I think, yeah, story type is there. So all this information need to be there, story subject, age group, I think, yeah, this need to be a double vertical bar, and inside if condition we'll simply console it with the data. Okay, oh my bad, actually first on the selection, right, we don't need this line of code. On the selection we just need to add that data into form. So here we'll say set form data to previous is of type any, let's define any, and here we'll add spread operator, then data dot field name, and then their respective value as a field value. Perfect, right? Here let's try to add the field data as a type, but it's not accepting somehow. Let's keep it as any for now. And now if I console over here, you will see the form data. Obviously we are updating and we are just immediately showing it, right? So that state is not getting updated immediately, but still I just wanted to show you that we are able to add that inside our form data. Okay, so if I add story type or something, if I write something, you will see the story subject with a field name and their respective field value. Okay, also if I select this storybook, then I will select age group, image style, and everything you will see inside this form data. Cool, right? Now this information obviously we will need it in order to generate the story. But guys, until this point, let me know if you have any question, any doubt. Here I will just rename this to use to add data to form and save it. Now we need to set up a backend for our application so that we can store all of this information. Let me walk through the workflow now. Now once user select all of these options and click on this create story, we are going to save all the users selection to our database. And obviously we are going to use a free service for that one. We are going to use a Drizzle ORM with PostgreSQL. Then once we save that data, then we are going to generate the story with the help of AI, and for that one we are going to use a Gemini AI. Gemini AI is a Google it's produced by Google and it's completely free to use. Okay, and then once it's done, then we are going to use an OpenAI dial a 2 or 3 model to generate the image for our storybook. Obviously here we are going to generate the storybook cover image along with the chapters image as well. But this service is not free. You have to pay at least minimum $0.018, which is equivalent to 1.3 rupees in India. And then everything is done, then obviously this image information also we are going to store it in our database and then we will save it. Now whenever we generate the story with the help of AI, here we are going to update the database, and same thing we are going to do once we generate the image as well. Okay, so that record we are going to update it. So guys, first thing we need to set up a backend for our application. So for that one we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. So Drizzle ORM is a TypeScript based object relational mapping, and most important, very easy to use. If you don't have experience with the writing the SQL and all, don't worry, because Drizzle ORM is the best option for it. So first thing, let's go to this orm.drizzle.team and then click on documentation. On the left hand side you will see the PostgreSQL, because on the database side we are going to use a PostgreSQL database and we are going to use a Neon's PostgreSQL database because they provide a free PostgreSQL database. Okay, so next you need to run this command. So copy this command, go back to your application and simply paste it here. So it will install the Drizzle ORM for the Neon database, and then you need to install this Drizzle kit as well. So let's paste it here and let's install the Drizzle kit. Next thing, we need to write this line of code. I will just copy this first 4 lines, and inside our config folder, let me go to this config folder. I think it's at the over here. I think we don't have the config folder. Let's create a one. So here we'll say config. Inside that we'll create a db.tsx file and simply paste this line of code. Next, if you see, we need this Drizzle database URL, okay, and we don't have this database URL. So let's do one thing. Let's go back to this neon.tech. Okay, now neon.tech will provide a free PostgreSQL database. Simply, if you don't have an account, create a new account, and I will just log in. And once you log in, you will find this dashboard. Select the project. If you don't have a project, just create a new one. And once you jump on this project dashboard, here you will find an option called database. Here you have option to create a new database. In many of my tutorial, I use a neon PostgreSQL database. Now here you can give the database name. Let's say AI Kids Story Builder or generator. Let's say builder. Okay, and just simply say create. As soon as you create it, you will see this connection string. Copy this connection string, go back to your project, and inside your .env.local file, here we'll create a new environment variable. We'll say our database URL. Okay, and paste this connection string. Now copy this environment variable and make sure to replace it over here. Okay, then make sure to export this database. This is very important so that you can use it throughout the application. Once you're done with this one, you need to create the schema for your application. It means obviously the schema is nothing but the to create the database to our PostgreSQL database, and in order to apply the CRUD operation, you can do it with the help of schema. So inside this config folder, let's create a new file called schema.tsx. Inside this one, we'll simply say export constant story data. Okay, and we will say is equal to pg table because we are using PostgreSQL table. Inside here you need to provide the table name, so I will give story data and then the curly braces. So inside here you need to define the column which you want to create it. So first thing, I will want to create the ID is of type serial. Make sure you are importing from this pg core. This is nothing but the actual column name, and this is the mapping for that one, because with the help of this field we are going to add and do all the operation, but this is the actual column name which is inside the PostgreSQL database. Here I will make it as a primary, so it auto increment the ID and it will be unique. Then story subject, this will be a text. Again, make sure you are importing from the pg core, and here we'll say story subject, and it will be a not null, so make sure to add it as a not null. Then we'll define the story type, which will be a varchar, and then I will give the column name as a story type, and which is again a not null. I will just copy paste this multiple times. Then we want to add the age group. Make sure the column name will be the age group. Then image style, I, and here we'll make image style. Right now let's remove this not null. Okay, I will keep everything as it is for now. I don't want to make it complicated because we are using TypeScript and it might be difficult many of the users, okay, to figure it out the some error and what. Once we have the image style, then here we'll say output which will be in the form of JSON. So make sure you're inputting from the pg core again, and here we'll simply say output. Okay, and we'll say cover image, which will be the book cover image. Again, it's a varchar, and I will write as a cover image. Okay, and then save it. Now this is your schema, it's ready. Now inside the db.tsx file, make sure to import the schema as a schema from and give the path, and this schema you need to add inside this Drizzle function. So here we'll say schema and then save it. Okay, Now next important thing we need to do inside from the Drizzle ORM is to add a configuration file. So go to the Drizzle kit, okay, and just scroll down little bit. Here you will find the configuration section. Now this line of code you need to copy it and you need to add it inside this drizzle.config.ts file. So we don't have that file, so inside the root directory let's create that file. So drizzle.config.ts file and simply paste this line of code. Now here you need to define the correct schema. So here we'll say config/schema.tsx, and over here you need to define the database URL. So many of the time from the environment variable it is not accessible, so simply copy this URL and paste it here like this. Okay, now if you see we don't have that error, and save it. And the last thing we need to do is to write a script in order to run or push the schema so that it will apply to the database. So here we'll say db push and simply we'll say drizzle kit push, and another one for the studio, drizzle kit studio. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Now let's go to our terminal and simply run npm run db push. Now db push command obviously will execute this drizzle kit push, which will create our new table if it's not already there. And if you see it's creating new table here. Yes, I want to execute all the statements, say yes, and boom, here you will see the text called changes applied. Okay, now let's run another command npm run db studio in order to see your data. Now it will run this local drizzle.studio, open that in a website in your browser, and boom, if you see we have this story data created, and here you will see your table name and the column which we added. How cool, right? Now let's consider you want to make some changes to your schema and you want to add one more column. Let's say you want to add a story ID. Okay, obviously it will be a varchar, and let's give the name of the column which is story ID, and then save it. Now in this case just stop your studio and again run the db push command. Okay, so what it will do, it will alter your table, and here it will say you want to alter, say yes, I want to execute all the statement, and boom, now again you can run your studio, refresh this link, and here you will see a new field get added called story ID, and that's how you can update your column as well without affecting to your data. Okay, so that's how guys our backend is getting set up. If you face any issue while setuping the backend, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to generate the story with the help of a Gemini API. Now Gemini is a Google's AI model and it's free to use. Just go to this ai.google.dev and you will see this official website. You will also see the example how to use it and all of this information. Just go to this get API key in AI Studio. You will jump on this Google AI Studio. In that one you can generate the new API key. I already have one, so I will use the existing one. And inside this create new prompt, you can write the prompt, whatever the prompt you want to use it. Okay, now I already have the one prompt in order to generate the story. Okay, and if I will just paste it here, obviously this prompt is also available in the source code. The link is in the description. Now if you observe in this particular prompt, I just write okay, create a kid story on the description. Okay, then I give the age, then the type of story and the type of image style. Okay, and the main thing, the subject. And here I also write give 5 chapter, the detail image text prompt for each of the chapter, the image prompt for the story cover book with the story name, and everything I want in the JSON format. Okay, let's run it and let's see what we are getting. And boom, if you see, we got the story name, cover image, the chapter, and all of this information, and everything is in detail, right? For each of this description we have the prompt as well. Okay, now if you want to change anything in that one, you can just update your particular prompt, and then you will get the result as expected. Now once you satisfy with the your result, you can just click on this get code, and once you select get code, make sure to select this from the JavaScript, and this is the code that you need to use it. Before that, let's install the generative AI SDK with the help of this command. Just copy this command, go to your VS Code and add a new terminal. Here I will paste this one, so it will install the generative AI SDK, and then copy all of this code, go back to your application, and inside here, inside this config folder, I will create a new file called Gemini AI.tsx file, and just paste your all the code. Now obviously we are going to modify little bit. First thing, we need to add the Gemini API key. So simply inside your .env.local, I will create a new environment variable Gemini API key, and then let me close this for now, and let's go to this API key. Just copy this API key, don't use mine and simply paste it here, and then save it. Okay, after that, make sure you will replace this with the actual name of the API environment variable key like this. Next thing, here the response type we want in the JSON format. So here I will just update this one, application/JSON. Okay, and here you can update the model if you want to update it. Currently this particular model is free to use. Here the role and the users. Okay, obviously you can update this history. I kept this history because whenever you want to generate a new story, right, it will refer the history, and depends on that one it will exactly create or generate the output for you. Okay, so that's the reason it's very important. Let's remove this function. I don't want to keep this in a method, so I will remove this call as well, and we don't want this particular line, so I will remove it. But you have to make sure you will export this chart session so that you can use it anywhere. Perfect, and your Gemini AI model is now ready to use. Let's go back to our create story where we have page.tsx file, and over here we'll create a new method called constant generate story, and this particular method we are going to call on the click of the generate story button. So simply I will add on click method, and I will call this generate story method. Okay, now first thing, we need to generate AI story, then we need to save everything in database, and then we will generate the image. Okay, first the most important thing we need to do is to generate AI story and save in database. Okay, so here I will add a try catch block first. Let's write exception E and console.log the error. Okay, now over here we'll write constant result is equal to await chart session. Now this chart session you have to import from our config Gemini API dot send message. Okay, and then inside here you need to send the prompt. Now we don't have the prompt currently, right, and the prompt we need to send it in order to generate the actual story. So here let's copy this prompt. So I will just copy this all of this information. Obviously, as I said, you will get it in the source code, and inside the .environment.local I will paste it. So anytime when you deploy your application, you can modify your prompt as well. So here we'll say create story prompt is equal to and simply paste it here. Now couple of things I'm going to modify, because we want to update our prompt depends on the user selection. So the years things I'm going to replace with the age group, something like this. Then the story type, here I will replace with this story type. Then the image style, here I will replace with the image style. And the subject, story subject, here I will replace with this story subject. Okay, and everything I will keep as it is. Perfect, right? Let's save it. Let's copy this environment variable and go back to this particular page. Now at the top I will just get the AI create story prompt is equal to process.env and just paste this environment variable key. Now from this prompt, let's scroll down a little bit, and over here we'll generate final prompt is equal to, and we'll use this create story prompt dot will replace this each of this particular name with the actual value. Okay, for example, first thing, let's replace this age group. So we'll say age group we want to replace with the form field or form data which we have dot age group. See, something like this, right? Let me bring this down and I will copy paste this multiple times. Then we want to change the story type with the story type, then story subject with the story subject, and then what else remain, image style with the image style. Okay, something like this. I think we have one error. I think that's enough. We are getting error because we did not mention that form data has a value every time. So here you can add the condition double quote and it's empty. Okay, it means if the value is not there, it will pass the empty value. Okay, something like this. And make sure it's a double question mark, something like this, and we got the final prompt. Now simply I will just print this final prompt. Okay, and just make sure that all the value is getting replaced correctly. So let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, let's add some story line. Okay, then we'll select the story type, let's say bed story, and 5 to 8 years I want a 3D cartoon. Okay, and simply click generate story. Let me make sure it is connected. It is connected. Okay, let me refresh once. Okay, now we are good. Now let's select, write the story line, bed story, 5 to 8 years, and 3D cartoon, and click generate story, and boom, if you see, we have the proper prompt. Depends on the user selection, right? Now this prompt we are going to use it in order to generate the story, and we are going to pass this prompt to our AI model. So I will remove this console from here, and I will just uncomment this code which we write before. So here we are using await. Let's make this as a async, and to this send message we are going to pass our final prompt. Okay, once we got the result, we'll just console this result in the form of result dot response dot text. Okay, now obviously if you remember, if I go to this code, right, and if I scroll down, this is how we'll get the result from the Gemini AI response model. Okay, so that's what we wrote over here, and save it. Now just to make sure, we will also maintain the loading state. So here we'll say loading set loading is equal to use state. Initially I will make it as a false, and when we user click on generate story, we'll set the loading as a true, and once everything is done, we'll set the loading as a false, and over here as well we'll set the loading as a false if we have any error. Now whenever the loading is true, we will disable this button. So just add disable and set the loading and save it. Now let's test this together, and most important, we will see whether we are getting the response from the Gemini AI model. So let's go over here, clean everything. Here we'll say elephant and ant friendship. Okay, we want to write a story on elephant and friendship. It's a storybook. Just write for the 3 and 5 years, and I want 3D cartoon. Let's generate the story, and right now if you see, the button is disabled. Okay, now we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we got the complete storyline with the image prompt for the cover, okay, with the title. Then the chapter, we have each chapter has a title, the chapter text, and the image prompt for each of the chapter, right? And obviously this image prompt we are going to use to generate the images as well. But for now, this is very important that we are getting the result. Now this result, along with the user selection, we need to save into our database. Let's do that. So let's go back to our application, and this information we are going to save it in one variable if you want to, but let's keep as it is for now. Now obviously this is saved in database, so what I will do, obviously we need to write over here, I will create a new method called save in DB, and the logic which we want to save that information in the database, we will write inside this save in DB method, and just will call over here save in DB. Here we'll say output, or sorry, not output, but here we'll pass this result as our output. Okay, and over here I will accept it as a output. Okay, is of type string for now. Now next we need to save that in our database. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await db. Now this db reference from our config db, and then we want to insert the record. So with the help of Drizzle ORM, this is the insert statement, this is the query which is given by the Drizzle ORM. Now insert on which schema, that schema name we need to provide. So here we'll say story data from this config schema dot values, and all the values which you need to add. Here we are using await. Let's make this as a async, and let's add all the value one by one. So first thing, let's add the story ID, which is very important. Okay, so in order to generate the story ID, let's use the UUID4 library. Okay, so what it will do, it will generate a global unique identifier. So I will copy this npm command and let's paste it here. And in order to use it, you need to import this UUID4, and then you can just use it. So here we'll say UUID4, oh, not like this. Here I will create constant record ID is equal to UUID4, and this record ID I will pass over here. Next we want to add the age group. So this age group will get it from the form data dot age group. Next we want to add the image style, again form data dot image style. Then the story subject, which is form data dot story subject, and story type, obviously we want to add form data dot story type, and the most important, the output, right? So the output as a output. Now this output we need to store in the form of JSON. So here I will just parse this in the form of JSON. Here we'll say output. Perfect, and all the fields are be assigned. Okay, now once the record is inserted, we want to return as a inserted recorded ID. Okay, or not inserted ID, but here you can provide the whatever the field you want to add. Let's say story ID you want to return. So here you can write the story data dot whatever the ID you want to return. In this case we'll say story ID. Perfect, right? and this is the result. Obviously I will wrap this in a try catch block, something like this. Okay, now once data is inserted, we will just return the result. Now this result will come over here, so here we'll say constant response is equal to, and we'll console the response. Okay, perfect. Here make sure that we are making loading as a true. Over here we'll set the loading as a false, and if we have any error, we'll set the loading as a false. Perfect. Okay, now obviously this method is used to save that data into our database. We have error that import UUID 4. Let me check the import because that import is not working. And let's import it here. I don't think so it's working. So this error is coming because of this TypeScript. Okay, so you just write ts ignore and it will ignore this. I don't think so. Yeah, @ts ignore, something like this. Okay, now it's ignored. I think it's, let's save it and let's go back to our application. Now everything is good. Let me bring this and let's write subject line. So here we'll say 3 friends and magical land. Okay, this is the subject line. Now you can select the story type, the age group, and the image style. Okay, now I will say generate story. Now as soon as click on generate story, this button get disabled. Now we'll wait, and if you see, the story is generated perfectly fine. Okay, and it's returning the promise on line page 52. Let's see where. So over here it's generating the, okay, so it's generating promise because we did not use await over here. We have to use await. Okay, and if I go back to our Drizzle Studio, and boom, if you see the new record which the story which we just created is get inserted. It has a story subject, type, group, image style, and most important, the output. And in that output you will see it is in the form of JSON. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can generate the story with the help of AI. And obviously we are need to create the image, but the important thing, we are able to generate the story with the help of Gemini AI model. So if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now the most important thing that we need to implement is to add the loader as well. Currently we don't have loader and we user don't know whether it's getting generated or not, right? And obviously we are going to add our own custom loader, and I'm going to tell you the best trick to add your own custom loader. So very first thing we need to do, let's go to this Next UI and just search for kind of dialog or model. So it has a one component called model. Okay, and if you scroll down and if I open the model, so this is how it will look like, and that's what we wanted. So first thing, we need to import this model. Let's go back to your application. Over here I will paste it. Then you need to import this all the component, and for the loader I am going to create a new component. Here we'll say custom loader.tsx file, add a default template, and at the top I will import this all the components. Okay, then in order to use it, right, you can find the use case. So this is a non-dismissible. Okay, that's what I wanted actually. I will use this one. Go to the code, and first thing I will copy this line, okay, which is the hook from this use disclosure. Make sure to import this one. Then I will copy everything as it is from the model. See, okay, now we don't want footer. I will remove this footer, model footer, and over here I will write use effect, and inside this use effect I will just call on open. this particular method, okay, and save it. Now in order to use this custom loader, you need to import that custom loader into your screen where you want to use it. So in this case, let's use over here. So I will add a custom loader, save it, and if you see over here in use effect, as soon as this particular component get load, we are opening this model. Let's say whether it's getting displayed on the screen or not, and boom, if you see, it's getting displayed on the screen, right? Now obviously we don't want this, all of this content. So simply I will remove this header and I will remove this, all of this content, and save it. Right now you will see this just a simple line. Now in order to add an icon or loader, let's go to this flaticon.com, which contain unlimited icons for you, and select this animated icon. Here I will just search for the magic icons, and here you will find a different icon, magical icon. Okay, I think I will use this one. This is kind of cool, right? Open this one. This will be the GIF file. Click download, click GIF, and it will install the GIF file for you. Copy this one and go to your project. Inside the public, just paste it, and I will rename this to loader. Okay, so loader.gif file. Now inside the model, I will use this image source and just refer to this loader.gif file. Give alt tag as a loader. Here we'll give width of 300, height of 300. I will add a class name with a width of 200 pixel, let's say, and height of 200 pixel, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this loader. How cool, right? Perfect. Now for this body, I will add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10. Let's see how it looks. That's pretty good. Also we'll make flex, width to be full, item to be in the center, and justify in the center, so it will be in the middle of the screen. Perfect, something like this. And then below that I will add a text. We'll say please wait, story generating, something like this. You can add any text. We'll add a some style to Excel, and we'll make primary color and save it, something like this. See, please wait, story is generating. We'll say story is generating. That makes sense, and save it. Perfect, right? You can mark this in the center, so I will just make it text to be in the center. Perfect. Okay, and now this is our loader. Now in order to hide and show the loader, okay, there are a couple of ways that you can do it, but simple way that in order to do that, let's wrap this inside one div, and here I'm going to get the property called is loading, okay, and is of type boolean. Here let's add any, I don't know why we are getting error, and over here we'll simply add is loading. If is loading is true, then only it will show this loading model. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the page.tsx, and over here we'll pass is loading whenever the loader is true. So loader value we are just simply passing to this is loading. Oh, so not loader, we have the state called loading. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this all together. So right now if you see, the loader is not showing, and let's write some subject and story. So here we'll say fairy princess and frog story. Okay, we want this bed story, 0 to 2 years. I want watercolor. Let's select watercolor. Everything is selected. Perfect. And simply click generate story, and boom, if you see, it's showing this beautiful model, right? And boom, as soon as your story is generated, the model is gone. We will just make sure it is inserted into our database. Say perfect, right? We have the new story subject with this, which obviously is a different output because every time we are generating a new story, and obviously everything is ready. Wow, that's cool, right? So that's how guys you can generate the story. We added our own custom loader and lot of things that we are going to learn. Now it's time to generate an AI image for our story. And you have a couple of options to generate the image. One of them is the OpenAI DALL-E 3 option, but which cost you around 0.04 if you are using the DALL-E 3 model, because which is a powerful one, okay, and which is quite costly. And the alternative for that one, you have the replicate, which is quite powerful, and it just costs you $0.003 per image, and in $1 you can generate 300 image, which is just 25 paise in Indian rupees. Okay, so let's implement that one. So let's go to this replicate.com, and which contain a lot of different AI model, okay, which you can use to generate the images, music, speech, and lot of other things. Now for our example, we are going to use this Black Forest Labs Flux channel model, okay, and this is the only line of code we can use it to generate the exact model for us. Okay, very easy to use. So first thing, you need to sign in with the help of GitHub, and then once you land on this particular page, just go to this explore, and here you will find all of the model which depends on your requirements. Most important thing, make sure to add the payment detail first, because then only you can use this model. As I told you, this is free to use, sorry, not free to use, but it's very cheap. And if you see the image model, which is quite cheap on this particular model, which is $0.03 per image. Okay, so once you add the payment details, select this Flux channel model, and if you want to play around this with this playground section, you can just add a prompt and it will generate the image for you. But in order to integrate, select this API section, and you will jump on this Node.js section, copy this npm install replicate into your terminal, and then copy this line of code, and we are going to use the Next.js API functionality. So go to the app. Here we are going to create a new folder called API, and inside that we'll create a new file called generate, not new file, we'll create a new folder called generate image, and inside that we'll add route.tsx file. Okay, now over here we'll simply write export async function, and over here this will be a post request. So I will add a post, and will accept the request, which is type of next request. Okay, now inside here obviously it will return the next response. So this need to be a return next response dot json, and here we'll say data, for example, and hi. Okay, and then save this one. Now whenever you make a request, right now it will just return this data, and it will return hi to that particular field value. Now in order to use the replicate, just copy the code which you pasted. So I will just copy again, and I will paste it here. Okay, now make sure you will import over here this replicate. Then this is the input prompt. Okay, this is the sample prompt. Obviously we are going to pass our own prompt, and then you will get the output here. Okay, now output, from the output you can get the 0th element, and then here we'll say image URL. Here output I will make type any, and that's all. Okay, now obviously here you need to pass an API key. Okay, so inside here you need to add an auth, and just add the API key. So I will add a new API key from the replicate. So here we'll say just image, or we'll say replicate API underscore key is equal to, and then let's go to the your profile and click on API token and copy your API key. So I will just copy this API key, and then I will paste it here. Okay, let's save it, and let's go back to the application and just access it using process.env dot. Now in the post request, let's go over here, and first thing we'll get the request response. So we will say constant data is equal to await request dot json. Okay, and in order to get a prompt, we'll simply write prompt is equal to data. Okay, so we'll just destructure this data with the prompt and we'll get this prompt information. Next, we'll just replace this prompt with our own prompt. So here we'll say prompt, and along with that you can pass more option. Okay, so here you can even say the output format, and you can pass whatever format you want. Let's say PNG. Okay, you can even add the quality, the output quality as 80%, and aspect ratio also you can add. So here we'll say aspect underscore ratio, and which is 1:1. Okay, how you want that, that's how you can add that one. Okay, obviously everything you will find it on their documentation. So if I go to the documentation, click on learn more, you will find all of field which you can pass. Okay, and then once you add, make sure that model name, you will add the correct model name which you want to use, and the input which we already added, and we'll obviously consoling it, and once we got the data, we'll return it to our front end side. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. Now inside your page.tsx, once you generate the story, then just before the save in database, we are going to generate the image response is equal to await. We'll use Axios, so make sure to import the Axios first, which is the HTTP client, and once it install, you can use this Axios to make an post request. So this post request will be on /API/ and the generate image. So we'll say generate image. Okay, now to this API we need to pass an body. So obviously in the body we are going to pass prompt, and in the prompt we'll just say add text with title, and here we'll say add book cover text, we'll say just add a text with a title, and we are going to add a title of the story. Okay, so if I go back to our response, let's fetch the story title, so which is inside the story cover, and then title. So here we'll just simply say result, or let me save this in one state, one constant first, story data, or just say story is equal to this text, and simply we'll say copy the story cover, story dot, this is in the form of JSON, so we'll make sure to parse this one, and then we'll say story dot story cover dot title. Okay, so this is actual the title of the story plus, and then we are going to add the prompt. Here I will also write in bold text for book cover. Okay, and then we'll add the actual prompt, so which is inside the story dot story cover, and just get the field name. So the field name is image prompt, like this. Okay, and that's all I think, and this is our post request. Okay, let's save it, and we'll just console this one. So console.log image response dot data, and inside that I think we are returning as a image URL. Okay, so dot image URL, and save it. Now right now I'm not going to save it inside the database. Before that we'll just test this out whether we are getting the image response or not. Let me just get the data first and then save it, and let's test this out. So now let's test this out. Go to the console and I will add some text here. We'll say okay. Now let's select the story type. You can select the age group and style of the image and simply click generate story, and the story is generated. Now we'll wait for the image and boom, if you see, we got the response from our API and which will returning the image URL. Now let's open this image URL in a new tab, and this is how our book cover story or a cover will look like, okay, with a name on it and beautiful image on that one. Once the image is generated through the AI, we have to store this image at our server or cloud, because replicate will only store image for an hour and after that they will just remove from their server, okay, and we have to make sure that image is getting stored on our server. So for that one we are going to use a Firebase storage. Let's walk through how we're gonna store this particular image. First, whatever the URL which we are getting for that particular image, we are going to convert this into a base 64, okay. Then this base 64 image we are going to store it through this Firebase SDK to the Firebase storage, and then once we store it, obviously we'll get the URL of the stored image from the Firebase, and that URL we are going to store it into our database. Sounds good, right? Let's me open this Firebase, okay, and the reason that we are using Firebase because the storage is free, so that's the reason we are using this Firebase, and it's very easy to and convenient. So first thing, let's go to the console, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. So I will just open the account. Here you have option to create a new project. I already have a lot of project created, but you can create a new one and select the web. Here you need to give the project name, so I will give AI story generator. I will say kids story, then register app, and then it will add your application to the Firebase console. Next step, you need to install this Firebase SDK. So copy this npm command, go to your project. I will close this tab for now and I will paste it here, and then next you need to add this config file with all these Firebase configuration. So inside this config folder I will get a new file called Firebase config.tsx file and simply paste all of this thing. Then you need to just make sure to remove this API key from here, okay, and put it inside your .env.local file. Here I will say Firebase API key is equal to and paste this key, okay. Obviously here need to add next_public and Firebase API key. Go over here and just make sure to add this Firebase API key over here inside this Firebase config, and then remove this analytics part. Here you need to add export constant storage, and you have to add this or initialize this storage over here, okay. Inside this get storage you need to pass this app reference, and then you have to make sure to import this storage from Firebase/storage, okay. Perfect. Now your storage is initialized, and once you export it, it means you can use it anywhere. Now let's save it, and in order to upload these images to the Firebase storage, we are going to use it through this API. So let's create a new API under this API folder, and we are going to call it as a save image. Inside the save image, let's create a new file called router.tsx, and then here simply we are going to add a function export async function. This is a post request, so post, here the parameter will be the request and is type next request, okay. Next, let's get the data. So whatever the URL which we are going to pass, we'll get it here. So inside the data we'll say await request.json, and constant URL is equal to data. So we destructureize the URL from this data. Okay. Next, as I told you that we need to convert this into a base 64 image. So here we'll say constant base 64 image is equal to, now obviously the base 64 image, once you convert, you need to add the base 64 tag. So you have to write like this: data image is of type PNG colon base 64 comma. Okay, then you have to write await, and then simply we need to convert over here. Okay, now in order to convert this image to base 64, we'll write one method. So let's create a new folder called services, and inside that we will write that method. Okay, or you can just simply create over here. So here we'll say export constant convert image is equal to async. Here will be the image URL of type string, oops, and the arrow function. Now let's add a try catch block, and inside the try block we'll say constant response is equal to await, and here we'll make a call Axios call with a get operation, and inside that, oops, here we have to make sure we'll import the Axios dot get, and then we'll simply pass the image URL. Here we'll also pass the response type, and which will be the array buffer. Okay, and then once you get this, here we'll say constant base 64 image is equal to buffer, buffer from, and what are the response we'll get. So that is in the form of response.data.toString, and here we'll say base 64. Cool, right? Perfect. And then we'll simply return the base 64 image. Otherwise, we'll just console over here error converting base 64 image. Okay, something like this. Now this convert image we are going to call over here. So here we'll say convert image and simply pass the URL. Okay, so this URL we are going to pass it in order to convert it. Cool, correct? Now next, if you want to know how how we are going to use it, right, you can just search for the Firebase document for storage. Okay, and it will redirect you to the Firebase documentation. Here you will learn how to store the data, upload the files and everything. Okay, and this is the best documentation I find on the internet, and it's very easy to use. But let's write it one by one. Now once you're done with this one, right, let me bring this down. Here next thing, you need to define the image reference. Okay, so is equal to, we'll write reference from the Firebase file storage, then storage, and here we need to write a file name. Okay, right now we don't have file name, so let's create one. So simply we'll constant, we'll write file name is equal to, and date dot now. So I'm using the timestamp, okay, so that we'll get the unique file name every time, and I will attach the extension as a PNG. Okay, now another important thing, if I go to this Firebase storage and search for this storage option, now if you using this first time, you have to make sure go to the rules section and make sure to add this future date so you can access it, okay, without any permissions. Next thing, you need to create a new folder, and here we'll say AI story, for example. Okay, now I added this new folder called AI story, and if you want to store all your images inside this AI story folder, you have to provide the ref or file name in that way. So here I will add AI story slash, and then that date, the file name. Okay, and this is our file name, and this file name we pass to the storage, so that we'll get the reference. I'll make sure to import the storage from our Firebase config. Okay, now we have the image reference. Now with the help of this image reference, we will upload our file. As we have the base64 image, we need to upload this file using this upload string. Okay, now here we'll write image reference and converted image. Oh sorry, we have the base64 image, and this particular line of code you will find over here. Okay, see, not here, this one, uploaded from string. Okay, so if you have base64, this is the line of code used to upload your file. Now once you have the base64 image, pass that base64 image to this upload string, and here also you need to pass a data URL dot then, and here we'll write snapshot like this. Okay, and inside that we'll simply write console.log file uploaded. Okay, so this is nothing but this line of code which we use it. Perfect, right? Here even though you pass base64, I think that also work. Okay, now once you pass this one, right, next thing you can get the download URL. This is nothing but the URL from which you can access your image. So here we'll say await. To get the download URL, you need to write get download URL, and you need to pass the image reference which you just mentioned above, right? And here I will write console.log download URL. I will just add that download URL, and make sure to import this get download URL as well from the Firebase storage. And once everything is done, you need to just return the next response from the next server.json. Inside here I will add image URL which is added to the Firebase, and here we'll add the download URL as a response. Perfect, right? So this is the complete code in order to store our the AI generated image to our Firebase. Let's save it and let's test this out. So now let's go to the create story page.tsx file, and here we have this image URL. Now what I will do, I will just add constant image response or image result, I will say in this case, is equal to await axios dot post request, and here we'll add this API slash save image. Okay, this is our call, and inside that you need to pass the URL. The URL is nothing but this image URL which is generated from the AI. So here we'll say AI image URL, which is quite meaningful. And then here I will write console.log AI image URL. Okay, now this AI image URL, right now we are just consoling we need to console the data and then save it. This need to be like this, image result dot data. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our application and go back over here and click on create story. Now over here I will just add the Harry Potter's kid story format. So I will select the story type as a book. 5 to 8 years, you can select the image style. Let's select this pixel style and simply click generate story. Before that I will just open the inspect panel. Inside the console we'll see whether we are getting the image or not. Okay, the image URL of the uploaded image in the Firebase storage. So we'll wait, and our image is getting generated, and boom, if you see, we got the image URL. Okay, I will copy this image URL obviously, and I will paste it inside the browser. I will make sure this code is not there and enter it, and boom, if you see, we got the image which is stored in the Firebase. And if I go to this Firebase storage and if I refresh this one, you will see that image is get stored. Perfect, right? Now this image we are going to, or this image URL actually we are going to store in our database. So once we have this downloaded URL, right, and if you see the format of the result, and inside that we have the image URL. Let's go to the page.tsx, and that's where we have this image result, right, and from that one we'll get the image URL. So here we'll say constant Firebase image URL is equal to, and this image URL. Perfect. And I will just uncomment this code now, and inside this one we are going to pass Firebase store image URL. Okay, now once we pass this one inside our save in DB, make sure to add this or pass this image URL, accept that as a string format, and then pass it to this cover image URL and save it. Okay, let's test it all this together. So now I will select the subject story, bed story, 3 to 5 years old, and I will select the paper cut. Click, or let's say watercolor, let's see how it looks, and simply click generate story. Now as soon as it generates, it's supposed to redirect it to the new page. I hope the logic we added, but we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we redirect it to the view story page with an ID, and I added this toast message that I'm going to tell you in the next chapter how to do that. And now if I go to our database, let me refresh this database, and over here we will find the Firebase image URL, and I can open that one. Boom, we select the watercolor. It's not giving a best quality, but it's quite good, right? And this is our result. Perfect. So guys, that's how you can generate the AI image, then convert it into base64 so that you can store it in our own server. Okay, that's cool. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once we added all the information like images, story, output, and all of these things, the most important part we need to add is the who added the story, the username, email, and the user image if you want. Okay, and right now inside our database we don't have that column, so let's fix that one. So first thing, let's go to this schema. Okay, and inside the schema we'll add a couple of more columns. So first thing is user email, who added this particular story, right? So this will be a varchar. Here I will add user email. Okay, then comma over here, then we want to add username, varchar user name, and the last is user image. Again, this is a varchar. Here we'll say user image. Okay, so this is very important, and save it. Now make sure to stop your studio, and then we'll run db push command. So it will update your table. So here we'll say execute all the statements, the changes are applied. Now you can run the studio again, and if I refresh the screen, you will see the 3 new column get added. Now inside your create story, where we are adding or inserting that this story information and all, here you will add user email. And now in order to get the user email, you have the clerk authentication service, right? So let me get that one. So here we'll say constant user is equal to use user. Now this user hook you have to import from the clerk Next.js. Make sure to import from there. Okay, and if I scroll down now, here we'll simply add user dot primary email address dot email address. Then here we'll add user image as a user dot primary, not this is just image dot image URL, and then we'll add user name as user dot full name, and that's all, and save it. Now whenever you insert a new story, it will also insert the user information who added this story, because this is very helpful when you want to show this all the stories belongs to that particular user on the dashboard. Now let's quickly implement the error handling. Now whenever we got an error while parsing the JSON request or some other error, we want to show the toast message that okay, let's try again, we have some error, right? And for that one we are going to implement a toaster. The Next UI currently not providing the toaster component, but in future they are planning. But for that one currently we are going to use a React Toastify library. Okay, very easy and simple to use and very modern. So first thing, we'll install this React Toastify library. Then if you scroll down, this is the simple use case that how you can use toaster. First thing, you need to add this toaster container. Now first thing, we need to import this one. Okay, so first let's import this toaster container. So let's go to this provider.tsx file, and just below this children we'll add this toaster container. Make sure to import this toaster container, and then make sure to import this CSS as well. This is very important. Okay, and save it. Now in order to display it, you will call this notify, which is a kind of toast message, and let's go over here, create story. I will just add this notify, and whatever the message will pass this message to this method. Okay, obviously it is of type string, and then make sure to import this toast as well. Okay, now whenever you want to call, you can just call this notify and it will show this message. I think that's all. So let's try this out. So let's do one thing. Whenever we select something, right, we'll notify it and we'll say choice selected. Okay, some kind of message, just want to show whether the toast message is displaying or not. So if I click on this one, see the choice selected, right? Cool, right? If I select this one, you'll get the second option. That's how the toast message will look like. Now obviously you can explore this one. If I go to this documentation, and whatever type of toast message you want to show, you can show the toast message. Okay, so if you want to show the toast message with the background color, you can add that one as well. Now in order to show the error message, right, you can say notify error, and here you need to add toast dot error, and then you can show this message. Okay, so whenever we got error inside the catch, we can show server error, try again. Okay, perfect. And I will remove this notify because we don't want this anymore. And then after success, we can just show notify story generated. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Either we will get error or we will get that success message. Here I will write some subject. Here we'll say princess and frog bed story. You can select the age group and the style of the image and simply click generate story. Now once it's generated, right, successfully, then you will get the success toast message. Otherwise you will get the error toast message. So we'll wait, and if you see, we got the success message saying story generated. And make sure inside your database that new record get added with an image. See, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the error handling functionality. Let me talk about the buildbuzz.ai, where you can create and winning content with the help of AI. You can even generate all the social media posts, like you can generate Instagram post, Twitter post, you can generate the YouTube script, or you can even generate the advertise for your business. BuildBuzz is very powerful AI based tool. If you want to join the BuildBuzz, you can find the link in the description and you can get a 25% off on the current pricing. Let me walk through how it works. Once you log in, you will find this dashboard where you will find all the options where you can generate the content with the help of AI. Let me show you one example. Let's say you want to create an Instagram post. So you can select the type, then you can select the product. Let's say you want to generate the Instagram post for the fitness. Here you can write the context. So once you fill all the details, you can simply click on generate Instagram post, and within a few seconds it will generate the complete and SEO base or SEO keyword base post for you. And if you see on the right hand side, you will see how it actually look on your Instagram post. Here it will also generate the AI based image for you, so you don't need to bring or get any images. This BuildBuzz will take care of generating the AI image as well, and you will find the content along with the hashtag for your Instagram post. How cool it is, right? And not only that, but if you come back later on this BuildBuzz, you can find your post which you generated previously like this. Okay, see. So guys, without doing any further delay, if you want to join the build bus, the link is in the description. Also, you will get a 25% off on this particular product. So just join it. Now on the view story page, we are going to display the story title with a big font, and then we are going to add the flip book kind of feature, okay, where you just click on that and automatically it open the page similar like a blue book. Okay, and to implement this particular functionality or the UI, we are going to use this React page flip library. And if you see, this is how it will look like. How cool, right? So similar way we are going to implement in our application. So first thing, we need to install this dependency. Copy this npm command, go to your project. I will close all of this tab, and inside the terminal just paste it here, so it will install this page flip. Next thing, let's go to this view story. Inside that we have page.jsx file, and most important thing, we need to get the parameter value, the id of the story. So in order to get it, you need to write params like this, and obviously we need to provide the type of the parameter. Let's define any for now outside of this one. Okay, and then inside the use effect, let's check what we are getting. So here we'll write inside the use effect, so the empty value, and whenever this component get load, this use effect will get execute. I will just console it using params.id. Okay, let's save it and just verify that we are getting this particular id. As we are using use effect, we have to make sure this component is on the client side. Now go to the inspect panel and go to the console, and if you see, we got this id which is same what we pass it. Perfect, that's what we want, right? Next thing, with the help of this id, we need to fetch the record or story which is added to our database. Okay, now one more important thing we need to do over here is to add the two new column. Okay, cut here. Okay, let's go back, and here we'll write a constant get story, and whatever story we pass, so here will constant result equal to await db dot select dot from, and inside that we need to pass a story data as our schema name dot where, and inside the where condition will pass equal to, so story data dot story id which matches with the parameters dot id. Okay, and only that data we are fetching here will make this async. Perfect, and I will just console this using the result of first element. And now this get story we are going to call inside the use effect. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application and refresh the screen once, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Cool, right? Now this result we are going to store in one state. So here we'll say constant story comma set story is equal to use state, and simply I will set the story using result of 0. Okay, now obviously you need to mention this is of type any for now, or you can define the type. Okay, so that you need to add all of these fields, but right now I will keep as it is. Okay, and save it. Now next thing, we need to display the name of the title. For this parent div, I will add a class name, we'll add padding of 10, padding x to 20 when the screen size is medium, and for large screen we'll add padding x to 40. Then inside the h2 tag, we'll simply add story dot output dot story. Let's see what is the name of the story, how it structurized. So inside the output we have the story cover, and inside that we have the title of the story. Okay, so similar way you need to define over here dot title of the story. Perfect. and save it. Let's see whether we get the title, and boom, if you see, we got the title. Now for this one, let's add a class name, font bold, text. Let's make it for Excel. We'll make text to be in the center. I will add a padding to 10 because I want to give background to primary and text to white, and save it. Now if I go back, this is how beautiful it will look like. Perfect, right? Now next thing we need to do is to add this page flip component, right? And if you scroll down, this is the way that you can add it. So simply copy this, all of this line of code, and then simply paste over here. Okay, so make sure to import this HTML flip book. So if you import it, it's supposed to import automatically. Let's import manually if it's not importing. Perfect. And now we have this flip book. Okay, so here we just write at the rate ts ignore, okay, TypeScript ignore, and so it will ignore this and save it. So right now if I go back to our application, you will see nothing on the screen, say, but you will see this page effect. Obviously we need to add some styling to that one, but over here first thing I will remove everything, okay, and then we need to add the cover book cover image first. So let's create a component. I will say underscore components over here, and inside that here we'll say book cover page dot tsx, add a default template, and here I will say image URL only is of type string. So obviously you need to define the type differently. Let's add any for now, and over here I will add this book cover page. Now to this book cover page we need to pass the cover image, okay. So if I go over here, and this is our cover image that we need to pass it. So simply here we'll add image URL is equal to cover story dot cover underscore image. Let me check. Oh sorry, it's just like cover image, something like this, okay. And inside the book cover image we have the div. Here simply add an image tag, then source tag, and here I will add alt tag as a cover. Inside the image source tag will add the image URL, and we'll pass the width as 500, height of 500, okay, which will match with this one. I will make this 500 for now, and height with 500. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now we have error that it's saying the Firebase Google API, this particular domain is not configured under this next config. So let's go to that. Inside this next.config.mjs file, here I will add the images. Under that you have to add the domain which you want to whitelist. So in this case we want to whitelist this Firebase Storage Google API because this is the domain for our image. And just restart your application and refresh the screen, and boom, if you see now it's showing the image of our book. Perfect, right? Now next, let me go back and to this HTML book cover. Here we can add some property, right? You can say show cover as a true, okay, and let's add a class name where I will add a margin top to 10 and save it, okay, make sure. Perfect. And that's our book cover. Now right now it's only one page, okay, but if you add multiple pages then it will work beautifully. If I try to paste this multiple times, see, okay, and you will see the result. So let me refresh this once. Before that, make sure to wrap this inside the div, okay, because for each of the page we have to make sure that each of the content is wrapped inside the div. So I just copy pasted, and if you see, if I click on this one, boom, see how cool, right? So that's how it will look like. It will automatically open a page something like this, right? Right now we just copy paste the same image, same component, okay, but just I wanted to show how actually it look like, okay. Next thing, I will add a new component in the component folder. We'll say story pages.tsx file, add a default template, and then save it. Now over here, um, this particular library cannot load the dynamic pages. Okay, you have to create the pages before. So here I will add dot 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 array. Okay, and then I will use, okay, let me first wrap it inside the curly braces, and then we'll add this array. Okay, now this array length will be the uh, length of our story dot, let me see the, go to the inspect panel, console. Okay, so inside the object we have this output and then chapters. Okay, so here we'll say outputs dot chapters, okay, dot length. So that much pages we want to create. Okay, so when we're done with this one, here we'll map it, and inside that we'll add a div. Perfect. Now inside the div, let's add h2 tag, and here we'll simply say page. Okay, so I think we incorrectly mapped this one. So here inside that we'll say item, comma index, and the arrow function, and then we'll add a div. Okay, now simply I will add the h2 tag, and I will just print the index. Okay, and then save it. Let's take this out how it looks like. So okay, we have one error that node ought to be removed if not child node. Let's see what's the issue. So here let's add a key as an index and save it, and now we don't have error. But if you see, now we have page numbers, right? 1 0 2 3 and 4 5. Perfect. That's look weird now, I understand, but let's do one thing. So here we'll add a class name, we'll add a background to be white, padding to 20, and we'll also add a border, and inside that we are going to render the components. Okay, call story pages. Now inside the story pages we are going to pass each of the story chapter title and the description, right? So here we'll say story chapter is equal to, and simply we'll say story dot output dot chapters, and then we are going to pass the chapter depends on the index size, something like this. Okay, and this story chapter, let's go over here and we pass to this story chapter. Here you can define the type as well. For now I will mark it as any, okay, because it will take some time to define each of the type. And now we have the story chapter. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the story pages, and inside this one, first thing, inside the div we'll add a h2 tag. Here we'll say story chapter dot, let's see the chapter title. So from the output we'll get the chapter title. Okay, and p tag for the chapter actual content, right? So here we story chapter dot chapter text. Now to this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll say text is of 2XL, font bold, text primary. Okay, and for this p tag we'll add a class name. We'll add a text is of XL, we'll add a padding of 10, margin top to 3, and then we'll add a rounded corner to LG. We add a background slate to 100. I think that's pretty good, and then save it. Perfect. Let's see how it looks on the screen, and boom, if you see, this is how our content will look like. Cool, right? See, now this is our book. If I open this one, this is a hardcover, so that's how it look like. But now on the pages we have each of the page, and if you see this animation, how beautiful it look like, right? Now even though you can just open this page through the mouse, or you can just click like this, see, and then the book end. Now obviously we need to add the last page of our book. Okay, so inside the component we'll add a last page .tsx file, add a default template, and inside the page.tsx, after this one we'll add that inside the div. Here we'll say last page. Okay, now inside this last page, first thing we'll add a class name, and we'll add a background to be primary, and we'll add a padding to 10. Here we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say end of story, or just we'll say end. We'll add a class name, text to be in the center, text to excel, text white. Okay, now here I will add a div and button share the story. Okay, so share story share button. Here we'll add a class name, flex item to be in the center, justify in the center, and save it, and let's see how it looks like. So we have again new error. That's pretty weird. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, so after refresh, it working fine. I just refresh it, and this is how our page will look like. Let's try to update this one. So over here, let's add a, okay, not inside the last page, let's add a height full, and let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Perfect. And let me refresh it again. So there is some issue with the last page which we are adding. Okay, but as soon as I got some solution, I will fix this issue, don't worry. Okay, but right now if you see, we have the proper solution and proper book to read it. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add this React page flip library and give a beautiful effect to your story. Now we are going to add an audio for each of the chapter, and in order to add an audio which speak actual the chapter's content. Okay, so here to this line I'm going to add an button which will start speaking whatever the chapter's content is. Okay, and for that one obviously we need to add a button and an on click functionality, and whenever we click it, right, if you see, it's automatically flip the page. So first thing, we need to stop the flipping page functionality. So if I go to this page.tsx file, inside here, if I go to the HTML flipbook, I will just add use mouse event is equal to false. Okay, which will avoid, or which will on the click of that, right, you can, I think, let me refresh this once, and now I'm not able to flip it even though if I click on this one. Okay, perfect. Next thing, we need to add two buttons which will act like a next and previous page. So in order to add it, let's go to this bottom section. Here I will add a div. Inside div, let's add a button. Okay, and this button, let's say next for now, and here I will add a class name, will add an absolute position, and will make right to 0, and then save it. Now if I refresh this screen, you will see this button. Okay, so we have another error. This is quite weird. Okay, let me go back and make sure to add this button outside of this flip book like this. Okay, now if you see, this button is coming to the next, but we want near to this particular page. So what you can do, you can just wrap this div inside the relative. Okay, and save it. And let me refresh this once. It's still on very right side. I think that's not working out. Let's do one thing. Let's me wrap this HTML book in one div like this, and inside that we'll add that one, and for this div let's add a class name, and let's try to apply it as a relative, and let's see. If I refresh it, if you see, the button is come just below this page, but now we mark this as
absolute.
So let's bring in the middle. So what we can do, we can add the top to 250 pixel, because our height is 500 pixel, and in the middle it's nothing but a 250. And if you see, now it's coming in the middle. We want this button on the right hand side, so simply I will add minus, and here we'll add, let's say, 10. Okay, so it will be like this. And obviously we want to change this button to some icon. Okay, and for that one we are going to use React icons. If you did not install, make sure to install this React icon. It's contain a lot of different icons. Okay, just make sure to install it so that we can use that one. And just search for the button called arrow, and we want this kind of arrow. So I will copy this import statement first in order to use this icon and paste it here. And next you need to add this component. Okay, so obviously if you remove this button, that also fine, and then we added this button. If I go back to our application now, you will see this button is quite small, but let's add a class name. We'll add a text Excel, and let's see how it looks now. Let's make it for Excel. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? And even though here if I say 5, that will be good. Perfect. Okay, you can change this color as well, and if you want to increase the size, let's say 60 pixel, you can add like this as well. And I will make this as a text primary. See, perfect, right? Let's make it 40 only. Perfect. And now we'll make it cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, it will look like you are pressing some button. Okay, now same thing you need to add it, but for the previous one. So I will add this button. Obviously this right circle I will add left, and make sure to import this as well. Make sure that circle, that particular arrow is there. I hopefully it's there, but that's fine. And make sure to change this left to right or right to left. See, perfect, right? Now we want to show this previous or this left side previous button only when user is flipping the book first, means user will flip the first page. Okay, now first thing, on the click of this, on the click, let's add on click method, and inside this we'll just add the flip functionality. So for that one, let's define one reference. So here we'll say constant ref, say book reference is equal to use reference, oops my bad, reference like this. Okay, and then this book reference you need to attach over here. So here we'll say reference as a book reference, so that you can handle it on the click of that one. So here we'll say book reference dot current, and it has a method called page flip. Okay, and on this click of next, we want to go to the next page. So here we'll have a method called flip next. That's all, and save it. Now let's test this out. If I click on this one, boom, if you see, page is flipping, right? Also make sure not to, okay, let me remove this flex because I added for testing purpose, and now I think that's good. Perfect. Let me refresh the screen. Now we have the book, and if I click next, it's showing boom. See, perfect, right? Now next, add previous one. So similar way we can do that. So I will just copy this line, and for this div as well, I will add an on click method, and I will add this one, but here instead of next, here we'll say previous. Okay, now if I refresh the screen, if I click next and if I click previous, see, perfect. And now we want to show this previous button only when user flip the page. So here let's define a count, or here we'll say constant, we'll say count comma set count, which will hold how many pages you flip it. Okay, so initially the count value is 0, and whenever we click next button, right, so here we'll add a set count as count plus 1, and for the previous button we'll add count minus 1. Okay, and here we can write a condition. If count is not equal to 0, then show this, don't show this button. Okay, it means this is the arrow. Okay, over here, perfect. So whenever count is 0, then don't show the previous button. And now if I go back to our application, and if you see, the previous button is not showing anymore, but if I click next, then previous button is showing, right? But if I click previous, the button is gone. Same thing we need to do for the next page. Whenever there is a last page, we just make sure that it will not show that button. Okay, so over here we can write a condition that if count is not equal to, and then we need to get the length of the chapters. It's not equal to length of the chapters or something like this, dot length minus 1, and an operator, and just make sure to wrap this one. I will just format this one, okay, and save it. Now if I go back, if I click next, 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 and next, and boom, see, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, it will work. So once we're done with this one, the most important thing we want to implement is the play button over here. Okay, let's add that one. So if I go to this story pages where we have this title, here I'm going to add a span tag, and inside that I'm going to add a play button icon. So let's search over here, let's say play, and let's use this one. So I will copy this import statement first, and then we'll copy this component and we'll paste it here. Okay, now here make sure to mark it as a flex and justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. And if I go back, let's refresh the screen, because whenever you make a change, right, this HTML flip page is not update in the real time. Now if I click next, you will see this button. Cool, right? Now to this button, if I want to increase the size, you can increase this size as well, and I will make this cursor pointer, and let's add on click event to this one. Here we'll say play speech. I don't know what we'll call, but let's say play speech, and we'll add constant play speech like this. Now to this play speech, I'm going to pass the chapter text. I know that we already have, but we'll pass this one, and here we'll say text which you want user, or we want to make sure to speak it, and like this, and save it. Okay, now we are using inbuilt browser functionality to speak. So here we'll say constant voice, or not voice, but obviously if you want to choose specific voice, you can get the voice, but here we'll simply say constant synth is equal to window dot speech synthesis. Okay, and then here we'll say constant text to speech is equal to new speech synthesis utterance, this one, and then pass the text which you want to make sure to talk. And the last is you have to call synth dot speak, and then you need to pass text to speech constant over here, and that's all, and then save it. Now let's test this out. I will refresh the screen once and go back to the next page and click this one.
Once upon a time, there was a boy named Max who loved to play pretend. Superhero or a grade 9.
See, that's how it will start talking. Okay, now you have option to update this voice as well, because this voice is different for a different browser. I am on Mac OS, is quite different, but on the Windows is quite good. Okay, so for now I will keep as it is. Now let's implement the dashboard. So once user click on the dashboard button, which we have over here on the header, and then on that one we are going to show this header called my story, and we are going to show the number of credit left to generate the story, right? Each credit belong to one story that which user can create, and then we are going to display the list of the story which user created. Okay, so it's quite easy and quite simple UI that we are going to make it add it. And obviously for that one we are going to use the next UI card component. But before that, let's add this dashboard header which showing this my story and the credit, how many credits left. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here we have this dashboard page. Okay, And if I go back to our application and click on this dashboard page, it will navigate to the dashboard. Okay. Next, here we'll add a new folder called underscore components, and all the components which is related to the dashboard will keep in this folder. So here we'll say dashboard header.tsx, add the default template, and then make sure to import that over here. So here we'll say dashboard header. Now for this main div, I will add a padding of 10. When the screen is medium, we'll add padding x to 20, and on large screen we'll add padding x to 40. Okay. Now inside the dashboard header, for now I will just simply add h2 tag and we'll say my stories, and along with that one I'm going to add a span tag, and here I'm going to show the image and all. Okay, or there are another way we can do it. Simply we'll add a div tag, and inside div I will add an image tag, the source, and inside this I have coin.png file. Okay, so I already added inside my public folder where the coin will look like this. Obviously you can get this all the assets from the source code as well. The link is in the description. And then we'll add a width of 50, height of 50, and over here I will just simply write in span tag, maybe let's write 3 credit left. Okay, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, font bold, text is of 3XL, and save it. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding of 7, then we'll add a background to primary, and for this one let's make text white over here and save it, and this is how it will look like. Now everything bring in one line, and let's put this credit information on the right hand side. So simply I will make this flex and we'll make justify between and item to be in the center, something like this. Okay, now let's bring this in one line, these two coins and the text. So here we'll add a class name, make it flex, and we'll give gap of 3. For this particular span I will add a class name, text is of 2XL, and save it. Let's make item to be in the center, something like this. See, perfect, right? Now below that we want to show the all the story list which is generated by this current user. Also for this background, for this page.tsx I will add a minimum height to the screen. Okay, so it will be full screen. Perfect. Next, we'll create a new component. So inside the component folder, and we will call it as a user story list.tsx file, add a default template and save it. Now this particular component we need to add over here. So we'll say user story list and save. Perfect. Now before showing this component, we need to get the user story. So here we say get user story. Okay, and here we say constant result is equal to await db instance dot select. Obviously we are using Drizzle query from, and here we need to pass the schema which is story data. Here we will add a where clause equal to story data. So here we will say story data dot the user email, and we need to get the user login user email. So here we'll simply say constant user is equal to use user, and obviously here I will make use client. So this need to be actually use user from the clerk. Okay, then make this as a async, and over here we'll simply pass the user email. Perfect. So user dot primary email address dot email address, from that you can get the user email. Make sure to import this equal to sign. We have one error, So this is user email and this is the email address. It's look good to me. So TypeScript we considering, okay, it might equal to sorry, this primary email address might be a null. So here I will add an option. If it's there or if it's not there, then it will show empty and save it. Now for now I will just console the result, and inside the use effect will call this method. So whenever this component get load, this use effect will get call, and then the use effect will get executed, and we're gonna call this get user story. Now we have to make sure whenever the user information is available, then only call this method. Let's save it and let's check it out. So inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console, and boom, if you see, we got the 3 stories. Perfect, right? So this is what we wanted. Now we need to save in one state. Before that I will define a type. So here we'll say type story item type is equal to, and obviously we need to provide the type for each of them. Okay, so I will just copy here, so it will be easy for me to write it. I think, oh, that's very big mess. But here let's say id is of type number, then story type is of type string. I will pause the video and I will write all of this type. So I define this all the type over here, and now simply I'm going to define a state constant story list comma set story list is equal to use state, and this use state is of type story item type, something like this. Okay, oh, this needs to be here. Perfect. Let's save it, and obviously this is the list, so I will put the story item type of list. Now over here we'll set the story list as a result, and here for now I'll put the type any. Okay, and save it. Now over here we are going to iterate this list of stories. So here we'll add a story list dot, and we'll add an operator and story list. So if story list is there, then only show, and map here we'll put item comma index is of type number, and item is of type story item type. Perfect. Then the arrow function, and inside that we will display the div. Now instead of displaying or writing the code for the card, here I'm going to create a new component, and we can call it as a story item card dot tsx. Add a default template and simply use that over here. So story item card like this. Now to the story item card we are going to pass each of the story as an item, and inside the story item card we are going to accept here as a story. Okay, now for that one we need to provide the type. Okay, so we cannot provide the type as a story item card, so simply what we need to do, let's copy this code, all of the code, and I will simply paste it here. But in this case I will wrap inside the curly braces. Here will say story. Perfect, right? And now you can mention story item type. Perfect. Next, once we get this story information here, as I told you in the beginning, that we are going to use this next UI card component. So if I go a little bit down here, you will see this component called card. Obviously let's install this component first, and then if you scroll down a little bit, you need to import this statement as well, and then you can use any card which you like. Okay, now if you scroll down you will see a lot of example, but I will use this particular example. So go to this code and simply search for the second last card component, so I will use copy this one and simply let's bring this down and let's paste inside this story item card like this. Okay, I think we by mistakenly imported inside the wrong component. I will copy it from here and paste it here, and make sure to import this image component as well. Then remove this wrapper and make sure to import this button as well. Perfect. Okay, now instead of this image I'm going to show our story cover image. So here we say story dot cover image, save it, and if I go back to our application, let's say whether we are getting or not. So right now we got error that image with this source is missing this width property. So let's give the width property for the image. So here we'll say width is of 500 and height is of 500. And now we'll wait, and boom, if you see we got the card, but obviously it's not looking good. Let's update the layout little bit. So if I go to this user story list where we are mapping the story, right, for this div we'll add a class name. Here we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, on medium screen size we'll say grid column 2, and on large we'll say grid column 3, and for extra large we'll say grid column 4. Now this particular column depends on the grid size, is very helpful when you are developing the responsive web page. Now let's give a gap of 10, and now if I save it, this is how it will look like. Cool, right? Let's give some margin top to 10, okay, to this user story. And if I go to this story item card over here, I don't want this header, so I will remove this header, and then this is how it will look like. Perfect, right? Now most important thing, we need to update this particular text, okay, and let's update it. Also we need to order this by the latest one as a first story, and then the old one will be the last kind of thing, okay. But let's update the name first. So over here I will add the story dot output, and inside that if you see our response, so inside that we have story cover, and inside that we have the title. So here we'll say story cover dot title, okay, and if I save it, you will see that it's showing the name of the story. Now obviously I'm going to remove this p tag, and over here I'm going to update the font. So here we'll simply say text is of 2 XL and save it. Perfect, right? I think let's make it XL only, and let's try to make it white, and let's see how it looks. I think black is much better. Perfect. And now if you see, we have this beautiful name of the story. Also we'll change this button to read now, and save it. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now you have two options, either you can on hover you can add an effect. So in order to add an effect to this card, inside the class name you can just add hover, and you can make it scale to 105, and for a smooth animation you can make it transition all. So whenever I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful effect. Also make this as a cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, you will see the pointer get changed. See, right? Perfect. And that's how our dashboard story list card is ready. Now on the click of this one, obviously we want to navigate it to the view story option. So you need to add an on click event over here, or simply you can wrap this div inside the link tag. To this link tag you have to provide the h reference, and then you need to add the path. So in this case is view story slash and the story id. So story dot story id, something like this, okay. And obviously here also I put it in the link, I will wrap it in the link, and boom. Now if I want to read the story, just click on it, and boom. Now if I click over here, everything is working like a charm, right? Perfect. If I go back again, I will jump to the dashboard. Now one more and last important thing over here, in the dashboard, right, whenever the data is getting load inside the user story list, because we are fetching from the server, right, you can show some kind of loading effect. So simply I will define one state called constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Either you can use the skeleton effect or you can use our existing loader, right? So it's up to you how what you want to use. We already have the loader, so we can use that loader. So simply first thing you need to do is to implement the loader over here. So we'll add a custom loader, and obviously this custom loader we are going to show when the loading is true, and once it's not, we'll show it as a false. Okay, but for the testing purpose I'm making this loading as a true. Just want to check whether we are able to see the loader or not. Okay, right now I don't think so we are able to see this loader. Let's see the issue. So by mistakenly we need to pass the, let's go to this custom loader first. So this is the custom loader and we need to pass is loading as option, and here we'll pass the loading. Let's see now whether we are getting, and if you see we are able to see it. Perfect. Now obviously I will just make this as a false, and then whenever we are fetching the result we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's finished we'll set the loading as a false and save it. And if I refresh it, you will see its loading is showing, and immediately we are getting the result because we don't have that much result showing on the screen. Now in order to show or order it by the ID here inside the query, we'll just add order by, then we'll say which order, let's say descending, and then you have to add on which field. So story data dot id, because id is incremental, right, and then save it. Now obviously make sure to import this descending from the Drizzle ORM, save it, and let's go back, and boom, if you see now this is showing as a first element. Perfect. So that's how guys you can show the dashboard. Next thing, and very important, we are going to learn how can we implement this credit functionality so that user can use it or generate the story depends on the credit. If the credit is over, obviously user need to buy more credits. Now we are going to implement this credit functionality where depends on the user generation of the story, that credit gonna use it. If user have 0 credit, then user cannot create any new story. So let me walk through how it works. First thing, whenever user log in, we are going to check if user is already exist into our database. If yes, then we are going to update the context. The context is very helpful so that we can share the user detail information throughout the application. You don't need to pass component by component, and that's the reason we are going to use context. But if user is new and he is not it is not in our database, so in that case we need to add that user to our database, and then we are going to update the context. Okay, so it's very straightforward functionality. So first thing, we need to create a new table called users. So let's go to this schema. So inside this config folder we are going to the schema, and here we are going to add a new schema. So here we'll say export constant users is equal to pg table, and the name of the table is users, and inside that we'll add as id, which is the primary key, then username. So this is a varchar as username as a column, then user email, again this is a varchar as user email. You can add the user image if you want. Let's keep that one as well. So that is also varchar. It's just a URL, and most important, the credit. Okay, so credit is of type integer. Make sure to import it from this pg core and give the column name as a credit, and we are going to add default value to 3. Okay, so user can create a 3 story by default. Perfect, and save it. Now let's stop the studio. So inside the terminal I will stop the studio, and here simply we'll run the npm run db push command. So it will update our database. So here you will say I want to execute all the statement, and then now you can simply run the studio, and we'll refresh the studio and we'll see whether the new table is get added or not. So if you see inside the users, we have the new tables with all the columns which we added into our schema. Perfect. Now let me close all of this tab and let's go to this provider. Now inside the provider we define this clerk provider, right? I will move this clerk provider from provider component to the layout component. Okay, so let's go to this layout and just wrap this provider over here. Okay, make sure to import it, and obviously nothing will get changed into your application. Next thing, we'll define one state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Okay, so this is our state where we are going to save our users information. Now here I'm going to call new method called save new user if not exist. Now inside this method, first we'll check if user is already exist or not. Okay, and then if not, we'll add new user to database. Okay, perfect. So these two function the DB call we need to add it. So first thing we'll check if user is already exist or not. So here we'll say user is equal to await db dot select dot from, and here we need to provide the user schema. Here we add where clause equal to, and inside that we need to check if users dot email or user email is matches with the current user email. So obviously we need to add the user hook from the clerk, and here we'll simply check that. So here we'll say user, so use user hook we added from the clerk, that's good. I will remove this one, and here we'll say user dot, I don't know why it's not getting the suggestion, so let's write manually. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. So basically we need to, I don't know why it's not okay. So basically we need to change this name user response, something like this, and then we'll get the users. Just add a question mark here like this, and we'll add a condition. If email address is not there, we'll just add the empty value, and here I will make this as a async. Perfect, right? And then we'll get the response. So here we'll say console.log user response. Okay, now if the response is there, we'll simply set the user detail as a, or let's not do it over here. Okay, here now we'll add an if call. So if user response of 0, if it's not there, means if user is not exist, then we'll write a new method. So this is the comment for that one. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert. Obviously you need to provide the schema name, which is user dot values, and inside that we need to provide all column name. So first is user email, that we can get it from the dot email address, then user image as user dot image URL, and then user name as user dot full name. Okay, so these three value we added. Obviously we are adding the credit by default, which is 3, so we don't need to mention it again. And then once it's successfully inserted, we are returning some value. So first is we'll say user email as a users dot user email. I will just copy paste this couple of times, and this will be username as username, then user image as user image, and the last we also want credit, so that also we are going to get it from the users dot credit. Okay, and save it. Now once we get this result, we'll simply set it to the state called set user detail, because that's what we define at the top, right? Here for now I will make the type any, and that's all. Perfect, right? And if user is already exist, so obviously it will go to the else call, and inside the else we'll simply set the set user detail as user response of 0. Perfect, right? So that's how we are going to define it. Now this particular method call, we need to do it inside the use effect. So inside the use effect, whenever the users is available, we are going to make this call. Okay, obviously if user is not logged in, then obviously this will not get executed, only if the user is logged in to our application. Now let's save it, and once we have this user detail, we obviously need to share this across the application. But before that, let's console this whether we are getting the data inserted into our database or not. Okay, and here I will say new user, and here we'll say existing user. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, go to the console and refresh the screen. So we got error inside the provider. Obviously inside the provider we need to mark it as a client, and let's refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, now it's saying the new user. Okay, because obviously first time we are inserting, that's why it's showing new user, and this value is getting returned. It means the data is inserted successfully. If I refresh the screen for the user, if you see, we have all the details. Right now, if I refresh the screen again, you will see now it might saying the user existing user. See, because that user is already there, right? And obviously it will not insert the new record again to our database. Perfect, it means it's working. Now in order to share it across the application, we need to use the context. So context is very easy to use. Let's first thing, let's go to this app folder, and I'm going to create a new folder called underscore context, and inside that we'll create user detail context.tsx. Now inside here we'll simply say export constant user detail context. You can give the same name as a file name. Okay, is equal to create context, and make sure to import it from the React like this. And here you can define type any and pass as a null for now, and save it. Now inside the provider, you need to wrap your complete component inside this context, so that you can share this context user detail value throughout the application. So simply here I will say user detail context dot provider, and then you need to pass the value, which is the user detail comma set user detail. Close this tag and make sure to wrap it something like this, and save it. Okay, now obviously whenever you load the page or whatever, right, the user detail have some value, and that value you are passing to this context provider, and wherever you want to use, you can just use it. Let's go to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard header we want to use it, right? I will make this component first as a client side. Then here, in order to use the context, first need to wrap it in a curly braces. Here you need to give user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that you need to provide the context name. So in this case is user detail context, right? And close the tag. Perfect. Now you have the user detail information. If you want to print, you can just print it out. But here, if you want to replace with the user detail dot credit, that's all, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, you will see it's showing the 3 credit. Now if I change this credit to, let's say, 5 and save one change, and now if I refresh it, you will see the 5 as a credit. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to maintain the user's information along with their credit. Now next, obviously, whenever a user create the new story, right, on the click of generate story, and once the story is successfully generated, we have to make sure that we will do the current credit -1, okay, because we want to use 1 credit from here. So in this case, if user have 5 credit and user generated new story, then credit will be 4. Okay, so that logic we need to write now. Now below to this button, I'm going to write one simple message. So let me close all of this tab and let's go to this create story components, where we have, okay, inside the page.tsx we have this button, and just below this button I'm going to write in a span tag, we'll say 1 credit use will use, okay, and save it. And let's say where it's showing that. So it's showing right now in one line, but let's make it flex column, and here we'll say item to end, okay, so it will be at the end, see, something like this. Perfect. And once user click generate story, we need to make sure we'll deduct that particular credit, right? So we already have a lot of logic inside this page.tsx file. So first thing, we need to get the context over here. So we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll use the user detail context. Now once the image is generated, we are inserting the record, I believe, yeah, and then we are going to make a call. So here we'll say constant, or we'll create a new method. Here we'll create a new method actually. So below this one we'll say constant update user credits is equal to async and the arrow function like this. And here we say constant result is equal to await db dot update, and we need to update the user schema. Here we'll say set, and inside that we need to update the credit, right? So now credit will be the user details credit -1, okay, and we have to make sure this will be a number. So I will just wrap it like this, and obviously we need to add a where clause, where equal to user dot primary email address dot email address will match with the users dot user email, okay. Here I will just put it on the right hand side, so it's easy to read, otherwise empty. Perfect. And this particular method now we are going to call inside this save in db, or we can call it just after the storage we are notifying it, right? So over here also we can call this method. So update user credit, here we'll say await, and that's all. And simply we can also write dot returning, and here we'll just return the id of updated story. So we'll say id users dot id, okay. Perfect. And let's save it and let's test this out. So let me go back to our application. Now here just write girl with magic book as a subject story. You can select the any story type, the age group, and the image style. Now right now if you see we have the 5 credit, okay, and now as soon as I generate the story, and once the story is generated successfully, you will see the story count will update. Right now we have one error. Let's refresh it once and let's try it again. So girl with magical book. Okay, and now we'll select the story type and generate story. Now it's still working, and now if you see, the story is generated, and boom, we have this beautiful cover with the book name where we have all of this information. Now if I go to this credit section and refresh it, you will see now we have 4 credits. Perfect. Now let's go to the dashboard, and there you will see you left with the 4 credits. Perfect, right? Now we have to make sure if user don't have credit, user cannot create the new story. So let's update that. So if I go back to our application, and over here we'll check before generating the story. So inside the generate story component right here, we'll first check if user detail dot credit is less than equal to 0, so it's need to be a credit. Then we'll simply use the toast message to notify, and here we'll say notify dot, I think let's say we have notify error, so we'll use notify error, and here we'll say you don't have enough credit. Okay, and that's all, and save it. Okay, now and make sure you will return nothing. Okay, otherwise it will go to the next page. But if you check over here, then obviously it will show the error, and save it. Now let's test this scenario. So first thing, I will go to the studio and I will make this credit to 0. Okay, let's save change, and obviously if I go to the dashboard, you will see now you have 0 credit. If I go to the let's go to the create story. Here we'll say magic land and boy. Select the story type, age group, image style, and just simply click generate story. Okay, and as soon as I click, you got this dot message saying you don't have enough credits, right? So that's how guys you can restrict user to create a new story if user don't have the credits. Now we are going to implement the functionality where user can buy a more credit. Right now if you see, I have only 0 credit left, and if you want to buy, we are going to give a button to buy more credit, and then we are going to display a new screen where user have option to select how many credit he want. So once the option is selected, then we are going to integrate the PayPal payment gateway. It's very easy to integrate, and anyone can use this PayPal account. Also they have the sandbox developer account, so that you can use it for free or testing purpose as well. Now once you integrate, we are going to implement the complete workflow for the payment, and once the payment is successful, then we automatically going to add the credit to users account. So first thing, on our dashboard, so over here we are going to add a button to buy a more credits. So let's go back to our application, and first thing inside the dashboard, where we have the dashboard header, over here we are going to add the new button. So here we'll add a button and we'll say buy more credits. Okay, and save it. Now let's see how it looks. I will refresh the screen, and this is how it will look like. Okay, I think that's pretty good. For this one, let's add a class name, and not class name, but we'll add a color, and let's add a color as a secondary, and we'll see how it looks. So this is how it look like on a secondary color, or if you want, you can also change the color over here. Okay, so if you want a blue color, light blue, let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Okay, perfect. Now once user click on this one, we want to navigate to the new screen. So let's implement a new route for that one. So inside the app folder, we are going to add a new route called buy credits, and click enter. Inside that, we'll add page.tsx file, add a default templates and we'll rename this by credits and save it. Now inside the dashboard, I will wrap this button inside the link tag so that we can add hrefs to buy credits, and make sure to wrap your button inside this link tag. Okay, so like this and save it. Now if I go back and click on this buy more credits, if you see, it's navigating to this buy credits new page. Now first thing, I will add a class name here. I will add minimum height to screen, and now we want to give some options as per this mockup. Right, on the left hand side we are going to add some options, and on the right hand side we are going to integrate the PayPal button to make a payment. So for that one, I'm going to add an options here. We'll add ID as a 1, then price as let's say 199, and credits which we are giving as a 10 credits. Okay, so user can create a 10 story. Same thing, I will just copy it couple of more times. So 1 is 2, 3, and let's add one more. So for this is 4th. Here I will make it 299 and user can buy 30 credits. Here 75 credits for 599, and for 999 you can give 150 credits. Perfect, right? So all the options are ready. Now simple, we need to just display that option. Before that, let's add a h2 tag, give a heading. Here we'll say add more credits. For h2 I will add a class name. Let's add a text is of 3XL and font bold. Okay, for this div, let's add a text to be in the center, so all the content will be in the center. And most important, I forgot to add a padding X to 20, and padding on medium screen padding X to 20, and on large screen padding X to 40, and save it. Okay, if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Let's make it 4XL, and here I will make text primary. Okay, so it will be consistent throughout the application. Now next, we'll add a div, and we need to divide the screen into 2 sections. Okay, so we'll add a class name. Here we'll make grid. On the smaller screen we'll make 1 column, but on medium or larger screen we'll make a 2 column. Now on the first column we are going to show an option, and on second column we are going to add the PayPal button. So inside the first option, let's add an let's iterate this options dot map. Here we'll say option comma index is of type number, and option is of type, I don't know whether we need to provide the type for it or not, but let's keep it for now as it is, and then just provide the arrow function like this. I think we don't need to provide because we directly use this option list, right? Next, let's add a div. Inside this div, we'll add an h2 tag, and we'll simply write get. Here we say option dot credits is equal to item option dot credit story. Okay, as many as credits which is equivalent to same story. Okay, so that's the reason I wrote like this. If I save it, you will see on the screen how it looks. See, okay, obviously we are going to add some style to that one, but before that let's add one more text, and we want to display the price. So dollar, and here we'll say item dot price. It's option dot price. Okay, and then we'll add a class name. For this one we'll make font bold, text is of 2XL, and save it. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Here we'll add a padding of 6, margin y to 3, then we'll add a border, and we'll make background as a primary, text to be in the center, and we'll make rounded as a large, and save it. And this is how beautifully it will look like. Obviously we'll make text to white, so text white. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our card is now ready. Perfect. Now obviously we want to add a selection option as well. Over here I will just add margin top to 10, some gap between this. Perfect. Now on the select of this one we want to add an selection option. So let me collapse this one, and here we'll add a state. We will say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Okay, now whenever you just select something, right, we are going to add it. So here I will add a cursor pointer, and on hover I will just change or add some kind of animation. So we'll scale it to 105 and we'll make smooth transition, and let me show how it looks. Okay, so we use state, so I will make this component on the client side. So here we'll add use client and save it. Now if I hover on this one, see how beautifully it looks, correct? Perfect. Or maybe we can add a border. Let's say how it looks on border. Here we need to give a margin to 1, and let's add a border. Let's look how it looks. So border is getting added, but it's not that much visible. So on hover, let's add a padding to 1. That's not good. Okay, let me keep like this for now. Okay, so here we'll scale to 105 and we'll keep like this only, and that's fine. Perfect. Okay, next, as soon as user select any of this option, right, we need to make sure to add a effect. But here first thing we'll add an on click method, and we'll set the selected option as an complete option. Okay, so we can say option dot id. Let's add option dot id. Okay, obviously here we need to add an state. So here we'll say number. Perfect. Okay, now we have the option dot id. Let's save it, and as soon as I select, it is getting saved. Now once it's saved, we need to add some kind of selection effect. Okay, this particular one is selected or not. Okay, so simply let's wrap this class name. Let me bring this down and wrap it inside the curly braces, this tag, so that we can add an conditional styling. So over here inside this tag only, we will write condition. If selected option is matches with the option dot id, okay, if it matches, then we can write a condition. Let's add a background as a black color and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if I select this one, see, perfect, right? So that's how it will look like. Perfect. Now once I selected, it means this particular option is selected and we are saving that option id. Now it's time to add a payment option. So in order to add a PayPal payment option, we are going to use this library called PayPal React PayPal JS. I will keep the link in the description. It's very easy to use. First you need to install this library. Just copy this npm command, go to your terminal and just paste it here. Okay, next step, if you scroll down a little bit, I'm going to tell you the simplest way and easiest way to do it. So over here you need to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider. Okay, so copy this command, copy this line of code only, and then go to the providers.tsx file, okay, which is inside your root directory. Inside here, maybe under this provider, you can just wrap it like this, and then make sure to import this PayPal script provider. So I will just copy this command and paste it here. Obviously we are not using PayPal button on this particular provider, so I will remove that import, and then we need to provide the client ID. Now the question is where to get this client ID. Now in order to get this client ID, just go to this developer.paypal.com. okay, this is the developer account where you can play with it. Now if you don't have an account, create a new account. It's a completely free, and then go to the dashboard. So I will just go to this dashboard section. Yeah, go to the dashboard, developer dashboard, and if you want to start this in a live mode, you need to upload your business document or some freelancing document, so it will enable the live mode for you. So currently I'm on the sandbox mode. Now inside here, click on this API credential, and if you don't have API credential, make sure to add a new or create a new app from here. I already have a default app. I will copy this client ID. Make sure to copy the client ID only. Then go to your .env.local file. Inside here, we'll create next underscore public PayPal client ID is equal to, and paste this client ID and save it. Now copy this environment key, go to your provider.tsx file, and instead of this or on this place to the client ID, let's add process.env and the client ID environment key. Okay. So right now we got error that string and undefined. So here we can put option if this client ID is not there, put it empty, and obviously PayPal will not work, but we are passing this ID, so it will never fail. Now let's save it and now go back to your page.tsx file. Now inside here to the second div, okay, now we want to add the button. So go to this document, and if you see this button, we need to add it. Copy this button and simply paste it here. Make sure to import this import statement and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this button is showing on the screen. Cool, right? Now you can even change this layout. Currently showing horizontal, but if you want to make it vertical, you can just make it vertical and just refresh the screen, and now you will see these three options. Now for this particular grid, you can just give gap of 10, item to be in the center, justify center. So it will be in the center like this. And once you select any option, then we want to make sure that PayPal button is get enabled. So to this PayPal button, I think we have an option called disable, and it is disabled if the selected option is not there. Okay. Now if I refresh the screen, and now right now if you see, the option is disabled until and unless you are not making selection. Once you make the selection, it is get enabled immediately. Now the question is how to pass the amount which user is selected. That amount need to be passed to this PayPal. So for that one, we have some method over here. So first thing, we have to create an order. So PayPal button has one method called create order. Inside that, we'll say data, action, and then inside that we have to return the statement. We'll say actions dot order dot create. So it will create an order for us with an amount which we want. So here we'll say purchase unit, and inside that we have to pass amount. Now amount value we need to add it here. So in this case, the amount value we need to get it from the options of selected option. Okay, so whether it's a 0th element or 1, okay, something like this. Over here I will just add -1 because if the option is 1, right, we have to make sure user will select this first item and second and so on, and just add -1, and here we need to add the price, something like this. Make sure to wrap it as a number and dot to fix to 2. Okay, here we got, if you got an error, just add this ts ignore, and after this we need to add the currency code, so which is the USD. Okay, now this ts ignore I think we need to add just before, or maybe just before this one. And now it's saying the ts selected option possibly an undefined, right? So here you can add a 0 for example. Okay, and obviously you need to write a condition then for the disable. So we have this button disable if selected option is not there, or you can add selected option is not equal to 0. Okay, and that will work perfect. Now once your order is created, then it successfully passed this particular amount. Okay, and that's all. Next thing, once the payment is successful, you can show an on approval. It will give you on approve callback, and on that one you can just say console.log success. Okay, now obviously on the success we need to make sure we will update the users credit into our database. Okay, we will also ignore this one. Perfect, and let's save it. Now let's go back to our application and select the credits. I will just refresh this once, and you can select the any credit which you want. So once we have the error because button is not showing, let's see why. So I just refresh it again and now it's working. Now select the option. So right now I select the option but still disable. So let's see why. Okay, so is equal to 0. Okay, the condition was incorrect. Now if I select anything, now it's working. Now click on any of the option. If you want to make a payment with the PayPal, you can select this one, or you want to make a payment with the debit or credit card, you can select that option as well. So right now it's flicking, it's not showing the option. So let's see why. Right now in the terminal it's saying cannot read a property of undefined. Okay, so basically whatever the option the price we are sending, it's not getting correctly. Maybe what we can do, we can, as soon as the option is selected, we can save the actual price in different state. So here I will define the use effect, and inside this use effect, whenever the selected option change, and here we'll add a condition. If selected option is not equal to 0, then you can write a condition. Then simply constant price is equal to, here we'll say options of selected options dot price. Okay, and I will just console this price first to check whether we are getting the exact value or not. So if I select this 299, see we are getting price as a 599. Perfect. So let's save this in a one state. So here we'll say constant selected price comma set selected price is equal to use state, and over here we'll simply set the selected price as a price. Okay, so it is of type number, and save it. Now this selected price we will pass over here. So selected price, so it's showing possibly undefined value because it might be undefined. Let's put a 0 for now and save it. If I go back, select the amount, now if you see we got this one. Now oh, again we have an error. It's saying checkout order with 404 error, unpossible entity, something cannot be 0 or negative. Okay, let's see the value it's showing as a 0. That's interesting. So the problem is that the default selected price is showing as a 0, and that's the reason we got this error. So in PayPal you cannot dynamically update this price. So either way, or one of the way that you can do it, that you can add a condition. If selected price is greater than 0, then only show this PayPal button. Okay, something like this, and save it. Now if I go back, refresh the screen, and if I select this price, see now the PayPal button is showing. Right now on the click of this one, obviously you can pay with the credit card or debit card. If I click on this pay with a debit or credit card, you will see this price, and then you can add your account information. Cool, right? So here once you add account information and click on pay now, then this on approve method will get called. So let's implement that particular functionality. So first thing, let me close this tab, and over here we'll say constant on payment success. Here we'll do constant await, constant result is equal to await db dot insert, because update, we want to update the record, and here we need to pass the user schema dot set, and inside here we'll just update the credits which is equal to the option whatever the option user selected. So here we'll say options of selected options dot credits. Okay, that's all. Actually, we want to add within existing credit. Okay, if user have 3 credit and user buy 10 extra credit, so it need to be a 10 plus 3. So for that one, we need to get a user detail context information. Use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, and now here we'll just add user detail dot credits. Okay, so it will just add that one, and let's make this as a async over here. And obviously we need to add a where condition. So where you can just add equal to user detail dot user detail. Let's first add the users dot user email matches with the user detail dot user email. Okay, perfect. And if you want to return something, you can return. Okay, but I will keep this as it is. And here I will just, if you want to add the notify or want to add some pop-up, you can, and once it's successful, we'll just redirect it to the new screen. In order to redirect it, you can add constant router is equal to use router from the next slash navigation, and simply here we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll navigate to the dashboard. Perfect, right? Now this on payment success, we're gonna add it on the click of approve. So here on approve, we'll call this method. Perfect, right? And save it. Also for toast message, I'm going to copy existing notify option and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this toast message and save it. And whenever the payment is successful, we can show the toast message. If result, then you can show a notify credit is added. Okay, and when a user cancel the payment, right, here we have on cancel method. Here we'll simply add notify error payment cancel and then save it. Okay, now if you want to test, let's test this. So if you click on this one, PayPal or credit card, here you have option to add it. Okay, but let's close this one and let's make a payment with the PayPal. And if I cancel this one, let's cancel this. I don't know why it's not showing. Maybe we need to refresh this one and then it will show. So once you select this one, then you got this option. Perfect. Now before testing it, I will also make sure as soon as credit is added, we'll need to update our context. So we have this set user detail context. Make sure it's set user detail. Okay. And then inside here, we'll add a previous as of type any, and inside this one, we'll add the arrow function like this. So initially I will add all the value from the previous and we'll just update the credit. Okay, and the value of the credit will be the same that we are going to update to our database, something like this. Okay, then it will update the set user detail contact as well, and then we are going to navigate it. So let's navigate over here, and result, if it's false, will notify with an error. We say server error. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Also you have to make sure you are passing this correct value to this PayPal button. And one more important thing, I think I forgot, here in the selected option, right, we'll select the -1 because it is starting from the first element. Okay, so that is also important. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I select this 299 option, select the PayPal, and then select this pay with a debit or credit card, and then if you see, we have this 299 option. Now I will, let me close this one, and here in the card testing, this is the test card. Okay, where you can test with a testing card. So I will copy this test card and let me go back over here. So this is the PayPal. I will just make sure it's open on the top of this one. Oh, my bad. This is literally difficult. Now we are good. I will paste this card number, the expiration date. I will put something like this and some CVV. Here, let's add the detail. Make sure to add a phone number. Okay. And then let's add a city, the zip code, and all of this information, and simply click pay now. Here the address was mismatched, so they corrected our address, and then let's make it and make a successful payment, and boom, if you see, our credit is changed to 675 now. Cool, right? And now obviously if I go to this create story, I can generate the more story because I have the credits now, right? And in the dashboard you will see that all the credit information. Obviously if you want to buy more, you can just buy it again by selecting these options. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can add the payment integration and make this complete application into a SaaS application. Let me talk about the tubegurji.com, where you will find all of my exclusive courses along with the source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can track each course chapter by chapter. Here you will get the source code, the application demo, or you can even watch this complete video for free on YouTube. How cool it is, right? Also, you can find your own personal dashboard and you can track your course depends on your how much progress you did it. Okay, and in order to join this particular Tube Gurji Pro membership, it will just at $899 per month. Okay, and you will get an access to the all the courses and the source code for free. Now we are going to build an explore page where user can search all the stories created by other users as well. Okay, so this is very simple. So we are going to use existing component for that one, and we are showing first 8 to 10 stories, and on the click upload more we are going to show more stories. Okay, so it's kind of infinite load. On the click upload more they can go ahead and add more and more. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here we need to add a new route for the explore stories. So let's go back to our application. Inside the app folder we are going to create a new folder called explore, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Add a default template and we'll just rename this to explore more, we can say like that, and save it. Now just for the sake, let's go to the components header, and inside here we have this menu list. Make sure we have here explore. I think that's good. Perfect. Now for this class we'll add a class name, height, minimum height to screen, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this explore story, it will go to this explore page. Perfect. Then I will give some height and width. So here we'll add a padding of 10. Then on medium screen size we'll add padding X to 20, and on large we'll add padding X to 40, and then save it. Now over here we'll add H2 tag, and here we'll say explore more stories. We'll add a class name. We'll make font bold. Text is of for Excel and text is of primary. Then we'll also make sure the text to be in the center, and then save it. Now it's going above this one. Okay, yeah, now it's good because I scroll it, that's why. Perfect. And now we have this text as well. Next we want to write a method called constant get all stories, and over here we need to write an offset value. Okay, so obviously we will pass this offset value which is in the form of number. So I'm going to tell you why we are using this offset. Okay, but before that let's fetch the value. So here we'll say await db.select from, and over here we'll just simply add story data schema dot, and inside there obviously we want to fetch all the stories, right? So simply here we'll say order by first, and we want in descending order with an id. Okay, So this need to be a story data dot id. Here I will make this as a async. After this, we need to pass how many value we want to fetch. Okay, so right now we'll just fetch 8 value. Okay, means 8 records, and here we want to pass the offset. Offset means where the row will start and how many record want to skip it, right? So initially the offset value will be the 0, but with this value we are going to pass to this get all stories. Now inside the use effect, so if I pass the use effect over here, and obviously get all story I'm going to call, and to this offset I will pass initially as a 0. Okay, and next time every time we are going to increment it. Okay, so let's save it, and I'm going to maintain constant offset comma set offset is equal to use state, and initially it will be the 0 only. Okay, and save it. Next, let's save and let's see whether we are getting data. Obviously this is a client side page, so I will make this as a client and save it. Now if I go back and inspect panel, go to the console, and here, oh, so I don't think so we got it. Let's refresh it again, and this is the different data actually. Let me go over here. Oh, we forgot to console actually, and we are trying to see why we are not getting the result. So make sure to console this one, insert result, and let me refresh it again. So right now if you see, we got the first 8 records. Cool, right? Perfect. Now once you're done with this one, we need to save this in one state. So here we say constant story list comma set story list is equal to use state. Okay, initially it's empty, and save. Now simply I am going to set the story list as a result. Now obviously from the user story list, right, if we already have this story item type, so simply I'm going to pass this story item type over here. And even though if you did not pass, that's also fine, and then save it. So maybe it's a list, so that need to be a list. Here I will make a type any for now and save. Now over here we just need to iterate this list. So story list, sorry, story list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Over here I will just wrap this inside the div. Okay, now here we'll just simply use the story item card component, and inside the story item card component we need to pass a story as an item. So inside the story item data we already have, we have this story item card which we are fetching. Okay, let's save it and let's see whether we are going to display it or not. So it's refreshing, and boom, if you see, we got the story list, but obviously it's not in the correct format. So for this div, let's add a class name, make it grid column 1 on the smaller screen. On medium screen we'll make grid column 2, and large screen will make grid column 3, and on extra large we'll make grid column 4. Okay, then also we'll give gap of 10 and save it, and boom, if you see, this is how it beautifully looks, right? Now next, let me give some margin top. So here we'll say margin top to 10, so we have some space, and now we got the information. Okay, so right now it's only fetch 8 records. Now if you want to fetch more, right, here we are going to add a button. So after this div we'll add a button called load more, and over here to this button we'll add a class name, and we'll not class name, but we'll add a color as a primary button. Make sure it is working. Okay, so if you see, this is load more is showing over here. Obviously we want it is in the center of the screen, so simply I'll put it in the div. We'll add a class name and text to be in the center. Let's see whether it's working or not with this. Hopefully yeah, and also we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect, and save it. Okay, now once you click on the load more, we have to make sure that we'll add the, or we will fetch the new record, but we need to update this story list with the existing records, right? So first let's add an on click method. To this on click method we'll say what is the method name, get all stories, Okay, and in this one we have to add an offset value. Okay, so let's add offset here, offset plus 8. Okay, now obviously offset is 0, but we need to update the offset every time. So here we'll say set offset with the offset value every time. Okay, and save it. Now obviously if I click roll load more, right, it's updating with the existing one and it's remove the old stories. Okay, so we need to fix that issue. Set the story list as a previous story list, then we'll add spread operator, and then we also want to add the all the result one by one to this story list. So that's the reason I added the spread operator. Save it and let's go back. Let me refresh the screen and we'll see whether we got the result, and boom, if you see, we got the result. If I click load more, it will get the next lot of this what do you say, the story list. Okay, right now obviously we don't have anything, that's why it's not getting, but now we got all the story list. And obviously once you open any story list, it will navigate to this particular page where you can start reading the story. So that's how, guys, this particular story list functionality will work. Obviously you can add load more, or you can even load all the story at once. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application to the cloud so that your friends and family can share this, or you can start your own small SaaS application. You don't need to deploy any backend because our Drizzle Studio is already there, and whatever the API we created, it is already on the Next.js server side. Now, in order to deploy our application, we are going to use a Vercel, and it's taking care of everything. But before that, we are going to push our application to the GitHub, and then we'll connect GitHub to the Vercel. So whenever you deploy any code changes to your application to the GitHub, it automatically deploy the latest changes to the Vercel. Okay, so let me walk through how to do it. First thing, let's open the terminal. I will clear this one and just click on git init. Okay, so it will initialize the git into your application. Then just go to this github.com and just create a new account if you don't have, and press new. Here you have to create a new repo. So I will give the name AI Kids Story Builder, and you can add a description. You can make this repo public or private and simply create repo. Now once the repository is created, you just need to copy this remote origin and just paste it here. Now this is you need to do only first time, and simply here you need to add all the files. You make the changes, then you have to write commit message. Okay, so here we'll say initial commit. You can give any message, and then you need to push these changes. Now if you are pushing this first time, you need to push with this particular command, otherwise you can just write git push. Okay, now we push these changes to this main branch, and it's pushing all the changes. Now we have a lot of images in our public folder, so that's the reason it's taking some time to push these changes, but next time it will be very quick. Now it's push all the changes. If I refresh this GitHub repo, and boom, if you see, just now the changes are pushed. Okay, and you have all the project code is inside this AI repository, except this .env.local file and this node module, because .env.local file is contain a very crucial and secret data, right, and that need to be uploaded directly on the server. So now once it is pushed, go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account on a vercel.com, let's create an account. Most important thing is free to use, so you can deploy as many as website you want or application you want. Okay, now once you create an account and go to the dashboard, this is how it will look. If you see, I deployed a lot of different applications. Now click on add new and click project. Inside here you will see the my current project, which is just deployed 53 seconds ago. Now obviously if you need to connect the git repo with your GitHub account, if you are using GitLab or any other, make sure to add that as well, and simply click import. Once you import this one, you will see the project name. Then you can obviously update this project name if you want. Obviously it will detect the which framework you are using. Obviously we are using Next.js, so it will detect. You don't need to change anywhere, but you need to add this environment variables. Okay, So whatever the variables we have inside this .env, just copy all of them and simply paste it inside this box. So automatically detect the key and the respective value. See, perfect, right? And then simply click deploy. Once you click deploy button, it will take couple of minutes to deploy your application. And if you see, the deployment is started. Currently it's building some log, then it will install all the dependency, and then it will start actual deployment. So I will pause the video and we'll wait. And boom, if you see, our application is now deployed, and here you will see the preview how it actually look like. And once you click it, it will open that particular URL. Okay, and if I go to the dashboard, obviously here you will see all the details. Inside the settings section, you have option to add your own custom domain. But if you want to change this one, let's change this because they added some custom domains. So maybe this domain is not available. Here you can just update something like, let's say, AI kid story generator, and save it. I think this is available. See, and now if I open this one, you will see your application is running on that particular domain, and everything will work like a charm. See, our authentication is there. If I go to the explore storage, you will see all the stories into your application. Perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can deploy your application on a Vercel for free. Hey there, and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Today, with the help of React, Next.js and AI, we are going to build an AI room and home interior design application. In this full stack application, we're gonna learn with the help of AI how we can turn any room into a beautiful interior. Let's walk through the application first, and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this landing screen. Over here, you will see how AI will uh, update your interior of your room to the at a new level. Okay, let's click on this dashboard section, and once you click on this one, you will navigate to the login screen or sign up screen. We added the social authentication as well as email and password authentication. Let's log into our app, and once you log in, you will see you will redirect it on the dashboard. Here you are, if you are logging it at very first time, this is how the dashboard will look like. This is an empty state. At the top you will see you have option how many credits you have or how many credits it's left. Okay, then the profile section, and then you have this dashboard button. Also at the top you have option to buy more credit as well. Okay, as this is a SaaS application, and we added the payment integration as well. Now let's create this redesign the new room. Once you click on it, you will redirect you to the new screen where you have option to upload the image of your room. So just click on it and upload the image. So I will select this image, let's say for example, and I want to change the interior of this particular room. Okay, now you will select the room type, whether it's a bedroom, kitchen, office. Okay, let's select the bedroom, and you have option to select a different interior design type. Okay, now I'm going to tell you how can we add this all of these different interior design type. Let's select that interior design type as well. I selected as a modern. Now if you have any requirement, you can just add it here and simply click generate. Now we added this beautiful custom loading indicator as well. Now we'll wait to generate the interior design for your room. Now from here, AI is taking care of everything, and boom, once the image is ready, you will see over here, you will see this previous image as well as you have option to see the AI generated image as well. How cool, see. Okay, now if you want to see the full image, just click on this download button. Here you have option to see the complete image as well, or you can even download this image. Okay, now as soon as you generated the image with the help of AI, you will see your credits get updated because it uses 1 credit to generate the AI image. And now let's go to the dashboard, and in that case, now in this case, you already have one room design or interior for your room ready, and you can able to see on the dashboard. If you come at any time, you are able to see your or previous work on this particular dashboard. So that also, or each of the image we are going to store on our own server, so that you can access it anytime. Anytime you can come to the dashboard and you can have an option to see your result. Now, if you want to buy more credits, you have option over here. Just click go to this buy more credits, and as soon as you land on this page, you have option to select number of credits that you can add to your app. Okay. Now let's say you want to select this 25 credits, which cost you around $4. Just select on it, and then the PayPal payment gateway will enable for you. Now you have option to, you can either pay with the PayPal, or you can also have option to pay with a debit or credit card. Okay. Now this is a complete SaaS application, and that's the reason we added this PayPal payment integration for you. And from there you can start earning money as well. How cool, right? And I'm going to tell you the complete workflow and how to integrate this PayPal payment gateway very easily and seamlessly. Now guys, this is a complete full stack application, and if you are new to the React or Next.js, don't worry, because we are taking care of everything. We are going to learn everything from the basic. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The first and very important, as this is a React application, we are going to use a React framework which is a Next.js. Okay. If you are new, don't worry, because from the creating the Next.js application we are going to learn. Okay. Then for the database we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database along with the Drizzle ORM, so that you can seamlessly and easily can make a CRUD operation on the database with the help of this Drizzle ORM. Then for authentication we are going to use a clerk authentication, very easy to integrate, and it provides a lot of different social providers in order to add authentication in your application. To store all our images and assets, we are going to use a Firebase storage because it's free to use and is built for the AI applications. And we are also going to use the replicate.com to get the API AI API access. Okay. Now if you want to access the source code of this particular project, you can go to the tubegurji.com anytime, and over here you can get access to all of my exclusive courses along with the source code for free. In order to join the membership or a TubeGurji Pro family, you can join it less than $9. Okay, and you can get access to all of this source code as well. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. If you like this video, press like button. Share this video with your friends and family, and don't forget to press a notification bell icon. So without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this full stack AI room and home interior designing application. Now, to build a React Native application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is one of the best React framework to build a web application, and it provides a lot of different features. The most important, it provides the server-side rendering as well as the folder-based routing structure. So you don't need to specially configure the routing; it automatically taking care of it. And if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry, because everything we are going to build it from the scratch. So first thing you need to do, just go to this nextjs.org and then simply go to this docs section. Here you will find how to install the Next.js. So simply you need to write this command npx create next app at latest. So let's go to the folder where you want to create this Next.js and open the folder at that terminal. If you are using Windows, then open the command prompt at that folder, and simply over here you need to type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest we'll install the latest version of the Next.js. Click enter, say do you want to proceed, say yes, and then you need to provide the project name. So in this case here we'll say AI room redesign. Okay, and click enter. So would you like to use TypeScript? Say no. So in this tutorial, we are not going to use TypeScript. The ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, we want to use Tailwind CSS. Say yes. And source directory, say no. The app router, we want it. And the import alias, say no. And then it will start installing some of the dependency like React, React DOM, Next, Post CSS and Tailwind CSS as well. Once it is done, you will find this success message, and then you can open the VS Code. Now open a folder at that particular project which you just created. So in my case, it is in the documents, projects and Next.js React. So in this case, we have this AI room redesign. Just open this folder. Here you need to say yes, I trust the author, and boom. Okay. Now, before moving to the next part here, we are going to use a very important VS Code extension. One is React Redux Snippets tool. Okay, make sure to install this extension. And the second is Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so whenever you write a Tailwind CSS classes, it will give you the suggestion, and this React Redux snippet tool will help us to write your code much faster, and it will import the default template as well. Okay, now let's walk through this folder structure. Here you will see some of the files and folder. The very first and important folder, which is app folder, inside that we are going to write all our routing, all the components and everything, all the code we are going to write inside this app folder. We have the font folder. You can add your own custom fonts. Then we have globals.css file, which contain the CSS for your complete application and which is applied globally throughout the application. Then you have layout.js, which will hold the layout of your application. Now each of the Next.js application has at least one layout file which is called root layout, and inside that you will see this HTML and body content where it's rendering the children. Okay, and here we have metadata which will help us to add the SEO for your pages as well. Okay, and you will see this local font is applied. Then we have page.js, which is the default page of your application. Now once you run the application, you will see this page is getting rendered. Then we have this git ignore, which whatever the file you want to ignore while pushing the code to the GitHub, you can just mention that path. The next.config.js file, which contains the configuration related to the Next.js. The package.json contain the all the scripts to run your application or to build your application, the dependency which is using for this application, and some dev dependency which also contain the name and version of your application. And then we have this post css and tailwind.config.js file for the Tailwind CSS configuration. Okay, now let's run the application. So simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, or you can just drag this and click just drag it up. You will see this terminal over here. Now inside the terminal, you just need to type npm run dev command. Now it will start the port 3000 on localhost, and if you open this port on your web browser, you will see the Next.js application is running on this particular port. Now this is the default page of your application. Okay, now if I go to the page.js file, which is the default page, here whatever the line it's written direct, everything you will see on this screen. Now we don't want anything over here, so simply I'm going to delete all of these things, and I'm going to add a simple div, and inside that we'll say hello world. Okay, and simply save it. As soon as I save it, you will see it is getting rendered on the browser as well. So you don't need to refresh it, it automatically reload your browser. Okay, this is kind of hot reload functionality, and whatever you write, just save it and it will automatically reflect over there. Okay, so that's how you can create the Next.js application as well as you can run your application. Now next thing, we are going to install the Tailwind CSS based library called Shadcn. Okay, now this is very popular library and which help us to design or style our application much faster with the help of predefined components. So first thing, let's go to this ui.shadcn.com and go to this documentation, Here go to the installation, select the framework, and then copy this npm command in order to install or integrate this shared scene into your Next.js project. So simply I will copy this one, click add new terminal, and here I will initialize this shared scene. Says yes over here, and you can select the style, whatever style you want. I will select the New York style. Then you can select the base color, we'll select the neutral. Obviously we are going to change that one. Then would you like to use CSS variable for theme? Say yes, and then boom, now our shared scene is ready to use. Now over here you will see that one or two new things are created. One is the lib folder which contains the util.js file, and another is component.json which contains the shared scene configuration. Okay, now if in order to use any components, if you scroll down you will see the different component, like we have button, calendar, cards, and lot of different components. But if you want to use that one, you need to install each of this component using this command. Like obviously for the button, in order to use button, you will see this command, copy this npm command, go to your project and simply paste over here. Now you will see that this particular button is now installed, and here new folder get created called components. Under the UI you will see the button.jsx file. Okay, obviously which is contain the shared scene code and everything, but if you want to update it you can. It contains different variant, sizes, and lot of other things. Now in order to use that button, just type button, make sure it is importing from this components UI button, and here you can write hello world. Okay, so we can just change to subscribe. If you did not subscribe, please do subscribe and save it. Now as soon as you save it, and if I go back, you will see this beautiful button. Now here you don't need to apply any styling or anything because shared scene is already taken care of that one, and now our button is ready. Now if you want to change the base color of this button, you can also change that one. Okay, so simply go to the Tailwind CSS config.js file, and over here search for this primary. Okay, now inside this primary we are going to change the default color, or you can put any hash code color. So here I will put 7F57F1 and simply save it. If you want to change for other, you can just go ahead and change it, and boom, if you see the color of this button, our primary color is now changed to this one. How cool it is, right? That's how you can also configure or change the color combination of the shared scene. Now let's update the font our application globally for this project. So simply go to the layout.js, and currently by default it is using the local font which is imported over here. Okay, so we don't want this font anymore, so I will delete this folder, and let's delete the line of code from the layout.js file. Let's remove this local font, and also I'm going to remove this class name used for this font. Okay, now over here, in order to import or use your font, you can just import it, okay, from next/font/google. Now if you want to search which font do you want to use, just go to this Google font, and here you will find a bunch of different font which you can use for your application. Make sure to get that name, and whatever the name you want to search, just use it. For example, in this case I want to use the Google font called outfit, and in order to use it inside your application, just type outfit and you will get the suggestion from that Google font, and boom, now you imported this outfit font. Now first thing you need to do is to initialize. So here we'll say constant outfit is equal to, you need to initialize with the outfit, and here you need to provide the subset called Latin. Okay, now inside the body tag we'll just provide a class name, and here we'll say outfit dot class name, and that's all. And your font is now applied to the application, and here you will see, if I refresh it, obviously this is the new font called outfit is applied to this particular project. Okay, that's how quickly and easily you can update the font for your application. Now, in order to set up a backend for our application, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM along with the Neon's Postgres SQL database. Now, with the help of Drizzle ORM, it will be easy to make a CRUD operation on the database, and it's much faster than any other ORM in the market right now. So simply, first thing you need to go to this orm.drizzle.team. I will put the link in the description. Click on get started, and here make sure to select the PostgreSQL Neon database. Okay. Now obviously with the help of this Neon, we are going to use this PostgreSQL to manage all our record into the database. So first thing, let's go click on this Neon, and here this is the basic file structure. If you want to follow, you can follow, but we are going to create our own file structure. Second important thing we need to do is to copy all of this command. Okay, we are not using this TSX because we are using TypeScript and not we are using JavaScript and not TypeScript. Just copy this command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. So it will install the Drizzle ORM for a Neon database server and Drizzle kit along with .environment. Now once it's done, we need to create a .env file in order to add this database URL. So simply let's go to this for a root directory, and here we'll create .env.local file. Over here we'll create a new environment variable. Now inside the Next.js, every time you have to make sure whenever you want to create an environment and want to use on the client side, it should start with this next_public and the name of your environment variable. Okay, now in order to get this database URL, just go to this Neon and log in it. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account and simply sign into this Neon dashboard. Once you are on the dashboard, if you don't have any project, make sure to create one and just open that one. Now on this dashboard you will see the database. Here you will see I created a lot of different database for different applications, but if you want to create one, just click on this create new database, give the database name. Here I will say AI room redesign, and you can select the account, you can keep as it is and simply click create. As soon as you create, within a second you will see the connection string is ready. Just copy this connection string, go back to your application, paste it here inside this .uni.local file and simply save it. Now inside this, after that, let's go back to the Drizzle ORM documentation, and now we need to copy this line of code and we'll go back to this application, and here we'll create a new folder called config. Okay, now inside this config folder we create a new file called index.js, and over here, I think not index, let me rename this to db.js, and we'll paste this line of code. Now make sure to export this db reference. Okay, and then here we need to pass this environment variable key like this, okay, which is next public database URL, and then save it. Now once you export this, it means you can use it throughout the application. Next, if you scroll down, we don't need to pass this one. Okay, we need to create a schema file. So in order to create a schema file, let's create a new file called schema.jsx. You can make it JS, JXX, whatever you want. And over here, we'll say export constant users is equal to pg table. Now schema is nothing but to create a different table along with the column. Okay, and this schema is used to refer inside our application. Now you will see in a moment, but before that, let's create a new table, and you can call name table as a users. Now inside that one, we'll create a different column. Okay, now this is the actual column name into your database, and first I want to ID, and here I will give the type serial, so it will auto generate the ID like 1 2 3 4. Inside that you need to provide the column name called ID, and you can mark it as a primary key. Okay, next thing, we want to add a name as a new column is of type varchar, and again give the column name, and here we'll say not null. Okay, second we'll add email as of type varchar, we'll say email type not null, and the last we'll add let's add image URL of the user's image URL, and here we say image URL. Again I will add it as a not null, and credits as a new field I will add. Okay, and is of type integer from the PG core. Yeah, you have to make sure everything or all the type of the column is importing from this PG core. PG is stand for Postgres. Okay, here we'll say credits, and this will also I will make it default to 3. Okay, again this is not null, you can mark it as a not null, but if you make it default 3 you don't need to mark it as a null. Okay, and that's all, and save it. Now once you're ready with this schema, right, we need to update our database, but before that let's go back to the documentation, and you need to set up a drizzle.config.file. Okay, so copy this line of code, just copy from here, and make sure to create a new file called drizzle.config.js. So over here inside the root directory you need to create it. I will mark it as a JS, and then I will copy this line of code, just paste it here. Now don't add this out, we don't really need it, but over here we need to use a database URL. You need to pass database URL over here. So I will just copy this same URL and we'll paste it here. Let's save it, and inside this schema field you need to pass the path of this schema. So here we say /config. So this is the config folder, and inside that we have the schema.js file. Let's save it, and then next step we need to do is to push this schema. Okay, so if I go to Drizzle ORM here, this is the command to push your changes. So simply you can add npx drizzle kit push, click enter, and boom, if you see it's saying pulling schema from database and changes are applied. How cool, right? But if you want to now check whether it's ready or not, you can anytime you can go to this neon dashboard and go to this table section. Okay, now over here make sure to select the correct or appropriate database, and here you will see the new table created called users. On the right hand side you will see this all the column. How cool, right? And that's how guys you can create a table and set up a backend for your application. Now another way to access your all the database and table is with the help of Drizzle Studio. So if I go to the Drizzle, and here you have section called Studio. Okay, you can run your studio on your local machine as well. So simply you need to type a command npx drizzle kit, and instead of push you just change this to studio, and then your studio now is running on the local Drizzle Studio. So just open this URL. Okay, see, and boom, you will see the database with the tables called users. Okay, here you obviously whatever the option you will see on the neon, you will also find it over here. Along with that one, you can have option to run SQL query, as well as you can run the Drizzle query as well. Here if I click on the schema tab, you will see whatever the schema file we just wrote it, right, that schema file you will see inside this particular section. Okay, perfect. So that's how guys you can set up a backend for your application. Now once we start actual developing the application, at many steps obviously we need to interact with the database in order to add a record or fetch a record and want to do multiple operation. That time you will understand much better. Now let's implement the authentication for our application. Now once user come to our app and user want to access the dashboard, we're gonna check if user is authenticated or not. Okay, if user is not authenticated, we are going to redirect user to this login or sign up screen, and through the with the help of Google, email, or Facebook authentication, we are going to make sure user authentication to our application. Once user is successful authenticated, then only we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. If user is already authenticated and coming next time, right after successfully sign in, obviously we will redirect user to the dashboard. So let's go back to our application, and over here first thing I'm going to create a new route called dashboard. So inside this app folder, in order to create a new route, here we add a new file called dashboard, and inside that we'll create a new file called page.jsx, and just add a default template by just typing RFCE, which is stand for React Function Export Component. Here I will rename this to dashboard and then save it. Okay. Now if I go back to the localhost 3000 slash dashboard, you will see the new route or new path is getting rendered called dashboard. This is how easily with you can create a route with the help of Next.js by just adding a new folder. Okay. Now, in order to add authentication, we are going to use the clerk authentication. The reason is using this clerk, the most and very important thing, it's free to use. Also, they provide the predefined UI kit, so you don't need to write all of the bunch of boilerplate code to your application, because clerk is already taking care of that one. And not only that, but they provide a multi-factor authentication, email sign up, SMS authentication, password magic link, a lot of different social authentication, and many more. They provide a different kind of features to make sure your application is completely secure. So just simply go to this clerk.com. If you don't have an account, create a new account and simply sign in and redirect it to the dashboard. So once you are on the dashboard here, you can create a new application. If you see, I already created a lot of application with the clerk, but simply create application, give the application name. Here we'll say AI room redesign, and whatever the sign in option you want to enable, you can just enable like this. Okay, so if you want to enable Facebook, just click on it, and here on the right hand side, this is how it will look on your screen. Click create application. Once you create the application, you can select the framework which you want to use, and this is the command in order to use or install the clerk inside your Next.js application, like this. Okay, now I will put the link in the description of the proper documentation of the clerk. So just open that documentation. The link is in the description, just click on it, so you will directly jump on this documentation, which is quite helpful. Now once you import the clerk, just go to the second. Here I will select the appropriate uh, environment variable. So in this case, we just created the AI room redesign. Copy this environment variable keys, go to your folder, and over here inside this .env file, .env.local, and over here we'll paste this to environment key. So one is clerk publisher key and another is client secret key. Right now you are in development mode, but once you are in the production, you can judge these keys. Then the next thing, we need to add this middleware.ts file. So copy this copy this file name. I'll create a new file called middleware.js inside the root directory and simply paste this line of code. Okay, now right now all the routes are public, but if you see this particular reference to this clerk middleware, just open this in a new tab, and over here if you scroll down little bit, here you have option called protect routes. Okay, in order to protect route, you need to copy this line of code and just reflect this clerk middleware. Make sure to import this create route matcher. Okay, and currently the dashboard is getting protected. We don't have forum page, so I will remove this one, and the dashboard, and after whatever the sub route or child route of this dashboard is also protected. Okay, and this is the line of code. That's all. You don't need to do anything, and just make sure to save it. Next thing you need to do, let's go back to this main documentation. You need to wrap your application inside this clerk provider. Okay, so copy this clerk provider component and then go to the layout.js file. Over here I will just wrap this clerk provider and make sure to import this clerk provider from this clerk next.js. and then save it. Now, uh, if I go scroll down little bit, and here you have option called create custom sign up and sign in page. Okay, so right now if I go to this localhost 3000 slash dashboard, you will see it's showing this sign in page. That's cool, but over here you will see it is not on our application, it is going to some other domain. Right now, in order to avoid this one, just go back over here and you need to create a custom sign in and sign up page. So just click on this link. Okay, it will redirect you this page. First thing, you need to add this sign up and sign in page. So copy this complete path from the sign up, and then inside this app folder we create a new folder, but the name will start with this inside this circular brace, and add this folder. It just group your all the routing in one folder, and inside that click on new file, paste the all the path which you copied, make sure to change this to JSX, and boom, it automatically create a folders and the files in a given path. How cool, right? You don't need to create one by one. Copy this content, paste it here. Same thing you need to do it for the sign in page. So I will just copy this one and make sure you are in auth folder, then change it to JSX and simply copy this line of code, paste it here and save it. Okay, next thing, we already added this middleware, don't need to add it anything, just copy this environment variables. I will go to this .env.local file and paste it here. Then next thing, I think that's all is done. And now if I go to this localhost 3000 slash dashboard, and now you will see this sign in UI kit. Now here also you will see the domain is now on our own domain. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can add the sign in page. Now if you want to modify this sign in page, add some styling and all, you can also do that. Let me close all of this tab first and just go to the sign in page. Okay, right now we just have one component called sign in, but over here you can add a div. Inside that you can add a sign in, and for this div we'll add a class name. We'll say flex, justify center item to be in the center, and here we'll say height to the screen. So your component will be in the center of the screen. How cool, right? So that's how easily you can modify your page. Now if you want to change the layout of this particular sign in card, that also you can do it. Just go to the clerk and search for the clerk element. Now clerk element is the new functionality which clerk recently introduced, where you can create your own custom sign in and sign up component, and that's very cool feature. You don't need to create your own tags, but clerk is providing their own component tag which help us to build the UI kit much more faster. Okay, if you want to know more about this clerk element, let me know in the comment section. Now over here, if I select the Google account and sign in with that one, you will see now I jump to the dashboard page after successful sign in. How cool, right? Now let's go to this dashboard page. So this is our dashboard page, and over here clerk is provided one component called user button from the clerk.next.js. Make sure to add that one and save it. You will see this beautiful user profile icon. Now if I click on this one, you will see how beautiful it's showing the menu option to manage the account or sign out from the application as well. Now once you sign out from the application, it will go back to the home page, and if I go to this manage account, you will have option to manage your own account. Okay, now if I go to the sign out, you will see it jump to the home page. Now if I want to log in it again, obviously it will redirect you to the sign in page. Now as soon as user is signed into our application, you have to make sure that user is inserted to our database. If user is new or if user is existing, then we'll check whether this user is already there inside our database or not. Now in order to implement it, first thing we need to do, we are going to create a new file inside the root app folder called provider.jsx or js, add a default template, and here I will just rename this to capital provider with a capital P. Here from this provider we are going to render the children. Okay, something like this. So here now I'm going to render the children, and inside the layout.js file, here we'll import this provider component, and inside this provider component we are going to render the children. Okay, so right now nothing gonna change. If you see, everything will be same. Okay, the reason that we keep this children or rendering these children through this provider, because we want to keep this layout file on the server side, and whatever the operation you want to make, you can make it on the in the provider file, which can be or which will be in the client side. Now in order to make this provider on the client side, you need to mention at the top as a use as a client. Okay, so use client and save it. Now as soon as user is login, we have to make sure we have verified the user from our with our database. So in order to do that, right, we are going to create a new method called constant verify user, and inside that we are going to write logic. So here we'll say verify user. Okay, now this particular method gonna call inside the use effect. Okay, now whenever the user information is available, so here we'll say use user hook from the clerk. Now this user hook we are importing from the clerk Next.js, which will give us the login user information. Okay, if user is login, and that's the reason we are executing this use effect whenever the user is available. Only when, or we are going to call this verify user only when the user is available and has some information. Okay, now in order to check that one, let's create a new API, because we are going to make an database call, or we are going to interact with the database on the server side. So inside the app folder, we create a new folder called API, and inside this API folder, in order to create a new endpoint, we'll say verify user as our new endpoint. Okay, and inside that we'll create a route.js. We can make JSX. Okay, now inside here you need to write a new method new synchronized function called export. Here we'll say async function, give the function name called post, and inside here we'll say request. Okay, now inside this function we are going to accept some of the parameters. So obviously the most important is user parameter, which is equal to await from the request dot json. Now obviously when we make a post API call, we are going to pass a body. In that body we have this user information. Okay, now just go to the just return the response. So here we'll say next response dot json. Here we'll say result, and we'll just return the user. Okay, just to make sure. Okay, in some form of json, just to make sure we are getting user information, right? Now if I go to this provider, let's make an API call to call this verify user API. Okay, so over here you need to write constant result, or not result, here we'll say data result is equal to await. Then in order to make an API call, we are going to use the Axios API call. So make sure to import this Axios HTTP client, which help us to make an HTTP API call. So over here, once you import it, just use await Axios dot post, because this is the post API call, and here API slash verify user API call. Okay, now to this one we need to send a body. So as a all the user information we are going to send as a user, make this as async, and that's all. Now here we'll just console the log data result dot data. Okay, perfect, and then save it. Let's go back to the browser, and if you see, if I refresh it right now, nothing is happening because we are not signing to our application. Now if I go to the dashboard, if you want to sign in, select the account, and then once you sign in, you will see in the result you will get the user's information. Right now we just pass the user information and returning it from that API call. Okay, now over here, first thing we check if user is already exist, okay, into our database. If not, we'll add new user to database. Okay, so over here we'll add a try catch block, exception e. Oh, this one need to be inside this try block. Okay, so first thing, let's say constant is, or we'll say is user exist, or we'll say user info is equal to await db. Now this db reference is we are importing from this config.db from the Drizzle ORM dot select, because we want to fetch the information. You need to provide the from in the schema name, which is this users from the config slash schema. Okay, and you need to write a condition where clause. Inside the where, we need to make sure the email from the database or our users email is matching. So over here we'll say equal to users dot email is matching with our user dot primary email address comma email address. Okay, now this users primary email address dot email address which we are getting from these users. Okay, and obviously we are passing it from this body of this particular API call. Okay, and then save it. Now over here I will just console the result, call user info, and save it. Okay, now we will check whether this is returning or something or not, and here we'll say user, just to make sure that we are getting a result or not. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to your application, and I will just refresh this screen, and we are making this API call, and inside the result obviously nothing is happening. Okay, but this console now is returning inside the terminal because this is on the server side, right? And over here if you see for the inside the console we have this user, and right now it is empty. It means inside the database we don't have this user. Okay, here we'll write condition call. Let me bring this back, and here we'll say now if user info dot length means it is, if it's empty or user is not available, then we'll save the user information. Okay, so here we'll say await db dot insert a new record in a user schema or user table dot values, and inside the value we need to pass all the value. So first thing we pass the name, which we can get it from the uh, clerk user body. Then the email, obviously email, I will just copy this all of this line as it is. Then we need to pass image URL, which we can get it from the image users image URL. And then I think that's all, because credit we already or by default we are adding that one. And once it is inserted we need to return something, right? So here we say returning, and inside that we'll just return the ID of the users. So here we'll say users.id. Okay, perfect. Now once it is successfully written, right, you can just write return next response dot json, but instead of passing this just a ID, we are going to pass the complete response. So here we can just say result as a user only, or we can pass from the result only. Okay, let's try this one. So instead of this written just ID, you can pass the all the users. Okay, whatever the users is inserted, and then we'll pass this save result, something like this. Maybe it's a first element. Okay, and if user is already exist, okay, then it will just return the next response dot json, and here we'll say result, and what is the okay, user info, and we'll return it as a user info of first element. Okay, oh, not here, so over here. Okay, now I will remove this return, we'll put it in the cache. Over here we'll say error as a e, and make sure inside the curly braces. Okay, the first element from the user info. So that's how you can check if user is already exist. If not, make sure to add it. If user is already exist, right, obviously it will not go to this if block and it will return the user info result. Let's save it and let's go back to your application, and inside here we'll just check it. And right now if you see, we got the result. Inside the result we have the users result, and inside the user you'll see all the user information. It's returning back. Now if I go back to the Drizzle local studio, let's refresh it, you will see under the user the new record get added. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can insert a new record or verify user if it's already exist or not. Now right now it's returning as a user, but now if I refresh it, you will see it's returning the result, because now this time from the route it is returning from this return statement, but when it's a new, it's returning from this return statement. So over here I will just use as a user. Okay, so we'll get the proper result to our console or to our API result. Okay, so it will return correct result. Perfect. Now once the user is verified, we have to save the user information so that you can share it throughout the application, right? You don't need to make an API call every time, because if you see inside this result we have this credit field which is required in our application. Now in order to share this information in different component, you can have two options. One, you can pass it from through the props one by one, or you can use the context. Context is very powerful state management library which help us to share your data across a multiple component. So in order to define a context, let's go create a new folder called underscore context, and inside this folder we'll create a new file called user detail context.jsx. Okay, now the reason I created the folder name with the underscore, because we just telling Next.js don't consider this as a route, otherwise Next.js will automatically create this folder as a new route, as you know that, right? Now over here we'll simply create export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Okay, make sure it is inputting from the React, and that's how you can create your context, and boom. Now next thing, inside the provider we need to wrap our application inside this context. So here we'll say user detail context dot provider. To this provider we need to pass a default value, and make sure to wrap your application like this. And to this value obviously I'm going to define a state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Okay, now let's make it empty. Now this particular state as a default one we are going to pass to our provider, but whenever we have the user information we're gonna simply set the user detail as data result data result. Okay, so that we will get only this particular information. Okay, we don't need to console log, so we can just remove that. Okay, and now save it. Now once you use this context, now anywhere throughout the application you can use the context in order to access this user detail information. So that's how guys you can add authentication to your application, save your user to our database so that you can access it into your application. Now let's implement the dashboard for our application. If you see this mockup, we have this header section, and then we have this another section, we can call it as a hello section, welcome section. Okay, where we are going to show username and option to redesign the room, and this one is an empty state. Whenever you don't have any room you designed before, right, then you will see the layout like this. But once you have the room created or redesigned before, right, you will see the history over here. Okay, so let's go back to our application. I will close all of this tab for now, and inside the dashboard we are going to create a dashboard layout, okay, which is dedicatedly for this dashboard. So here we'll rename it as a layout, add a default template, and I will just rename this to dashboard layout. Okay, now this particular layout is only dedicated to this particular dashboard. Now through this dashboard we are going to render the children. So I will define something like this, okay, and then save it. Now inside this layout we are going to add a header. So in order to add a header, we'll create a new component, and inside this dashboard we are creating a new file called underscore components. Now all the related components which is required for dashboard will keep inside this component folder. Now in this case we are going to create this header.jsx. So let's create a new file, add a default template, save it, and inside the layout we'll simply import this header, something like this. Okay, now on the screen you will see the header is showing on the screen. Okay, perfect. I will just clean this out because we don't want this anymore. I will just make sure the dashboard is empty, and right now the header is showing on the screen. Now as per the mockup, we want to add a logo on the left hand side. Okay, then the name of the application, and we have option to buy more credits. Here we are going to show the credits, how many credits user available, okay, and the user's image. So in order to add a logo, I'm going to use a placeholder for a logo. So if you see we have a different placeholder, we'll copy this one. So just click on it and it will copy the svg file. Inside the public folder we'll create a new public folder. If you don't have, just create a new one, and inside that we'll create a logo.svg. Paste the code which you copied and save it. Now inside the header we'll simply add image tag from the next/image, add the source property, and here we'll provide the logo.svg. Now Next.js will automatically try to search this particular file inside the public folder. So here you don't need to provide a complete path. Okay, now inside here we'll provide the width we'll say, let's say 40, and let's add a height is of 40. Okay, if I save it and let's go back, you will see the logo is appearing on the screen. After this one we'll add a h2 tag, and inside that we'll say AI room design. We'll add a class name, we'll add a Tailwind CSS property, we'll say font, we want a bold, and then text need to be large. And now if I go, you will see this particular text. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So I will just wrap this inside one div. So let's cut it from here and add it inside this div, and we'll add a class name, make it flex. Oops. And we'll add a gap of 2, an item to be in the center, something like this. Now for this particular header, for this div, we'll add a class name, and we'll add a padding of 5. Okay, and also we'll add a shadow. Let's add small for now. Okay, so you will see this line as well. Next thing, we'll add a new div, and inside the div we'll add a right hand side part. The first we'll add a user button, and if I save it, you will see so right now this user button is only applicable in a server side, so you have to make this as a client side so that you can access this user button. And if you see, now it's rendering. Now we want this user button on the right hand side, so simply for this class we'll make it flex, justify between, and item to be in the center. See, okay, on the left hand side of this particular profile image we want to show the number of credits user have. Okay, now for that one we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add an image source, and we want to use a star image, so that I will get it from the flat icon. So over here just search for a star. Here you will get a different style. We'll use this one. Just download this PNG file. It's completely free. You will get a free images. Copy this particular file and go back to your public folder. Make sure to import this asset as a star. I will just rename this to star.png. Now in order to access it, you can just access using star.png. Here we'll give width 20, height is of 20. Okay, and now if I go back, you will see this star over here. Okay, along with the star, we want to show how many credits user have, right? Let's say 3. And over here for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, and we'll also add a gap of 2. We'll add a padding to 1. We'll make item to be in the center. We'll add little bit background, slate 200, padding x to 3, and we'll make rounded corner full. And this is how something will look like. Now let's bring these two things in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can show it. Let's give gap of 7, some space. Okay. Now right now we hard coded this number, but we want to show the actual credit size. So in order to get the credit information, you can get it from the context. So you have the user detail context. So first we'll define this user detail. Make sure you are using these curly braces. Then we'll say use context, and then you need to provide the context name, which is user detail context. Now from the user detail, you can simply access the credits, and boom, see, it's showing 3 because right now we only have 3 in our database. So if I go to the database, we have 3. Okay, now if I change this to, let's say, 5, and here we'll save the changes, and now if I refresh it, now you will see it will have 5 credits. See, okay, I will again refresh. Perfect. So that's how, guys, you can share the information through the context, right? Now next we want to add one more button. So over here we'll just add a button tag. Okay, and to this button tag we'll just say buy more credits. Now here you have variant. You can give the variant as a ghost, and let's save it, and boom, see, that's how it looked like. Okay, now you if you want, you can just make the corner rounded inside the class name. So over here we'll say rounded full. Okay, and then if you want to make the text primary color, so it will be in the same theme color, something like this. See, perfect. So that's how our header is now ready. Now we are going to implement the another section or another component for this listing part. Okay, so simply go to the component folder, and we're going to create a listing. I don't know what to call, but we'll say listing, and let's add a default template, save it, and inside the page.jsx file, because this is our dashboard light, here I'm going to import it as a listing. So here we'll say listing and save it. And if I go back over here, you will see the listing. Now here we are going to add some padding and margin. So simply inside the layout, I will wrap this inside the children, because whatever the route we are going to render through this dashboard layout, for all the route we are going to add same padding and margins. So that's the reason I'm putting it inside the layout. Here you can give padding top to 10, padding x to 20, sorry 10. Then on the medium screen size we'll add padding x to 20. On large screen we'll add padding x, which is horizontal padding, to 14, and on the extra large screen we'll add padding x to 60. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. If you want, you can just change this to, let's say, 20, and perfect. Okay, now let's go back to the listing section, and first thing we need to show the user name. So here we'll say constant user is equal to use user hook, and make sure to change this component to client one. Now here we'll say h2 tag, we'll say hello and the user name. So here we'll say user dot full name, and then save it. Now for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. We'll say font bold text is of 2XL. See, if you want, you can just make this, let's say, 3XL. I think that's much better. Okay. On the right hand side, we want to show a button. So over here, I will just simply add a button from the component, and here we'll say redesign room. Okay. Let's wrap this in one div, something like this, so that we can bring everything in one line. So here we'll say class name flex, item to be in the center, and justify between. Perfect. Okay, so that's how it will look like. Now here I'm going to mention constant user room list comma set user room list. Okay, now whenever user created AI room redesign, right, we are going to save in this particular listing, but right now it's a empty. Okay, and we need to show the empty state. So over here we are going to add an empty state when the user room is list is not there, or here we'll say length is equal to 0, then we are going to show the empty state. Okay, otherwise we are going to add a simply div with a listing. Okay, so in order to show the empty state, so over here we'll add a question mark, and we want to show the empty state. So for that one, I'm going to add a new component called empty state.jsx, add a default template, and save it. Make sure to import this empty state component over here. Empty state. Perfect, right? Okay, so maybe I need to remove this one. Yeah, and save it. Now right now if you see, empty state is showing because we don't have any listing or any user rooms list, right? Let me format this document as well and save it. Now let's go to this empty state, and inside that we are going to show one image, and right now I call it as a placeholder. I already put it in the public folder, so this is how this placeholder will look like. If you want all this asset, the source code, the link in the description, so you can access it. Now here we'll add an image tag from the next/image. The source here we'll say placeholder dot png, and we'll say a width. Let's add a width of, let's say, 200 and height of 200. Okay, let's save it and let's see how it look like. See, perfect. Now after this image, we'll add a h2 tag, and we'll simply say create new AI design or interior design for your room. Okay, let's save it. For this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. We'll say font medium, text excel, and text is of gray color. So we'll add a 500 and save it. Perfect, right? Now let's bring everything in one line. Here we'll just add a large, and for this particular div I will add a class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, justify center, margin top to 10, and make sure you will change the flex direction to column, so it will be in one line, something like this. Perfect. After that I'm going to add a button. So here we'll say button, which is similar the one which we created, and here we'll again say plus redesign room. let's add a class name for this one, and we'll add simply margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, and this is your empty state. Now obviously when you comes for very first time, right, you will see this dashboard screen, and obviously you don't have anything created before, so you can just click on this one and start creating. So that's how simple and beautiful our dashboard will look like once you implemented all of this. On the click of this redesigned room, we are going to redirect user to the new screen, a new route called create new. On this route, user actually start uploading the room of the image which he want to redesign. Then he has also an option to select the room type, which is the drop down. Then the room design type, whether he want modern, industrial, and there are different room type that we are going to add along with the images. Okay, so that's the reason I show it as a square. And then the text area in order to add any specification. Now once user click on this generate, then our AI will start working on it to generate the redesign of the given uploaded room. Okay, so this is the complete page in order to create a new room design. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to create a new route. So this route will be under this dashboard, so and we'll call it as a create new. Inside this create new, we'll create page.jsx, and let's add a default template. Here we'll rename this to create new and save it. Now whenever user click on the create the plus design room button, we want to redirect it. So one thing that you can use to redirect it using this link tag, which is importing from the next/link, now which is equivalent to anchor tag inside the HTML. This link as hrefs, and here you need to provide the path. So in this case is dashboard create new, and simply I will wrap it like this and then save it. Okay, same thing you need to do for the empty state. So inside the empty state we have this button, right? So I will just wrap it here and make sure to import this link tag as well from the next/link and save it. Now if I go back and let me refresh this once, and if I click on this redesigned room, you will see it's redirected to this dashboard create new, which contain this create new text right now. Same thing will happen when you click on this redesign room, it will redirect you to that particular room. Okay, so that's how guys you can redirect from the dashboard to this create new page. Now let's start implementing this create new. So let me close all of this tab for now, and let's go to this create new.page.jsx file. Inside this div, we'll add h2 tag, and I will just copy this text called experience the magic of AI modeling as our heading. And for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 3XL, text primary, and text need to be in the center. And if you see the result, this is how it will look like. Let's make this as a 4XL, little bit larger. Perfect. Then we'll add a p tag and we'll add other content. So I will just copy this one. I will put this eraser document list in the description so you can also access it easily. And for this p tag, we'll add a class name. We'll make text to be in the center and save it. We'll also make text to be primary, not primary, just gray color like 400, and let's see how it looks on the screen. Perfect. Okay, if you want you can just make it 500, little darker. I think this is much better. Now as per this mockup, on the left hand side we need to show or we need to give option to upload an image. So let's implement that one. So over here I will just add one div. Inside this div, one section will be the image selection or image upload section, and other section will be the form input section. Okay, now for this image selection, we are going to create a new component. So inside this create new, we'll create a new folder called underscore component, and all the components which is related to this create new page will keep inside this folder. Inside here we'll simply add image selection .jsx, add a default template, and make sure to import this component inside this create new page. So here we'll say image selection component and save it. Now on the screen you will see this image selection on the left hand side. Okay, now obviously we want the form section on the right hand side, right? So here I will divide this particular div into two parts. So for that one we'll use grid, and we'll just make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller and grid column 2 when the screen size is medium or larger. We'll also make item to be in the center and justify to be in the center. Okay, and now we have this image selection over here. Let's add some margin top to 10. Perfect. Now we want to our own input or file input, okay, because we want to our own UI. So let's go to this image selection. Now inside here we'll add a label, and we'll simply say select image of your room. Okay, now under this one we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll add an input of type file. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and here you will see the choose file option, and if I select it you can have option to choose it, right? But we only want user to select the image and not any other things. Right now if you see this .pdf file also get have option to select it, and we don't want that one. So over here you need to add an accept parameter which will only accept the image is of type or everything. Okay, so that's why I added this accept. Also add a id. This id will require in order to refer to this particular component. Now if I save this one and go back over here, now you have only option to select the images and no other pdf. If you see, it's completely disabled, only image is allowed to select it. Now obviously we don't want this old-fashioned choose file option, so we want to customize it according to our mockup. So let's go back, and over here I'm going to hide this. So I'm going to add a style, and inside this style we'll say display as none. Okay, and save it. Now just above this input we'll add a label. Okay, and inside this label, before that we'll say HTML for. Okay, and we'll give the ID of this one. So whenever you just click on this particular section, it will automatically refer to this particular input. Now to this label we'll add a div, and inside the div we'll add an image tag, the source, something like this. Okay, now I already have the image for the upload, so it's called image upload.png. We'll give width to 70, height to 70, and if you see, the image is showing on the screen. Let's apply some styling. So for this particular div we'll add a class name. Obviously later on we want to add dynamic one, so you can add it inside the curly braces with this tag. And for now let's add a padding of 28. Then we'll say border rounded XL. Then we'll say border dotted we want, and save it. Let's see how it looks right now. See, perfect. We want this in the center of the screen. Also for this one we will add a class name margin top to 3, and once you added this border dotted, let's make flex justify center. So right now if you see, it is in the center of the screen. Also we'll add a border is of primary color and background slate of 200. Perfect, something like this. See how beautifully it's looking, right? And we'll make this cursor pointer, so whenever we hover on this one, the pointer will change. See, it's changed to hand. Perfect. Also on hover we'll add a shadow effect. So it will give you some effect, something like this. See, the upload functionality capability. Okay, and that's how if I click on it, boom, if you see, it's open the file selection, and that's how modernly or beautifully we update this one. Okay, perfect. Now once we implement this one, we need to write one method which will handle the on selection of the file. Okay, so here we'll say on file selected. On file selected, we'll write this method. Make sure to define the constant and which will accept the event. Okay, now this method we're going to attach to this our input. So here we have the on change event, and we'll simply add on file selected. Okay, now over here we'll say console.log event dot files, sorry, event dot target dot files. Okay, now if I select any image, so right now we use this on change method, so we need to make this component and the client side. Perfect. And if I go to the inspect panel and go to the console, and if I select the image, let's select this particular image, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Okay, perfect. Now this information we need to save in one state. So constant file comma set file is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever user select the file, we'll simply set inside this event dot target dot files of 0. Okay, now whenever you select the file, we want to show the preview of this file over here, right? Correct. So simply I'm going to write a condition. If there is a no file, then we'll display this particular image, and once the file is there, we'll show another image tag, and inside that we'll simply need to convert our image to an object URL. So here we'll say url dot create object URL, and then you need to pass the file information and just end the close or close the tag. Now to this one we'll add a width and height. So let's add a width of 300, height of 300. Also we'll add also we'll add a class name. Let's save it and let's see first. So if I select this image, and if you see, the image get selected and we are getting the preview, but let's update the width and height. So something like this, it's getting stretched, that's weird. So let's add here object cover and save it. And if you see over here, something like this. Okay, but we don't want this padding when the image is selected, right? So for that one, conditionally you can remove this condition. So over here I will say in dollar, if file is there, then give the padding to 0. How quickly it is, right? See. Okay, and we'll also change the background to white. Perfect. Okay, so if I select this file, if I select some different file, you will see something like this. Perfect. If you want, you can also stretch it. It's up to you how you want to do it. Okay, so if you see object fill, how it looks like, I think object fill, I don't think so. Cover is much better. It will show the whole view of the image. Okay, and that's all. Now if I refresh this one, it will go to the previous state, and this is how it will look like. But if you select the image, it will come on this particular stage. Now whenever user select the file, we need to send the selected file information to the parent component. Okay, so inside here we'll say set or we can write selected image, and we'll simply pass this particular file information to this parent. So through this prop we can just pass back to the parent component, and here we'll accept as a selected image, and which will return the value, and we're gonna write on handle input change method, which will accept the value and the field name, and here we'll say constant. Okay, now over here we'll just simply call this on handle input change method, which will return the value as value and the field name. So in this case I will say image. Okay, that's it. So it has the value and the field name as well. Oh, something like this. Perfect. Now next thing, once you're done with this image selection, we're gonna add the form section as well. So for the form section, we'll create a new component. So in this form, actually in the form section, right, let's add a div, and first form we want to add, or the first field we want to add, is the room type. Okay, then we want to add the design type or interior type, whatever you want to say. Then we want to add the specification or any additional requirement text area, okay, which will be the optional actually, and the button to generate image. Okay, so these three to four fields we want to add it. So for each of these field we are going to create a component. So let's add a component for the room type dot .jsx, add a default template and save it, and let's import this room type over here. Okay, now let's go to this room type, and inside this room type we want to add the select method. Okay, so over here we need to make this component as a client. Now inside the room type, let's add a drop down, and let's go to the chat CN and just search for the select component. Okay, so if you see, this is how it will look like. So select the option whatever you want, and you will see that option as well as the selected. Copy this npm command, and inside the terminal we'll just paste it here. Then in order to use it, you will copy, you need to copy this import statement, make sure to import it, and then copy this example and we'll paste it here. Okay, let's format this document and save it. Now first thing, we'll add a label over here, and here we'll say select room type, which is required one. Here I will add a class name text slate, let's add 400, and if I go back, this is how it will look like. Now it's touching to this particular column. Here we need to give the, let's go to the page.jsx, and to this div we'll add a gap of 10. Okay, and let's remove this item to be in the center, justify center, because that's the reason it's coming down, and now I think it's good. Say perfect. Also go to the room time, and here we'll add the width to full. The selected value, we'll change this placeholder, we'll say room type as a placeholder, and we'll add the different room type. Let's say living room, then we want to add bedroom, we can write in as a one word, that should be good. Then kitchen, everything I need I will copy as it is for a value. Then we'll say office, bathroom, and if you want to add more you can add it. Okay, later on I will add it, but for now I think we are good on this one. Let's save it, go back, and boom, if you see, if you got these beautiful options as well. Perfect, right? Oh, so I think we need to make sure to update this value as well. See, perfect, and save. Now for this select component, it has a method called on value change, and it will return the value which user selected. Okay, now on the select of this value, you need to pass the selected value. So here we'll say selected room type, and inside here we'll pass the value which user selected. Pass this to the parent component. So inside here we'll get the selected room type as a value, and simply we're gonna use this on input handle change, but in this case we'll say room type as a field name and the value as it is. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now let's implement the design type. Now for the design type, we want to add a different design first. So let's add a component first. So inside this component folder, we'll add a design type.jsx file, add a default template, save it, and make sure to import this over here. So design type. Now under this design type, first before implementing it, we'll need to add a designs. So here we'll say designs, and the name of the design will be first, let's say modern. Okay, and here we need to add the equivalent image for that one, and then simply give the path. So I added some of the images over here, say modern, minimalistic, industrial type. So simply here we say modern dot png. Okay, and save it. So similar way you can add multiple. So I will just pause the video and I will add the remaining one. Now here I added the remaining designs type. Okay, and obviously you can everything you can access it from the source code. Now once you added this one, you simply over here we'll add a label, and we'll say room design or room interior design type. We'll say interior design type. Okay, now for that one we'll say style, not style, sorry, the class name, and text is of gray 500, and save it. After that we'll simply add or reiterate the list of designs. So here we'll say designs dot map, we'll say design comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div. For this one we'll add a key as a index, and inside this div we'll simply add an image from the next slash image. Here we'll say provide the source, and source will be design dot image. We'll provide the width, let's add 100, and height is of 100, and save it. Now let's go back and see whether we got the data or not. Right now we got one error. So it's saying if you're using relative image, you start with this slash, and we added the dot, I think. Yeah, so just remove these dots because we are just accessing from the local storage, right? From the either local assets, and if you see the image is showing on the screen. Perfect. Now let's bring in a one line in a grid format. So for this div we'll add a grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, grid column 3 when the screen size is medium, and for large let's try to add grid column 4. We'll add a gap of 5 and save it. Perfect, something like this. Say now for this class name we'll add a height of 200 pixel. Let's see how it look like. Height we need to add like 80 pixel. Perfect, I will make 70. Okay, now let's give some margin from the top for this particular div, and margin top to 3 for from this text, something like this. Okay, we'll add some rounded corner to these particular images. So under the class name we'll simply add a rounded large, we'll make it medium actually, and below that we want to add a text or type of the design. So name we need to provide, so it will be your design dot name. Perfect. Okay, so Bohemian, industrial, and all of these things. Correct. Now whenever I hover on any of this image, you can add a on hover. You can just scale this image to 105, and for smooth animation we'll make transition all, something like this, see, and here we'll make cursor pointer. Okay, now whenever you just select any of this particular image, we need to save, or the design type, we need to save that in one state. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Now on this div we'll add a on click event, and here we'll set the selected option as a name of the design. So we'll say design dot name, because we can add the selection active index, right? So here, my bad, here we need to add, because we are setting it, right? So set selected option, perfect. Now whenever the option is selected, we gonna add the border around it, just to show you that okay, you selected this particular option. So to make it conditional styling, make sure to wrap this in a curly braces, and over here we'll add a condition. If design dot name is matches with the selected option, then we'll simply gonna add a border. So here we'll say border 2, then border is of color primary, we'll make rounded medium and save it. Let's see how it looks. So if you see, I selected this one and then it's getting added, perfect. If you want to add a margin to 1, let's see how it looks. I think instead of margin we can add a padding to 1, so some space. See, I think we have extra, I don't know, yeah, extra field, so I will remove this one. Oh, so this need to be a minimalist. I also have one minimalist. Perfect. I don't know why this image is broken. I think now we are good, just the spelling mistake, perfect, and save it. Now whenever I select anything, you will see the selection. Now next thing, we want to give a text area in order to add an extra prompt. But before that, you need to set this selection to this parent component. So I will wrap this in a curly braces, and here I will make another call. Here we'll say this selected design type, and we'll pass design name. Okay, now over here we'll just simply pass selected design type, and make sure inside the parent component, so inside over here you will call this method. So here we'll say value on handle input change, we'll pass the value along with the field name, which is design type. Perfect, right? Now once you're done with this one, the next thing we need to add is the text area. To add an additional requirement, if user want to add something, right, so he can just enter that prompt in that text area. So here we'll say additional requirement.jsx, add a default template, and make sure to import that one. So here we'll say additional requirements. Now inside these additional requirements, we are going to add a text area. So from the chat scene, if you go search the component called text area, make sure to copy this npm and install it inside your VS Code, and later on you can just use it like a hero. So here we can use text area from the text area component. Before that, we'll add a label. We'll add additional requirements. Here we'll say enter additional requirements, which is optional, and for this we'll add a class name text gray 400, and here for class name margin top to 5. For this text area, we'll add a class name margin top to 3 and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this beautiful text area where user can enter his additional requirement if he has any. Okay, perfect. Now for this one, it has a on change method. Okay, so this on change method will have the event e, and if you want to see, it will get the event, it will write the event dot target dot value, and it will return the input entered value. So go to the inspect, and inside the console, if I write something, you will see it getting console. Okay, now this entered or user input text we want to pass back to the previous component. So here we'll say additional requirement, or here we'll say um, additional requirement input. I will pass back to the parent component. So it has a value. On handle input change, will pass the value and additional requirement as a field name. Perfect, and save it. Okay. And the last but not the least, we want to add a button to generate the image. So in order to add a button, we'll just add it over here. So simply we'll say button component. Here we'll say generate. We'll add a class name. We'll say width to be full, margin top to be 5. And boom, if you see how cool and how beautiful this page is looking. Right now, we also add one text. We'll say a note, and we'll say one credit will use to generate or to redesign your room. Okay, now this p tag has a class name. We'll say text mall, and text is of gray color 400. Perfect. Okay, also you margin bottom, let's say 52, because so that you can able to scroll it freely. Okay, now all of this value we want to save in one state. Okay, and on the click of generate, obviously we want to make an API call to the AI model, but before that, whatever the value and field name which we are passing to this on handle input change over here, now we need to pass it and save it in one state. So here we'll say define one state called form data comma set form data is equal to use state, and simply over here we'll set the form data with the previous value, and in that one we'll say we are just destructuring the previous value, and whatever the field name we have, we are assigning the value to it. Okay, and that's all. Now if you want to console it, obviously we can console the form data and save it. If I go back, let me refresh this once and go to the inspect panel. Inside the console, here you will see, if I select the room type, let's say bedroom, and you can select the type over here, you will see the room type and the design type and everything. Over here, don't add this, just we want to add a value. Okay, so make sure that one. So let's select the bedroom, the industrial, and if you see, we got the value in the form data state. Okay, so that's how guys you can design this page, simple and clean, and make sure to save this in one state. Now next thing we want to do is to pass all of this user selection to the AI image. Now we are going to generate an AI image from the image which we upload and the option which we selected. Now when the user click on this generate button, right, we are going to save this image first to our database, and for that one we are going to use a Firebase storage. Now this image, once we save in a Firebase storage, here we will get the URL of that image, right? Now that URL we are going to pass to our AI API, okay, which we are getting from the replicate, which will actually convert our uploaded image to redesign or remodel our design. Okay, so that one we are getting from this replicate. After that, once we get the output of that AI API call, which is in the form of URL, that URL will be valid up to 30 to 40 minutes, right? So in that case, we have to save that image to, or we need to convert that image first to a base 64 image, so that we can save it to our Firebase storage. Okay, and once we save it, we'll get the URL over here again with an output which is actual result. Okay, and then we are everything we are going to save to our Drizzle Neon PostgreSQL database. Okay, so that's how the process will be look like. Now, first thing we need to do is to set up a Firebase, and because we want to store all our images, right? So let's do it. So just go to the firebase.google.com, and here, if you don't have an account, create a new account. The Firebase is free to use, and most important, you'll get a 5 GB of free storage, very easy to integrate. So if you don't have an account, create a new account, and if you don't have a project, create a new project. I already have some of the project created, so I will use existing one. So over here, make sure you will enable this storage option. Okay, so right now, if you see, I have already some of the folders which are inside the storage, but we'll create a new one. First thing, here you can add a new application. Okay, click on this plus sign and select this web. Here you need to give the application name, so we'll add AI redesign. We'll say AI room redesign. Okay, register the app, and then it will register to the Firebase. Then we will get this configuration file. So first thing we need to do is to install the Firebase. So let's go back to your VS Code and simply paste this Firebase. So it will install the Firebase to your application, and then you need to copy all of this config, okay, code, and inside this config folder which we already have, inside that I will create a new file called Firebase config.js. Simply paste the all the code like this. Okay, now we'll remove this analytics part, we don't want it. Also remove this API key from here and keep it inside this .env.local file. So here I will say next, I will remove this API key for now, next underscore public underscore Firebase API key is equal to, and paste this key. Okay, now just refer over here using process.env.firebase API key. You can do this for all of them if you want. Now over here we will write export constant storage reference is equal to get storage, and over here you need to pass this application reference. Okay, now make sure to import get storage over here from Firebase/storage. Okay, so with the help of that storage, we will get the reference of this storage and then save it. Now once you export this one, it means you can use it throughout the application. Now it means let's go to the console now over here, and let's go to the storage. Now inside the storage, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a room redesign. Okay, and click enter. So now if you see, we have this folder. Inside this folder, you can start uploading the file manually as well, but obviously we want to upload it through the Firebase SDK. So let's go back. Now in order to generate the image and process all of this thing together, right, because everything we want to do in one go. So what we can do, we'll create a new API similar like this verify user. So go to this API folder, and inside here we create a new folder called redesign room. So here we'll say redesign room, and inside this we'll create a new file called route.jsx. Now here just do export async function post request, and inside that we'll get the request like this. Over here we'll return the next response from the next/server.json, and inside that we'll say result, say hello, okay, and save it. Now second thing, let's go to the dashboard, and inside the create new, inside the page.jsx, right, we already handling the input and we are saving inside the form data. Here we create a new method called generate AI image and then arrow function. Now this generate AI image we're gonna call on the click of this generate button. So here we'll add a on click method and we simply call this generate AI image method. Okay. Now inside that we need to call this particular post request API. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post, because this is a post request, and inside this post request we want to send the form data, right? But before that we'll say slash API slash redesign room, okay, because this is the API end call or endpoint for this request, right? Here we'll make this as a async, and then the inside the form body will pass the form data. So here we can pass like this only as a form data, because inside the form data we have the room type, room design, and file or image as well, right? So all of these things, design type, design room, and image, everything will be there. And then once we get the result, we'll just console the result. Okay, let's save it and let's try to make a call. So over here, let me refresh the screen and I will upload the image. Okay, let's upload some of the image. Room type, you can select the room type. I don't know why it's not getting selected. Let me refresh it again. Okay, now we are good. So let's say bedroom. Here I will upload the image, and if I click generate, right, you will see you got the response, and inside the data you will see the result as a hello. And now before making this call, we need to save our image to the Firebase. So over here I will create a new method called constant save raw image to Firebase, and inside that we gonna save our image to Firebase. Let's write a code for that one. So here we'll say constant file name is equal to date dot now. So this is just returning us a timestamp which will be the unique every time, underscore raw dot png. Okay, then we'll get the image reference is equal to await, not await, but here just a reference. So reference we need to import from the Firebase storage, then the storage reference from the Firebase config, and over here you need to provide the folder name. So in this case, let me go back, and this is the room design as our folder name. So I will just copy this and we'll paste it here. You don't need to add this slash, and then you need to provide the file name. So plus file name, I will add it here like this. Okay, after that you need to upload this image reference along with the file. So over here we'll say await upload bytes, and then here we'll pass the image reference along with the file, so which we can get it from the form data dot image. Okay, and if you want to just test whether you are able to successfully upload or not, you can just console this and you can say file uploaded. Okay, now we are using await. Let's make this as a async, and after that once the file is uploaded, you need to get the URL of that image of the file. Okay, uploaded file image URL which you need to get. So in order to get that one, you can say constant download URL is equal to await get download URL from the Firebase storage, and here you need to pass the image reference. Okay, so this image reference you need to pass so that it will get the download URL of that particular image. Once you get everything, just return this download URL. I will also console over here, okay, inside the inspect panel, so we'll get to know whether we got the URL or not. Okay, once you return this download URL, you just need to call over here. So here we'll say constant raw image URL is equal to, oops, sorry, here we'll say await save raw image to Firebase. Okay, and that's all, because from the form data which we already have, we are already storing this image, so we directly access from here. Okay, let's test this out and we'll see. If you don't want to make this call, you can just comment this out, and over here we'll check whether we got the image URL or not. Let's go back to your application. Let me refresh this once. I will upload the image, select the room type, select this one as well, and then click generate. Now right now it's uploading, and if you see, it's saying file uploaded and we got the URL. If I open this one and boom, if you see, this particular URL is rendering or getting from the Firebase storage only, and this is the URL which we just uploaded. See, okay, so that's how guys you can upload the Firebase, upload the image to the Firebase. Now right now you might see or wonder, we are not showing the any kind of loading, right? We don't know whether it's really uploading or not, right? So that also you can implement it, but we will implement it later on once we add all of this line of code. Now once we get this URL, this URL we need to pass over here. So inside this design room, we make this API call over here. Instead of form data, we'll pass as a image. Let me bring this down, and here we'll say image URL as raw image URL. Then we'll pass a room type as form data dot, and let me get that name of the room type and design type. Okay, perfect. We'll say room type and the design type as form data dot design type, and the last we also have the additional requirement as another field, that also we can pass. Perfect. Okay, so all of this information now we have. Let's save it, and now once we pass this information to the route, we need to get that one. So over here we'll say constant image URL, then we are just destructuring it, okay, so that we can directly use it. Room type, then design type, and then additional requirement is equal to await request dot JSON. Okay, so this is how you can destructure all the fields and whatever field you pass into this body. Now next thing we need to do is to convert the image to AI image. So okay, and then we need to convert our output URL to base64 image, and that base64 image we need to upload to the Firebase, and then everything we are going to save it. Now in order to convert our image to or redesign our image to a new model, right, we are going to use the replicate. So replicate is a very big source of AI APIs, okay, and you can run on your own as well, and it only charge you what you use it. Okay, now you might wonder how much you get the charge and everything. I'm going to explain in a moment, but first thing, if you don't have an account, let's create a new free account on this replicate.com. I will just click on get started. I already have account. Once you land on this one, you will see the dashboard like this. Inside the dashboard, you will go to this account setting. Over here you need to add the billing section, okay, but also along with that one you will see this API token, okay, that we also want to use it. Now on this one you will see this explore option. In this section you will see a bunch of different kind of AI model, okay. The Flux, which is very quite popular nowadays, we generate the AI model, but here you will see a lot of AI model. If you want to learn more about the this kind of AI model in our web and mobile application, you can watch my all the previous video which I use, which I made it with the help of this replicate. Now the one which you want to use, just search for the interior, I think so, interior design, okay, see this, and now this particular model which we are going to use, and if you see, you need to pass this input and it will generate a beautiful output for you. Okay, you can also pass the prompt a detailed prompt, whatever you want, and there are some parameters as well. Now coming to the cost and everything, right? If you see the cost of this particular model, within $1, you can generate up to 133 images, okay, which is a quite a large, okay. You don't need to spend a lot of money, and for each of the image you can just spend a 0.0075 dollar, which is I think less than a rupees in the form if talking about the Indian rupees. But yeah, it is in paisa and it's quite cheap, okay. But you can see other model, every model has a different price tag, okay. So that's how it works. Now in order to use this model, let's go to this API section. Inside the API you have to select Node.js, and this is the line of code you are going to use in order to generate the image. First thing you need to do is to install this replicate SDK. So let's go over here and just paste it, this replicate for you, and if you see it is installed very quickly. Then you need to import the replicate. So just copy this import statement, and inside our API we'll just paste it. Next you need to define this replicate. So I will just import it over here, and inside the replicate you need to provide the auth field. Inside this auth field you need to pass the API key, okay. Now this API key you can directly get it from here, it's already there, right? So I will just import this one inside this .env.local file, okay. I will paste it here. Instead of this export we'll say next underscore public underscore replicate API key. Copy this API key environment variable so that we can use it over here, something like this, okay. And now your replicate reference is ready to use it. Now first thing, if you see, we need to pass the input, and this is the output section. So let's copy all of this line and just paste it here, okay. We'll add a try catch block. Actually I will paste over here, and we'll say catch exception E. Perfect, okay. Now if you see in the image, right, we need to pass the image URL, which is our image URL. So that's the reason I will remove this one and I will pass our image URL. Now for the prompt we are going to pass our own prompt, and we are going to generate. So here we will say room type, okay. Here we are going to pass room type with, so here we'll give some space, with design type, okay, and then we'll say style interior, okay. Now what we are doing, room type, let's say you select the bedroom. So here will be a bedroom with a modern style interior, okay. So this is our simple and clean prompt, but if you want to add more prompt you can add that one as well. Now if you have additional requirement you can just add it over here, okay, if you have any, and that's all. And this is your image along with the prompt is now ready. Next thing, if you see inside the output we are calling this replicate dot run. Now this replicate we already defined over here, and this is the API model name along with, so this is the API model name actually, and this is the version of that API model, okay. This is very important, and then once it's run you'll get the output as well. Perfect, right? Now for now what I will do, I will just return this particular output. So I will just cut it from here and we'll paste, and instead of hello we'll say the output. Also over here in the next response we'll say error and save it, okay. Now guys, this is very important, one more change we need to do. So go to this package.json file and search for the dependency called replicate. Over here you need to change this version, okay. So with the latest version there are some modification which is not correctly working. So over here you need to put 0.33.0, okay. I think this is the version from the last week, and this week they changed little bit. Now let's save this one, okay. That's this big change we need to do it, and that's all. Now let's try this out and we'll see whether it's generating the image or not. So what I will do, let's go back to the application, let's refresh this once, and let's upload the image. Oh, sorry, let's upload the image. So over here I will upload this blank image. Here we'll say let's make this office. I want a modern structure, so I select the modern and simply click generate. Now first thing, obviously, if you see it's generated or it uploaded the Firebase storage, means it's connected to Firebase storage, and right now redesign room is in the pending status, right, because it's generating the image for us. Obviously we are going to add the loading kind of effect, so you will get to know whether it's generating or not, but right now let's see and we'll wait for to complete this API call. So right now we got the is completed actually, okay, and we got the result. See, right now result is coming as empty because inside the console the output will be in the form of readable string, okay, and that's the reason we change this version to 0.33, okay, but we forgot to install. Let me come stop this application. Make sure to install it as well, okay, because you change the version of this dependency, you have to make sure you will install this new dependency or version change dependency, okay. Now I just install it and now it's time to run the application, okay. So now let's try it again. So I will just click and upload again, okay, or let me refresh this and let's upload the image. Select the room type, modern I selected, and click generate, okay. Now if you see, it will generate your image with the correct output URL. And if you see, our API endpoint is completed. If I click it and inside this preview, you will see the result inside the console as well. You saw the result. If I open this URL, let me open this URL. So I will open this URL. Let me remove this quote and click enter, and boom. If you see, our AI model is restructure it or remodel the room for us in the form of office. How cool it is, right? And that's how, guys, you can generate or use this what we call AI model to remodel your room. How cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can do it. Now, as I say, once you generate the output from the AI model, we need to convert this into base image URL. Now, I don't want to make unnecessary call. So what I will do, I will just come in this line of code, okay, and over here I will add the constant output. So here we'll say output is equal to this particular URL, okay, which we got it from the replicate. Now this URL is only stay longer for an 30 to 40 minutes. So that's the reason we need to store in our storage, okay, before it vanish. So now let's convert this output URL, this URL to a base64 image. Now in order to convert this base64 image, we are going to create a new method called constant. Here we say, sorry, async function convert image to base 64, and here we are going to accept the image URL, something like this, okay. So here we'll say constant response is equal to await axios dot get, and inside that we'll pass the image URL, but here we going to pass the response type as array buffer, okay. Now once we got this one, so here we say base 64 image raw is equal to buffer. So here we say buffer dot from, and then we'll pass response dot data, and we'll convert it into a toString in the form of base 64, okay. So this raw base 64 image we got it. Now we'll just simply return this one, but we need to make sure the format of this base 64 will be the correct. So here you need to pass data image slash png. You need to attach this format at very initial base 64 comma, and then you need to add this base 64 image raw, something like this, okay. So you need to attach this line of code for the base 64 image. Now once you done this one, let's call this method over here. So here we will say constant base 64 image URL is equal to await pass call this method, and here we are going to pass the URL, okay. This URL obviously we are going to use it to convert into base 64 image. Now once we get this one, we need to save this obviously to the Firebase. Now in order to save this one, we'll need to create the file name first, which is equal to date dot now, and over here, okay, uh, let's create similar way dot png. Then we'll call constant storage reference is equal to reference dot storage, and then we need to get this room design. I will copy this existing one because this is the folder name, and then the file name. Okay, something like this. That's all. Next, we need to write await upload string and not a byte, because we are passing the base64 image, right? Here we'll say storage reference, sorry, the storage reference comma base64 image. So this need to be base64 image only, not URL. So base64 image, you can give any constant name but just meaningful, and then the type I will pass as a data URL. Okay, something like this. And now obviously we need to get the download URL. So here we say constant download URL is equal to await get get download URL, and then here we need to pass the storage reference, something like this. Okay, and I will just console the download URL as well. Now let's return this one. So next response dot JSON, and here I am going to pass it as a result download URL. How simple it is, right? Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will keep everything as it is, but let's click generate, and boom, if you see, this particular URL is now saved and we got the result. And let me copy this one and paste it here. Okay, so we got this invalid URL. Okay, so I copy invalid URL actually. Yeah, this one I need to copy. My bad. So let me remove this code and click enter, and boom, this is the image we just generated, and we save it to the Firebase. If I go to the Firebase, let me refresh it. Obviously we have saved a couple of them, and if you did the latest one we saved, I don't know which one the latest one. This is the just a raw image. Okay, yeah, this one is the latest one which we just saved. See, okay, so that's how, guys, we also save our image to the base64 image, because here we already converted and we save it. And the last thing we need to do is to save everything to the database. Now once this image is saved to a Firebase, as I told you, we need to save everything to a database. So let's write that code for so I will just comment this out, and over here we'll say constant db result is equal to await then db reference we need to get dot insert, and over here we need to insert the data. But the question is in which table we want to insert, right? So for that one, let's go open this schema.js, and right now we need to create a new table. So over here we'll say export constant AI image, AI generated image, we can say AI generated image and is equal to pg table. Here you need to give the table name. So here we will say AI generated image, and then we need to add the column name. So id will be the serial with a column name id, which is the primary key and is auto generated. Then we need to write the room type is of type varchar. Then we'll pass the column name as room type, which will be the not null. So we'll mention not null. Then design type is of varchar, and again we need to write the column name as a design type, which is not null. And then we need to pass the if additional requirement, you can write it or you can just leave that one as well. But the most important thing, you need to write image URL, okay, or we'll say raw image or original image, we can say original image varchar as original image dot not null, and then we'll say AI image or output image is of type varchar again, and here the column name will be the AI image dot not null, and most important thing here we need to pass the user's email. So user email, those who created this particular image, right? So it's in the form of varchar. Here we'll say user email again, which is again not null. Okay, and that's all, and let's save it. For now, I will just remove this not null from here. Now once you created this schema, right, you need to update it. So let's stop this studio, and here you need to again run this Drizzle kit push, and once you push you will see the changes are applied. Now run the local studio, let's open it and let's see whether this new table is created or not. And if you see, we have this new table called AI generated image. Perfect, right? Now to this AI generated image we want to save our record. So over here inside this route we have the db insert. Here we'll say AI generated image from the schema dot values, and inside the value we'll add the room type as a room type, then design type as design type, then the original image. The original image is nothing but the this image URL. Okay, so this image URL pass, and then AI image is nothing but the this download URL we want to pass. Okay, now in order to pass the user email, so here we'll say user email, and you can simply get it from constant user is equal to use user from the clerk next hook, and here we'll simply refer as user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect, and here we'll say returning the ID of the inserted record, so will be the AI generated image dot ID. Okay, perfect. And in the returning the response, let me copy this existing, and over here we'll simply pass db result of dot id, or you can pass just for now the db result, and we'll see what we get it. So I will just console this as a db result. Okay, now still remember we are just passing this the replicate URL, because we know this particular code line of code is already generating and we don't want to spend the money, right, the small cost, but that's the reason. Just want to, for the testing purpose, we are just executing like this. Now let's go back and try to reload the page. I will select some image and simply click generate. Now obviously okay, so we got one error. So let's see what's the issue inside the console. So if you scroll down inside the console, we'll see the error response as well. So right now it's saying the clerk is not a function. Okay, so user has some issue. So this one is not working as expected. For now let's uncomment this one. Okay, and over here I'm gonna pass the empty value. Okay, and save it, and let's test this out. So I just run it, and if you see, we got the result, and inside the result in the first element we will get the ID of the inserted record. Now over here if I refresh it, you will see the new record is inserted with the room type, the design type, the original image. Let's open this original image, which is this one, and this is the AI image, which is this one. See, it automatically convert into the specific model. How cool, right? So that's how you can save it. Obviously you need to get this user email. Let me tell you the another way that you can get the users information. So over here you can also pass the user email from user dot, I think we don't have, let's get that one. So over here we'll say constant user is equal to use user, and over here just pass this user information. So here we'll say primary email address dot email address, that's all. Okay, perfect, and save it. Now inside the route we also get the user email, so we'll destructure it from here and so that we can use over here. Okay, now if I save it and if I try this again, so if I try to generate it, first it uploaded to a Firebase and then it's uploaded, but we got one error. Okay, so we have an error saying this is the null value, so it's not getting inserted. Let me refresh and we'll try it again. So let me upload this one, the room type, select the interior design type and then click simply generate. Now once it's generated, it will save to our database, and if you see inside the result we got the ID as a 3. Now make sure you will return the DB result of 0, so you will get the only this ID, okay, and not the array of list. Now over here if I refresh the screen, you will see we got the email address and the original and AI image as well. So that's how guys you can save the result to our database. Now next thing you need to do is to add the loading effect, so you will get to know whether it's loading and making some API call in the background. Okay, so in that meantime we will show some kind of loading and then we will show the output of the image with the original image along with the AI generated image. Now let's display the custom loading indicator. Whenever we click generate, we are making some server side operation, and in that meantime we want to show the loading. So for that one we are going to use a Shatsion component called alert, because we are making our own custom loading. Okay, so over here we'll use this alert dialog. Okay, and if I open this one, this is how it will look like. So first thing you need to do to install this component, so copy this npm command inside your VS Code, just paste it inside the terminal and then copy this npm the import statement. Now for in order to create this custom loader, inside this create new component folder we'll create a new file called custom loading.jsx. Add a default template and inside that we'll paste this import statement. After this we'll copy this example code. Okay, so I don't think so it's imported, it's saying okay, that's fine I think, and simply paste it here. Okay, now we don't want this trigger, so I will remove this trigger. Also we don't want the header section, not a header, but actually we can remove all of these things and we'll just keep the content. Okay, so I will remove this header, I don't want this footer as well, so we'll remove the footer. I will just format this one and then simply inside here we'll display a div, and inside div we'll add a image tag. Okay, from the next slash image we'll add a source. Now I already added the loading.gif file and this is how it will look like, see. Okay, so that we will use it to in order to show a loading indicator. So in order to access it you can just add loading.gif. Here we'll say alt tag as a loading, then we'll give a width 100, height is of 100. Okay, and for this particular div we'll add a class name, we'll make sure to background it white, make it flex column, we'll make item to be in the center, we'll add margin y to 10 and we'll make justify center as well. Now if I save it, right, currently nothing will happen, okay, because we did not imported this component yet. Now in order to trigger this alert dialog, right, in order to open this one we'll pass this open property to this one, and over here we'll say for example loading. Now we'll accept the prop called loading, and whenever you or wherever you want to use this custom loading, just import it. So inside this page.jsx we want to use it, so simply I will paste this custom loading indicator like this, and inside here we'll pass the loading value. Okay, let's pass it as a true by default and let's save it and let's say what we are getting on the screen, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful loading showing on the screen, right? Now here you can also write some message. So let's add, here we say redesigning your room, do not refresh, okay, and save it. So it will display that as well on the screen. Perfect. But this loading indicator we only want to show when there is a server side API call is happening, right? So simply to this loading indicator we are going to maintain one state called constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, okay, and initially we'll make this as a false. Now whenever the image is start generating, so here we'll say set loading as a true, and once everything is done, here we'll set the loading as a false. Obviously we want to save the information in one state. So over here because once we got the result, right, we want to save in a state. So here we'll say constant output result comma set output result is equal to use state, and simply here I will set the output result as result dot we'll say data dot result, okay, because inside the result we have the information. Obviously we will change this in a moment, okay. Here I'll add will change, okay, but right now our focus is this showing the loading, and I think over here we need to pass loading, okay. So that's loading, we are passing to custom loading, everything is done, then obviously it will stop loader. Let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen once, then we'll upload the image. Let's upload this image. So this image is already AI generated, I think, yeah. Here we'll select the room type, let's say bathroom, and we'll add a modern type of bathroom and simply click generate. As soon as you click generate, you will see this beautiful indicator, and boom, it's once it's generated, the indicator is gone. Now once the AI image is generated, we are going to show a dialog. On this dialog we are going to show an original image as well as AI generated image, and you will see the slider which you can move left to right to see the complete original image and AI generated image, and then we have close button for to close the dialog, okay. Simple and very clean. And for that one we are going to use this one library called react before after slider component. And if you see this example, right, on the left you will see the old image, on the right you will see the AI generated image. So that's the reason we are going to use this component. So copy this npm command and go back to your application in VS Code and just paste it here. Now before moving forward inside this route.js for this redesigned room endpoint, currently we are returning the result, it means inserted id we are returning, okay. So instead of that one we gonna simply return the download url, which is the url AI generated image url which we save inside the Firebase. That image url I just save it, okay, and I'm passing returning that image as a to our main API endpoint call, okay. Now let's go to this page.jsx file, and first thing we're gonna save that. So here we'll say constant AI output comma set AI output, okay, is equal to use state, and here AI output image I will say just little bit meaningful. And whenever we got the result, okay, here we got the result, okay, we already save it as output result. I will just comment this out, okay, because I want to save it as a set AI output image, and that in that one we will just add it as a result dot data dot result, which is this output image URL, okay. Now once we save this one, we are also going to set one new state called constant open output dialog comma set open output dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now whenever the image output is generated, we are going to set that AI set open output dialog as a true, okay, because we want to show that one. Now we don't have that component, we are going to create a component, but we going to create inside the dashboard component. Okay, so inside the dashboard we have this underscore component, and in that we'll create that file because we want to use that component in dashboard screen as well. Here we'll say AI output dialog.jsx, add a default template and save it. Now it will accept couple of things. The most important, open AI output dialog or open dialog, I will say. Okay, just simple. And over here we want to use this alert dialog, the similar one which we use for the loading. So let's copy this import statement and paste it here, and then copy this example code and we'll paste it here. So over here we don't need this trigger, so I will remove this trigger. Then here I will say only the result. Okay, we don't want any description, so I will remove that one. We'll also don't want footer, so we'll remove that one too. And over here the first thing we need to show, or we want to add that component, so we'll use this component. Okay, and if you see this component, the first image is provided, but for the first image we have the object called object, inside that we have the image URL. Okay, you have to make sure when you pass the URL of the image, you will pass it as inside the field called image URL. Okay, now we have first image and the second image which we want to pass, and after that we want to add a button. Here we'll just say close. Now make sure to import this. So I will just copy this CSS as well along with the import for that component, just paste it here, and then this open dialog we're going to pass over here. So whenever user click on open, we'll pass this open dialog. Okay, also whenever the user click on close, right, here we'll just say close dialog and we'll call as a false. Okay, and this one will pass over here. Now let's import this component over here. So here we'll say AI output dialog. To this AI output dialog we need to pass open dialog as a open output dialog, and close dialog. To this close dialog we'll simply set the open output dialog to false. Okay, so it will automatically close this one. Also we want to pass original image URL, and then we want to pass AI image URL. Okay, now for the original image URL, if I go up little bit here, yeah, we are getting this download URL, right, that we need to save in one state. So let's create one state called original image comma set original image is equal to use state, and over here whenever we save that original image to a database or in a Firebase storage, we'll set the original image over here. So over here I will just pass original image and AI image, and over here now we'll say original image, over here we'll say AI output image. Okay, now save this one, go to the custom loading and accept it here, original image comma AI image. Now inside out, oh not here, my bad, not in this component, definitely we want to pass in AI output dialog component, and so we added it over here. Now inside the first image we're going to pass image URL, and we'll pass AI image, and for the second we'll pass image URL as original image. Okay, and that's all, and then save it. Now you have to make sure this open dialog we are setting it as a true whenever the image is generated. Okay, perfect. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will close all of this, I will refresh the screen, we'll upload the image, then you can select the room type. Let me get some different room now. So now I will select this one, open it. This is how it will look like. You can select the room type and select which kind of, let's select the traditional, and simply click generate, and we'll wait now. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful section, and I can able to scroll this one. You will see on the left you have old image, and on the right you will see this beautiful traditional style image. How cool, right? And this image is obviously generated with the help of AI only. You will see all the section as it is, just they redesign it according to the AI model. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can implement it. Now you can obviously extend the size of this dialog, and on the close, if I close this one, boom, it get closed immediately. How cool, right? And inside our database we have the result of that one too. So if you see, we have the result with the original image, AI image with the room type and who created that one. So that's how easily guys you can generate the image and show the output in one of the best modern way, because this particular kind of library which help us to show the old image and the new image, which will define your image in two distinct part. Now we are going to show the all the room user created on his dashboard, because we already have the all the list of record which user created and only need to show it on the dashboard screen, because we already have the empty screen state if user is come for a first time, right? And once user have some record or the room which he designed, then we can display it on the dashboard. Let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab and let's go to the dashboards page.jsx file. Okay, currently inside this listing, let's go to this listing. We have this empty state and here we not need to show the all the listing. So let's create new method called constant get user uh, room list, we can say, and then arrow function. Here inside that we need to get the all the list, right? So here we'll say await db dot select dot from, and in that one we need to provide AI, I think generated image schema name, yeah. And but here we need to pass the where clause. Okay, now inside that we'll pass equal to, and we'll say AI generated image dot user email comma and user dot primary email address that we need to pass, right? We got this user information we are already getting. Now make this as a async and then we'll just console it. So here we'll say console result, I think that's only we want, and then save it. Okay, now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect whenever the user information is available, and save. Okay, perfect. Now let's do one thing, let's test this out first. Okay, so let's go over here and let's go to the jump to the dashboard. Inside the inspect panel we are supposed to get the list of user, and boom, if you see we got the 5 records. Perfect. Now save this record in this room list state. So here we'll say set user room list, and in that we'll set the result. Now if I save this one and refresh this screen, and you will see you don't we are not displaying the empty state anymore, because we already have the AI generated, sorry, we already have the data inside this user room list, and that's the reason it will jump to this div block. Perfect. Now let's go over here and just iterate that list of all the information. So over here I will just say user, oh, what is this field name called user room list. Okay, so this will be the user room list dot map. Here we'll say room comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll create a new component, we'll call room design output dot jsx, or we say room design card dot jsx. Add a default template and save it, and this particular component we gonna use it inside this map. Okay, here we'll pass key as index and save it. So if you see on the screen we are getting iterating this room design multiple times, or 5 times it means, because we have the 5 record inside here, right? Now to this room design card, we'll pass the room information, means each item we are going to pass to this particular component. We'll accept it here as a room, and over here we need to display it. So either you can display image, original image, or the AI generated image, or you can use this component again. Okay, so I will use this component and let's see how it looks. So I will import it first, and then I will copy this component over here. Okay, now inside here you need to pass the original image, an AI image. So here we'll say image URL room.ai image. I will just make sure the column name, which is AI image, perfect, and then the second image, which is image URL, which will be the room.original image, perfect. Okay, and let's save it. Now if I go back to our application, if you see, we got all the list, perfect, right? But over here this is not look good, right? We need to display in the form of grid. So if I go to the listing over here, for this div we'll add a class name, and not here, but let's do one thing. Let's add over here, we'll add a new div, and to this div I will add a class name. We'll make it grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, grid column 3 when the screen size is medium, and on last screen we'll make grid column 4 and save it. And this is how it will look like. I think that's a little bit congested. Make medium on 2 and this will be on 3 and save it. I think this is much better. Okay, and for the, if you see, for each of them you can able to move it, perfect. But obviously we need to adjust the width and height for that one. For this grid also we'll add a gap of 10, and now go to this room design card, and now once we done with this one, we need to adjust the size. So simply let's go to this global CSS, and over here just paste this line of code where this is the uh, class name, which is before after slider, the image. Okay, we don't need a border radius, but here need to put the height and max height. Okay, and save it. As soon as you save it, you will see now it is aligned in one height. Okay, perfect. Now quick couple of things I'm going to update over here. So I will go to the listing over here. Let's add a class name, margin top to 10, and over here we'll add the h2 tag. Here we'll say room space, we can say, or your room area, we'll say room studio. Okay, that's maybe good. AI room studio. I will add a class name, we'll make font medium and text primary. Okay, and we'll make text large as well, and then save it. So this is how it will look like. We'll make text Excel, as well as we'll give margin bottom to 10. Okay, so some space between this one, and perfect. If you see, we have AI room studio, and that's where we are showing this one. Now below this you can also show some information. Okay, so over here I will add a, not here but inside this room design card, we can add a h2 tag. Before that we'll add a div tag, and inside that we'll add h2 tag, and over here we'll say um, a type of the design, room type and design type. Okay, so we'll add two h2 tag. Over here we say room type and room dot design type. Okay, if I save this one, let me save this one as well, and if you see, we got this one. Okay, I will add the emoji icon for this one, and boom, if you see, I added this emoji. I just pasted here. You can add different type of if you want, and we'll give some padding here. So not 10, let's go of 4. I think that's pretty good. And for this complete div, we'll add a class name. Let's try to add a shadow, and we'll see how it looks on the screen. I think that's pretty good. If I, let's make this rounded corner. I think it is rounded at the bottom. I think that's good. And Here we'll say room type, okay, and design type. Perfect. Okay. If you want to make some changes, you can make that one too. So that's how, guys, you can easily display your information. Now currently it is not clickable, okay, but if you want to make this clickable, you can just add here on click, and you can add make on click handler, okay, and I will just add a constant on click handler over here, something like this. Okay, now we'll make this as a cursor pointer, so whenever you hover on this one you will see the cursor. Perfect. Now on the click of this one we want to show the dialog. Okay, so let's import that dialog first. So over here, let's try to import in this component. We'll see. So here we'll say AI output dialog. Now to this AI output dialog we need to provide the AI image. So we have room.ai image. Then we need to pass the original image, which you can get it from the room.original image. Then you can pass the close dialog, uh, which we are going to do in a moment, and we have open dialog, that one also we are going to do. So over here on the click of handler we need to maintain one state constant. We'll say open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, and whenever user click on this one we'll set the open dialog as a true. Okay, now on the open dialog we'll pass open dialog, and on the close of dialog we'll set the open dialog as false. Now on the click of this buy more credits, we are giving option to user to buy more credits for him. Currently we have only 5 credits, and on the click of this buy more credits I created a new route called buy credits, and on this screen I just added the option to buy the different kind of credits, right? Means user can buy 5 credits, 10 up to 100 credits, and below that we added the pricing as well. So if you want to refer the source code of this particular page, it's quite easy, and you will get it inside the source code, the link in the description. So first thing, I just added this credit option and the credits along with the amount for that one, and I added one state which will hold the selected option. Okay, this is just simple text, and I iterate this credit option and added the grid as well. Okay, depends on the screen size, and we have the conditional option where if the option is selected we are just adding the border as a primary, and then simple options. Okay, nothing magical over here. And if I click on this one, for example, if I select this one, you will see this border. Okay, simple and clean page. Now we are going to integrate the payment gateway for this particular screen, and for that one we are going to use a PayPal's payment gateway. The reason that we are using PayPal is because it's available worldwide, and second important, free to use, and very easy to integrate as well. Okay, so just go to this developer.paypal.com and just log in or create a new account if you don't have an account. Here currently I'm on the sandbox mode, but once you are a registered business, or if you want to make this live, you just switch to this live section as well. Okay, but right now for the development purpose I'm going to use the sandbox mode. Okay, now once you are here, you might have need to create a new application. Okay, so currently I already have application created, so I will just jump to this API credential. Here you will see this option to create an application. Okay, but right now I will use my default application, and over here you need this client ID. Okay, but now in order to integrate this PayPal, we are going to use this PayPal React library. Okay, and just copy this npm command, go back to your VS Code, and inside here let me clear this one first. I will paste this React PayPal, okay, library. Now once you install, you need to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider. So copy this component for now and simply jump to the provider. Okay, so we have this provider.js over here. I will simply wrap our application like this. Okay, and make sure to import this PayPal script provider. So make sure to import that one, and inside the client ID we are going to provide actual client ID. So go to the .env .local file, and inside here we are going to add next underscore public underscore PayPal client ID is equal to, and then simply you can get this client ID from the PayPal dashboard. Okay, so I will just copy this client ID and I will paste it here and save it. Okay, now once you use it, you have over here, you just need to access using process.env dot, and I will just copy this environment variable name and I will paste it here. Okay, so that's how you can provide the client ID to this PayPal script provider and save it. Okay, now this is done. Now let's go to this page.jsx file and below to this div, because we are showing the option for the credits, right? So below this one we are going to show the options, the payment option. So over here I am going to write a condition. So let's add a div, and here we'll write a condition if selected option dot amount. Okay, if it's there, then only I am going to show the payment option. Okay, so over here if I go to this library, you just need to add this PayPal button, something like this. Okay, and I will paste it here. Make sure to import this PayPal button. You can change this layout to vertical if you want. I will keep the horizontal. For this div I will add a class name, margin top to let's say 20, and save it. Okay, and let's go back to our application. Now right now if you see, none of the option is selected, but if I select the any of the option, and boom, if you see, we got the option for a PayPal. Perfect, right? Now you have option over here. If I click on this PayPal, everything is there. See, you have option that you can pay with the PayPal, or also you have option to pay with the debit or credit card without creating an PayPal account. Okay, if I click on this one, you will see that you will jump on this particular page with the amount and everything. Right now the amount is showing at 0.001 because we did not provide the actual amount yet. Okay, but in a moment we will do that as well, and once the everything is all the details are filled, you can able to pay it. That's how easily that you can integrate. Okay, but now let's customize it little bit. Now in order to make a payment, first thing you need to do is to create an order. Okay, or you have to create a new order inside with the help of this button. So simply it has a property called create order. Okay, and inside that we'll say data comma action and the arrow function. Now inside here we'll say purchase underscore units. I think we have to write like this, and inside that we'll write, I think my bad, over here we need to write first return actions dot order dot create, and inside here we will write it. Okay, if you don't want to add that, you can remove this, and once inside the create we'll say purchase units. If you see, we got the suggestion now, and inside that you need to provide the amount. Okay, so amount, you can provide the value in that one, and it is nothing but the selected option dot amount. Okay, and make sure it is 2 decimal, so we'll say 2 fixed to 2. Okay, also you can give the in which currency you want to provide, so you can add the currency code, and currently I'm adding as a USD, and that's all, and that's how you can create the order. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I click on this PayPal and let's say pay with debit or credit card, oh, it's still showing 0.01. Let me refresh it, and after refreshing, let's try it now. And if you see, now it's showing the correct amount, the amount which we selected. Okay, now once you make the payment, right, here we need to write that call as well. So over here we'll say on approve. Okay, and on the approve we'll call one method called on payment success. Okay, so this method we are going to call. So we'll copy this method and we'll create over here. So this method only will get called when your payment is successful. Okay, so here we'll say console.log payment success. Okay, perfect. And if the payment is cancelled or failed, we'll have option called on cancel. Okay, so right now I will just console it payment cancel message. Okay, and that's all. So that's how you can use it. Now once the payment is successful, here we are going to update user credits in DB. Okay, but we'll see this later on. So first thing, let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen. Also just search on Google PayPal test cards. Okay, so here you can use the testing card, you don't need to use US, and here you have option, but if you want to select the different cards from the different country, you can also do that. So right now I'm in USA, so and you can select the any visa type and simply click generate, and it will generate the card for you. Okay, so let's add let's make a payment. We'll see whether it's working or not. Right now let's select this, click PayPal. Here I will play with the debit and credit card, and here it will select the card number, then expiration date, which is 126 I believe, and 106. I will just verify once. Yeah, oh, it's 626 and 106. Okay, so let me bring this up on, and then this one. Oh, my bad. Oh, perfect. So 626. Okay, you can add the information and then simply click pay now. Okay, it will update your address as well. Say continue, and then it will process your payment. Currently obviously we are in testing mode, and if you see, it's saying thanks for the payment. If I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, you will see the console called payment success, right? It means after successful payment, it console over here and it execute this particular method. Perfect. So that's how guys you can make the payment and add the payment integration. Now once the payment is successful, here we'll simply add a constant result is equal to await db dot update, because we want to update the user schema. So we'll say users dot set, and inside here we just want to update the credits. Okay, and we'll update the credits with along with the existing credits. Now you can get this existing credit using the hook called user details comma set user details is equal to use context, and then here we'll say user detail context. Okay, because we want to add the credits with the existing credits. So here we'll say user detail. I will just make sure the context name is correct. So from the layout, I believe, or maybe inside the provider, oh, it's just a user detail and not the details. So this need to be a user details only, not the S. And I will make this as a async. Bring this down, and here we'll say user detail dot credit plus, and over here we'll add this particular amount, right? So that amount will get it from the selected option dot amount. Okay, not amount, sorry, the credit. Perfect. Okay, and that's credits we just updated. That's all. And if you want to say returning with an ID, and here we'll say users dot ID and nothing else. And once if result is there, then we'll simply redirect user to the dashboard. So over here I will add the router is equal to use router hook from the next slash router, and over here we'll say router dot push, and over here we'll simply push to the dashboard. here you need to make sure you will import it from the next/navigation, I believe. Okay, and then save it. Okay, so that's how you have to update. Now let's test this out. So see, I selected this 25 credits. You can select anything, click PayPal, and I will play with the debit and credit card. Then enter the card number, the expiration date, and then fill the all the details and simply click pay now. Okay, I will update this address, the correct address, and then boom, if you see, it is redirect to the dashboard. But if I refresh it now, you will see the credits is changed to 5 to 30. Okay, so that's how you can update it. Now here, once you make the payment, you need to refresh it in order to see the changes, right? Now in order to avoid that one, over here, once you got the result, here you can also update the context. Okay, and in the context you can just say previous value. It means you will get all the value. So here we'll say dot 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 previous, and then you want to update the credits with the same value, something like this. Okay, now what will happen, as soon as you update the credit, it will also update the context, and you don't need to refresh your screen, and you will see that changes over here. Now you have 30 credits, right? And with the help of that one, you can create a design room. Now one more important over here, once you click on design room and once you click generate, here you need to deduct one credit from the account. Okay, whenever you create it. So for that one, let's go to the create new page. So inside this create new, we have page.jsx, right? And once the you generate the image, right, over here you can just create or call new method. So over here I will create a new method called constant update user credits. Okay, and this method we're gonna call over here. Okay, I will make this as a async, and here we'll say await. Okay, and simply maybe we can just replace it or push it over here. Okay, and then over here we'll call constant result is equal to await db dot update. We want to update the user schema dot set, and inside that we'll add the credits, which is equal to user detail. So I'm not sure whether we use this context here. So over here we need to use the context called context user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that we'll say user detail context. So what will happen, you already have the number of credits user have, right? And you just need to minus 1, you have to write -1. Okay, so what will happen if you have 30 credits, right, and you generate one image, so you just deduct 1 from it and it will be a 29. Okay, now you will update your credits to 29. Here we'll say returning as id, and users, it's up to you what you want to return. Okay, it's not mandatory. And over here if you say if result is true, right, then you can simply say over here that okay, let's update the user detail context with the same technique. Okay, and then we'll return just a result of 0.id. Okay, and nothing else you need to return, and that's all, and then save it. Okay, and let's test this out now. Before that, here I will say update the user credits. Okay, and save it. Let's go back. Just quick thing, here need to be user detail dot credits. Okay, because credits -1, I think. Yep, that's the only change. Make sure it's a user detail dot credits -1. Okay, and I think we are good on this one. Over here as well, you need to add user detail dot credits. Perfect, and save it. Now if I select the room, then select the different type of, let's say Bahman, here we'll say living room, you can add additional detail and simply click generate. Now we'll wait, and now if you see, our room is changed with this beautiful image. Okay, if I close this one and go back to the home screen, and if you see, it's changed to 29. Okay, there is some mismatch, so over here make sure your user detail credits is correct. You can change this to a number. Okay, so user detail dot credits and then -1, so it will update. Oh, so my bad, so over here we need to update similar like this one. Okay, so that's a mistake, guys, sorry. So over here you can update something like this. Okay, because we have to make sure the previous value is there, and then you just need to update the credits. Okay, and here we'll say -1 only. Okay, so that's the reason initially we got the empty, but now you'll get the correct result. Now let's deploy this application on the cloud so that you can share this app with your friends and family. Also, you can start earning money by integrating this application with the payment gateway, and you can convert this application into SaaS. If you see on the screen, I added this simple and beautiful landing screen. If you want to get this landing screen, the source code is in the description. You can get that one too. And in order to deploy this application on the cloud, we are going to use a Vercel. Vercel is a free cloud service provider for the Next.js application. Very easy to integrate, and with the help of GitHub, we are going to push all our code to the GitHub, and then we are going to deploy our application on Vercel. Okay, so if you don't have an account on Vercel, make sure to create one. And once you created the application, you will see the dashboard will look like this. Now, first thing, let's go to the VS Code. I will close all of this tab for now. And over here, first thing you need to initialize the Git. Okay. Now, once you initialize, let's go to the GitHub and create a new repo. Here you can give the repo name. We'll say AI room redesign. Then you can make the repo public or private and simply click on create repo. Once you created this repository, you need to add the remote origin. So copy this line and simply paste it here, so it will set your remote origin, where we are just telling to our VS Code or application that okay, this, at this particular location you need to push the code. Okay, next thing, you need to add a write command git space add dot, so it will add or stage all your files, and then git commit, and git commit message will say initial commit. And then in order to push it very first time, you need to push with this command git push origin main, and later on you can just type git push. Okay, now once you push this all of your code, then still pushing the code, will wait, and once it push, you can just refresh it and you will see your code is now available to this repo. See, just now we push it. Okay, now let's go to the Vercel, and on the Vercel you will see the dashboard like this. If you see, I already have a lot of projects which I deployed for free. Here click add new, click project, and make sure to connect your repository over here. Now you also have an option to connect with the GitLab or Bitbucket also. Now, and once you connected, you will see your project. Just now we push it. Just simply click import. Once you import, you can give the project name. It automatically detect the framework. You don't need to make any change. Don't make a change on this part as well, but inside the environment variable, we need to paste all the environment variable which we added inside .env.local file. Okay, so just copy all of these environment variables and simply paste it here, so it will automatically detect the key and their respective value. See, and simply click deploy. That's how easily that you can deploy your application on the cloud. Now we'll wait to complete this deployment, because first it will build the log, then install some dependency, and then it will start building and deployment your application. And boom, if you see, our application is successfully deployed. I will keep the link of the demo application in the description so you can check that out. Okay, and I will just click on this continue dashboard. Over here you will see your domain, and wow, that's how cool, right? Your application is now live. Okay, how cool. Now obviously you can click on get started, and here once you log in, everything work like perfect. See, okay, you have option to design room and anything. You don't need to make any changes or anything like that. Okay, so guys, that's how you can deploy your application on the cloud like Cursor. You can also use Netlify, or you can also use a Firebase too. Okay guys, so that's all for this particular video. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you still did not subscribe to my channel, please go ahead and subscribe. Press that notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me. And this kind of AI project that I'm going to I'll bring you for only for you. It's completely free, as you know that. And if you have any question, or if you have any idea that you are looking to build the application, you can mail me on members@tubeguru.com. I will put all the information in the description, and go ahead and check it and be happy and happy coding.